Swallowed Star Chapter 225 to Chapter 280. Luo Feng's spiritual force spread out and instantly found a calabash-like plant around 100 meters to his left. It was only around 2 meters long. His spirit energy opened up a path ahead and Luo Feng walked straight through. Luo Feng, this cloud contact vine will accompany you for life. Babata sighed, of course, I, the demon Babata, will accompany you for life, unless you die, then I will leave. According to Master's orders. I will only recognize you as Master on the day you become a region lord. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Oh? Luo Feng immediately understood. The 3 accounts left behind in the Universe Galaxy Bank were respectively Star Level, Universe Level, and Domain Lord Level respectively. In other words, it was the final huge sum of wealth and countless treasures that he would only be able to obtain after he became a region lord. As for the artificial intelligence Babata, it was only after he became an area lord that it officially recognized him as its master. Obviously, only when he became a region lord would his teacher consider him qualified. After carefully placing the gourd-like cloud contact vine larva into his bag, Luo Feng rushed into the sky. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Bang! 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 From more than 10,000 meters underground, Meng Chao crushed countless rocks in one go, broke the surface of the lake, and flew into the air. The sky outside was blue, and white clouds floated at the horizon like silk. Occasionally, a group of large bird-type monsters would fly past them. Luo Feng stood in mid-air and surveyed his surroundings, feeling extremely good. Luo Feng looked down at his tactical communications watch. Missed call, Luo Feng called back. Hello, Luo Feng, what happened just now? I called you 2 or 3 times and you couldn't get through? Lu He's voice carried from the tactical communications watch. Luo Feng was stunned. Immediately Babata's voice resounded in his mind. Luo Feng, when you were in the Yun Mo planet ship earlier, you blocked all outside signals. How strange. Lu He was very puzzled. Luo Feng's mind was swiftly thinking of how to reply. One had to know that the entire Earth was covered in signals. It was almost impossible for a call to fail. Oh, it's like this. My tactical watch was almost out of battery just now, so I turned it off first. Now I have left the underground and am preparing to go back. The autojet can be charged, so it's back on. Luo Feng swiftly came up with an excuse. Oh? Turned off? When the phone is turned off, isn't there usually a voice notification saying the number you dialed is turned off? But that's right, sometimes there are problems with the voice prompts. Lu He didn't dwell on this issue. Luo Feng, you said you're going back? The rest of us are still searching underground. I feel like I can't find it, so I don't want to. Luo Feng smiled. Okay. I will continue to explore with the others. We might be able to find it. Lu He ended the call after saying that. Find the Muya crystals? They won't be able to find the Muya crystals. Babata laughed weirdly. Luo Feng immediately flew towards the distant autojet, at the same time controlling the autojet to fly over. You said there are no more Muya crystals? Luo Feng was shocked. The autojet stopped in the air like lightning. The hatch opened and Luo Feng directly flew in. Number 1, go home, ordered Luo Feng. Of course not. In the sea of consciousness, Babata's voice rang out. I purposely threw those Muya crystals from the airship store. I rely on the energy in the spaceship to form a virtual energy body. That virtual energy body is unable to leave the spaceship. Back then I threw the Muya crystals to attract the geniuses of Earth to test their brain expanse. Test? Luo Feng was shocked. When we were searching for the Muya crystals, you already tested them? Luo Feng remembered that in archaeological ruin number 9, the ruins took quite a bit of time to complete the test. You think my efficiency is as low as the surveillance base's AI? Babata said proudly, however you Earthlings are really lacking in talent. So many star travelers, a large group of war gods, the one with the best talent is U-22, the next is a war god 16, the third is a star traveler level 2, his brain expanse is 15, 16? Luo Feng asked, who is it? The 4th chairman Eastbourne, brain expanse 15. Luo Feng wasn't surprised. But there was actually someone taller than Eastbourne. It's a kid from India on Earth, Babata said. India? Oh. Luo Feng didn't ask any further. If he was from China, he could still train him a bit. But if he was from India, forget it, let's just see how lucky he is. However, he's already a war god, he's doing quite well. The autojet flew above the continent of Australia, swiftly flying towards Asia's Jiangnan headquarters city. In the cabin. Luo Feng, the cloud contact vine is extremely loyal, it will only recognize one master in its life. This is also the reason why when my master was killed, the cloud contact vine also died. Once the cloud contact vine recognizes its master, no one else can use it. So, the owner recognition process is very important. However, before that, I'll first modify your autojet's AI system. Babata said. Autojet system? Luo Feng was a bit shocked. Many of the buttons in the autojet lit up, the lights on the buttons were dazzling. In just 15 seconds, everything returned to normal. It's fine now. Babata said. Why do I need to modify the system? Luo Feng asked. This autojet system's first authority is actually controlled by your dojo of limits head Hong, the second authority is yours. So, as long as he wants to, he can know anything you do in the autojet. And he can recall the autojet at any time. Babata said, after I modify it, Hong won't be able to sense anything, and the autojet will listen to you. Hong has the second authority. Luo Feng was shocked, but then he understood. If he was the one selling the autojet, he would have kept a few tricks up his sleeve. This Clawscraper vine is much better than the one Hong got before. Babata exclaimed, back then after your grand nirvana period, humans began to produce strong warriors. To attract them over, I threw a cloud contact vine seed, and it began to grow. Furthermore, I have absorbed 3 Muya crystals, and 2 of the crystals that I crushed into powder were absorbed by some plants, forming what you call essence of nature. It's a pity. Hong and his underlings took away the cloud contact vine and spirits of nature. I could only use the Muya crystals to raise a so-called emperor monster to lure you all here. After that, I used the crystals to attract countless human warriors to gather, giving me the chance to pick the one with the highest mental capacity. Babata explained, back then I placed a small pile of Muya crystals at the entrance of the ship, throwing them out one by one, I purposely placed 3 of them beside you. And the other 8, I purposely placed them not far from you. But after throwing a few, everything was settled. As I couldn't leave the ship, I could only use the ship's spirit energy to invade your mind, quietly influencing you, leading you to the shard and letting you pick it up. After that, I guided you to the entrance of the ship. Babata said in one breath. Luo Feng was shocked, damn, from start to finish, everything on Misty Island was directed by Babata, spirits of nature, cloud contact vine, Grand Emperor, Muya crystals. Back then Luo Feng was suspicious, why didn't the Grand Emperor collect the other Muya crystals, so the crystals were thrown on the spot. And the shard he picked up, was also unknowingly guided, discovering the ship too. Spirit energy? Why would it guide me? Luo Feng asked anxiously. This thing was too terrifying. It's not as strong as you think. Babata said, it's very weak, it's just subconsciously influencing you. You were already searching aimlessly underground, with me subconsciously guiding you, you naturally headed in that direction. And if I were to guide you, say, to kill yourself, of course you would wake up, would you agree? Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, when he was on the phone with Xianxia, he was still conscious. Let's not talk about this, hurry and let the cloud contact vine recognize you as its master. Babata said, just cut your wrists, this vine needs to drink a lot of fresh blood. Cut his wrists, to a Star Traveler warrior, it wouldn't be too dangerous, even though Luo Feng was shocked, he still cut his wrists. Chi. His wrists got closer to the cloud contact vine, the fresh blood was constantly absorbed by it, with Luo Feng's cells, the wound on his wrists quickly recovered, Luo Feng could only helplessly cut himself again. Xiao. A blood-red grape-like fruit appeared out of nowhere, landing on the cloud contact vine's body, it was immediately wrapped up by the vines. Sigh. Sigh. Sigh, streaks of blood-red electricity began to flow on the cloud contact vine's body. What's wrong? Babata? Luo Feng asked. That fruit was definitely Babada's doing. Other than himself, only Babada had a storage space in his core. First time cultivating the cloud contact vine. Babada explained. The cloud contact vine's larva, I didn't dare to cultivate it, because after cultivating it, it becomes stronger. If you're weaker than it, you won't be able to tame it. Hence, all these years, I've been cultivating it, and now that it's starting to recognize its owner, it's the best time to cultivate it. Just like how you babies on Earth, mother's milk is very important. The cloud contact vine's first cultivation, the items it swallows are very important too. Firstly, it has to be a treasure, and secondly, it has to be something the vine can swallow. Babada explained. That fruit earlier was specially prepared by your teacher for your vine. In terms of price, it's even more expensive than your shard. Luo Feng was shocked. Babada immediately threw out a fruit that was even more expensive than a hybrid copper essence shard. It meant that Babada had his own personal stash. Didn't you say the teacher only gave me those? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Those are the ones I gave you. The ones in my storage space are for the cloud contact vine. Don't think about the treasures in my storage space, I'll strictly follow the master's plan and cultivate you. Within the wrist space, Babada's face was filled with pride. Amidst the conversation, the cloud contact vine's color changed from green to dark red, and on its surface, there were red threads flowing. You can keep it now, you can directly absorb it into your skin. This first cultivation, the fruit I gave you is too strong, it'll take a long time to digest. Babada said. Luo Feng curiously extended his hand to touch the cloud contact vine beside him. In an instant, their minds connected, the vine's consciousness transmitted to Luo Feng how to use it. The control was indeed simple. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Immediately the cloud contact vine swiftly shrunk, becoming like a half-a-meter-long horsewhip, swiftly merging into Luo Feng's skin and vanishing. It felt as though his body had an extra layer of cold clothing. It was very comfortable, and the cloud contact vine's pure consciousness was very attached to Luo Feng. Just like a parent, Luo Feng felt, the cloud contact vine was like a baby. This cloud contact vine's larva, its first cultivation is already so shocking. From the start, it's already far ahead of the other vines. Once it finishes its first evolution, it'll be able to become your helper. When that time comes, even the black god set won't be as useful as it. Babada was very proud. I dare say, in the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire, there aren't many as extravagant as this, playing this way on the first cultivation. Luo Feng was already used to Babada's arrogance. Babada, if I use the shard, what level of fighter can I deal with? Luo Feng asked the question he wanted to ask. You? Your current use of spirit energy is still very rough, your usage of this hybrid copper essence shard is too simple. I estimate you can deal with a normal Star Traveler level 6 fighter. No matter what, this thing is still a treasure that even an undying fighter would find hard to destroy. Within his wrist space, the black-robed little Babada shook his head. However, when you get home, I'll let you receive your teacher's inheritance, give you some simple training, and you'll be able to deal with a normal Star Traveler level 8. That Thunder God, if he really goes all out, he probably won't be your match. Luo Feng was shocked within. Thunder God? What's there to be shocked about? Don't you know who I, Babada, am? You're the only disciple of Xianxia planet, and you use the hybrid copper essence against someone who walks the wrong path. Isn't it normal to jump 7 or 8 levels? Babada was extremely confident and arrogant. Your teacher is an undying fighter. And one of the undying fighters. Luo Feng muttered within. In the end, he was killed by an even more terrifying being amongst the undying fighters. Right, Babada, just why was my teacher killed by the enemy? Luo Feng was very curious, an existence that roamed the universe, an eternal being, just why did they kill each other? You want to know? Babada asked. Luo Feng nodded. If you want to know, you'll have to become an undying first. Within the wrist space, Babada's pale little face revealed his signature evil smile. Undying. Luo Feng was speechless. Too far away. Becoming a sector lord took over 100,000 years, how long would it take to become an undying? China only had 5,000 years of culture. The dark blue triangular autojet, late at night, flew above Jiangnan headquarters city's Yangzhou city. Within the Mingyue district, Luo Feng's house's lights were still on, his little brother, mother and the others stood at the entrance. Luo Feng had already called earlier, saying he would be home soon. "Dad, Mom. Look, it's a fighter jet." Luo Hua said to his father who was in a wheelchair, and his mother who was waiting beside. "Little Feng is back." The family looked over in surprise. A dark blue fighter jet slowly descended from the sky, stopping on the grass patch that wasn't even 100 m away from the house. The cabin door opened and Luo Feng, dressed in a black battle uniform, walked out, shouting passionately, "Dad, Mom." P.S. Third chapter 50,000-year corpse has ended. Fourth chapter, begin. The fourth chapter will also be the most important chapter of Swallowing Space, a turning point. The beautiful curtains begin to rise. Luo Feng's return home made his parents very happy. However, Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan didn't know what Luo Feng had experienced in these short 3 to 4 days. On the morning of the second day, the morning mist pervaded the air. Luo Feng bade farewell to his family and prepared to leave for Hongming headquarters city. "You've just returned and you're leaving again." Morning, breakfast was laid out on the dining table. Gong Xianlan got up and pushed his wheelchair, sending Luo Feng off. "It'll be quick, I'll be back for lunch." Luo Feng smiled. "Back for lunch? Mom will personally go out to buy groceries and make you your favorite meal." Gong Xianlan smiled. Luo Feng nodded. Even though he had eaten some delicacies in the virtual war god palace, they were much better than what his mother made. However, the moment he smelled his mother's cooking, Luo Feng felt a deep sense of love. "Dad, Mom, I'll be leaving first. I'll give you a surprise in the afternoon." Luo Feng laughed and ran towards the auto jet. "Surprise?" Luo Honghua, who was in the wheelchair, and Gong Xianlan, who was beside him, looked at each other in confusion. The dark blue triangular auto jet swiftly took off from Mingyue district and headed directly towards Asia's Hongming headquarters city. "I've always wanted to let my parents use the spirits of nature. This time I can finally exchange for some." Luo Feng was filled with joy. "Luo Feng." A clear voice resounded in his mind. "Babata?" Luo Feng used a thread of spirit energy to connect to the space in his wrist guard. "Luo Feng, this exchange is a good opportunity." Babata said, "The spirits of nature are fine, even though they have some energy essences, the amount is very little. To normal people and students, it's still useful. But to Star Traveler level fighters, it's very little. After we choose the spirits of nature, we'll see if there are any other treasures to exchange for. Your head might have some good stuff hidden away." "Oh, alright. Anyway, I have 5 Muya crystals publicly, I can exchange for items worth 90 stars. Luo Feng communicated mentally, "I'll choose one of the spirits of nature, whatever else I want to exchange for, Babata, you decide." "Haha, relax, leave it to me," Babata said. Hongming headquarters city headquarters, entrance of a huge spaceship. A silver-haired Caucasian lady in a luxurious black leather coat and hat walked out from the entrance of the spaceship building. Immediately, 3 subordinates who had been waiting there went up to greet her. "Chancellor. Chairman, are we going back now?" Out of these 3 subordinates, 2 of them were war gods, and the last one was a butler. "There's no rush. We'll stay in Hongming Base City for 3 days. If you can't negotiate with Hong, you can still look for other inspectors or personal guards." The silver-haired old lady's voice was slightly high-pitched, and her face was expressionless. However, when she looked around, the people around her didn't dare to look her in the eye. She was a woman, it was the underground king of the entire world, the chairman of the HR Alliance. "Pay attention to Hongming Base City. Notify me if you find the 3 guards or the 6 inspectors," the silver-haired old lady ordered. "Yes." The butler beside him immediately responded. "Let's go," the silver-haired old lady ordered. Soon, a luxurious Maybach sedan with a long history slowly drove over. Under the protection of her subordinates, the old lady entered the car. The wheels slowly rolled and the car left the dojo of Limit's headquarters just like that. About an hour later, a dark blue triangular fighter jet descended from the sky, landing on a nearby tarmac. A youth wearing black casual clothes and carrying a backpack jumped out of the cabin. The cabin door automatically closed. Investigator. Investigator. A few of the guards in the headquarters saw Luo Feng and immediately bowed respectfully. Luo Feng carried his backpack and immediately walked towards the entrance. This was the ship's headquarters. Only a few of the upper echelons of the Dojo of Limits had the right to enter. Those without the right to barge in would be killed by the defense system. And obviously, Luo Feng was one of the upper echelons with the right to enter. Greetings, investigator. Greetings, investigator. Under the respectful greetings of a few blue-robed personnel, Luo Feng immediately went to find the head. At the same time, Chairman, the Dojo of Limits investigator Luo has just entered the headquarters. The news swiftly spread to the HR Alliance's chairman. Walking within the gigantic ship. It's an interstellar transport ship. Babada's surprised voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. I wonder how damaged it is. I really want to check it out. It's a pity that many of the transport ship systems and energy sources are all shut down. There's no way to check it out. So what if we check it out? This is the head ship. Luo Feng communicated. You fool, the UNMO planet ship can't be repaired. Of course we have to think of a way. Just how do we leave Earth? How do you leave without a ship? Babada said. This ship can still fly? Luo Feng asked. No, this interstellar transport ship has been damaged for too long. I think many places have rusted etc. With the flow of time, even a powerful sector lord would rot. A perfect interstellar transport ship, left underground for tens of thousands of years would have problems, much less a damaged one. Luo Feng nodded to himself, then why are you so shocked? It's damaged, but that means there are many universe ship wreckages on Earth. If we get more wreckages, who knows, we might be able to assemble a small universe ship. Babada said excitedly. Assemble a ship? Luo Feng was shocked. That's a piece of cake. Don't you know who I am? I'm a living AI. My database has a large amount of knowledge. Many high-level civilizations' knowledge is in my possession. With enough machinery, materials, robots etc., I can even build a large interstellar battleship. Not to mention assembling a ship. Babada said confidently. Luo Feng was indeed filled with curiosity towards the vast universe. Especially the virtual universe network. According to what Babada said, entering the virtual universe network would allow one to meet with the countless races in the universe. Even though he wasn't prepared to explore the universe, having a ship that could travel in the universe was still a good thing. Babada, I can buy large amounts of machinery and materials for you to build. Luo Feng said. Oh, within the space of the wrist guard, Babada's little face revealed a helpless expression. Long distance flying in the universe, the requirements for a ship are very high. Not just the internal energy system etc., but also the body's strength. The materials on Earth, in terms of strength, are far from enough to support the flight. Hence, it's best to choose those universe ship wreckages to assemble. This matter isn't urgent. Once you reach the star level, you can occasionally visit other planets in the universe. It's not too late. Babada said. Regarding the assembly of the ship, Luo Feng left it all to Babada to think of a solution. He himself just had to focus on his training. Within the ship, within the meditation room. Head. Luo Feng bowed. Luo Feng, sit. A black-clothed Hong sat cross-legged on a praying mat. Luo Feng too sat cross-legged. What are you here for this time? Hong looked at Luo Feng. I want to exchange for some things. Luo Feng said directly, I want to exchange for Muya crystals. Haha, good. Hong couldn't help but smile. He was very clear on the effects of the crystals. Whether it was for his own training, or for the cloud contact vine's growth, Hong needed Muya crystals. Hence, he welcomed others to exchange for them. This is the exchange list, it's even more detailed than the last time. Hong waved his hand. In the dark meditation room, a huge screen appeared, on it were large amounts of information and prices. It's indeed much more than the last time. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Whatever you want to exchange for, feel free to exchange. Hong looked at Luo Feng. You should be able to exchange for 90 stars worth of items. If you have more crystals, feel free to exchange for them. Saying that last sentence, Hong's face had a smile. He had long guessed that amongst the treasure hunters on Misty Island, there would definitely be people secretly hiding 1 or 2 Muya crystals. Luo Feng stared at the screen. Spirits of Nature, number 2 has 3, number 5 has 2, and number 9 has 2 too. Luo Feng reported. Hong nodded as he listened. He wasn't afraid of you buying, he was afraid you wouldn't buy. Babada, can you see the screen? Luo Feng asked. I can see. I knew you earthlings couldn't bring out any treasures, you're indeed poor. Treating these things like treasures. Babada was mentally prepared that Hong's items would be bad, but looking at them now, they were indeed bad. Oh, there's a little treasure. Babada shouted. Luo Feng, the gravity room at the bottom of the ancient tools list. Luo Feng swiftly looked down. Ancient gravity room, 1,000 times Earth's gravity, price 90 stars. Luo Feng was shocked. Wasn't this the elite training camp's gravity room? It wasn't there the last time, yet the head was willing to bring it out this time. It seemed like he really wanted the Muya crystals. However, why was the price so high? 90 stars, that was 5 Muya crystals. In the entire world, there were very, very few people who could bring out such a price. The head purposely set this price, obviously wanting him to buy it for 5 Muya crystals. Head, this ancient gravity room, I want it. Luo Feng said. Oh? Hong was shocked as he looked at Luo Feng. Looks like you really did have some extra gains. This ancient gravity room is indeed very useful for a fighter's training. I've always been reluctant to sell it. Now that you want it, I'll sell it to you. The spirits of nature, do you still want them? The ancient gravity room alone cost 90 stars, at least Luo Feng's assets were only this much. 2 more portions of dragon blood, 2,000-year black crow roots too, to round it up. Luo Feng said. Spirits of nature, 2,000-year black crow roots, a total of 3 stars, a total of 20 stars. Adding the ancient gravity room's 90 stars, a total of 110 stars. Hong was shocked as he looked at Luo Feng. 110 stars, that was 5 Muya crystals. Luo Feng's black casual clothes had 5 Muya crystals on it, the remaining 5 was on Hong's tab. TSK, Luo Feng, your gains this time aren't small. Hong revealed a smile. I did gain something once, no one else saw. Luo Feng laughed, saying, however, my pocket was empty in an instant. The spirits of nature, you'll receive them when you leave. As for the ancient gravity room, you'll have to wait a few days, I'll send someone to deliver it to your house. Hong was very happy. How many crystals did the big powers of Earth have? And those who knew of the crystals' effects would all think of ways to buy them from other powers. Why would they sell them? And Luo Feng selling them made Hong's mood extremely good. When Luo Feng walked out of the ship's entrance, he too was carrying a silver briefcase. Within it were the spirits of nature. Investigator Luo. Luo Feng was shocked as he looked ahead, dressed in a luxurious black leather jacket, a silver-haired old lady, speaking fluent Chinese, escorted by 3 underlings, smiling as she walked over. Hello, Investigator Luo, sorry to disturb you, you can call me Isadona. I wonder if I have the honor to have coffee with Investigator Luo? Isadona? Luo Feng immediately thought of a name. The Queen of the Underground World, the HR Alliance's chairman. Isadona. P.S. Here's the first chapter. Yesterday Tomato took a day off. The Traveler brothers actually tipped the leader $1 million. I'm ashamed. HM. Today there will be 3 chapters. Today's second chapter. As a Star Traveler warrior, Luo Feng was very familiar with the important figures of Earth. Isadora. This Queen of the Underground World, her story could easily be written into a novel. Hongming Headquarter City, within a quiet coffee shop, in a private room. Luo Feng and Isadora sat opposite each other. Lady Isadora. Luo Feng tore open the sugar packet, pouring it into his coffee cup, stirring it slowly. What business do you have with me? Investigator Luo is so direct, I'll get straight to the point. Old Granny Isadora smiled. Crow's feet appeared at the corners of her eyes. During the fight for the Muya crystals on Misty Island, Investigator Luo's strength was actually on par with the 3rd and 4th chairman. It really made everyone see you in a different light. Luo Feng smiled. The fight on Misty Island had indeed put him on par with the other three chairmen. Investigator Luo's gains this time are not small either. Isadora looked at Luo Feng. Our HR alliance really wants the Muya crystals. Of course, the conditions can be decided by Investigator Luo, will definitely be fair. Luo Feng smiled. Muya crystals? Of course he understood that the powers all over the world would fight to get their hands on the Muya crystals. The Muya crystals had many uses, one of which was the ability to allow a student level 8 or 9 fighter to evolve to the Star Traveler level within a month, meaning, one Muya crystal could immediately create a representative warrior. How many representatives were there on Earth? To the 5 great countries, a representative was equivalent to a moving nuclear weapon. Stupid, you're preparing to use the Muya crystals to create a Star Traveler level 1 fighter. Within the space of the wrist guard, Babada, dressed in a luxurious royal robe, sat at the dining table eating in big mouthfuls, cursing, actually using a treasure like the Muya crystal to create a Star Traveler level 1 fighter, what a waste. It was indeed a waste. Muya crystals weren't much to the Yun-Mo Planet Master, but the Yun-Mo Planet Master had collected a lot of them. In the universe, Muya crystals were considered treasures. And in the universe, Star Traveler level 1 fighters were common goods, too many to count. They were already considered the weakest fighters. Who would waste a Muya crystal to create a fighter? For example, Hong and Thunder God, they wouldn't be willing to give them to the war gods. Without the Muya crystals, it would be extremely difficult for them to break through to the star level, but with the Muya crystals, their chances would be much higher. But obviously, on Earth, a Star Traveler level 1 warrior was already standing at the peak of Earth. Muya crystals? I'm really sorry, I just exchanged some things with the head. Luo Feng's face was full of apology. Oh, so it's like that. Chairman Isadona looked at Luo Feng. Investigator Luo, are there any left? Even one Muya crystal was enough to create a representative, Luo Feng smiled mysteriously. Chairman Isadona immediately had a realization. She understood that Luo Feng had a stockpile. In that case, Lady Isadona, I will visit you directly next time. Luo Feng smiled. However, I like ancient things, like spaceships and other weird things. Oh? Isadona was surprised. To the various countries, some items from the ancient civilization were indeed classified. After all, they might be able to discover something by studying the technology of the ancient civilization. Alright, I will prepare the list and wait for Investigator Luo to come. Isadona smiled. Some ancient remains could be exchanged for Muya crystals. Isadona didn't hesitate. Luo Feng was very clear, the ancient ruins on Earth had long been discovered, whatever could be moved would have been long ago. And if Hong and the others couldn't move it, he probably couldn't either. Since that was the case, he could only think of ways to contact the various countries, the HR Alliance and dojos, to see if he could get the materials needed to assemble the spaceships etc. He had to compare the prices. After all, the Muya crystals were treasures that everyone wanted. That afternoon, Luo Feng sat in the auto jet back to his home in Yangzhou City. After lunch, Luo Feng's home's second floor, only Luo Feng, Luo Hua and his parents were there, a family of 4. Dad, Mom, Luo Hua, after you swallow it, you'll feel your entire body go numb and cool. Luo Feng took out the 3 pieces of the light green fruit and placed them in front of his family. These 3 pieces were actually the same spirit of nature. The medicinal properties of the spirit of nature were extremely gentle and didn't harm the body at all. However, to give one spirit of nature to 3 normal people to eat, not many people would do such a thing. It was really a waste. One spirit of nature can allow an advanced level warlord fighter to immediately jump to an intermediate level war god or even an advanced level war god, with large amounts of medicinal properties hidden within the body. As one trains and absorbs it, one's strength will increase very quickly. Hence, one spirit of nature is equivalent to an advanced level war god. And to normal people, at most it can create a warlord fighter. It's pretty sweet. Luo Hong would gently bit, it melted in his mouth. It's tastier than carrots. Gong Xianlan commented. It's delicious. Luo Hua also swallowed. Luo Feng watched as his family all ate, before saying, oh, this thing tastes better than carrots, but the price is much higher. It's more expensive than the 1,000-year black crow root from before. What? More expensive than the 1,000-year black crow root? Luo Honghua, Gong Xianlan and Luo Hua were all shocked. Last time when Luo Feng was trapped in archaeological ruin number 9, his family was in trouble. Luo Hua was the one who used the 1,000-year black crow root to directly become the 8th largest shareholder of ICBC. That 1,000-year black crow root, in terms of price, is already unbelievably expensive. He just ate a few dozen billion in one bite. Luo Honghua and the other two exchanged glances. Dad, Mom, don't use money to measure things. Some treasures on earth can't be bought with money. Luo Feng shook his head. You guys just ate one of these spirits of nature. I brought 8 more spirits of nature and 2 portions of dragon blood. Luo Hua, I'll leave these to you. 8 spirits of nature? 2 portions of dragon blood? Luo Hua was clearly shocked. Luo Feng smiled as he saw this. People with different statuses look at things differently. In terms of strength, when he receives his teacher's inheritance, Luo Feng will be on the same level as Hong and Thunder God. People like Hong and Thunder God are all high up above, with even more power than the 5 great countries. This kind of status is indeed useless in terms of Earth's currency. And in terms of status, the only inheritor of the master of Yunmo planet, this status is even higher than the emperor of the Silver Blue Empire, who controls the 8 great galaxies. Sadly, the master of Yunmo planet is dead, and his power is gone. Of course, Luo Feng still has to be grateful, because if Yunmo planet wasn't destroyed, he wouldn't have the chance to become the disciple of the master of Yunmo planet. Luo Feng laughed as he watched his parents and brother try to wave his ghost blade. Babada, test my parents and brother's fitness level. Luo Feng said, what level? Your dad is a student level 3 stage, your mom is a student level 2 stage, and your brother is a student level 3 stage. Normal people's absorption rate is really low. Even though that spirit of nature was split into 3 portions, each portion's effect isn't any weaker than a portion of dragon blood. A portion of dragon blood, your so-called fighter can become a beginner-level warlord after drinking it. Babada said. Luo Feng was satisfied. His parents' health was good, and that was enough. He never expected them to go to the wilderness to hunt monsters. Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you. Luo Feng said. What is it? Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan were still immersed in the joy of being reborn. I've received some news, our family still has relatives alive. Luo Feng said. Alive? Luo Honghua and his wife immediately became excited. Feng, quickly tell us, how many? Right now, we've already discovered 2 families. Luo Feng said directly, one is Mom's cousin, Gong Xianhua. My uncle's little flower? Mother Gong Xianlan was a little surprised, but obviously not too surprised. Because back when the Grand Nirvana period began, Mother was very young and didn't remember much. Only when she was escaping did she find out from Luo Feng's grandfather that she had such a relative. So, Mother didn't have any detailed memories of Gong Xianhua. What about the second family? Luo Honghua asked. The second family is your aunt, Luo Hongqin, who is also my great-aunt. My great-aunt's child, Tangqing, is also alive. Right now, Tangqing is married and has children, a boy and a girl. The twins are the same age as me. Luo Feng said. Aunt is still alive? Aunt is still alive? Luo Honghua stared wide-eyed. Luo Feng's heart ached as he saw this. Back when he lived in a cheap rental house, he often heard his father mention this aunt. Because before the Grand Nirvana, his father could already remember, and had a deep impression of his aunt. Hence, when he talked about his family, other than Luo Feng's grandparents, it was his great-aunt. Auntie used to bring me good food every time she came to visit me. She even bought me a handheld game console. I still remember her face clearly. Luo Honghua's tears were flowing. I didn't expect her to still be alive. Right, back then her family was traveling in Kyoto. When the disaster happened, they were trapped there, and it was later expanded into Kyoto headquarters city. Luo Feng nodded. Kyoto should be considered China, the place with the highest survival rate during the Grand Nirvana period. Feng, do you know where your great-aunt is? I want to go see her now. Luo Honghua said. Now? Luo Feng couldn't help but look at his mother. She nodded back. So many years of anticipation. How could they wait any longer? Then let's prepare and leave immediately. Luo Feng nodded. Around 4 p.m. that day, the dark blue auto jet stopped in one of the 8 great cities of Kyoto headquarter city, Tianjin City, the district of the Limit Hall. Luo Feng didn't get anyone to pick him up. The family of 4 sat in a car and headed towards his father's aunt's house. Chief, Tianjin City's report. A bald middle-aged man received a document from his underling, waving his hand to let him go. He opened the document and looked at the report. Luo Feng came to Kyoto headquarter city? The bald middle-aged man was shocked, immediately picking up the phone beside him and dialing a secret line. Please connect to number 1 chief. P.S. Chapter 2 has arrived, continue writing Chapter 3. China's gains from the Misty Island battle were not bad. However, the Muya crystals were definitely treasures, no one would complain about having more. When the news of Luo Feng's arrival in Kyoto spread, China's upper echelons immediately took action. And Luo Feng himself sat in a normal car with his family to visit his great-aunt. Within a small residential district. Ding dong, ding dong. Luo Feng and his family stood in front of a villa. His father Luo Honghua was pressing the doorbell. Don't ring the doorbell, there's no one at home, their old lady is in the hospital, their son and daughter-in-law are there to take care of her. An old man walking his dog shouted. Oh? Luo Feng's spirit energy spread out, scanning the villa. Indeed, there was no one. May I ask, old man, which hospital is it? Luo Feng asked. It's definitely our Tianjin City's #1 hospital. The old man said, Old Tang's family is quite rich, it'd be weird if they didn't go there. Luo Feng and his family sat in the car, 1 in the front and 3 in the back. Aunt's family's life isn't bad, they all live in villas, much better than ours. Luo Honghua smiled, I can rest easy now. Aunt's grandson and granddaughter were very smart when they were young, their grades were very good, they entered Kyoto University at 15. They are now in a country's key research institute, the villa was allocated to them by the institute. Luo Feng said, these were all from the information Lu Yan had sent. Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan laughed, so smart. As smart as our family's children. Luo Feng and Luo Hua couldn't help but look at each other. Waha, this is called talent. Within the wrist guard space, Babata, who was comfortably soaking in the bathtub, laughed loudly. Luo Feng, from the looks of it, your brain expanse is high, it should be related to your Luo family bloodline. The 4 children born after the great Nirvana with the Luo family bloodline are all not bad. You don't have to say, your little brother is also very smart, relying purely on self-study, he's already so good at the stock market. Your aunt's grandson and granddaughter all have a bit of your aunt Luo Hongqin's bloodline, hence they are also smart. People with a high brain expanse are naturally smart. Babata said, of course they aren't as smart as you, haha. Tianjin City, one of the 8 citadels of the capital base city. Outside a special ward of the First People's Hospital. An old lady with white hair was lying on the sickbed. Her face was completely pale. A middle-aged couple was sleeping on the sofa next to them. A young man and a young woman were talking to the old lady beside the bed. You are? One of the young women turned to look at the door in confusion. At the door was Luo Feng's family. Luo Honghua walked over and looked at the old lady on the bed. His breathing was a little rapid. The old lady also looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. Gradually, her expression changed. She was also a little excited. You are. This caused the middle-aged couple on the sofa to get up. Mom, what's wrong? The couple ran over. Who are you? The middle-aged man looked at Luo Honghua warily. You're Tangqing, right? Luo Honghua looked at the middle-aged man. In the blink of an eye, you've grown old. You are. Tangqing looked at the person in front of him in confusion. Luo Honghua was so emotional that he couldn't hold back his tears. He looked at the old lady, who also struggled to sit up. She looked at Luo Honghua carefully. You are. Honghua? Yes, it's me, Honghua. Aunt, you actually recognized me. Luo Honghua became excited. It really is Honghua. You look exactly the same as your father. That mouth. The old lady excitedly extended her skinny hand and grabbed Luo Hongwa. Hongwa, you're still alive. Your aunt didn't expect to see you before she died. You're my cousin? The middle-aged man looked at Luo Hongwa in shock. Yeah. Luo Hongwa nodded. My God, this has been over 40 years. Cousin. Cousin. The middle-aged man Tangqing was also extremely excited. The Grand Nirvana battle destroyed so many families. So many people were scattered all over the world. At that time, transportation was cut off. Communication was cut off. Many of the country's household registers were lost. I recognized you immediately. The old lady was extremely happy. You look exactly the same as my brother. Hongwa, where are your parents? Luo Hongwa shook his head. The old lady saw this and couldn't help but to sigh. Little Feng, little Hua, come here. Luo Hongwa waved his hand and looked at the old lady. Aunt, these are my two children. Hongwa, you were just a little kid back then. In the blink of an eye, you have two sons. And they're all grown up. Come, let me see. The old lady tried her best to open her eyes wide. Luo Feng and Luo Hua walked to the bedside. The old lady looked carefully. Not bad. They're both quite handsome. They look like our Luo family. Yongqing, Yong Yuan, little Feng, little Hua, come over. You four kids should have a good chat. The old lady called. Peng, the door was suddenly kicked open. A group of people in the ward were shocked. A group of people in the ward turned their heads to look at the door with dissatisfaction. 3 people walked in. One was a young man with a cold gaze. Behind him were 2 sturdy men. Seeing these 3 people, Great Aunt's family's faces changed. What are you doing here? Great Aunts. Granddaughter Tang Yongqing stepped forward. Her face was filled with anger. I'm just telling you. You still have 3 days to choose. The cold-eyed youth looked coldly at Tang Yongqing. Yongqing, you should know my temper. You, get out. Don't stay here. Tang Yongqing said. Tang Yongyuan stepped forward and pointed angrily at the youth. Wang Xingyan. Don't go overboard. My sister and I are level 1 researchers. You. Bullshit. The cold youth stared coldly at Tang Yongyuan. I don't even care about your research. Don't even mention a bullshit researcher like you. Punk, don't think I won't make a move on you just because of your sister. I'll give your sister 3 days. If she doesn't agree after 3 days. Not only your sister, but you punk who scolded me 3 times, I'll deal with you too. 3 days. The cold youth raised 3 fingers at Tang Yongqing. He smiled evilly. 3 more days. My beautiful Yongqing. I really don't wish for a beautiful flower to wither like this. Tang Yongyuan was so angry her entire body was trembling. Yongqing, what's going on? The middle-aged couple beside asked. Dad, it's fine. Yongqing consoled. Old man, listen carefully. The cold youth looked at Tangqing. He smiled. Within 3 days, if your daughter agrees to be my woman, your whole family will live well. If not, I'll send your whole family to hell. Your fate is now in Yongqing's hands. Haha. Luo Feng stood beside and watched calmly. Luo Hua looked at Luo Feng. Big brother? Don't rush. Let's see what he's playing at. Luo Feng said calmly. Luo Hua nodded. Tangqing and his wife were still confused. The old lady sitting on the bed beside shouted, Yongqing, just who is this person? What's going on? Wang Xingyan, you already have so many women. Why are you bothering my sister? Tang Yongyuan raged. I don't have any other hobbies. My hobby is to collect all sorts of women. Wang Xingyan smiled evilly. Look at your sister, hee hee, even though her looks are worth 85 points, her scholarly aura is worth at least 20 points. Beyond full marks. She's really mesmerizing. I'm the only one in my collection that's missing. Yongqing, if you resist, you know the outcome. There's a saying, if you can't resist, just close your eyes and enjoy. Wang Xingyan smiled widely. I really don't want to personally destroy you. Do you know how much pain I felt when I destroyed the women who resisted me? Saying that, he clutched his chest. You pervert. Tang Yongyuan shouted. People like you will never understand my thoughts. Wang Xingyan's gaze was filled with arrogance. He looked pitifully at Yongyuan. This angry expression, hee, in my eyes, you're nothing but an ant. After which he turned to look at Yongqing. His expression became bleak. Yongqing, back then we were so good. You loved me and I loved you. Wasn't that great? You forced me to use forceful methods. I hate using fists the most. Yongqing bit her lips. Pa. Pa. Applause resounded. Everyone in the room turned to look curiously. Wang Xingyan and his two underlings looked over curiously. Luo Feng, dressed in a black casual shirt, was gently clapping his hands and smiling at Wang Xingyan. I really don't like it when people act cool in front of me. Wang Xingyan raised his chin. His gaze was cold like a venomous snake. He's clapping his hands. Second brother, go break his hands. Yes. A sturdy man laughed savagely. Stop. Yongqing shouted. Looking at Wang Xingyan, she was about to cry. I'll promise you. Don't do this anymore. Don't do this. Haha, isn't this good? Wang Xingyan's eyebrows immediately creased. He laughed. Second brother, come back. I'm magnanimous. I'll spare you. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing in Kyoto headquarters city. A voice resounded. The group of people in the bed all turned to look. The one who spoke was Luo Feng. Wang Xingyan's expression immediately became ugly. His gaze became cold. You're looking for death. Don't interfere. Yongqing looked anxiously at Luo Feng. He's called Wang Xingyan. He's from Kyoto's Wang family. He controls quite a bit of the family's finances. He's the family's first successor. His mother is from Kyoto's main military district. I should call you cousin. Luo Feng laughed. Yongqing was stunned. Luo Feng walked straight towards Wang Xingyan. He walked calmly. Who are you? Wang Xingyan stared hard at Luo Feng. Who am I? Luo Feng smiled. Xiao. 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 The paper beside the bed suddenly broke into 6 pieces. The 6 pieces of paper spun and danced in the air, leaving 6 afterimages. At a speed that no one could react to, they sliced through Wang Xingyan's shoulders, legs, spine, and lower abdomen. Just a little bit of blood flew out. The blood gathered in midair and formed a small blood ball that landed before Luo Feng. You. Wang Xingyan wanted to struggle. However, his entire body was paralyzed. He could only move his head. The entire room went silent. The 2 bodyguards were dumbfounded. They were very clear that the opponent was a spirit reader. The other people in the room, Tang Yongqing and the others, stared at Luo Feng. They then looked at Luo Feng's family. Just what did this relative's family do? Where did such a powerful person come from? You dare to attack me? Wang Xingyan gritted his teeth in anger. That angry expression of yours. Luo Feng looked down at Wang Xingyan. Using your words, in my eyes, you're just an ant. You're courting death. Courting death. Wang Xingyan's gaze was terrifying. Courting death? Luo Feng looked at Wang Xingyan. Tell me, who are you looking for to avenge you? Your mother has connections with the main military district? Oh, China's army's #1, an existence surpassing the war god level, Jia Yi. And your Wang family is one of the 9 great families of the HR Alliance. The person with the highest position in the HR Alliance is the HR Alliance's chairman, Isadona. Luo Feng took out the phone from his pocket. He opened the phone book and pointed the screen at Wang Xingyan. The 2 calls in the middle, one is from Jia Yi and the other is from the HR Alliance's chairman, Isadona. If you want to find them to avenge me, you're welcome to make a call. Don't look at the other calls. The one above is from the head of the Dojo of Limits, Hong. P.S. 3 chapters completed. It's the middle of the month. summon the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Wang Xingyan, who was paralyzed on the floor, looked at the phone screen. Jia? China's military number 1, Isadona? The underground empress who controlled over half of the world's economy, Hong. And the undisputed number 1 person in the world, these 3 names, any one of them was enough to shake the entire world. And now, the contact numbers of these 3 people were on this young man's phone. To call these 3 people directly, the difficulty was much harder than talking to the president of a country. Within the room, Tang Yongqing and Tang Yongyuan, their families, and Wang Xingyan's underlings all stared at Luo Feng. Just where did this youth in a black casual shirt come from? You're messing with me. Wang Xingyan's eyes were wide open, his expression ferocious, lying on the floor staring angrily at Luo Feng. You think a random phone list can scare me? You said you know the HR Alliance chairman, the head of the dojo of limits. And I even said I'm Hong's son, who doesn't know how to brag. Looking at the entire world, there are very, very few people who can directly contact these 3 people. And people as young as you, there probably aren't more than 3 in the entire world. Wang Xingyan laughed coldly as he stared at Luo Feng. If I were to meet someone like that, I'd go buy a lottery ticket. Luo Feng laughed involuntarily as he heard this. I see you're a spirit reader too, you have some background. Wang Xingyan lay paralyzed on the floor, staring at Luo Feng. Do you want to play a civil game with me, or a martial one? Civil, martial? Luo Feng looked at Wang Xingyan with interest. Tell me. Martial, it's when you lose your mind and kill me. The hospital is a public place, the headquarter city's surveillance system is everywhere. Everything that happens here, the surveillance system will record it clearly. When the time comes, the Wang family will go through the legal channels. Even if you're an advanced level war god, you'll still be sentenced to death. If you kill me, the law will sentence you to death. This is martial. The civil one is simple. Let me go. I won't leave, I'll just stay outside the room. In a while, the headquarter city's police will arrive. Let's see if you're unlucky or if I'm unlucky. Wang Xingyan stared at Luo Feng, his gaze filled with madness. Luo Feng gazed at Wang Xingyan on the ground. In the ward, the Tang family had long been scared out of their wits. The legendary Wang family was not something they could deal with. And this relative he just met was actually a spirit reader. He didn't seem to be an ordinary person. But no matter what, the Tang family was the weakest among them. Wang Xingyan and Luo Feng looked at him calmly. Speak. Wang Xingyan stared at him. Looks like you're not afraid of death. You have some ability. Luo Feng slightly nodded. However, there are many people in this world who aren't afraid of death. For example, a large number of warriors fighting in the wilderness, living on the edge of life and death for a long time. I'm very curious, why do you force so many girls to become your women? There was a rare hint of pride in Wang Xingyan's eyes. Hobby. My only hobby. Every outstanding girl is a masterpiece of God, the best collection. If the soft way doesn't work, then the hard way? Luo Feng continued, if the hard way doesn't work, then just destroy it. What right do you have to destroy those girls who don't submit to you? They're just ants. To be part of my collection, it's their honor. Wang Xingyan said confidently. Luo Feng looked down at the youth on the ground. I'm not related to you, I have no enmity with you. You just wantonly control other people's fates? Luo Feng looked at Wang Xingyan. You said you wanted to play the civil game with me, the martial game. I'll tell you. If you play the martial game, you die. I'm fine. If you play the civil game, you'll still die. I'm fine. Luo Feng looked calmly at Wang Xingyan. I have no enmity with you, even a researcher like my cousin who has contributed to the country, she hasn't done anything evil. She resisted and didn't submit, yet you sent her entire family to hell? Just based on this point. Wang Xingyan, I can tell you this. I can wait for the police to come. I can wait for your military's help to come. I can wait for your Wang family's big figures to come. I can even let you prepare well before letting you go to court. Use whatever methods you have, whatever background you have, I can announce right now, the court's final verdict will be, death, immediately executed. Luo Feng's voice was very calm, almost as though he was announcing something very normal. Luo Feng looked at the 2 bodyguards beside him. Bring your Wang young master out. And wipe the floor clean. The two tall and sturdy men glanced at each other. One of them dragged the already paralyzed Wang Xingyan out, while the other wiped the blood stains on the floor of the ward. Outside the ward, the hospital's security guards and directors were all here. However, when they saw the surveillance footage, they realized that one of them was actually a spirit reader. Immediately scared out of their wits, they didn't dare enter. Wang young master, are you alright? Director Tian and a vice director, upon seeing Wang Xingyan being dragged out, ran over. I won't die yet. Wang Xingyan's expression was cold. Anyone with a bit of status in Kyoto headquarters city, who didn't know of the few powerful young masters in Kyoto headquarters city, Wang Xingyan was one of them. This director Tian, as the director of a large hospital, naturally knew many big shots from different industries, including Wang Xingyan young master. What do we do? The two bodyguards looked at Wang Xingyan Kyoto headquarters city and the 8 surrounding cities special forces. Who doesn't know me? Tianjin City Special Forces Captain Li Dong even drank with me before. He'll rush over immediately and send the news directly to our Wang family. Wang Xingyan's gaze was filled with madness. He's really crazy. Even crazier than me. A red disc-shaped battleship was already flying above Tianjin City. Within the cockpit, Jia, who was dressed in a black Chinese tunic suit, sat there with his back as straight as a pencil. Mr. Jia, we'll reach Tianjin City soon. Luo Feng is currently at Tianjin City's #1 hospital. Within the cockpit, a bespectacled middle-aged man smiled and said, Luo Feng acquired quite a few Muya crystals this time. If we can get one from him, it'll be considered a success. Jia nodded. Remember, when I speak later, don't interrupt. This Luo Feng's growth is too shocking. He was actually on par with the 3rd chairman during the battle on Misty Island. And he's only 21 years old. Too young. Jia said solemnly. Who knows, in the future, he'll be like Hong and Thunder God, an unshakable existence. Hong and Thunder God, that was already a person's strength that could easily surpass a country's. The 5 great countries were extremely courteous towards Hong and Thunder God. This was a result of a person's strength being too strong. And with Luo Feng's growth speed, in a short few years, he was already on par with the 3rd chairman. In the future, it wouldn't be strange for him to be on par with Hong and Thunder God. No choice. Luo Feng was too young, his potential was too shocking. Mr. Jia, we've reached the hospital. There's a police car below. What's going on? Let's go down. Jia said coldly. Kyoto headquarters city, main city district, Wang family. His security chief is an idiot? The luxuriously dressed bald old man roared like a lion. Don't tell me he hasn't even seen Luo Feng's picture before? When the news from Tianjin City's special forces arrived, he actually didn't even stop them. Dad. The middle-aged man beside said, Luo Feng is after all a representative, you know this too. Representative-level fighters' pictures and information are kept secret, very few leaks. The security chief oldly has seen Luo Feng's picture before, but he's never seen him in person. Just seeing the video from Tianjin City, to be able to tell that the young man in the video is Luo Feng, that's not easy. Get lost. You're still talking nonsense. Hurry up and call Xingyan. Are you afraid you haven't caused enough trouble? Luo Feng. That's on par with the 3rd chairman. Can our Wang family afford to offend him? The Wang family leader no longer had his usual calmness, instead he was incomparably furious. No choice, against a powerful fighter that's on par with the 3rd chairman, even a country has to be courteous. What's a family like him? Even though the entire HR alliance worships a few representatives, they're still worshipped. Even the HR alliance wouldn't easily offend a normal representative, much less someone at Luo Feng's level. Tianjin City's first hospital. Inside the special ward. The Tang family and Luo Feng's family were all inside. Outside, there was already a large number of fully armed special forces police gathered. There's quite a commotion. Luo Hua looked outside. Brother, quite a few police are here. Don't rush. Luo Feng took out his phone. Hello, you're already at the hospital? Haha, right, I'm at the hospital. See all the police in the hospital? I'm right in the middle of the police encirclement. Haha, no problem, I just met some scum and dealt with him. Alright, come over here. Outside the ward. Squad number 1 in position. Squad number 2 in position. Squad number 3 in position. Listening to the voice from the walkie-talkie, the Special Forces Captain Li Dong said, "The target is a spirit reader, everyone must follow the plan, don't be careless, we must capture the enemy in one move. Also, do not harm the other innocent people in the ward." Roger. 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 Li Dong nodded. As the most powerful special forces in Tianjin City, they had their own plans to deal with powerful fighters. Wang Xingyan, who was being supported on a chair by the side, watched this scene with a gleam in his eyes. Li Dong suddenly took out his phone from his pocket, looking at the number, he was shocked. "Yes, Chief." Li Dong immediately stood straight, his expression serious. "Yes. Understood. Understood." Li Dong hung up, then immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. "Retreat, everyone retreat." The Special Forces police who had already occupied important positions in the surroundings could only retreat in confusion, then under Li Dong's orders, they quickly lined up to greet the chief. "Li Dong, what's going on?" Wang Xingyan, who was paralyzed on a chair, yelled. "Shut up." Li Dong glared, "Chief Jia is here." "Jia Yi?" Wang Xingyan was shocked. The Special Forces police split into 2 rows, standing straight on both sides of the corridor. Then from the end of the corridor, a skinny middle-aged man wearing a Chinese tunic suit walked over with 2 subordinates. The epaulets of the 2 subordinates made the police stand even straighter. "It's a general of the army, 2 generals of the army as his followers? Just which leader is this?" "Grandaunt, rest well here." "Dad, Mom, you 2 stay here with Grandaunt, I have something to do." Following the voice from the ward, a young man wearing black casual clothes walked out. The corridor was silent. The Special Forces police, the head of the hospital, Wang Xingyan, who was paralyzed on the chair, didn't dare make a sound. The Special Forces police formed into 2 rows, 1 on each side of the corridor. In the middle of the corridor, Jia Yi walked towards Luo Feng. After Luo Feng walked out of the ward, he walked over. "Representative Jia." Luo Feng smiled and walked over. "Representative Luo." Jia Yi walked over too. The 2 smiled and shook hands. The surrounding people didn't make a sound, only Wang Xingyan's face became extremely pale. "P.S. Chapter 1 is here, updated late, let's find a quieter place and continue our chat," Luo Feng said, following which he and Jia Yi headed towards the elevator at the end of the corridor. Behind the 2 of them were 2 generals. In the entire corridor, besides Luo Feng and Jia Yi, no one else dared to make a sound. They just watched as Luo Feng entered the elevator and left. "Who? My God, did you see the epaulets?" 2 army generals. After they left for a while, the people in the corridor finally burst into a commotion. "That's a being surpassing the war god level, Jia Yi. Back when we were fleeing during the Grand Nirvana period, I saw him battle with the monsters." The silver-haired vice principal beside shouted. "It's Jia Yi, the other representative Luo, is definitely Luo Feng." Special Forces Captain Li Dong was sweating profusely. "I was actually preparing to capture investigator Luo Feng, I was really looking for death." Even though he had never seen Luo Feng in person, as the head of Tianjin City's police force, he still knew of Luo Feng's name. "Wang Xingyan, this time I almost died because of you." Li Dong turned to look at Wang Xingyan, who had been moved to the side and was lying on a chair. Wang Xingyan's face was pale. "It's over. It's over." Wang Xingyan's mind still clearly remembered the words he said in the hospital room. "Whatever methods, whatever background you have, I can announce right now, the court's final verdict will be, death sentence, immediately executed." Suddenly, a phone rang. "Your phone is ringing," Li Dong shouted. The bodyguard beside Wang Xingyan immediately picked up the phone and answered, placing it beside Wang Xingyan's ear. Listening to his father's angry roar and orders. "Dad." Wang Xingyan suddenly hugged onto his last straw, saying, "The person in the hospital room just now was Luo Feng." At this time, he didn't dare hide anything, explaining everything from start to finish. He could only hope that his family could help him. And his father could only hang up and go find the head. 5 minutes later. In the corridor. 3 soldiers in black uniforms walked up to Wang Xingyan. One of them showed him a piece of paper. There was a special stamp on it. Wang Xingyan, you are suspected of murder. We are now officially arresting you. After saying that, the other 2 picked up Wang Xingyan, and the 3 soldiers left without looking at Li Dong. It's over. No one can save him. Li Dong knew Wang Xingyan was done for when he saw the stamp. There were many arrogant and lawless people in this world. But, if one often walks by the river, one's shoes will surely get wet. Heaven's net has long arms, but nothing escapes. One day, he will meet an iron plate that he cannot afford to offend. Just like Wang Xingyan, compared to Luo Feng and Jia Yi's level, he was indeed a small fry that couldn't even cause much of a stir in their emotions. A single word from him could kill him. Kill him personally? It was too embarrassing. It was in a quiet living room in the hospital. Luo Feng and Jia Yi each poured a cup of hot tea. This is what happened to you on your trip to the capital Bay City. Jia Yi shook his head and laughed. However, in this world, where there is light, there will also be darkness. Without darkness, there will not be any light. So, darkness was unavoidable in any era. This Wang Xingyan will be executed immediately after the court-martial trial. Luo Feng nodded. He understood this point too. Dark people and matters were unavoidable. Jia Yi, why have you come to find me? Luo Feng looked at Jia Yi. Muya crystals. Jia Yi smiled. I'll be straightforward. There's no choice. These crystals are too important. 1 Muya crystal was enough to create a representative expert. And how many are truly loyal to the country? With 1 more, our country's influence and position in the world will be higher. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. Of course, we can't just take your crystals for free. Everything will be fair. Jia Yi added, if you have any conditions, just name them. Normal items don't interest me. Luo Feng said directly, however. I'm still interested in the various items within the archaeological ruins. Some treasures, strange things, even the remains of the ruins are fine too. I hope Jia Yi can arrange for someone to prepare a list for me. When the time comes, I'll be able to choose the items from the archaeological ruins. No problem. Jia Yi smiled and nodded. Back when the ruins were discovered one by one, the countries had indeed gained quite a bit. However, compared to the Muya crystals, their importance paled in comparison. However, sorting out the list, pictures, videos, etc., would require 2 to 3 days. Jia Yi said. Then we'll discuss when the time comes. Luo Feng smiled. Alright, when the time comes, I'll head straight to Yangzhou to discuss with you. Jia Yi smiled and nodded. Currently on Earth, in terms of training methods, Babata had long since prepared. The only things that could truly attract Luo Feng were the items from the archaeological ruins. Whether it was Luo Feng or Babata, they both hoped that from the remains of the archaeological ruins, they would be able to assemble a small ship. That day, the news of Wang Xingyan's death sentence reached Luo Feng. After receiving the news, Luo Feng's new cousin, Tang Yongqing, cried tears of joy. She had finally escaped from that nightmare. Tang Yongqing originally thought that Wang Xingyan could cover the sky with one hand and she would be trapped in that nightmare forever. The Tang family was extremely happy. His father, Luo Honggua, as it had been over 40 years, this was the first time he saw his aunt. Hence, he was prepared to stay for a few more days and spend more time with his aunt. Luo Feng and his family were temporarily staying in a quiet villa arranged by the army. Night. On this day, it was snowing heavily. The villa's heater was on. Second floor, training room. Luo Feng sat cross-legged. Luo Feng, I will direct your consciousness into the private virtual space I built for you. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. At the same time, I will be on alert within a 1000 m radius. You can relax in the virtual space. Virtual space. On a mountain peak that was as tall as the clouds, a white-robed Luo Feng suddenly appeared. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. The mountain peak was bottomless. Looking up into the sky, there was actually a huge planet. It almost took up a third of the sky. Are you shocked? The little demon Babata, who had 2 horns on his head and blood-red pupils, was wearing a black robe. He floated to the side. The universe is extremely mysterious. If 2 planets are close to each other, or if one of them is especially big, such a situation will occur. Luo Feng nodded. Today, you will officially receive the Great Master's inheritance. Babata raised his head, his little face filled with confidence. First, you have to understand, for a skyscraper to be tall, its foundation has to be incomparably sturdy. This is also why you need 50 years to reach the star level. If you really don't care about anything else and crazily train like a stuffed duck, in 3 years, I can let you reach the star level. However, the price is that you will never be able to step into the universe level. Babata said. Luo Feng listened carefully. To become a domain lord, or even a sector lord, you have to take every step seriously. Babata waved his little hand. Hua, a blood-red castle immediately appeared behind him. Follow me. Babata flew into the castle. Luo Feng followed. Rumble, the castle opened. Master. 18 tall rock-sculpted giants stood at the entrance of the castle and bowed respectfully. Babata shook his head. These 18 steel towers were the original master's 18 followers. They have always been loyal. However, when Yunmo planet was destroyed, they lost their lives. I'm only creating a virtual image of them. In this castle, I've created the 18 steel towers and the 36 beauties. Following Babata, along the way, he saw many beautiful women of different races. Very quickly, he arrived at the huge room on the 2nd level of the castle. This is your training room. Look. Babata pointed at the 4 walls of the training room. Shwa. Immediately, the 4 walls were blocked by bookshelves. And here, I prepared all the books you need to learn at the Star Traveler, Star Level, Universe Level, Domain Lord and Sector Lord levels. Saying that, all the bookshelves immediately had books appear. The entire training room, the 4 walls had definitely had over 10,000 books. You're now a Star Traveler. Therefore, the secret manuals on these 2 shelves are what you must cultivate. Babata pointed at the 2 upper levels of one of the bookshelves. The upper level is about fighter training. A strong spirit reader must have a strong body. Your force exertion, body strength etc. must all be trained. Right now your body is at the student level 9 peak, your consciousness is enough, your body strength breaking through to the Star Traveler level 1 stage is very easy. The lower level is about spirit readers, it's even more important. It's mainly split into the control, illusion and miscellaneous sections, each section is extremely profound. Babata said, Master's inheritance is unique even in the universe. Master's attainment in fighter training is very high, his attainment in spirit reading is even higher. Master has 9 great undying slaves. These 9 undying were actually 9 slaves that Master used a spirit technique to permeate his soul a long time ago, controlling them from within. These 9 slaves still have their intelligence and memories, only that they are 100% loyal to Master from the bottom of their hearts. When these 9 undying were controlled, one of them was a universe level, 6 were domain lords and 2 were sector lords. As Master's strength gradually increases, these 9 slaves are also slowly training. Master's technique is special, in that the slaves have their own consciousness and can also train. Babata said proudly, and the slaves don't dare betray, the moment the Master dies, the slaves will die too. The 5 undying slaves in the Yunmo planet ship died because of their Master's death. Babata looked at Luo Feng. Of course, Master's inheritance, it's very hard to get started. Hence, before Master died, he created an inherited soul imprint for you. When I first came into contact with you, I've already infused the imprint into your body. Babata said, it's noiselessly entering your soul. I estimate, in another 3 hours, you'll be able to get started. P.S. 2 chapters completed, today's 9:30 update is late, hence tomorrow's 3rd update. Tomorrow's 3rd update, everyone use your votes to encourage the next tomato. Luo Feng looked shocked at Babata. Inherited soul imprint? He didn't feel anything at all. Why are you so shocked? Babata waved his hand and a chair appeared beside him. Babata immediately laid on it, leisurely rocking back and forth, almost like a baby bed. Master is an undying. If the inherited soul imprint he created was able to merge into your soul without you noticing, would that still be considered undying? With Master's accomplishments in the soul imprint, even if he ambushed a sector lord, he wouldn't be able to sense it, much less a star traveler punk like you. Luo Feng was helpless. Against the teacher who had paved the way for him before he died, he indeed had no way to resist at all. Luo Feng. Babata crossed his legs on the recliner and waved his hand. A big apple that was commonly seen on Earth appeared in his hand, and he began to eat it. From now on, when you enter this virtual space, you will mainly train in this cultivation room. And today, I will determine your future path. You should know, no matter what you do, you have to first plan your path and move forward step by step, only then will you be able to walk far. Blindly training without a goal or plan, that's just a waste of time. Babata said, I can only give you suggestions, I can't make decisions for you. Luo Feng nodded, I understand. What suggestions do you have? 1. You have to pay attention to your fighter training, you can't let it go. 2. The control and illusion techniques that Master left behind are the basics, you have to learn them all. And the mixed chapters is the essence of the Yun-Mo planet, you are the inheritor of the Yun-Mo planet, these precious techniques, you have to learn them all. Whether you want to walk the path of a manipulator or an illusionist, it's up to you. 3. Take out some time to learn the universe common language from me. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Babata had given him 3 suggestions, but the first and third of them were things that he had to do. The second one was only for him to choose between the path of a manipulator and the path of an illusionist. This universe common language? Luo Feng opened his mouth. Don't we have translation software? Earth had translation software, how could there not be in the universe? Was there a need to spend so much effort learning a language? To be honest, Luo Feng doesn't like learning languages. Back when he was in school, English was a foreign language. Even though he studied it for 12 years, he could understand most of it and speak it with a stutter. But compared to other students, foreign languages are Luo Feng's weak point. Fortunately, the college entrance examination did not specifically test foreign languages. However, Luo Feng's exam was still a tragedy. I must learn it. Babata said, in the vast universe, although you can use translation software, but, if you don't understand the universe language, you will be looked down upon. People would say that you came from some barbaric, backward place. As long as one had a bit of status, who wouldn't be fluent in the universe language? You are Yunmo's successor, how can you not know how to speak the universe language? Babata's blood-red eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Alright, I'll learn. Luo Feng nodded. Yes. Babata nodded in satisfaction. Babata, this is a martial artist's cultivation. I'm a spirit reader master, so I just need to cultivate a strong body. As for the other aspects, he would at most train his movement technique a little. There's no need for anything else, said Luo Feng. Short-sighted. Babata was so angry that he smashed the apple in his hand onto the ground. Let me tell you. Babata emphasized, the universe is split into 2 big sects, one is a fighter, the other is a spirit reader. It's hard to say which of the 2 is stronger, but the spirit reader's methods are more complicated and strange. If a fighter wants to break through and improve, he has to pay attention to his spirit and willpower. If a spirit reader wants to improve, he has to pay attention to his body and genetic energy. I can't tell right now. However, the universe level, especially the domain lords and sector lords, all have high requirements. In terms of spirit, willpower, origin energy, body, and realm, it has high requirements. Babata said. If you want to store more water in a wooden bucket, it depends on the shortest piece of wood. Hence, a fighter's training cannot fall behind. Right now, you're too weak as a fighter, your body's strength is only 3. 5. Blade technique and movement technique are both basic? Luo Feng said, my blade technique is already at the expert level, and my movement technique is at the perfect level. That's what you people on Earth say. Babata raised his head in disdain. According to the universe's classification, your blade technique and movement technique are only at the basic level, the lowest level. Your body's strength exertion is only 3. 5. It's pitifully low. On my Yunmo planet, the student level 9's average strength exertion reaches 10. Luo Feng was shocked. This was even higher than Thunder God. And there's a huge problem with your Earth's training. Babata said, for example, your brute force is 1 million kilograms, your strength exertion is 3 times, your attack's impact force is 3 million kilograms, your speed can also greatly increase. Then why can't your defense be amplified? Luo Feng's eyebrows creased. Attack and speed can all be amplified, defense. Earth's fighters have been researching, but they haven't been able to amplify their defense. Fighter training, you can slowly study it later. If you don't understand, ask me. Babata waved his hand and a beautiful glass table appeared in front of Luo Feng. There were 6 chairs beside the table, and all the books that were suitable for Luo Feng's Star Traveler level fighter training all flew onto the table. You can slowly study these. Babata waved his hand again, and all the books on Spirit Reader Masters on that floor flew over. Your main focus is obviously on these. Especially the miscellaneous books. Babata said, the miscellaneous books have to be studied seriously, the miscellaneous books. Every book has a gold cover, it's very eye-catching. Luo Feng's gaze swept across. In that pile of books, there were indeed over 10 books with gold covers, the rest were all black. Randomly picking up a book with a gold cover, Soul Imprint. At the top of the book, there were 2 small, unassuming words miscellaneous. Picking up another gold book, Tower of the Void. Beside it, there were small words miscellaneous. The 3rd book, Possession. The 4th book, 6 Lights. The 5th book. Every book is extremely profound, for example Soul Imprint. The reason why the master was able to control the 9 undying slaves, was because of this Soul Imprint technique. He left you the inherited Soul Imprint, also because of this technique. Soul Imprint is extremely profound and mysterious, the book in your hand is just the basics. Once you've mastered it, I'll give you the 2nd Soul Imprint. Babata said proudly. This is my Yunmo's exclusive technique, it definitely won't be passed on to outsiders. Babata said proudly. Luo Feng couldn't help but to pick up the Soul Imprint book. This was a treasure, to be able to control slaves, and to be able to let them have their own thoughts, and even train by themselves, amazing. Tower of the Void is my Yunmo's ultimate soul defense technique, even among the previous master's direct disciples, only one received it. When master was still alive, it was rare for him to impart these secret techniques to a direct disciple, and he would not even impart all of them. You are lucky, you have all the secret techniques, and they are all complete. Babata said. Luo Feng was extremely happy within. Teaching a disciple to starve the master, when his own teacher was alive, he might have only passed down one technique, but knowing that he was going to die, he would definitely leave behind all of them. Treasure, this was the true treasure, even though Control Chapter and Illusion Chapter were important, other Undying Warriors also had them. However, Mixed Chapter had all kinds of unique techniques, be it defense, attack, illusion, or life-threatening techniques, or even control and enslavement, they were all very mysterious and strange. In the universe, to obtain one of these techniques, one would need a lot of luck or countless treasures to exchange for it. And Luo Feng obtained a whole bunch in one go, from Star Traveler to Sector Lord, the entire Yunmo sect had everything. After flipping through the books in the virtual space for a while. Luo Feng felt a piercing pain in his consciousness. Within the training room, Luo Feng's body became a blur, after which he disappeared from the virtual space training room. Oh, it's been 3 hours, I'm at the final step of merging. Babata laughed. Tianjin City, temporary villa, 2nd level training room. Snow was falling outside, however, Luo Feng's consciousness was undergoing a shocking change. Within his consciousness. In the vast sea of consciousness, there was only a single miniature planet, a miniature planet that glowed with a halo. This miniature planet was formed by the fusion of densely packed transparent pyramidal crystals. It was a perfect whole, the entire miniature planet was emitting a formless peculiar ripple. The miniature planet's core, a rhombus blood-red crystal, was at the core of the miniature planet. Formless blood-red threads, with this rhombus blood-red crystal as the core, covered the entire miniature planet. Chi-chi countless blood-red threads continuously merged into the miniature planet. A piercing pain, that was the trembling of the soul. The entire miniature planet began to change color at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the previous almost transparent color, it gradually turned into a light pink, light red, and the entire miniature planet was dyed red. Finally, it turned into a blood-red color that was exactly the same as the blood-red crystal. The miniature planet, during its transformation, seemed to have shrunk by one size. Phew, so comfortable. Luo Feng was extremely comfortable. Luo Feng, congratulations on passing the hardest stage. Normal spirit readers are unable to unleash our Yin Mo sex techniques. They have to first change their spirit energy. Before on Yin Mo planet, they had to rely on themselves for a long time. And you, with Master's help, have passed this stage. Babada was extremely happy. Babada, my soul's core, that blood-red crystal still hasn't disappeared, what's going on? Luo Feng asked. That's the inherited soul imprint. Master thought that his future disciple would be stronger, but you're only a star traveler level 1, the inherited soul imprint hasn't even been completely used up and you've already completed the transformation. Babada said, right now, you've already crossed the threshold. However, you're still a student level 9 fighter, then, without further ado, you'll first step into the star traveler level. Luo Feng was happy. He was a star traveler level 1 spirit reader, however, he was only at the peak of the war god level. Your consciousness and spirit are sufficient, your body has also reached the peak of the student level 9, it's very easy, a few breaths of time and you'll be done. Babada said. P.S. Chapter 1 here. What will Luo Feng's special ability be? Hehe. Today is the second chapter. For someone like Luo Feng who has all the conditions, he can break through to the Star Traveler level 1 stage fighter at any time. However, Babada still taught Luo Feng 9 consecutive movements, which were similar to the Dowing technique. Inhale. When he performed the first movement, Luo Feng felt his entire body start to heat up. As he performed each movement, every cell in his body seemed to be boiling. The genetic energy hidden in every cell that wasn't absorbed started to gather like water droplets. The water droplets gathered into a stream, a river. A wave of heat came from his entire body and continuously gathered. Finally, it gathered at Luo Feng's abdomen. Rumble. There's a fundamental difference between a spirit reader and a fighter. A spirit reader's source is in the head's consciousness, while a fighter's source is in the abdomen's dantian. In the dantian. As if Pangu created the world, the dantian that originally didn't exist instantly opened up. The spinning genetic energy spun rapidly and continuously expanded and contracted. Every time it expanded and contracted, its volume became smaller and smaller. Luo Feng only felt his consciousness tremble and his body tremble. Success, in the vast dantian, a miniature planet appeared. Unlike the miniature planet in the consciousness that was transparent when it was first born, the miniature planet in the dantian was actually golden. The entire miniature golden planet was, in fact, a unified whole made up of a large number of golden, six-sided crystals. The golden miniature planet continued to rotate and at the same time, it emitted a strange wave. Genetic energy. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. A strand of golden genetic energy instantly flew out of the dantian and flowed into his body. Crack 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 crackle crackle. In an instant, Luo Feng's bones, marrow, skin, veins, organs, etc. all rapidly changed. The transformation this time was even more ridiculous than when his spiritual force stepped into the Star Traveler level. Luo Feng felt as if his bones were being smashed and then reformed. Let me see what your special ability is, laughed Babada weirdly. Don't be nervous, genetic energy is the most suitable to change the body. The extent of its transformation of the body is much more exaggerated than the transformation of telekinesis. Oh? Hee. It's the diamond body. Haha, Luo Feng, your luck isn't bad. Babada was extremely happy. And the body transformation was still ongoing. Luo Feng's entire body was growing stronger by leaps and bounds, much more exaggerated than a normal fighter stepping into the Star Traveler level. Just like when Li Yao stepped into the Star Traveler level, even though his body also transformed, the transformation wasn't as exaggerated as Luo Feng's. Of all the parts of his body that had transformed, the most exaggerated was his bones, Luo Feng's bones, as though they were constantly being hammered and tempered. that ka-ka-ka sound even passed through Luo Feng's body. If someone came to the training hall on the second floor at this time, they would be able to faintly hear the sounds of bones being forged and transformed. Babada, you said the diamond body, what is that? Luo Feng asked. At the student level, spirit readers have a huge advantage. Babada said, however, once you step into the Star Traveler level. Martial artists also had their own methods. This is a special ability. Different Star Traveler martial artists, some have a special ability of flame, some have a special ability of light. These are the most basic sayings of you Earthlings. In the universe, all sorts of special abilities can be categorized into 8 main types: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light. Yours is the rare diamond body of the metal element. Babada said. Luo Feng was confused as he listened. Simply put, it's because of the difference in your body and soul. The energy your body absorbs is actually different. This is the genetic energy that is converted. Of course it's different. Babada said, genetic energy is split into the 8 types of metal: wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, and light. And your special abilities are given by the genetic energy. You can also split it into 8 main types, but each type can be split into many different types. For example, the flame type can also be split into flame man, flame refiner, etc. Even the same flame refiner, which is also at the Star Traveler level 1 stage, can control a higher temperature. Luo Feng finally understood. Actually, there's no difference between the 8 types. In any category, there were very strong special abilities, and in any category, there were also very weak special abilities, and Luo Feng himself has the diamond body of the diamond type. In the training room on the 2nd floor of the villa. Let's rinse. Right after his transformation, Luo Feng entered the bathroom and laid in the bathtub. Outside the bathroom window, snow was falling. As he laid in the bathtub, Luo Feng communicated with Babada. The diamond body means that at the same level, your bones and muscles will be stronger than other fighters. This is an extremely rare ability. Because if your bones and muscles are stronger, you can explode with even more power. And your attacks will be even stronger, Babada said. This can increase your attacks, speed, and defense. Especially your defense. Once your genetic energy fuses with your skin and muscles, your defense will be extremely shocking. So the diamond body is extremely rare among the normal metal elements' special abilities. The most common one is sharpness. This allows your attacks to have even more penetrative power. Babada said. Luo Feng slightly nodded. Luo Feng was very satisfied with the ability of the diamond body. This means that he can have a stronger body than others at the same level. And his defense is even more shocking. Diamond body. With a thought, Luo Feng's genetic energy immediately fused with his skin and muscles. Luo Feng could clearly see that his skin seemed to have a metallic sheen to it. Voila! Luo Feng walked out of the bathtub and stood beside the mirror. The mirror had the ability to heat up the fog. The Luo Feng in the mirror was like a god of war. His entire body had a metallic sheen to it. Just by looking at it, one could feel its immense power. It was already the 3rd day in Tianjin City. The grass in the sector was covered in snow. Luo Feng's family ate lunch with his aunt's family, and a group of people were walking on the road of the sector. Yong Qing and Yong Yuan only came back because they asked for leave from the research institute. After the leave ends, they have to rush back. The rules at the research institute are very strict. Tang Qing and Luo Honghua, this pair of cousins, walked side by side. They both experienced the grand nirvana period when they were kids. Work is more important. Luo Honghua smiled and nodded. This time, it's all thanks to you guys. Otherwise, that Wang Xing'an would definitely make our family. Tang Qing couldn't help but to shake his head. It's all in the past, said Luo Honghua. To your Luo Feng, it doesn't mean much, but to our family, it's a huge favor. Yong Qing, Yong Yuan, why are you two so shy? Quickly go thank your cousin. Tang Qing shouted. Tang Yongqing and Tang Yong Yuan, who were behind them, turned to look at Luo Feng. Cousin, thank you. Tang Yongqing stood beside Luo Feng, slightly reserved. Indeed. Not just Tang Yongqing, the entire Tang family, after knowing Luo Feng's identity, couldn't help but be Reserved. This couldn't be helped. If one's relative was the president of a strong country, with the president standing beside you, would you be able to speak freely and without any psychological barriers? This wasn't something normal people could do. Thank you, cousin, said Tang Yongyuan. It's nothing. When you have time in the future, come to Jiangnan headquarter city, Yangzhou city, my family's side, smiled Luo Feng. Walking on the road of the sector. Luo Feng's phone suddenly vibrated. Picking up the phone, Luo Feng walked to the side. The phone screen displayed Jia Yi's number. Hello. Luo Feng's face revealed a smile. The person delivering the ancient treasure had arrived. Luo Feng, it's me, Jia Yi. Jia Yi's voice was resounding. The list of items from the ancient ruins has already been prepared. Are you in Tianjin City now? I'll be right there, no problem, right? No problem, Luo Feng laughed. Actually, yesterday the HR Alliance's Lady Isadora came looking for me. However, I'm still preparing to trade with you first. This was the truth. The HR Alliance had already prepared the list. However, Luo Feng was still preparing to pick items from his country. That way when he went looking for Lady Isadora, if he found the same item, he wouldn't have to buy it again. Haha, thank you so much, Jia Yi laughed brightly. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Alright, Luo Feng immediately hung up. After Luo Feng and his family sent off their relatives, his father, mother, and brother went to the hospital to visit his aunt, while Luo Feng stayed at home. Villa second floor, study room. Open this laptop, first enter the password, then prepare to accept the transfer. Jia Yi stood at the side, holding a storage device in his hand. Password accepted, it's ready. Luo Feng sat in front of the laptop. Jia Yi pressed the button. Immediately a large amount of information was transferred to Luo Feng's laptop. Within a few seconds, the transfer was complete. Jia Yi, you drink some tea first, sit, I want to take a good look. Luo Feng laughed. Alright, no rush. Jia Yi sat at the side, holding a teacup. In his heart he was anticipating Luo Feng to pick a few more items from the archaeological ruins. After all, if he could exchange for one more Muya crystal, that would be a huge success. Luo Feng sat in front of the computer, carefully looking through. There were pictures of every special item unearthed from an ancient civilization ruin. Some of the items with special functions would even be demonstrated in videos. Usage and value were all described. Babata. Luo Feng pretended to look through, but in his heart he was thinking, have you received the data? Babata was a living AI, he could borrow the internet to look at information from all over the world. However, right now, due to the archaeological ruins, every country's confidential information was disconnected from the internet. They didn't connect to the internet at all, and forbade others from connecting to the internet. All sorts of protective measures prevented Babata from seeing any of the confidential information. And now, this computer had long since connected to Babata. I've received it. Babata replied. Okay, take a good look, see if there's anything useful. Luo Feng left everything to Babata. As for himself, he had to put on an act, looking through all sorts of archaeological ruins items. P.S. Chapter 2 has arrived, continue writing Chapter 3. Luo Feng, I've made my choice. I'll send the list of items you need to buy to your laptop. 1 second after Luo Feng asked Babata to choose, Babata answered. That fast? Luo Feng was shocked. I'm the highest AI, I can be called a living AI. Of course my selection speed is fast. Babata's voice was filled with pride. Within the study, Luo Feng raised his head and looked at Jia Yi, who was holding a cup of tea. Felt Luo Feng's gaze, smiling, no rush. There's a lot of information here, it'll take 3 to 4 hours to finish reading. Luo Feng, take your time. Saying that, Jia Yi actually went to a bookshelf and took down a book to read. Luo Feng laughed bitterly. 3 to 4 hours, a normal person would take a long time to finish reading, but the important thing was that the living AI, Babata, made his choice. It didn't even take a second to finish. If I say I've made my choice now, Jia Yi would probably think I'm a monster. I can only wait a few hours. Luo Feng moved his mouse and opened the document Babata sent. He opened it. It was a detailed list of items he needed to buy. So much? Luo Feng was shocked. The list of items from the archaeological ruins was too huge, probably even 10 large passenger planes wouldn't be able to store them all. Babata, you need to choose so many items? Luo Feng asked. How much? Not much, not much. Babata said, what are we going to do? We're going to build a spaceship. Under such a poor situation, we're going to build a spaceship that can travel in the universe, from one galaxy to another. Just the materials for the spaceship itself are a lot. Earth's own alloys and other things don't seem to fit, we can only use the materials from the remains. Luo Feng realized. A spaceship that can travel in the universe is indeed very heavy, the materials needed are a lot. The materials from the remains aren't worth much, one Muya crystal can be exchanged for countless materials in the universe. Babata said disdainfully. That's in the universe. We're different on Earth. 3 hours later. Jia, I've made my choice. Luo Feng turned the laptop over, the screen facing Jia. This is the list of items to buy. Oh, pretty fast. Jia smiled as he moved his chair closer to the desk and began to carefully read through the list. As he read, he became shocked. Luo Feng, what are you buying this ship wreckage for? This ancient civilization spaceship has already been broken into many pieces, and it was taken over by various countries. The wreckage in our hands has also been dismantled. Do you want it? Luo Feng nodded. 1, 2, 3, Jia looked at the list in shock. Originally, he thought that Luo Feng would buy some special equipment, but he discovered that Luo Feng didn't buy any of these equipment. What Luo Feng bought were all sorts of remains or fragments. Some of the fragments were so hard that it was impossible to cut them on Earth. In the wreckage of the spaceship, only the interior of the spaceship could be dismantled. The amount you want is huge. Just one piece of the spaceship wreckage weighs more than 800 tons. Jia looked at Luo Feng, and the value of this wreckage is unknown, especially the parts of the body, we have no way of destroying them. It's much stronger than our SS-grade materials. So this price? Jia, it's just a wreckage, don't be too greedy. Luo Feng laughed, these wreckages, there's no way to deal with them on Earth, they're basically useless. Moreover, the HR Alliance and other countries also have some remnants. Jia creased his eyebrows. Indeed, every country had some of the ancient ship wreckage. Just like the dojo of Limits Hong, the entire headquarters was a large interstellar transport ship. Speaking of value, these ship materials were special and expensive. Saying they weren't valuable, because the materials couldn't be cut or used, they were indeed useless. All the wreckage and fragments you want add up to more than 5,000 tons. Jia looked at Luo Feng, even if it's just a wreckage, it's so heavy, with so much ancient wreckage, how about this, 3 Muya crystals? Luo Feng hadn't even spoken. In his mind, Babata cursed angrily, 5,000 tons of trash. That's nothing, even an aircraft carrier on Earth weighs tens of thousands of tons. A small universe ship weighing tens of thousands of tons is normal. 1 Muya crystal, in the universe, can easily be exchanged for 10 small ships. Exchanging for trash even 100 million tons isn't much, and you want 3. You really think Muya crystals are cabbages? Too expensive. Luo Feng shook his head. 5,000 tons of ancient materials. Jia said. Our dojo leader's headquarters, that huge ship, how heavy do you think it is? Luo Feng looked at Jia. That's a huge ship that's over 10,000 m long. An interstellar transport ship over 10,000 m long. If you count the weight, that would definitely be in the hundreds of millions of tons. Don't tell me that huge ship you're preparing to exchange for tens of thousands of Muya crystals? Luo Feng looked at Jia. No way. Jia said, that's your dojo of Limits headquarters. Also, it's impossible to cut open that giant spaceship. Alright, how about this, 2 Muya crystals? Luo Feng said. Luo Feng, are you stupid? 2? Even 1 is too much for me. In the sea of consciousness, Babata shouted. 2? Jia stared at him for a moment, before nodding, alright, I'll give you face, 2 Muya crystals it is. When the time comes, I'll arrange for people to send over 5,000 tons of ancient materials to Yangzhou. Jia was extremely happy within. These remains couldn't be used, they were just trash. To be able to exchange for 2 Muya crystals, it was a huge profit. Before, he thought it would be good enough to exchange for 1 Muya crystal. Luo Feng, where will we put the materials? Jia Yi asked. In the wilderness outside of Yangzhou City. I'll set up a huge warehouse for a ruined factory in the wilderness, you guys just have to put it there. Luo Feng smiled. The deal was done, both sides signed the contract. Luo Feng gave 1 Muya crystal as a deposit. Luo Feng, are you stupid? 2 Muya crystals for 5,000 tons of trash? I can guarantee 1 crystal, and that Jia Yi will definitely agree. Babata was dissatisfied. In the headquarter city era, the war between the country and the monsters was huge, giving 1 more counts as supporting the country. Luo Feng said. Babata was speechless. The second day, Luo Feng sat alone in his auto jet, going to see Lady Isadora. From Lady Isadora, he bought a large amount of remains, over 9,000 tons, however this time, he only spent 1 Muya crystal. This was easy to buy, but the difficulty of transporting it was huge. Luckily the HR Alliance's branch in China had a lot of remains, transporting them by train was still possible. The deal was done, however, the materials required 1 to 2 months. Jiangnan Headquarter City, Yangzhou City, Mingyue District. Luo Feng's second-floor training room had already been split into 2, one was the training room, the other was the archaic gravity room. The archaic gravity room's length and width were 6 m, its height was 6 m too. It broke through the roof, hence, to install it, Luo Feng's villa had to be remodeled. Year 2059 January 13, Luo Feng's house, gravity room. 1,000 times gravity? Luo Feng stepped into his own gravity room for the first time. Who remodeled this? It's too crappy. Babata scolded, this is a basic model gravity chamber in the universe, the gravity range is 0 to 1000 standard gravity of the universe, F***ck. Look, you people on Earth actually changed the energy source of the gravity chamber to electricity. Using electricity to propel the gravity room? I don't know if you guys are smart or stupid. What's wrong? Luo Feng asked, you said, universe standard gravity? In the universe, the standard gravity is equivalent to 89 times your Earth's gravity. Meaning, the universe standard gravity is 89 g. This gravity room, when it was manufactured, had a gravity range of 0 to 8,890 g. Now it's 1,000 g. Babata continued, I can't blame you Earthlings, you guys don't have a suitable energy source, using electricity to propel it is already not bad. Luo Feng nodded. When the Earthlings discovered the ruins, they were probably just remains, fishing out a gravity room from within, without any energy source, they could only think of ways to modify it, using electricity to propel it was already not bad. Leave it to me. I'll modify the gravity room to be even better, then use the C12 energy crystal. This is an energy crystal that only the higher civilizations in the universe can use occasionally. My guess is, improving it to 90,000 times Earth's gravity, that's the limit. Any more modifications, the gravity room itself won't be able to handle it. Babata said, there's no other way, just like the cars on Earth, the car itself is made of that, if the speed is too fast, the car will immediately fall apart. This gravity room, if I modify the circuit structure within, increasing the energy source, it will collapse. Luo Feng rubbed his forehead, enough. The highest gravity reached 90,000 times Earth's, that was insane, however thinking back to the footage he saw before, 2 universe-level warriors battling on a white dwarf star, Luo Feng calmed down. That footage, the white dwarf's surface gravity, was 300 million times that of Earth's surface. 90,000 times compared to 300 million times, it wasn't even on the same level, however, to the current him, it was enough. With Babata's methods, using his AI to control some tools, in one night, he completely modified the gravity room. From today onwards, Luo Feng, you will train in the gravity room every day. A fighter's training, in the gravity room. Spirit reading training, also in the gravity room. For people like you who don't have a solid foundation, the results will be very good. Even though you're a star traveler level 1. Your muscles and bones can handle higher gravity, however your heart, liver and lungs are weaker. This is because your foundation isn't strong enough, the internal and external aren't unified enough. Let's start with 100 times Earth's gravity. This will allow your internal organs to quickly improve. Under Babada's guidance, Luo Feng began his days of training in the modified gravity room to solidify his foundations. In the following days, China and the HR Alliance swiftly moved the shipwreckage from the archaeological ruins, along with some strange shards, over 100 kilometers away from Yangzhou City, into a huge warehouse in the wilderness. After which, Babada stored all these materials into his storage space. Luo Feng had a storage ring. However, Babada too had his own storage space. The storage space could only store lifeless materials, corpses etc. However, it was obvious that Babada's storage space was extremely huge. He actually used his AI's tools to start building a ship within the huge storage space. AI, machinery, energy etc., they were all lifeless, hence he started building within the storage space. Babada, how big is your storage space? Luo Feng asked. I've stored the Yunmo planet ship in there before, my storage space can't even hold it. And now, it's a factory, building a ship. Just how big is it? Luo Feng had always been curious about Babada's personal treasury. It's bigger than yours. Babada was direct. Then how long will it take to build a ship? Luo Feng asked. About 5 to 6 years. Babada said. My God, 5 to 6 years? Aren't you the most powerful AI, why would it take so long? Babada was unhappy. That's to build a ship that can travel through the universe. Not a ship model. And building a ship requires many intricate tools. I don't even have the tools, I'm broke, I have to start from scratch. Even on Earth, how long does it take to build a carrier? Mine is thousands to tens of thousands of times harder than building a carrier. 5 to 6 years is considered fast. Alright, I'm not in a rush anyway. Luo Feng didn't argue any further. It's good enough that I've helped you build it. Otherwise, with Earth's technology, even if it took 100 to 1,000 years, it would at most enter the universe. And the Milky Way has a diameter of 100,000 light-years. To travel between galaxies, Earth wouldn't even be able to build one in 1,000 years. Babada was very proud. Luo Feng's little knowledge was actually considered illiterate. He indeed didn't know how many difficulties were involved in building a ship that could travel between galaxies in the universe. This was a ship, not a model. To be able to succeed in 5 to 6 years was already unbelievable. Babada, as the pinnacle of AI, easily created a basic AI to oversee the ship construction. And it was supervising Luo Feng's training. Don't be too happy, the muscles and bones of a first-stage star traveler can withstand 1,000 times the Earth's gravity. It's just that because your internal organs and meridians are relatively weak, you'll have to start with 100 times the Earth's gravity. Spending 28 days to adapt to 1,000 times the Earth's gravity is nothing to be proud of. Babada's roar resounded within Luo Feng's consciousness. In the gravity room. Luo Feng stood barefooted in the gravity room, his entire body covered in sweat, beads of perspiration occasionally dripping down. The display on the side showed 1088G, over 1,000 times the gravity, affected every cell in Luo Feng's body. These 28 days of adaptation fully excavated the star traveler's potential. Every time he absorbed the Muya crystals, his organs would crazily absorb and improve. Alright, it's about time. Start absorbing the Muya crystals. Babada said. Luo Feng immediately sat cross-legged. A Muya crystal appeared in his hand. The crystal's fragrance was enough to make one's mouth water. Under the guidance of genetic energy, waves of energy swiftly flowed into Luo Feng's body. The Muya crystal's energy was different from genetic energy. The crystal's energy was extremely pure. In terms of quality, it was extremely high, and filled with life. It was very spiritual. The moment it entered Luo Feng's body was like a little blade of grass that was being watered. His body's evolution was extremely fast. At the same time, Luo Feng's consciousness entered the virtual space. According to Babada's words, when a person's consciousness enters the virtual space, his body still has a subconscious. After special training, Luo Feng's consciousness entered the virtual space. His subconscious could still do one simple thing: absorb the Muya crystal. Begin the fighter training. First the movement, begin. In the virtual space, he began his movement training. In the virtual space, Luo Feng's body was maintained at the beginner-level warlord level, the same as when he first entered the virtual space in the elite training camp. 5 months later. Evening. Wearing only his underpants, naked Luo Feng entered the gravity room, closing the door behind him. Babada, today you should focus on the control chapter. Help me test it out, how's it going? Luo Feng said. Voluntary request? Looks like you're very confident. Babada laughed weirdly. Luo Feng laughed. First, he pressed the gravity button on the side and entered 1910. Immediately, the gravity room swiftly activated, a low rumbling sound could be heard. At the same time, a terrifying gravitational force was applied to Luo Feng's entire body. Luo Feng's entire body slightly sunk, his knees slightly bent, and he stood up straight. Phew. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Begin. Luo Feng used a bit of strength to raise his right hand. In his right hand was the hybrid copper essence shard. This shard, on Earth, weighed over a ton, and in the gravity room, with 1910 times Earth's gravity, it instantly exceeded 2,000 tons. If it were a war god, he wouldn't even be able to lift it. Even Luo Feng would find it difficult. Luckily the weight was only within the gravity room. If the gravity room was 5 tons, then, no matter how strong the gravity within the room was, it wouldn't affect the outside world at all. Even if someone entered, the gravity within the room reached over 10,000 G, the gravity within the room still wouldn't change. Maintaining the gravity field consumed energy. Begin. Babada said. 1. Luo Feng controlled a wave of spirit energy to move the shard. 2. Luo Feng controlled another wave of spirit energy, using it on the shard. 3. 4. The shard floated up. 10. Luo Feng continued to add more waves of spirit energy. Before he received the Yunemo inheritance, Luo Feng could control 18 waves of spirit energy. However, these 18 waves of spirit energy had to be used to control 18 different objects. Luo Feng had no way of combining the 18 waves of spirit energy together without affecting his battle strength. The moment they were combined, they would affect each other. Also, back then when Luo Feng's spirit energy was used on the battle uniform, the effect was very poor. Because his spirit energy control was very weak, the battle uniform had very small holes, easily leaking his spirit energy. However, it was different now. 19. Luo Feng shouted the last time. Ah, you can now combine 19 waves of spirit energy together, without affecting each other? Babada was shocked. Before, weren't you only able to do 18? I've improved. Luo Feng laughed. Very good. Close to 2,000 times the Earth's gravity, you can still combine 19 waves of spirit energy together, without affecting each other. Your control chapter's condense word can be considered small. Babada praised the control chapter's 9 basic words. There are still 8 other words: disperse, sharpness, toughness, softness, toughness, dance, illusion, meld. Since the first word condense is small, let's begin the second word, toughness. 5 months ago, Luo Feng could at most control 18 waves of spirit energy. After 5 months of hard work, he could at most control 19 waves. However, with just the small success of the first word, Luo Feng's battle strength had risen by many times, according to the control chapter's 9 words. Once all 9 words are small success. The spirit energy could be thick enough to form a metal board to smash people, thin enough to form a needle to pierce through the opponent's weapon or person. In theory, the spirit energy would immediately enter the body upon contact. However, after the small success of the 9 words, it was incomparably condensed, incomparably sharp. It could completely be used as a weapon. However, without sufficient methods and techniques, it would be very difficult for one to figure it out alone. Year 2060, January 12, morning. Luo Feng's house, second-level training room's gravity room. Under the dim yellow light, a young man covered in a layer of blood-red battle armor was sitting cross-legged. Around his body, there was a blade fragment dancing around. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The display next to it showed a row of numbers, 3100 G. Most of the Star Traveler warriors on Earth would instantly die the moment they entered, so, without a sound, the layer of blood-red armor on his body quickly melted into his skin and disappeared, revealing his lean body. He stood up. Compared to a year ago, his entire body was much skinnier, even his height seemed shorter by a few centimeters. Even just standing there, he gave off a feeling that made one's heart palpitate more than an emperor-level monster. Spirit energy training is indeed harder than a fighter training. I've only stepped into the Star Traveler level 3 today. Luo Feng, don't be so narcissistic. This training has always been easy at the beginning, but hard at the end. Look at Hong and Thunder God, the further they go, the harder it gets. Babada said. Luo Feng laughed. 4 months ago, he had already stepped into the Star Traveler level 3 as a fighter, and today, his spirit energy had only just stepped into the Star Traveler level 3. Right now, even with my fighter abilities, I can defeat the third chairman. Luo Feng was extremely confident. His foundations were incomparably sturdy. In terms of spirit energy efficiency, he was much stronger than the fourth chairman. As his foundations were very sturdy, the soaring shuttle and arc cutter blade could be easily controlled, and Luo Feng's trump cards were the hybrid copper essence shard and the already awakened cloud contact vine. The blood-red armor from before was formed from the vine. The current Luo Feng, from the inside out, he had gone through a complete transformation. The current him had the right to call himself the successor of Yunmo planet. Suddenly, a phone rang outside the gravity room. Luo Feng walked out of the gravity room, immediately picking up the phone, looking at the caller ID. It was Xianxia. Xianxia had started her own business. The location she chose was Yangzhou City. That way, the two would often be together. Hello, Luo Feng, I'm almost there. I just bought some food. Xianxia's voice resounded. My parents have gone on a trip. I've asked the nanny to go back too. Didn't I say we were going out to eat today? Luo Feng said. I've learned a bit from the TV. Today I'll personally cook, let you have a taste. This is my first time cooking. Right, I've already entered the small district. Luo Feng walked to the window and looked outside. Indeed, a beautiful white sports car slowly drove into the small district. With Luo Feng's vision, he could clearly see Xianxia in the driver's seat, dressed in a white sweater, smiling happily. Xianxia is cooking? Luo Feng took a deep breath, gritting his teeth and thinking, no matter how disgusting it is, I still have to eat it, and even make an excited expression, praising her. P.S. Chapter 2 is up, there's still Chapter 3. Brothers. Luo Feng has already been reborn. Everyone give your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Luo Feng swiftly rushed into the bathroom, opened the shower, and rinsed his body with hot water. With a thought, Luo Feng's golden genetic energy spread out from his body and evaporated all the water droplets. He then swiftly put on his clothes and ran downstairs. And at this time, Xianxia just stopped her car and walked in with a basket of food. Creak. Luo Feng opened the door. You bought quite a bit of food. Luo Feng looked at the basket with shock. Of course, just wait to eat. Xianxia smiled proudly. Xianxia smiled proudly. After putting the basket into the kitchen, she took out an apron from her bag and put it on. You sure prepared well. Luo Feng laughed in surprise. Of course. Xianxia then directly entered the kitchen and closed the door. She then began her battle with the wok and spatula. Luo Feng laughed, walked to the sofa, sat down, and turned on the TV. It was winter break right now. His brother's girlfriend was on vacation, so he went on a trip with his girlfriend. His dad and mom actually chose to go on a vacation. At this time, Luo Feng was the only one left in the house. Thankfully, Xianxia often came over, so they enjoyed their two-person world. Around 40 minutes later, the kitchen door opened and a fragrant smell came out. Luo Feng sniffed. It smells pretty good. I wonder how it tastes. Time to eat. Xianxia put on a pair of gloves and placed a large soup pot on the dining table. Luo Feng also went in. Bowls and plates of hot dishes. Done. Xianxia took off her gloves and apron and sat on the side. 3 dishes and 1 soup. Luo Feng, try it. As she said that, she stared at Luo Feng with her bright eyes, like a little kid waiting for the teacher to check his homework. I'm going to wash my hands. Luo Feng was about to get up. Try it first. Xianxia pulled Luo Feng back and stared at him a bit angrily. Luo Feng grinned. Alright, I'll try this potato chips with diced meat. It's potato chips with diced meat, Xianxia reminded Luo Feng. This is called diced meat? Luo Feng looked at the small pieces of diced meat on the plate with shock. Su Xian said a bit awkwardly, I don't have any experience, so I just chopped it a bit more, as long as it's delicious. Luo Feng resisted the urge to laugh. He picked up a piece of potato and diced meat with his chopsticks and started chewing. Luo Feng started to reflexively smile. Luo Feng was prepared. No matter how bad it tastes, it's his girlfriend's first time cooking, so he had to encourage her. But, Luo Feng froze. What's wrong? Su Xian was shocked as she looked at Luo Feng. Not bad. Luo Feng was shocked as he looked at the potato shredded meat in front of him. He picked up another chopstick and ate, not bad. The taste was similar to that of a restaurant. Who said that a girl would suck at cooking for the first time? That's a lie. Su Xian looked at Luo Feng talking to himself and couldn't help but say, what are you talking about? Oh, nothing, just complimenting you. Luo Feng said. Of course, I've already eaten it in the kitchen. It's really delicious. Su Xian picked it up and also took a bite. I'm still very talented in cooking. Luo Feng didn't lie, Su Xian's cooking was really good. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief, good, he didn't have to worry about his stomach anymore. Luo Feng and Su Xian began to eat just like that. They chatted as they ate. Su Xian spoke with fervor and assurance, talking about many things in her company. Luo Feng, the couple's safety charm you gave me, when I wear it, it makes me more awake. Su Xian took out a safety charm from her neck. The so-called safety charm was actually a special little silver plate, on it there were even special engravings. Of course this is a good thing, you can't buy it with money. Luo Feng too took out one from his neck. This safety charm was actually given to Luo Feng by Babada. He said it was a gift for Luo Feng and his wife, one for each of them, it had a certain protective effect. Something from the archaeological ruins, of course it's a good thing. Su Xian smiled. These safety charms are usually worn by married couples. Luo Feng looked at Su Xian, his face had a weird smile. Su Xian, you say, when should we get married? My parents are rushing me. Marriage, my family is rushing me too. Su Xian's delicate face had a slight blush, however, there's no rush. Oh, there's no rush. Luo Feng nodded, that's good, let's wait a few more years. You. Su Xian stared wide-eyed, looking at Luo Feng. Angry? Haha, afraid of becoming a leftover woman? Luo Feng immediately laughed. Su Xian was even more angry. Oh, don't be angry, how about, we get married this month? Luo Feng said again. That's too fast. Su Xian was a bit nervous. One moment it's too fast, the next moment it's too long. Women. Luo Feng let out a long sigh. Su Xian said unhappily under her breath, I'm just a bit nervous. Seeing the usually swift and decisive Su Xian acting like a little girl, Luo Feng's heart warmed. Indeed, this year's time was warm and peaceful. His parents were happy at home, and his younger brother had opened an investment company. As for himself, he was making steady progress on the path of cultivation, constantly improving. At the same time, his relationship with Su Xian was getting deeper and deeper, and they were already talking about marriage. Ever since the Misty Island incident, in this year, the entire Earth had been unprecedentedly peaceful. The 5 great countries, the HR Alliance, the 2 dojos all received at least 3 to 4 Muya crystals, at most 7 to 8. This resulted in the birth of a few new councilman powerhouses within a year. The year 2059 was the year with the highest number of councilman powerhouses on Earth. There were more than 30 of them, even though there were representatives that fell on Misty Island. However, the current number of representatives on Earth had reached a shocking 81. Humanity's increase in strength made it easier to defend against the sea monsters. When the various great countries sent out their Star Traveler warriors, they no longer had to worry too much. AD 2060, January 13th, evening, North America, New York. New York, before the Grand Nirvana, was the economic center of the entire Earth, hailed as the world's capital. Back then, the HR Alliance's predecessor, the various large financial groups, families all had branches in New York. However, during the Grand Nirvana, because this place was close to the Atlantic Ocean, it was the first to suffer, hence, this place became the monster's playground, just like how China's Shanghai was connected to the East China Sea, New York was connected to the Atlantic Ocean. Hence, the United States established a large military district not far from New York, and built a military base in New York to prevent the sea monsters from entering the mainland. The 500-m-long military base was like a malevolent monster entrenched on the river. Inside the military base, the sunset shone in from above. In a hidden castle below, 5 American soldiers were sitting cross-legged on the ground, gambling. Because there was no fighting in the military base most of the time, once there was a battle, people often died. Hence, when the soldiers gambled, the higher-ups of the military didn't care. OMG, bad card. One of the black youth cursed, throwing away the card in his hand. 10 of spades, 10 of spades, 10 of spades. The bald white youth kept shouting as he stared at the card that had been dealt to him. Then, he flipped it over slightly and said, "Bullsh***, I lost again." "Haha, I won again." The blonde curly-haired youth laughed. Through the small hole in the castle, he blew a kiss. "Beautiful Statue of Liberty, continue to give me good luck." The direction of the hole was where the Statue of Liberty used to be, but the statue had long since collapsed into ruins. Bullshit. The Statue of Liberty collapsed long ago. I don't believe you can still win, again. The bald youth beside him shouted. "Oh, look, what's that?" One of the soldiers pointed at the hole in the hidden castle. The other soldiers immediately looked over. God. Oh my God. King-level monster. Instantly, a piercing alarm sounded, ringing throughout the entire military base. The previously relaxed military base seemed to have been wound up. Countless soldiers immediately began to stand in front of their posts, preparing for battle. Under the glow of the sunset, in front of the huge military base, a huge monster appeared. This was a monster that was more than 180 meters long, with a body similar to a lion. Its body was covered with black scales the size of a house. The edge of each black scale was like a blade, sending chills down people's spines. It also had a pair of wings that were 200 meters wide, covered with black scales that looked like they were made of steel, a horn that could pierce through the sky. The black horn was wrapped with golden patterns. This complex golden pattern spread from the horn to the neck, to the entire back, all the way to the tail. It was as if its body was covered with a layer of gold and black armor. The most chilling part was its pair of dark gold eyes. A pair of huge dark gold eyes, like the eyes of a god, overlooking all things in the world. A sense of savagery lurked in the eyes. Cold, tyrannical, this was it. A terrifying existence that had never appeared on Earth before. And king-level monster in the sky, seeking death. Shoot it with the laser cannons. It's dead. Many soldiers in the military base were afraid, but they were still very confident. Laser cannons, this was humanity's strongest weapon. Xiao, xiao, xiao. 3 white beams of light, at a terrifying speed, directly hit the scales of this unknown monster covered in black and gold armor. The beams of light dissipated, the scales were undamaged. Woo, a deep sound, like the low cry of a god, echoed in the boundless world. All the monsters in the ruined New York were terrified. This was a pressure that came from their souls. And all the soldiers in the entire base were terrified to the extreme. The Marika generals in the command center looked at the behemoth that took up most of the screen in horror. What monster is it? Even the strongest laser cannons can't hurt it at all? Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth. Hell. Rumble, the sky and land darkened. In an instant, the space around the monster's mouth warped. The entire base actually flew up, flying towards its mouth. The more it flew, the more it shrank. The base that was originally bigger than the monster's entire body actually shrank to not even 5 m wide. The ant-like soldiers in the base were all terrified, screaming in fear. It swallowed it in one gulp. The monster closed its mouth. The base disappeared. Oh, my God. In the distant ruined skyscrapers, the soldiers in the laser cannons were all pale, almost as if they had seen a ghost. Rumble. 2 similarly huge sea monsters broke out of the water. If Luo Feng and Hong saw them, they would recognize, these two were the 2 emperor-level monsters of the sea. The water began to boil. Countless sea monsters broke out of the water. They looked at the mysterious unknown monster as though it was a god. Hell. The monster raised its head and roared, its horn piercing the sky, as though announcing, its arrival. P.S. 3 chapters completed. After the mysterious monster let out a roar that sounded like an announcement, the two emperor-tier monsters behind it, one was an octopus that covered the sky and looked like a floating island. The other looked like a giant dragon that was more than 1,000 meters long in Chinese mythology, but its body was covered in lightning. The two beast emperors let out deafening roars as well. Rumbled a roar formed a shockwave that spread in all directions. The countless water monsters in the lake below immediately let out all kinds of strange sounds as they quickly advanced along the river. They killed their way into the inner regions of the human world. China, Jiangnan headquarters city, Yangzhou city, Luo Feng's home. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. On the living room sofa, Luo Feng and Xianxia sat together and watched TV. In front of them were some fruits and snacks. Today, one of my girls came to me to snitch on me again. Although I don't like to listen to employees snitching, I have to say, our company's manager Li is really bad at socializing. Was there a need to be so obvious in flattering him? Xianxia said to Luo Feng as she watched the TV. Fire him, said Luo Feng straightforwardly. You can't run a company like this. You can fire whoever you want. Xianxia said, after all, Manager Li's business ability is still good. I'll knock him down later. Oh, I don't understand anyway. Luo Feng said casually, right, my parents are coming back tomorrow. Ah. Xianxia was stunned. Then what should we do? What should we do? Salad. You can just stay here. Luo Feng turned to look at Xianxia and teased, since you're already mine, what's there to be shy about? What do you mean they're all your people? Xianxia's eyes widened. Luo Feng immediately laughed loudly. You. Xianxia bared her fangs and brandished her claws. Wait a moment, the phone, yelled Luo Feng. Don't lie to me. Xianxia didn't believe him. There really is a call. Luo Feng picked up the phone from the side and pressed the speaker button. Immediately, the phone rang. Hello, Luo Feng. A deep voice resounded. Oh, M.O. Henderson. Luo Feng revealed a smile. What's the matter? Frost Emperor M.O. Henderson. Xianxia on the side covered her mouth in shock, not daring to make a sound and disturb Luo Feng's conversation with someone else. Ever since the Misty Island incident, this Ice Emperor and Luo Feng had a small grudge. The two had never contacted each other. He didn't expect that the number one person in the United States, the third speaker, the Frost Emperor, M.O. Henderson, would call him. It's a very important matter that concerns the life and death of the entire human race on Earth. Hurry up and enter the War God Palace. All the members of Parliament, chairmen, and government officials from all over the world will be there, M.O. Henderson said. What is it? Luo Feng was shocked. The life and death of humans on Earth? I don't have time to explain in detail. I still have to inform the others. Hurry up and enter the Temple of the Gods of War. M.O. Henderson hung up the phone. Indeed, if the American government wanted to notify Luo Feng and other important figures, Luo Feng probably wouldn't believe them even if they sent a random worker to make the call. M.O. Henderson's call was very convincing. The living room quietened down. Luo Feng frowned. Luo Feng, what happened? Xianxia was also worried. I don't know. I'll enter the virtual space to take a look. I'll tell you when I get back. Luo Feng instructed her before heading up to the second floor and entering the gravity room. The gravity room closed. Under normal circumstances, Luo Feng could only maintain 1 times Earth's gravity. Luo Feng sat cross-legged. Babada, help me enter the virtual space, War God Palace. Luo Feng used his spirit energy to connect to his wrist space and said to Babada. No problem. Within the wrist space, Babada was wearing a pair of underwear and lying on a rocking chair, comfortably being massaged by a servant. He laughed loudly. Shua, that huge room was the room Luo Feng stayed in when he first entered the War God Palace. A golden-robed Luo Feng appeared in the room. Representative Luo Feng, please head to the top floor meeting room immediately. An electronic voice resounded within the room. Top floor meeting room? Luo Feng was shocked. That was the biggest meeting room in the War God Palace. Normally, the War God Palace meetings would be held there. For the meeting to go there, obviously something big had happened. Luo Feng swiftly left the room and headed there. On the spiral staircase, Luo Feng met two representatives and a few white-robed war gods. Luo Feng and the other two representatives had a simple conversation, but obviously, these two representatives weren't too sure of what had happened. They only knew that it was an urgent notice from America, and immediately entered the virtual space. War God Palace's top-floor meeting room. There were already over 50 golden-robed representatives in the meeting room. There were also many white-robed war gods. And amongst the white-robed representatives, some weren't war gods, but were specially authorized to enter from the 5 great countries. These leaders may be the president or vice president. However, not all of them were war gods. Usually, they didn't have the authority to enter. However, today, they had special authorization. Luo Feng. Jia Yi. Luo Feng walked over and shook hands with Jia Yi. Do you know what's going on? Seems like something big has happened in America. I'm not too sure about the details. Jia Yi shook his head. However, according to what the American president told us, it's extremely serious. Something catastrophic. However, he didn't have time to explain in detail before he immediately notified the other countries. Catastrophic? Luo Feng's heart sank. Let's go, you don't know many of our China's other leaders. Let's go and get to know them. Jia Yi pulled Luo Feng along to meet with the other leaders. The meeting room was filled with more and more people. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy. Within 5 minutes, all the representatives had arrived. The leaders of the 5 great countries, the HR Alliance's chairman and others were all present. It could be said, within a short period of time, all of Earth's ruling elites were all gathered here. The first chairman and the others are here. The American president is here too. Luo Feng turned to look. Hong, Thunder God, M.O. Henderson and a group of people had all arrived together. Amongst them was the American president. The meeting room went silent. The president walked straight up to the podium. Leaders of the various countries, chairmen, representatives. The black-skinned president's expression was ugly. He said solemnly, right now, all of the highest representatives of Earth have gathered here. It was supposed to be a grand gathering. However, I have to tell everyone, our Earth's calamity, apocalypse, has arrived. The faces of everyone in the conference room changed. The president of a country couldn't possibly lie in front of them. I can't explain it clearly. I'd like everyone to watch a video. The black-skinned president said solemnly. Schwa, at the front of the meeting room, a huge screen appeared. On it, a video was playing. The video started. The sun was setting in the west. A military base sat peacefully on a river. It's the area of New York during the Grand Nirvana period. Jia Yi said softly. Just what is going on? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows and stared. On the screen. The military base was silent. Suddenly, a shadow fiercely broke through the water in the distance. Its speed was so fast that one couldn't even see it clearly. One could barely make out a black shadow floating in front of the military base. This was a mysterious beast that no one present had ever seen before, powerful claws, a pair of huge wings covered in scales. A powerful tail and a horn that pierced towards the sky. And those cold and emotionless dark golden eyes, this was a huge beast that was over 180 m long. What kind of beast is this? I've never seen it before. Looking at its length, it should be an emperor-level beast. For an emperor-level beast to appear in front of a military base, is it looking to die? The laser cannons will kill it immediately. The representatives and leaders of the countries were all discussing softly. However, everyone was staring at the video, waiting to see what would happen next. At the same time, when everyone present saw the mysterious beast, they all felt a strange sense of fear. However, the strength of the fear was different. Hong, Luo Feng and the others felt very weak. This made Hong, Thunder God, Luo Feng and the other absolute warriors suspicious. At their level, there shouldn't be anything on Earth that could make them feel fear. On the screen, 3 dazzling beams of light immediately shot towards the mysterious beast. Everyone in the meeting room held their breaths as they watched. The beams dissipated. What? The scales aren't even damaged? Impossible. Even the Emperor Beast, even though it can withstand the highest power laser cannons, it would still be injured. The meeting room immediately erupted. Even the most calm warriors, including Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng, had a huge change in expression. Under the laser cannon's power, even the Emperor Beast, Hong, and Luo Feng wouldn't dare say they were completely unharmed. Attention all, I can guarantee that those 3 shots were already at their highest power. The black-skinned president said seriously, please continue watching. Silence, everyone continued to watch. On the screen, the mysterious beast opened its mouth. Simultaneously the space around it began to warp. One could see with the naked eye. The base that was much larger than the mysterious beast actually began to float. And it flew towards the beast's mouth, getting smaller and smaller. Finally the base was not even 5 m long and wide, swallowed by the beast in one gulp. God. Impossible. My God. No matter how calm the leaders were, no matter how calm the absolute warriors, they were all stunned at this moment. This scene had already completely surpassed the logic of Earth's humans. This scene had no way of using science to explain it. A base that was over 500 m long could actually fly, and it was constantly getting smaller? How was this possible? The base was eaten? The entire base of 50,000 soldiers, they were all eaten, not a single one survived. The black-skinned president said seriously. However, the black-skinned president took a deep breath. This is just the beginning. The black-skinned president pointed at the screen that was raising its head and roaring, with this terrifying mysterious beast as the leader. 2 emperor beasts and countless other sea creatures, listening to its orders, have already begun to attack inland. Saying that, the screen displayed the scene of the sea creatures madly advancing along the river. On the screen, the scene changed, appearing in another part of the North American continent. The mysterious beast had actually swallowed another base. Unstoppable. No matter how sturdy the base, how brave the soldiers, how powerful the fighters, it will just swallow them all in one gulp. Nightmare. Disaster. Doomsday. The black-skinned president looked at everyone in the meeting room. They were all silent, no one spoke for a while. P.S. This is the end of the first chapter. Just what is this mysterious beast? The next chapter will reveal its secrets. The sea monsters are continuously advancing. With this mysterious monster in the lead, we have no way of stopping them. Everyone, what do you think we should do? The black-skinned president looked anxiously at the other people in the meeting room. Everyone had serious expressions on their faces. The black-skinned president said anxiously, the death toll has already reached 210,800, that's 210,000 death notices. As he said that, the corners of his eyes were filled with tears. Everyone's hearts were heavy. Lives were still lost. Luo Feng stared at the frozen image of the mysterious monster on the screen. The mysterious monster was currently eating and killing American citizens. Even though he felt sorry for them, his emotions weren't too strong. Instead, he felt a heavy sense of pressure. Today, American citizens died. What about tomorrow, if his Chinese citizens were eaten by tens of thousands and died in large numbers? What kind of scene would that be? I definitely won't allow that to happen. Luo Feng clenched his fist. Where did this mysterious monster come from? I've never seen it before. For claws, yet it has wings, and these wings are covered in scales. How could it swallow the entire base in one gulp? Just what kind of monster is this? The discussion in the meeting room was low. The leaders, chairmen, and representatives all had expressions of worry on their faces. Faced with the sudden appearance of this mysterious and terrifying monster, everyone was somewhat panic-stricken. Even Hong and Thunder God had serious expressions on their faces. They were clear. To be able to make 2 grand emperors follow it, and not even the highest-powered laser cannons can damage a single scale. This mysterious monster's power far exceeds theirs. I got it. I got it. Suddenly, a loud English voice rang. The virtual space automatically translated Chinese into Luo Feng's ear. Got what? Luo Feng turned his head to look. Everyone in the meeting room turned their heads to look. All they saw was a bald, white-haired white old man yelling. Seeing everyone look, the bald white old man said, "My name is Clarence, from the HR Alliance. I'm in charge of the archaeological ruins." "What do you know?" Hong, who was dressed in black, stared at him. Everyone in the meeting room stared at him. The bald white old man slightly bowed before straightening his body. "I'm sure all the chairmen and representatives know. Reaching the representative level is actually just stepping into the Star Traveler Level 1 stage." Most of the representatives were calm. However, the leaders of some countries and the dozens of war gods attending this conference were all astonished. "Silence," Hong said in a low voice. Silence reigned. The bald old man Clarence continued, "According to some records in the archaeological ruins, the planetary state is divided into 9 levels, and above that is the star state. Above that was the universe level. And countless planets would only give birth to one universe-level warrior. However, in the vast universe, there are some terrifying and peculiar beasts, astral beasts." Hong, the thunder god, and the others were surprised. Apparently, they didn't know anything about star behemoths. Space beasts, their numbers are extremely rare. Any space beast that grows up can reach the universe level. It can easily destroy a planet. Clarence's eyes lit up as he pointed at the mysterious monster on the screen. This mysterious monster must be a devourer star behemoth. Devourers are a very powerful type of star behemoth. To be able to swallow the base, this mysterious monster has a special devouring ability. Only the star behemoths could have such terrifying monsters in the universe. Hence, it must be a devourer of the star behemoths," Clarence said confidently. The meeting room was silent for a few seconds, before a commotion broke out. "What's the universe level? What star level, universe level? Space beast? For countless planets to give birth to a universe-level warrior, don't tell me there are other planets with intelligent life?" The meeting room was in an uproar. Obviously the old man's information was shocking. Actually, due to the discovery of many archaeological ruins, many powers on Earth knew of the universe's basic information. For example, Hong and Thunder God, they were familiar with the cloud contact vines information, and some countries even knew of the Muya crystals. Hong and Thunder God felt a sense of danger, and wanted to work hard to reach the star level. Obviously, the upper echelons of Earth weren't ignorant. Only, the information was too shocking, hence it wasn't made public. Normally, after becoming a representative, one would become a country's upper echelon, only then would one come into contact with these secrets. However, it was obvious that many in the meeting room didn't know about these things. "Silence," Hong said. The meeting room immediately quietened down. All the warriors on Earth looked at Hong. What he said before was right. Hong said solemnly, "Becoming a representative is actually just the Star Traveler Level 1. And the Star Traveler level is split into 9 levels. Above the Star Traveler level, there's indeed the Star level. Above the Star level, there's indeed the Universe level. The Universe level is very strong, so strong that it can easily destroy Earth. I don't want to talk about anything else." Hong's voice grew colder. "I only know that this mysterious beast, since it's a space beast, then this calamity will be hard to solve. We have to work together to think of a way to get through this. Clarence, send me all the information on the space beast." Clarence paused, and looked at the HR Alliance chairman Isadona beside him. Isadona nodded slightly. "All right." Clarence nodded. "HM, can you tell me, what's the approximate strength of this space beast? Is it at the universe level?" Hong said seriously. "If it was a universe-level being, then there wouldn't be a need to resist, because they wouldn't even have the ability to resist. They could just arrange for the escape plan and the human race inheritance plan. No, it can't be a universe level." The bald old man shook his head. "According to the information I know, universe-level space beasts have bodies that are at least a few thousand meters long, some are even more ridiculous, over 10,000 meters long. This swallowing beast is only 180 meters long. According to my estimates, it's a Star Traveler level 8 or 9, or even a star level." Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances. At this level, humanity might still be able to resist. Luo Feng stared at the mysterious beast on the screen. Actually, it was easy to guess. The Emperor Beast was roughly a Star Traveler level 6, this mysterious beast was much stronger than the Emperor. Then a star traveler level 8 or 9 was very possible. Maybe even a star level. If it's a star level, then it'll be troublesome. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Everybody sit down. The third chairman M.O. Henderson shouted, right now everybody think of a way to deal with this, let's temporarily call it the swallowing beast. How do we deal with it? If we don't kill it, more and more people will die. Within the meeting room, everyone sat down and began to discuss. Even though it was a discussion, in truth, humanity really didn't have any tricks up their sleeves. The strongest single-target attack weapon of the past, the laser cannon, the highest power laser cannon couldn't even leave a mark on the swallowing beast scales. What other tricks did humanity have? Only one was left: nuclear bombs. The power of the nuclear bombs was indeed very strong, however normally only when the target was at the center of the nuclear bomb would the killing power be strong enough. And after using the nuclear bombs, the large amounts of radiation etc. could easily cause the beasts to mutate. Hence under normal circumstances, humanity wouldn't use nuclear bombs. That wasn't worth it. However, this time, they had no other choice. Humanity didn't have any powerful trump cards left. Use nuclear bombs? What's the yield? 50 million tons? Or even higher? Do you have any confidence? The pinnacle of the world's people were discussing anxiously. Speed. At the start of the video, the mysterious beast flew from the water surface to mid-air. What's its speed? Someone immediately shouted. Very quickly, the data came out. The first time the swallowing beast appeared, its flying speed was 13,082 meters per second. And in the subsequent satellite recordings, there was one that was even faster, reaching 14,899 meters per second. An American worker's voice, through the network, was transmitted into the virtual space meeting room. That fast? Hong and Thunder God's expressions changed greatly, their speeds were far from that level. Luo Feng's expression was ugly too. He was currently a Star Traveler Level 3 Spirit Reader. Even with the soaring shuttle, his flying speed was only over 5,000 meters per second. And that was with him being a Spirit Reader and relying on the soaring shuttle. Luo Feng estimated that even a fighter like Thunder God wouldn't be as fast as him when flying in the air. But the difference between him and the swallowing beast was so huge. Babata, Babata. Luo Feng's consciousness called out. What are you looking for me for? I'm sleeping. Babata communicated with Luo Feng. Within the virtual space, AIs could enter. After all, this was built by AIs. And in terms of intelligence, Babata was much, much stronger than the intelligence of the Palace of War Gods. Hence, even though he had entered quietly, the War God Palace's AI didn't sense anything at all. Tell me, just what is that monster on the screen? Is there any way to kill it? Luo Feng said. Right now he could only ask for Babata's help. Babata's vision was much broader than the humans of Earth. Oh? I, the demon Babata, will take a look. Babata said proudly. Luo Feng waited quietly. My God! Babata shouted in shock. Damn, where did you get this video? How did you get it? What video? It's from Earth. Right now this mysterious monster is killing people on Earth. Luo Feng said. On Earth? You're saying the golden horned beast has appeared on Earth? Babata couldn't believe it at all. Right. Right now it's in North America. Luo Feng said. How is this possible? In Master's over 60 million years of life, he's roamed countless galaxies, yet he's only met 3 space beasts, and none of them had such a high-level bloodline. Babata couldn't believe it. Earth actually has a golden horned beast. Luo Feng was dissatisfied. Babata, speak clearly. Last time, I've told you. The space beasts of the universe are extremely powerful, and the space beasts have many bloodlines. They're split into 3 levels, the strongest of which is when they grow up. At their peak, they're sector lords. This is the universe's strongest bloodline. I've introduced the flame star beast that grows up by eating stars. And the one you're looking at is the same one that stands at the pinnacle of the space beasts, the golden horned beast. It's even more savage than the flame star beast. It's even more famous. Once it fully grows up, it'll be a sector lord. The golden horned beast and the flame star beast, both belong to the space beast's devouring type, however the flame star beast is of the fire attribute, while the golden horned beast is of the metal attribute. And they're both at the pinnacle, even stronger than our human's strongest bloodline. The golden horned beast is extremely savage and savage, its attacks are extremely strong. Babata exclaimed, "It's over, it's appeared on Earth, your Earth is finished, there's no hope, it's finished." P.S. 2 chapters completed. It's over, there's no hope, it's over. Babata's words were like a heavy hammer smashing into Luo Feng's soul, he was completely stunned. Earth is over, that sounds very extensive. However, in the distant past, 5,000 years ago, starting from the ancestors of China, the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, Xia, Shang, Zhou, Spring, Autumn and Warring States, countless legendary figures were born, illuminating an era. Qin Huang, Han Wu, Lu Guan and Zhang of the 3 kingdoms, Red Cliff, etc., Jin, northern and southern dynasties, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing, all the way until the 21st century, humanity lived in a modern society. During the Grand Nirvana period, humanity fled, until today, they lived and worked in the headquarter cities. In one of the headquarter cities, in a high school, there was a student. His name was Luo Feng. His classmates, teachers, his brothers in the dojo, instructors, his parents, his loved ones, all the people he came in contact with since he was young. They were just a very small and inconspicuous drop of water in the Huaxia people. And the Chinese race was a part of the human race on Earth. Now, it's over? No. Luo Feng felt his soul tremble, piercing pain. If the entire human race on Earth perished, what was the point of him living? We must kill it. Luo Feng stared at the golden horned beast on the screen in the meeting room. It must die. Luo Feng, what are you thinking? Babata asked. Babata, the golden horned beast must die. Luo Feng said to Babata. Are you having a fever? You, a star traveler level 3 spirit reader, actually dared to provoke a star level golden horned beast? You have the Yunmo heritage, but the golden horned beast's background is huge too. Its bloodline is noble, and its power is strong. Wanting to kill it is simply a dream. Babata said, we don't have to fight it head-on, even if it's dangerous, we can just let you hide in the Yunmo planet ship. Once it closes, no matter how strong it is, it won't be able to destroy it. And with the Yunmo planet's shocking weight, it won't be able to swallow it. No. Luo Feng rejected Babata's suggestion. Don't be silly, at most, we'll let your family enter the Yunmo planet ship too. Babata said. Babata, we can't just hide like a turtle. He had escaped this calamity. Then, he walked out to take a look. Ah, the entire human race on Earth had been wiped out. My parents' co-workers and neighbors are all dead. Only our family is left? What's the point? How do you expect my parents to live? How am I supposed to live? Luo Feng asked. Unimaginable, that scene was unimaginable to Luo Feng, terrifying. This scene made one's heart turn cold. I can't understand the way you humans think. Babata was dissatisfied, you're not even his match, yet you're still resisting. People can't leave society. Humans cannot separate themselves from their nation and motherland. If you are all alone on Earth, then you are all alone. It's a fate worse than death. Luo Feng felt a chill just thinking about it. Babata, when a country is destroyed, the surviving citizens have a name, they are called slaves of a country. Earth is my root, the Chinese people were his roots. If the roots died, the branches and leaves would also wither and wither. As for himself, he was just one of the better leaves among the countless branches and leaves. If the roots died, how could the leaves live? Babata, tell me, how to kill it. Luo Feng thought. Oh, that's impossible. Babata didn't hesitate much. Babata, you can build a ship, don't tell me you can't build a powerful weapon to kill it. Luo Feng asked in his mind, extremely anxious. A weapon to kill a star level? Babata understood Luo Feng's anxiousness and said seriously, Luo Feng. In the universe, a star level is already considered a powerful warrior. A universe-level warrior can even rely on his body to fight against an interstellar fleet. Which means, normal interstellar fleets have a hard time killing a universe level. Killing a star level requires a powerful weapon. That level of weapon is extremely complicated to build, it requires at least a few years of effort. Babata said, however, with the golden horned beast's speed, it can definitely sweep through the entire earth within a month. Luo Feng understood. The golden horned beast leads countless sea monsters and sweeps through the entire earth, it will indeed be very fast. And Luo Feng. A powerful weapon is easy to build, but what about firing it? You have to fire and hit the target, that's very difficult. Babata said, so, if you really want to resist, there's only one way. Speak. Luo Feng was excited. Your Earth has some universe. Battleship wreckage, those wreckages may be equipped with a powerful weapon. Even though it's been corroded for a long time, it can't be used anymore. However, if I modify it, maybe it can be used again. Babata said, of course, this depends on luck. After all, a weapon that can kill a star level is considered powerful in an interstellar battleship. For example, that thin ship in your head's headquarters is only a transport ship. The weapons it uses are usually weaker. Luo Feng listened, his heart filled with desire. Right, looking for ancient ruins, looking for weapons that exceed Earth's civilization. Babata, tell me, this golden horned beast's exact strength. Luo Feng asked in his heart, knowing yourself and your enemy is the only way to win 100 battles. It? Babata said, look, beside that golden engraved horn on its head, isn't there a protrusion? Luo Feng looked carefully at the screen. Right. That golden horned beast's head, other than the horn that seemed to pierce through the skies, there was a protrusion beside it. The golden horned beast's strength is very easy to identify. Because at different stages, it has different characteristics. Infant stage, there's only one horn on its forehead. Growth stage, there's a second horn on its forehead. Youth stage, there's a third horn on its forehead. Adult stage, there's a fourth horn. Pinnacle stage, there's a fifth horn. The higher its strength, the more complex the golden engravings on its horn, until finally, the horn is golden color. That's why it's called the golden horned beast. Babata said. Luo Feng realized. Its second horn is just a protrusion, I think it just entered the star level not long ago. Babata continued, however, its bloodline is too strong, its growth rate is shocking. During its growth stage, it will madly swallow large amounts of metal and absorb, its strength will constantly rise. Hence, if we want to kill it, we have to kill it quickly, otherwise it will only get stronger and stronger. Luo Feng understood. A fully grown golden horned beast that could reach the sector lord level. Its growth rate would definitely be fast. No wonder it swallowed the base, it's almost all metal. Luo Feng exclaimed. Relax, as a swallowing beast, even though it has an internal world, it's still a little punk that just finished its infant stage, its daily appetite is limited. Babata said, however, Luo Feng, I have to warn you, none of the space beasts are easy to deal with, their bloodline contains ancient memories. To kill a space beast, it's very difficult. To kill one of the space beasts, one of the top-ranked golden horned beast, it's even harder. Master once heard that there was an undying in the universe who met a sector lord-level golden horned beast, and tried to kill it. In theory, it's too easy for an undying to kill a sector lord. However, even though that golden horned beast couldn't win, it actually managed to escape. Babata exclaimed, this type of pinnacle bloodline is incredibly rare, you may be able to defeat it, but to kill it, that's very hard. Luo Feng was silent. If I don't try, how would I know? Luo Feng said, Babata, this war, I have no choice. Either it dies. Or, to destroy the humans of Earth, I'll die first. Luo Feng said solemnly. Luo Feng had never thought of himself as great or noble, he could watch as a base was swallowed by the golden horned beast. However, if the humans of Earth were to be destroyed, if the Chinese were to be destroyed. If this branch of his had no roots, then what was the point of living? He might as well die a glorious death. You stubborn brain. Babata was helpless, it's a pity the UNMO planet ship doesn't have any weapons. Actually, against an undying, those energy weapons were useless. Like the UNMO planet ship, the entire ship was made of mixed copper essence, one piece was over a ton, how much did the entire ship weigh? With the UNMO planet ship's strength, as long as it accelerated to a shocking speed, along with its incredibly sharp edges, Normally, when flying in the universe and entering a meteorite group, it would just charge straight through, slicing through the meteorites like tofu. One hit. Even a planet could be sliced through, killing a star level was like cutting vegetables. It was a pity. The UNMO planet ship was damaged, it couldn't fly at all. While Luo Feng was discussing with Babata, the others were discussing too. Old Wang, if it's a Star Traveler level 8 or 9 monster, we still have hope. However, if it's a star level, our chances of winning are at most 10%. Two old men sat together, discussing softly. Oh, Oldly, have you come to a conclusion? A short old man with white hair said softly. Before the Grand Nirvana, there wasn't even a place to test the large nuclear bombs. However, during the headquarter city era, there were plenty of empty spaces over 10,000 kilometers superscript 2. The conditions are there. The old man nodded. The detailed plan, we'll leave it to the various countries' experts to discuss. I'm thinking, if we fail. You're talking about the race inheritance plan? The old man looked at him. The old man looked back at him. The two of them, during the Grand Nirvana period, they had built the headquarter city, they had spent countless amounts of effort for the Chinese race, they naturally couldn't bear to part with their country and race. The commoners are all living in peace now, and the apocalypse is coming? The old man closed his eyes, tears welling in them, after which he opened them, his gaze resolute. I believe it's the same for every country, we'll start the inheritance plan in secret. If we humans on Earth really can't resist, then we'll start on a large scale. We'll discuss the details after we leave the virtual space. The old man nodded, however he felt a heaviness that made him unable to breathe. Maybe the situation isn't that bad. The old man thought to himself. The entire meeting room. Whether it was the fighters Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, or the various countries' leaders, even the specially invited weapons experts, they were all racking their brains to come up with a solution. They were all members of Earth, no one was willing to give up. P.S. The following chapters are a little hard to write. Tomato doesn't want to rush, Tomato wants to write about the events of the apocalypse, to resonate, that's a good book. Let Tomato think carefully and write slowly, write more in one go, today's 1 chapter. Tomorrow's 3 chapters. The day after tomorrow's 3 chapters too. Make it up to everyone. Everyone in the meeting room was anxious. Brother Hong, are you confident? Thunder God and Hong sat in the corner, with no one else around them. Not at all. Hong shook his head, however, even if I'm not confident, I'll still go at the last moment. With my Star Traveler level 7 and my domain, I'm already invincible within the Star Traveler level. Along with the cloud contact vine that's growing quickly from the Muya crystals, even if I were to fight a Star level 1 to the death, there's still hope. The biggest problem is that we don't know the swallowing monster's power. Hong said solemnly. Thunder God nodded. However, Hong and Thunder God obviously didn't know, a Star level 1 human fighter was different from a Star level 1 monster. Not to mention the most terrifying monster, the Space Beast. And it was the pinnacle bloodline of the Space Beasts, the Golden Horned Beast. This was known as the pinnacle bloodline in the vast universe. This was also the main reason why Babata was certain that Earth was finished. Attention! Attention! The American president shouted, America has just sent over a video of the swallowing monster. Immediately everyone quietened down. Luo Feng looked up too. On the screen was a brand new video. It was of the vast wilderness, a base laid across a wide river. However, within this base, large amounts of troops were fleeing, tens of thousands of soldiers were fleeing. And many disc-shaped fighter aircrafts were already flying up. They'd just received orders from headquarters to abandon the base and swiftly retreat. The American president explained, the main thing is that our headquarters has discovered through the satellite that the swallowing monster is flying in this direction. However, the swallowing monster is too fast, the troops haven't even finished retreating. On the screen, a golden light stopped. It was the swallowing monster with 4 claws and a pair of scaled wings. The meeting room was filled with silence. It's going to be swallowed again? Luo Feng shook his head. On the screen, the swallowing monster was like lightning as it swooped down, passing through the base. The scales on its wings were like blades slicing through the base. The entire base was as fragile as tofu. Immediately, collapsing. Some of the soldiers that didn't make it out in time were smashed to death, others were smashed to pieces by the wings. The base was in ruins. The swallowing beast's cold, dark golden eyes looked at the flying saucer fighters that were fleeing in all directions. The speed of the flying saucer fighters was laughable in its eyes. All it did was wave its front paw. Xiao! 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 5 golden rays. It was shockingly fast, directly hitting the 5 disc-shaped fighters in the distance. The disc-shaped fighter immediately exploded into a ball of fire. The 5 fireballs were particularly conspicuous under the dusky sky. The video ended. Everyone. The President of the United States said in a low voice, "We discovered 2 things in this video. First, it didn't swallow the base this time, but it destroyed it. Second, it has long-range attacks." Bastard. Bullshit. At the side of the conference hall, the discussion group formed by the world's top nuclear bomb experts erupted into a storm of curses. Those white-haired old men were all absolute figures of the highest stature. Normally, it would be impossible for them to curse. But now, many of them were so angry that their faces were red. What's wrong? Hong looked over. Let me explain a little. One of the big-nosed Russian nuclear bomb experts stood up and looked at everyone. We've been discussing before, using an extremely high-yield hydrogen bomb to explode on the swallowing beast's body or mouth. Before, we were most worried about the swallowing ability of the swallowing beast. The moment it swallows, will it cause interference to electronic signals? However, this problem, we can more or less solve it. Right now, we've discovered the biggest problem. It has long-range attacks. The big-nosed Russian man raged, with the swallowing beast's unbelievable defense, an extremely high-yield hydrogen bomb, as long as it's within 50 m of it, will explode. I'm afraid it won't even be able to break its scales. Everyone in the conference hall was shocked. Attention! To humans, the most harmful effects of a hydrogen bomb are the shockwaves and radiation. The explosion itself is actually the least harmful one. However, the shockwave from the hydrogen bomb. It's useless against a monster like the swallowing beast. Radiation? Even the representatives aren't afraid of radiation, much less the swallowing beast. That's why. Only the instant explosion can harm the swallowing beast. Luo Feng nodded as he listened. The moment an extremely high-yield hydrogen bomb explodes, the instant explosion's high temperature would exceed 20 million degrees, however, it has to be by its side. Because the huge amount of energy released by the fusion is dispersed in all directions. The further away from the center, the weaker the power. To such a mysterious, unbelievable existence like the swallowing beast. The closer the better, the best would be to explode in its mouth. The defense inside its mouth definitely can't compare to its scales. When the 100-million-ton hydrogen bomb explodes in its mouth, it'll definitely blast its head into nothingness. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he listened. 100-million-ton hydrogen bomb, he didn't believe it wouldn't die. Within Luo Feng's wrist space, Babata's main body was there. 100-million-ton hydrogen bomb exploding in its mouth? Babata ate an apple, shaking his head, wishful thinking. However, they don't understand the swallowing beast at all. It's the famous golden-horned beast in the universe, one of the most elite bloodlines among the space beasts. Even the low-level civilizations, middle-level civilizations, and high-level civilizations don't dare to underestimate it. If it dies so easily, it wouldn't be the golden-horned beast. It's a pity. I have too little information on the golden-horned beast. I'm not sure of its weakness. Babata was helpless. After all, even to the undying beings, space beasts are extremely rare. They're considered to be extremely rare animals. China calls pandas a rare animal, but even now, some zoos still don't have mutated pandas. But the golden-horned beast, even the undying beings, the master of the UNMO planet has lived for over 60 million years, roaming through countless galaxies, have never seen a golden-horned beast. Even the golden-horned beast itself, from birth to death, with its long life, roaming the universe, it's hard to meet one of its kind, extremely rare, because it's extremely rare, you can't even see one. Even if you do meet one, you can't dissect it. Even if you dissect a corpse, you won't be able to find out what's so special about the space beast, hence, in the vast universe, the understanding of the space beasts has always been a blank. Even the undying beings aren't too sure, they only have a rough idea. Maybe the undying beings who have lived longer than the UNMO planet master, who are stronger and more knowledgeable, might know a bit more. A 60 million year undying being is indeed young. Virtual space, Palace of War Gods, meeting room. Everyone, the biggest problem right now is, if the fighter jet we use to transport the hydrogen bomb is destroyed by the swallowing beast from 1,000 meters away, what do we do? From 1,000 meters away, even if we successfully detonate it. I'm afraid even a Star Traveler warrior won't die. The big-nosed Russian said. Everyone, the hydrogen bomb explodes at close range, there's only one chance. Once it fails, with the swallowing beast's intelligence, after suffering a loss, it definitely won't let any fighter jet near it. We won't have another chance. The big-nosed Russian looked at everyone. Suddenly, Hong stood up. When that time comes, I'll use my prehistoric-level autojet to carry the hydrogen bomb. With the defense of the prehistoric-level autojet, unless it personally attacks in close range, the golden light won't be able to destroy the autojet. With the hydrogen bomb on the jet, once it gets close, the AI system will control the jet to self-destruct. Thank you. The big-nosed Russian was overjoyed. Prehistoric-level autojet, the strongest fighter jet on Earth, universe-level autojet, it can forcefully collide with an Emperor-level monster. Prehistoric level, it can forcefully collide with an Emperor-level monster, its defense was even stronger than Hong's own defense. It was definitely one of Hong's greatest rewards from the archaeological ruins. This way, the chances of the hydrogen bomb exploding in the swallowing beast's mouth is much higher. The big-nosed Russian was extremely excited, the world's top experts were all extremely excited too. And at this time, Luo Feng's eyebrows were creased, his consciousness communicating with Babata. Everyone. Luo Feng stood up. Everyone in the meeting room turned to look, seeing Luo Feng speaking, they were all suspicious. Hong and Thunder God too looked suspiciously at Luo Feng. Luo Feng wasn't a nuclear expert, nor was he a country leader, what could he say? Regarding this swallowing beast, I have some information. Luo Feng emphasized. Immediately there was silence. 1. The moment the swallowing beast swallows, the surrounding space will warp, separating it from the outside world. Wanting to control the hydrogen bomb in the jet from afar, that's definitely not possible. Also, while being swallowed, within the area of the swallowing warped space, the jet and the nuclear bomb's metal will automatically begin to decompose, hence, wanting to enter its mouth and explode, the chances are very low. The moment those words were said, everyone's expressions changed. This was extremely bad news. 2. The swallowing beast's strength is indeed at the star level. Luo Feng said the second point. 3. The only good news is, its swallowing ability is limited, it's not a bottomless pit. Just like how it had already begun to destroy the base, not choosing to swallow. Luo Feng's voice resounded throughout the meeting room. Out of these 3 pieces of news, only one was still good, the first 2 were terrible. Representative Luo, are you sure? Are you sure? The nuclear experts all looked at Luo Feng. I'm sure. Luo Feng nodded, this swallowing beast has the ability to swallow metal, decompose it and absorb it. No wonder it ate the base. Damn it. This news caused many people to panic. At this time, Luo Feng walked to Hong's side. Hong was still troubled by Luo Feng's earlier words about the swallowing beast being a star level. Head. Luo Feng looked at Hong. Looks like this year, you've had some gains, actually learning some valuable information about the swallowing beast. Hong looked at Luo Feng, he wasn't surprised, there were many people on Earth who had explored the archaeological ruins. After becoming a representative warrior, it would be weird if he didn't explore. I want to obtain a list of all the archaeological ruins on Earth. Luo Feng emphasized, every archaeological ruins situation, I hope there's some explanation. You are? Hong was shocked. I want to see, which ruins can I find some powerful weapons? Luo Feng said. Hong shook his head, the list of archaeological ruins, explanations, I can give them to you. However Luo Feng, weapons that can kill a star level are too hard to find. And even if there are, it's probably already decayed. I want to give it a try. Luo Feng didn't want to hesitate. He had time, but the humans of Earth didn't. Looking at Luo Feng's expression, Hong nodded seriously. Alright, I'll immediately send the ruin list to you. However, you have to be careful. Luo Feng nodded, his body suddenly disappeared from the virtual space. Obviously he had left the virtual space. Humanity's moment of survival. Hong muttered, Luo Feng is giving it his all, everyone is giving it their all, hoping to get through this calamity. P.S. Chapter 1. Yangzhou City Mingyu District. Within the gravity room, Luo Feng opened his eyes and swiftly got up. The door to the room automatically opened. Xianxia, Xianxia. Luo Feng swiftly rushed downstairs. In the living room below, Xianxia was watching television. Seeing Luo Feng come down, she got up and asked, Luo Feng, what happened? There's no time to tell, follow me now, I need to bring my parents and brother back immediately. Luo Feng was worried about his parents outside. I'll tell you on the way. Oh. Alright. Xianxia could tell that something serious had happened. Sitting on the Emperor-level autojet, they swiftly left Yangzhou City. Hello, Mom, where are you? Northeast Headquarters City? Alright, stay where you are now, don't leave, I'll come get you. Don't ask, I'll tell you later. Luo Feng hung up and called his brother. Hello, Luo Hua, where are you? Oh, in Yangzhou City? Hurry home now. Right, immediately. After making these two calls, Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Luo Feng, what happened? Only now did Xianxia dare to interrupt. Calamity. This is a calamity for humanity. Luo Feng's voice was low, this made Xianxia's expression change. Amongst the sea monsters, a swallowing monster has appeared. Me, Hong and Thunder God, none of us are its match. Luo Feng said solemnly, even the strongest laser cannons can't even leave a mark on one of its scales. Right now the Americans have already lost a few bases, their casualties in the hundreds of thousands, and it's quickly increasing. Xianxia was stunned, hundreds of thousands? That many? Many? Luo Feng shook his head, if this goes on, South America, North America, Africa, Asia, Europe, all the headquarters cities will be destroyed, the death toll will be in the hundreds of millions, without any bases, the moment the headquarters cities are destroyed, humanity will be like lambs to be slaughtered. This calamity could be even more serious than the Great Nirvana. Luo Feng said. Xianxia finally panicked. Great Nirvana? Humanity's worst calamity. However, Luo Feng and Xianxia's generation have never experienced it before. However, they often heard from their parents' generation. The Grand Nirvana period was a nightmare. The entire human race's nightmare. He picked up his confused parents from the northeast base city. On the way back, Luo Feng had Xianxia stay with his parents while he lowered his head to look at his tactical communications watch. At the same time, he ordered, Number 1, connect to my tactical communications watch. Virtual display beep, a screen appeared in front of Luo Feng. On the screen was a secret document, Archaeological Ruins. Archaeological Ruin Number 1 is located in the depths of the sea around Bermuda in the North Atlantic Ocean. It is a silver-white pyramid that is 1,200 meters tall. This 1,200-meter tall silver pyramid is extremely dangerous. Any material or expert that enters the entrance will be destroyed immediately. As of now, there is no more detailed information on Archaeological Ruin Number 1. Archaeological Relic Number 2, located under the former Wrangel Island of the Soviet Russia. It is the wreckage of a spaceship. Archaeological Ruin Number 3, Archaeological Ruin Number 31, located in the depths of Xianxia of the former Hubei of China. The ruin itself is a huge sphere with a diameter of over 800 meters. There are many small pits on the surface of the sphere. It also emits large amounts of poisonous gas. The gas can seep through the skin and enter the body. Up until now, no one has ever entered Archaeological Ruin Number 31 alive. This place, along with Number 1 and Number 12, is one of the 3 great areas of despair. Anyone who enters all 3 will die for sure. Looking from top to bottom, Luo Feng carefully thought about every archaeological ruin. Some ruins are terrifying, like Archaeological Ruin Number 31. Some ruins are just wreckage, like archaeological ruin number 2. Some ruins are very special, like archaeological ruin number 9. Babata Luofeng's consciousness connected. You saw it too. Tell me, which one should I enter? Luofeng asked in his heart. Other than the 3 great areas of despair, the countries have pretty much searched the other ruins. There's no point in going. Babata said, of the 3 great areas of despair, archaeological ruin number 1 and archaeological ruin number 31, those are the true areas of despair. Even a universe-level fighter will die for sure. Go to archaeological ruin number 12 of the 3 great areas of despair. Even a universe-level fighter will die for sure? Luofeng was shocked. Yes, come back when your strength is high enough. Your goal is archaeological ruin number 12. Babata explained, this archaeological ruin number 12, with your current strength, might be a bit dangerous, but if you're careful, it shouldn't be a problem. At this time Luofeng's gaze was as sharp as a blade. I have to go no matter how dangerous it is. Within the wrist-smart space. Babata rubbed his little face. Even though he didn't really approve of Luofeng's foolish actions, he was still very satisfied with his master's disciple's determination. Master said before, no matter if it's an evil person, a kind person, or a demonic person, a true warrior will definitely have a determined heart. Luofeng was very clear on his current thoughts. Actually, in the virtual meeting room, after receiving the news, he was very shocked and panicked. However, very quickly, he calmed down. Back then, after talking with the Southeast Military Commander Li Dewei, Luofeng was very determined in his thoughts. When I die and close my eyes, I don't want to regret my past lack of effort. I don't want to regret. If I don't give it my all now, and watch as my comrades die, my people perish, and only my family remains on earth. Will I regret it in the future? Luofeng asked himself in his heart. The answer was without a doubt, he would regret it a lot, then. Let's work hard now. Let's give it our all, even if he burns his last drop of blood. As long as he succeeds, he believes that when he closes his eyes, he will still be smiling. Actually, ever since he chose the path of a fighter, Luofeng has never feared death. He only wishes for his death to be worth it. Worth it, ******** night time. Mingyue sector's villas, quite a few of them still had their lights on. The autojet landed on the grass patch. Luofeng, Xianxia, and Luo Hongguo walked down together. Hello. Luofeng picked up his phone. It's me, Jia Yi. A slightly anxious voice rang. Luofeng, something big has happened. What could possibly happen? Luofeng was a bit shocked. The calamity had already descended, what could possibly happen? Luofeng, before in the meeting room, the various countries' leaders discovered through the satellite. That swallowing monster, after destroying all the bases in North America, actually swiftly flew towards Europe and began to wreak havoc on some of their important bases. I believe that very soon, it will begin to destroy our bases in Asia. Without the bases to stop the sea monsters, countless sea monsters will rush inland. I'm afraid that in just 1 or 2 days, there will be a large-scale war with the headquarter cities. Jia Yi's words made Luofeng's face go pale. You mean? Luofeng's eyes were red. With the swallowing monster's speed of over 10,000 meters per second, within a short half a day, it can destroy all the bases on Earth. When that time comes, countless sea monsters will swiftly follow the rivers and kill inland. If they really go all out. No matter how much humanity struggles, in 3 days, half of humanity will perish. In 7 days, the headquarter cities will all perish. Luofeng gulped. My God. I thought there was still a month. Luofeng couldn't believe it as he shook his head. In the small district, Luo Hongguo and his wife, along with Xianxia, were shocked to see Luofeng's expression. Ever since Luofeng's position had risen, he rarely had such a panicked expression. Right, I thought there was still time, but... Jia Yi's voice was very low, filled with pain and sorrow. Why is it like this? Luofeng was extremely confused. The time was too short, originally, if the swallowing monster had taken its time, devouring a few bases a day, it would have taken its time. Humanity still had a lot of time. However, the swallowing monster was actually preparing to destroy all the bases on Earth within half a day, allowing countless sea monsters to attack humanity. It was too vicious. However, Luo Feng could understand after thinking about it, if he was a swallowing monster, he would probably finish off the enemies in one go, and then be able to comfortably devour metal. Luo Feng, the swallowing monster will destroy the bases, and the laser cannons. The swallowing monster is too smart, it has a lot of intelligence. It is very clear that the laser cannons are a threat to the Emperor-level monsters, hence it easily waved its golden light, destroying the laser cannons. Jia Yi said, and chasing after the human armies, it is too lazy to do that, instead it is the Emperor-level monsters that are chasing after the human armies. Being chased by an Emperor-level monster, even tens of thousands of soldiers would be wiped out. Killing one Emperor-level monster means saving hundreds of thousands of people, maybe even more. Jia Yi said, and a normal representative doesn't have the confidence to kill an Emperor-level monster. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. He had to make a trip to the ruins in the shortest time possible. And then swiftly return. When the time comes, he would leave the assembly of the weapons to Babata, and himself, he was about to start a massacre. Emperor-level monster? You all want to kill humanity, then I'll kill you all. Luo Feng's gaze was cold like never before. At this time, Luo Feng was indeed about to go crazy. Anxiety, rage, he was already forced to the edge of the cliff, there was no way to retreat. Luo Feng, because of the swallowing monster's madness, the hydrogen bomb attack plan will be carried out tonight. Jia Yi said, if we can kill the swallowing monster, then we have hope. Right now the swallowing monster is in Europe, looking at the direction, it will soon enter Russia. When that happens, the hydrogen bomb attack will be carried out within Russia's borders. Luo Feng nodded. Before the Grand Nirvana period, Russia was the largest country on Earth. However, in the era of base cities, it was meaningless to talk about the size of a territory. Humans could only stay in the base city. Soviet Russia, on the other hand, had a smaller population. The base cities were all built on the European plate of the map, so there were more than 10 million square kilometers of uninhabited areas. It could launch a super high-yield hydrogen bomb attack, tonight? Luo Feng prayed within. P.S. That's the second chapter, continue to the third chapter. Time was tight, Luo Feng couldn't afford to waste it. Mom, Dad, all of you stay at home. If there's any danger, go to the gravity room upstairs. Luo Feng emphasized, the gravity room's material was extremely sturdy, even a Star Traveler level 9 warrior would have a hard time destroying it. After all, this was a gravity room for planetary states to cultivate in. It was relatively safe in the gravity chamber. Babata, set the gravity room to my parents, my brother, Zhennan and Xianxia. Luo Feng said, at the same time, set the gravity to 1 times. It's done. Babata's efficiency was very high, he could directly control it from a distance. Little Feng, be careful. Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan had talked to Su Xian on the way back, and already knew the severity of the situation. Only Luo Hua and Jin Nan weren't sure. Brother, come back soon, Luo Hua shouted. Luo Feng waved his hand and swiftly left the house. Tonight was destined to be a race against time for humanity. Luo Feng's autojet swiftly rose into the sky and left Yangzhou City. The fastest speed of an autojet can reach 8,000 meters per second. How long will it take to reach ruins number 12? Luo Feng asked. This autojet wasn't originally this fast, but during his free time, Babata kept it in his storage space and did some simple modifications. His speed immediately soared from 10 times the speed of sound to 8,000 meters per second. According to Babata's words, this little bit of improvement is nothing. For a spaceship to travel in the universe, reaching the critical point of light speed is the most basic. Compared to the speed of light, this speed is nothing. Regarding this, Luo Feng didn't say much. He had no choice. To the AI Babata, whose level of civilization was comparable to the higher civilizations of the universe. This sort of modification was indeed very easy. It will take around 20 minutes to reach the 12th ruins, Babata said. Luo Feng's cell phone rang. It was Head Hong calling. Hello, Luo Feng answered. Luo Feng, there's something I need you to sacrifice. Hong's voice resounded. Please speak, head. Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all. According to the hydrogen bomb attack plan, before the prehistoric level autojets attack, they will arrange for other extreme model fighter jets to carry atomic bombs and attack. To confuse the public, Hong explained. Luo Feng listened and slightly nodded. That's right, the prehistoric level autojet was unique to the Dojo of Limits, it was triangular. Like Luo Feng's carriage. Most of the other countries had flying saucers. In order to make the prehistoric level autofighters less conspicuous, it was a good idea to arrange for more triangular fighter jets to carry atomic bombs and attack. Atomic bomb, an atomic bomb with a yield of tens of thousands of tons, even Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God didn't care. Not to mention the Devourer Beast. They want to use the other triangular fighter jets to carry the atomic bomb and attack. The Devourer Beast will discover that its attacks pose no threat. Luo Feng's eyes flashed, then, suddenly, one of the normal-looking ones will suddenly unleash a super-large bomb. Luo Feng thought about it and felt that this plan would work. It seemed simple, but it was easy to succeed. Luo Feng, however, there aren't many extreme model fighter jets in Asia. Hong said, I need to reach the battlefield in a short amount of time. I hope your autojet will become one of the cannon fodder. No problem. Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all. An autojet really isn't much to Luo Feng, and this is an important time. Hong even gave up his prehistoric level autojet, so why would he be stingy? There's actually a backdoor in your autojet, I can control it from afar. Hong said, I'll start controlling your autojet now, do you want to stay in or come out? Come out. Luo Feng immediately flew out of the fighter jet. Looking at the dark blue triangular fighter jet in front of him, even though in Babata's eyes, this type of fighter jet that could only fly within planets was simply a cheap toy in the universe. But it had been with him for a long time. You've done a good deed for humanity. Luo Feng looked at the fighter jet. I'll control it and leave. Hong's voice resounded from the handphone. Immediately the dark blue triangular fighter jet swiftly flew away, heading towards the nearest Jiangnan headquarters city's main city district. Obviously it needed to carry the atomic bomb first. Head, can you tell me, what's the yield? Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask. Due to the lack of time, it's 150 million tons. Hong said, before the Grand Nirvana period, there wasn't even a place to experiment with such a large yield. Once it explodes, even if it's night time, I'm afraid China will still be able to see the sun in the north. 150 million tons, Luo Feng slightly nodded, this is humanity's ultimate weapon. Maybe it'll cause quite a few monsters to mutate. But humans don't care, mutating into an emperor-level monster is already not bad, how can it be stronger than the swallowing monster? Luo Feng, archaeological ruin number 12 is in the Pacific Ocean, not far from the Hawaiian archipelago. The distance from here to the destination is 8,000 kilometers. Right now, you can only rely on the soaring shuttle to fly. According to 5,000 meters per second, you'll need 1,600 seconds. Your speed exceeds 5,000 meters per second, so you should be able to arrive in around 25 minutes. Babata said. Okay. Let's go. Luo Feng didn't hesitate, immediately stepping on the soaring shuttle, becoming a beam of light as he swiftly flew towards the Hawaiian archipelago. The European countries, China, and Russia worked together. The European countries contributed 3 atomic bombs, China contributed 5, and Russia contributed 8. The Dojo of Limits also contributed 2. These 18 atomic bombs were in the 18 triangular fighter jets, one of which was Luo Feng's. And the 150 million ton hydrogen bomb and the atomic bomb used to detonate it were contributed by Russia. As time was tight, they urgently searched for the hydrogen bomb, only then did they realize. Russia, one of the 5 great powers, was actually able to take out a perverted thing with a yield of 150 million tons. Of course, Russia would not hold back anymore when it came to the survival of the human race. They would directly and proudly take out the biggest thing they had. It was placed in the prehistoric level autojet, flying towards the northern part of Asia. Along with the 18 cannon fodder, a total of 19 triangular fighter jets. There were all sorts of colors, red, blue, black, etc. And among them, there was 1 prehistoric level, 1 universe level, 4 emperor level, and 13 elite extreme fighter jets. Even though those 13 were slightly weaker, they could still be piloted. A total of 19 fighter jets, all piloted. It could be said that from the outside, there wasn't much difference between these 19 fighter jets. We must succeed. We must succeed. America, Russia, Europe, China, India, 23 headquarter cities, the HR Alliance's upper echelon, the entire world's highest echelon. At this time, through satellite surveillance, they could clearly see the 19 fighter jets flying from different locations. These 19 fighter jets were separated, some in front, some behind. Night, above the Pacific Ocean, Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle, becoming a beam of light swiftly flying towards the Hawaiian archipelago. One had to know, Luo Feng could currently control 19 weapons at once, rushing while looking at his tactical communications watch. This wasn't hard at all. The first one. Luo Feng's tactical communications watch had the right to watch. On the screen, a black triangular fighter jet was swiftly flying towards the northern part of Asia. The swallowing monster was currently destroying a base in the wilderness. Northern Asia. A black beast over 180 m long, scaled wings flapped, swiftly flying high in the sky, its dark golden eyes filled with coldness, savagery, and killing intent. The golden horned beast was one of the most terrifying space beasts. Its bloodline contained savagery and savagery. Suddenly it stopped, floating in midair. Because it discovered a little dot was flying towards it from the front. Maybe from behind, the fighter jets couldn't catch up to the swallowing monster. However, with the satellite tracking, and the fighter jets flying towards it, of course it could touch it. Hell! The golden horned beast waved its right claw. Explode! This first triangular fighter jet was one of the 18 cannon fodder Emperor-level fighter jets, according to the AI system's orders. The moment the swallowing monster started attacking from afar, it would immediately self-destruct. There was no need to care about the distance. Rumble! This Emperor-level autojet immediately exploded. At the same time, the 20,000-ton yield atomic bomb also exploded. On Luo Feng's tactical communications watch's screen, he could only see a small sun appear in the dark night, enveloping the swallowing monster in the distance. A mushroom cloud rushed into the sky. The shockwaves were like ripples on the surface of the water, spreading in all directions, causing the sky to darken. In just a breath's time, the swallowing monster had already appeared over 100 kilometers away. There wasn't a single wound on its body. A 20,000-ton yield atomic bomb exploding a few hundred meters away, to it, was like a gust of wind blowing past it. The second one is coming. On the tactical communications watch's screen, the image of the second fighter jet flew past. The 18 cannon fodder atomic bombs, each with a power of 15,000 tons, 60,000 tons. A 20,000-ton yield atomic bomb, even if it bombed a county, would only turn the center of a few hundred meters into rubble. 2,000 to 3,000 meters would be covered by the shockwaves, shattering glass. A city with a population of a few 100,000 people would die. This kind of power, in the tens of millions of square kilometers of no man's land in the north of Asia, indeed wouldn't affect humans. The second one doesn't have any long-range attacks. That's great. The dark night sky. The golden horned beast spread its huge wings. The explosion from before made it feel very interested. The second fighter jet flew to 50 m away from it. Only then did it extend its claws to grab it. Rumble. Another small sun lit up in the wilderness. A mushroom cloud rushed into the sky. Hell! The golden horned beast felt its claws being shaken up was quite comfortable, and according to its inherited memories, as long as it reached the star level, this planet wouldn't pose any threat to it. This was also the reason why it only left the ocean after reaching the star level. The third atomic bomb, the fourth atomic bomb, one after another suns in the dark night sky, one after another mushroom cloud rushed into the sky. The atomic bombs were like fireworks in the north of Asia. Exploding again and again. Explode. 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 The upper echelons of the countries all over the world watching were all extremely nervous, their hearts in suspense. Even Luo Feng, who was flying above the ocean, Hong and Thunder God, who were in the dojo of limits, were so nervous their palms were sweating. Because the cannon fodder mixed with the real thing was about to enter the arena. P.S. 3 chapters completed. Continue another 3 chapters tomorrow. Summoning monthly votes. 18 cannon fodders and 1 carrying a hydrogen bomb. Now, 9 consecutive fighter jets carrying atomic bombs have exploded, the 10th fighter jet, at this moment, on Earth, China, America, Russia, and all the Star Traveler-level fighters were watching the live broadcast on the satellite. Everyone's hearts were in suspense. Because according to the original plan, the real thing would be somewhere between the 10th and the 14th night. The golden horned beast's scaled wings gently flapped as it swiftly flew. Its dark golden eyes had a hint of excitement. The consecutive explosions of the atomic bomb created some extremely high temperatures and particle flow, causing the parts of its body that were in contact with the atomic bomb to feel numb and itchy. And it found out, this stimulation to its body caused its body to slowly grow faster. Just like how a person trains their muscles, giving them a certain amount of pressure will cause the muscles to grow faster. And this golden horned beast has lived in the ocean for such a long time, so it has never been threatened, so it grows normally. This kind of stimulation is actually quite effective. Hell! The golden horned beast saw another triangular fighter jet flying towards it and let out a happy howl. This was a dark blue triangular fighter jet, the one that accompanied Luo Feng for a long time. Xiao! The fighter jet was like lightning. Whoosh! The golden horned beast swung its powerful tail that was covered in scales. The speed of its tail far exceeded the fighter jet's flying speed. Rumble when its tail touched the fighter jet, the atomic bomb had already exploded. The 30,000-ton atomic bomb exploded on its tail. The violent energy from the fission suddenly exploded, forming a dazzling sun that covered the golden horned beast's entire body. The shockwave swiftly spread in all directions, the earth seemed to undulate like waves. Pacific Ocean. A human silhouette became a beam of light a few hundred meters above the ocean. It was shockingly fast. Luo Feng, your fighter jet is gone, Ba Ta's voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. Luo Feng stared at the tactical communications watch on his wrist, so what if it's gone? Look at the 11th one. Luo Feng stared hard. The tactical communications watch's display changed to the 11th fighter jet that was flying past, a blood-red triangular fighter jet. Head hongs. Luo Feng's heart jumped. Luo Feng, let me remind you, you've already reached the ocean above archaeological ruin number 12, Babata's voice sounded. Whoosh, Luo Feng swiftly accelerated and stopped above the ocean. We'll go down in a bit. Luo Feng stared at the screen, this 11th time, we're going for real. If a 150 megaton hydrogen bomb were to explode on the surface of the body, it would be hard to say how it would deal with a golden horned beast that had just stepped into the star level. After all, I've never heard of anyone doing such a thing. Babata was very excited too. Different from him, Luo Feng was in a state of anxiety and anticipation. Not just Luo Feng, at this moment, Hong, the god of thunder, and the other peak martial artists, as well as the leaders of various countries and the upper echelons of the military, were all watching nervously. The 11th one. This was the real deal, success. Humanity had the confidence to survive this calamity. If he failed, then humanity would be plunged into a nightmare. A nightmare even more terrifying than the Grand Nirvana period. United States of America, General Headquarters. The dark-skinned president and his cabinet members were staring at the screen in front of him. The president held his daughter's hand tightly. Dad, it will succeed, his daughter said. We'll definitely succeed. We definitely will. The dark-skinned president held his breath. The entire room was filled with tension. Everyone stared at the blood-red battleship on the screen. It was currently flying towards the golden horned beast. China's wilderness. A large amount of troops were moving swiftly on the ground, and a disc-shaped battleship was circling in the sky. This was the southeast military base that had just retreated. Within the battleship, Commander Li Dewey stared at his tactical communications watch screen. We'll definitely succeed. We definitely will. Li Dewey muttered to himself. His gaze was like a magnet that was attracted to the watch. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his entire body couldn't help but slightly tremble. At this moment, Russia, India, Europe, and 23 headquarter cities were all watching this scene at the same time. Everyone was silently anticipating. In front of such a calamity, even the craziest people, those filled with ambition and evil, were all anticipating success this time. 30 more seconds until encounter with the swallowing monster. Hong and Thunder God stared at the screen in front of them, the AI's voice resounding in the room. 23 seconds, 22 seconds. During the countdown, Hong and Thunder God's gazes were as sharp as blades, almost cutting the screen in front of them. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, North Asia. Its entire body was as black as ink, with only a single golden horn with golden engravings piercing the sky. When the golden horned beast was flying, it swung its tail twice comfortably. So comfortable, when its tail came in contact with the atomic bomb and exploded, it caused its tail to go numb. Simultaneously, this part of its body swiftly absorbed the metal energy within. Hell. The swallowing monster discovered the 11th triangular battleship. This was a blood-red triangular battleship. The swallowing monster immediately let out a joyous cry that resounded throughout the land and skies. After all, in the golden-horned beast's long life, it had only been born for a few short years. Right now it could only be considered a child. The swallowing monster opened its gigantic scaled wings. It flew over. He was about to touch it with his scaly belly to make it feel numb. It was very comfortable. Success. It must succeed. Kill it. God, protect humanity. It must succeed. At this moment, all of the elites of Earth were extremely nervous. Luo Feng, Hong and the others were so nervous that they didn't even dare to breathe. When they saw that the swallowing monster actually didn't have a tail or claws, but instead used its belly to touch the hydrogen bomb, everyone had a suppressed excitement in their hearts. 2. 1. The final countdown resounded throughout the dojo of Limit's headquarters, in Hong's room. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The golden-horned beast's belly and the blood-red battleship instantly collided with each other at an astonishing speed, and about 10 meters before the collision, the atomic bomb in the blood-red battleship had already exploded. At the same time, the atomic bomb exploded, the 150 megaton hydrogen bomb. The most threatening weapon of Earth's humanity, the battleship self-destructed, the hydrogen bomb exploded. In front of this explosion that was who knows how many times stronger than before, the golden-horned beast immediately retreated as if it was a conditioned reflex. Obviously, it realized the danger. However, the hydrogen bomb had already exploded on its belly. How could it make it in time to retreat? Boom 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 boom. It exploded. At this moment, including Luo Feng, everyone's screen instantly turned white. China, Jiangnan headquarters city's main city area. At night, the streets were brightly lit. Look. North. It's so bright. In the distant northern horizon, a sun appeared. The sun was incomparably dazzling. It made many people on the streets dazed. Why is there a sun in the middle of the night? Oh my God. Many people on the streets were excitedly making calls, wanting to tell their friends and family, and some were even preparing to take pictures with their phones. There's no signal on my phone. What's going on? Why is the internet cut off? In a nearby internet cafe, a few youths rushed out. Wow, there's a sun in the middle of the night. It's a nuclear bomb, it's definitely a nuclear bomb. The streets were completely boiling. At this moment, the entire China, the entire Soviet Union, Russia, and the European Union all saw the dazzling sun. The gigantic mushroom cloud made people even more dumbfounded, and more than half of the entire Earth's communication was cut off, and in China, the European Union, Russia, etc., only the high-level personnel who received special services could still communicate. Silence. All over the world, the leaders of each country, the upper echelons of the military, and the Star Traveler level fighters all stared at their screens, which were no longer dazzling. Only, the billowing smoke and dust, that gigantic mushroom cloud rushed up to 100 kilometers above the surface, into the ionosphere. The number of monsters that died in an instant in the northern part of Asia reached an astronomical figure. A large number of monsters were instantly burned into nothingness by the high temperature, and even more were directly killed by the powerful shockwave. Did it succeed? Above the Pacific Ocean, Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle and stared at his tactical communications watch nervously. The elites on Earth were all anxiously waiting, as if waiting for the verdict. The verdict was whether the entire human race lived or died. Northern part of Asia. Far away in the billowing smoke and dust, a golden light fiercely rushed out and then stopped flying. Pitch black scales covered its entire body, its neck, back, and other scales that extended to its tail had golden engravings, just like a black and gold armor. Its head was still held high, and that horn was still as sharp as ever. Only, its abdomen actually had a huge wound that was over 10 m long. Fresh blood was flowing, and one could see thick and powerful muscles rapidly entangling, like entangling tree roots, and automatically repairing themselves. Hell! The golden-horned beast raised its head and let out an enraged howl. As noble as it was, on this planet, it was actually injured. China, Kyoto headquarters. Looking at the screen, the scene of the swallowing monster raising its head and roaring furiously, and the huge wound on its abdomen, everyone was stunned. A white-haired old man opened his eyes wide, his face filled with anxiety, anger, and unwillingness. Pooh, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and actually fell to the ground. Senior officer, someone immediately went to support him. However, the other leaders' faces were either pale, their bodies were trembling, or they couldn't believe it. No, this shouldn't have happened. Jia Yi, who was dressed in a Chinese tunic suit, stared at the screen. Despair, at this moment, of all the upper echelons on Earth, a small number of them directly died from cerebral hemorrhage, and some even had heart attacks. As for the others, they were filled with anger and unwillingness. They couldn't accept it. At this moment, no matter what skin color, what race, they were all filled with despair and unwillingness. The golden-horned beast was alive. This was equivalent to announcing the death penalty for the humans of Earth. P.S. Chapter 1 ends. ****. Luo Feng gritted his teeth as he stared at his tactical communications watch, his eyes bloodshot, his fists clenched so tight they made cracking sounds, the veins on the back of his hands popping out. If it was a star-level 1 human fighter, a 150 million-ton hydrogen bomb would have killed him long ago. The golden-horned beast is indeed the pinnacle bloodline of the space beasts, it's indeed a metal-devouring beast with shocking defense and attack. Babata too was shocked by the space beasts. The metal type, its scales defense was already very strong. Not to mention the golden-horned beast that swallowed and absorbed metal to grow, its defense was simply too sick. Stop talking. Luo Feng roared angrily. Within the Rest AI virtual space, Babata, who was lying on the sofa, was about to continue boasting and commenting on the golden-horned beast. However, after being scolded by Luo Feng, he was speechless. He actually dares to scold me, the demon Babata. Babata bared his teeth, revealing his fangs, muttering, "I am the great demon Babata. Back then I killed a bunch of sector lords, and he actually scolded me. This punk is on the verge of going crazy from grief. Forget it, I'll be magnanimous and forgive him." Babata's logic was clear, he understood how much pain Luo Feng was in. However, he couldn't empathize. He had followed the Yun Mo planet master for tens of millions of years, an entire planet's race had been destroyed, he had seen it many times. Hence he didn't feel anything. However, he knew Luo Feng was on the verge of going crazy. Or it could be said that the entire world's upper echelon elites were all on the verge of going crazy, they were all suppressing the madness within. Luo Feng couldn't care much, he immediately called home. "Little Feng, we saw the north side was very bright, almost like a sun. Your brother said only a nuclear explosion would make it so bright. Just what happened?" Luo Hongwa had just opened his mouth. Luo Feng immediately said, "Dad, Mom, immediately head to the second floor and enter the gravity room. If you want to know what's going on outside, bring my laptop in and go online to check. The other computers probably can't go online right now. Remember, before I return, don't come out of the gravity room." Oh. His family also realized the severity of the situation. However, they didn't know just how serious it was. After hanging up, Luo Feng lowered his head to look at the dark and endless ocean below. "Now I can only hope that I'll be able to find a weapon that can kill the golden-horned beast in one of the 3 great regions, archaeological ruin number 12. Go down." Luo Feng's gaze was like a cold, sharp blade. He stepped on the soaring shuttle and brought along a sharp wave of energy as he charged straight into the ocean. In the night, the dark seawater rippled slightly, boundless and boundless. A beam of light shot directly into the sea, and then continuously fell down. Luo Feng, the distance between the surface of the sea and the seabed is about 5,100 meters. And archaeological ruin number 12 is 3,300 meters below the seabed, Babata said. Understood. With Babata's navigation, even though he was surrounded by seawater, Luo Feng's route was still very accurate. A large number of sea monsters lived in this deep sea. Although there were currently a large number of sea monsters that could attack inland along the river, those that attacked were only a small portion of the entire sea monsters. After all, there were too many sea monsters. It should be known that humans were stronger than land monsters in terms of strength, so why did Hong still come forward to negotiate? Instead of killing all the land monsters, because, among the land monsters, there were king-tier monsters, but there might not be a beast emperor. However, there were only close to 1 million human fighters on Earth. And a level 3 rat tide would have millions of rat monsters, close to 10 million. A level 1 monster tide was measured in the hundreds of millions. The land monsters actually fought with humans. The monsters' reproductive abilities were too strong, with dozens of them in a nest, humans couldn't compare. No matter how strong Hong was, could he kill all the monsters on Earth? That's why peace was maintained, even the land monsters forced humans to do this. In terms of numbers and species, the sea monsters far outnumbered the land monsters. Even if they blocked all the rivers inland, they would only be a small portion of the entire sea monsters. As he continued to dive deeper, Luo Feng also saw large amounts of sea monsters. Humph. Luo Feng, who became a beam of light, instantly killed all the sea monsters within a 100-meter radius. Fresh blood immediately dyed the surrounding water red. Kill. It was a simple kill. Luo Feng's intense anger, pain, and unwillingness to die, killing these sea monsters was just a way to vent. After all, Luo Feng could imagine the terrifying scene of countless sea monsters killing their way inland and attacking the various headquarter cities. Who knows how many humans would die? Seabed. Luo Feng stepped on the seabed. The seabed was undulating, almost like a mountain range. The terrifying pressure of the water at a depth of around 5,000 m, after being greatly weakened by Luo Feng's cloud contact armor, it had already become very small. In terms of reducing impact, defense etc., Luo Feng's cloud contact vine far surpassed the Black God set. Especially the initial nurturing, it allowed the cloud contact vine's life form to greatly increase. 3,300 m below. Luo Feng swiftly descended, piercing through the seabed rocks, continuously sinking. Babata, such a secret place, how did the countries of Earth discover these ruins? Luo Feng asked as he descended. Relying on Earth's technology, of course they couldn't, they relied on some interstellar battleship remains to search the entire Earth. Babata said, other than people like me who can isolate signals and disguise themselves, making it impossible for you to detect, the other ruins on Earth have all been discovered. Luo Feng, we're here. Babata said. Luo Feng immediately slowed down. Pong, as he broke through the rocks, he struck a hard object, causing his entire body to shake. Battleship remains? Luo Feng's spirit energy spread out, immediately covering an area of 500 m. In his mind he quickly had a rough idea. This was an extremely large battleship, and Luo Feng's spirit energy could only observe a small part of this battleship wreckage. According to his observations, Luo Feng felt that it was even bigger than the one in the dojo of Limit's headquarters. Swiftly breaking through the rocks, through one of the holes in the already damaged battleship, he drilled in. TSK, Luo Feng, we've come at the right time. We've come at the right time. Babata was excited. What's up? Luo Feng also discovered that the alloy walls of the passageways within the battleship had already started to rust and decay. This is the Space Fleet's mothership. Babata said, that means, it's the entire fleet's commanding ship. Mothership? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. I suspected it was a mothership back then, otherwise, normal battleships wouldn't be in such a desperate situation. Babata said, this mothership's length is 16,000 m, its width is 3,200 m, its height is 800 m. Even though it's not the biggest battleship in the fleet, its defense is the strongest, its attack is the strongest. Luo Feng was excited too. Where are the weapons? Where's the desperate situation? This mothership itself wasn't the real archaeological ruin number 12, the real desperate situation was a secret cabin within the mothership. Wait a moment, let me search. Babata also had a detection method. He quickly scanned the entire mothership carefully. Luo Feng. As this mothership was damaged, it had no defensive capabilities, many of the weapons within had long been dismantled, the ones that weren't dismantled have already decayed. There's nothing better to protect, Babata said. Now, hope lies in ancient ruin 12. Just follow this passageway, straight ahead. The core of archaeological ruin number 12 was a secret cabin within the mothership. While walking within the huge battleship remains, Luo Feng, the leaders of the various countries have gathered in the War God Palace's meeting room. Babata suddenly said. Luo Feng's heart tightened. Right now, Earth was in an unprecedented crisis, even their strongest weapon, the hydrogen bomb, had been used. And after this, the golden horned beast definitely wouldn't give humanity another chance. They've decided the entire world's countries will be under military control, and will begin the human inheritance plan. Babata said. What? Luo Feng's expression changed greatly. Military control, representing the large headquarter cities' stock exchanges, supermarkets etc. all shut down. Where people live, what they do, what they eat, it was all controlled by the military. Food was provided by the military. Where people live, when to escape, everything was according to plan, military control. It was obvious that it was the worst possible time. As for the human inheritance plan, obviously the various countries had silently agreed that this war would be lost, and the current war was only to ensure that more people could survive in the future. One could only imagine how many people would die in this war. The number of people that could actually survive would be very, very few. Even if they did survive, they would still be in danger. Quick, find the strongest weapon and kill the golden horned beast. Luo Feng continued to head towards archaeological ruin number 12. After a while, in a secret cabin, there was a disc-shaped ship with a diameter of about 100 m parked. The entire ship was completely black. Even though it had been parked here for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, the ship's body had very little corrosion. On the black ship's body, there was actually a huge winged dragon engraving. The ship representing archaeological ruin number 12, is this it? Luo Feng was below the ship, looking up at the ship before him. This black disc-shaped ship, after so many years, the various countries of Earth had thought of ways to get it. Because of this ship, many people had died. Even councilman powerhouses had fallen here. Until now, it was still completely unharmed. Haha, so it's actually this. Back then the master destroyed an interstellar fleet in one move. Looks like within this mothership, there's a huge figure. He's actually able to afford the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 model ship. No wonder no one from Earth has been able to enter. This X-81 model ship is one of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's famous exploratory ships. Babata was extremely excited. Luo Feng knew, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, that was a powerful empire that ruled over the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. Even the Silver Blue Empire was only one of its over 500 subordinate countries. Luo Feng, there's hope. This X-81 model ship's construction costs is much more expensive than the entire mothership. The X-81 model ship's standard weapon, even killing a star level 7 or 8 has hope. Babata was very excited too. I didn't expect, this mothership actually has a figure that can afford the X-81. P.S. Chapter 2 has ended, there's still Chapter 3. There's hope of killing a star level 7 or 8? Luo Feng was shocked. This year, he had learned quite a bit in the virtual space. Luo Feng also understood, a universe-level warrior was able to fight with an interstellar fleet. A star level 7 or 8 was over 100 times stronger than a star level 1, very close to the universe level. That was an absolute warrior. Even an interstellar fleet would have a hard time killing one, much less an adventure ship. This is the Black Dragon Mountain, the X-81 model. Babata said, in the Black Dragon Mountain star fields 8,000 over galaxies, countless planets. These are all very powerful adventure ships, usually only universe-level warriors or those with a strong background can afford them. A ship used by universe-level warriors, with a weapon that has hope of killing a star level 7 or 8, is that weird? What's more, I only said there's hope, the powerful warriors wouldn't be so stupid as to place themselves in danger. Luo Feng couldn't help but carefully look at the ship before him. Pure black, disc-shaped. Hee, with this X-81. The demon Babata, wouldn't have to work so hard to build a ship from start to finish. As long as I hack into the X-81's AI system and completely control it. Then, I'll modify this X-81 adventure ship a little. Luo Feng, you'll be able to ride it and adventure in the universe. Babata was very excited. Building something from scratch, how could it compare to the convenience of having something already made? Oh. Luo Feng nodded. And Luo Feng, even if I build it, I won't be able to do better than it. Its workmanship is very high, and the main material used for the entire ship's body is a metal called black yttrium. The broken pieces you gave me are far from comparable to this black yttrium metal. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice, no matter how powerful I am. With such poor materials, I can only build a normal universe ship. It can't be this good. This X-81, made of black yttrium metal, even a universe-level warrior would have to expend a lot of energy to destroy it. Babata complimented, most universe-level warriors, when they ride ships, are only of this grade. No matter how expensive it is, even a universe-level warrior would feel heartache. Luo Feng nodded. This ship was for a universe-level warrior, and the Yunmo planet ship was for an undying warrior, the master of Yunmo planet. It was a pity, it was broken. If it wasn't broken, riding the Yunmo planet ship, with just one dive, would be enough to slice the golden-horned beast. After all, it was a terrifying ship that could easily slice a planet. After all, that was a ship that could easily slice a planet. Babata said, all the countries on Earth, in order to enter this X-81 adventurer spaceship, have suffered countless deaths and injuries, but you can't even enter the hatch. Babata, how do I enter? Luo Feng asked. According to the documents Hong had given him, the most difficult part of Ancient Ruin number 12 was the entrance passage. After opening the cabin door, there was an entrance passage. At the end of this passageway was the airship gate. However, many people from the various countries on Earth had died on this passageway. Even Hong and God of Thunder couldn't open the spaceship gate. I am extremely clear on the X-81 ship's construction. Planet ship. Star Dragon, Dragon Inn, Star Dragon 1-1 is the X-81 Star Dragon levels. The of light shooting out from Star level. Tion Star level of Star level. Star Warrior. Earth's representatives, Star Traveler level 1 or 2, even if they wear black god sets to weaken the attacks, they will still die. Only Hong and Thunder God wearing black god sets, they can do it. Luo Feng listened carefully. Lasers are a very powerful weapon. You Earthlings, if you put more effort into laser research, you may have even higher achievements. Babata evaluated. Very powerful? Luo Feng rarely heard Babata praise him. Of course it's powerful. Babata continued, from a theoretical point of view, if the light continues to gather, its strength will increase, causing its power to increase. In theory, the laser's power can increase infinitely. Of course, there are many difficulties. However, the laser weapons of the higher civilizations are something even sector lords have to be careful of. Of course, this laser path can't be that powerful. Babata said, what you need to do now is to charge through the laser path and open the door. Once the laser path passes, it'll be done. But opening the door is very difficult. Your head Hong and the one called Thunder God, honestly, Thunder God's name pisses me off. Within the wrist virtual space, Babata snorted, the two of them have no way of opening the door. This mechanical door, to be able to lift it, one has to be a star level 3 or 4 fighter to be able to move it. Star level 3 or 4? Luo Feng shook his head. He definitely wouldn't be able to move it. The difference was too huge. Can you break it from the front? Use that shard. Luo Feng said. The door's material is black yttrium metal, to break it from the front? I've said it before, even a universe-level warrior would have to spend a lot of energy. The hybrid copper essence shard is powerful, but your strength. Babata said, alright, what you need to do is, insert this toy into the gap below the door. In front of Luo Feng, a peculiar tool appeared. At first glance, it looked like an axe. The axe's blade was extremely thin, and this extremely thin axe's length was about 3 m, its width exceeded 1 m, it was a very peculiar tool. Just insert that extremely thin side into the gap between the door and the ground, that'll do. Babata said. Alright. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Immediately the cloud contact vine's leaves swiftly extended, the cloud contact armor, completely protecting Luo Feng's entire body. Following the dust-filled ground, he walked towards the ship. Cabin door. Luo Feng floated in front of the cabin door, both his hands grabbing the gap, fiercely exerting force. Open. Voila, the cabin door opened, revealing a 30 m long pathway. The entire pathway's sides were filled with densely packed holes. It wasn't glass like Luo Feng had imagined. A laser pathway? Luo Feng took a deep breath. The soaring shuttle automatically transformed into the mountain shield, protecting his body. So, he fiercely rushed forward. Xiao! 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 Immediately beams of white light lit up, piercing through the entire pathway. There were even some lasers, as though they had sensed Luo Feng. The holes slightly turned and actually shot towards Luo Feng. The speed of the lasers was 300,000 kilometers per second. Even the golden horned beast couldn't dodge in time, much less Luo Feng. Rumble. A portion of the lasers hit the mountain shield, and the mountain shield smashed onto Luo Feng's body. There were also lasers that shot onto Luo Feng's body. At the same time, over 10 lasers hit within the pathway. Luo Feng, who was originally rushing forward, was blown back even faster. On the ground, Luo Feng brushed against the ground for 10 m, before crashing into the metal walls of the mothership. Luo Feng, what are you doing? Babata couldn't help but shout. Rush in, I'll stick this tool into the gap between the door and the ground, didn't you say so? Luo Feng rubbed his chest. If I don't rush in, do I have to use my spirit energy to control this tool? I'm afraid the moment I enter, it'll be destroyed by the lasers. Luo Feng was very confident in the cloud contact vine. The first time he nurtured it, it was already very strong, after which it ate the Muya crystals. Until now, the cloud contact vine's strength was around the Star Traveler level 7 or 8. If the cloud contact vine fought Luo Feng, unless Luo Feng used the hybrid copper essence shard, he wouldn't be its match. Because the cloud contact vine's defense was strong, Luo Feng dared to rush in. No problem, this tool won't break so easily. Babata said, I'll use my spirit energy to control it. Then that's easy. Luo Feng heard Babata's words. He wasn't worried about the tool breaking. After all, it was a laser that could kill a Star Traveler. Once again entering the cabin door, Luo Feng used his spirit energy to control this hatchet-like tool. 19 threads of extremely tough spirit energy wrapped around the hatchet tool. Xiao, the axe became a beam of light. Pa! A white laser shot out, and the axe was directly smashed outside. It's really not broken? Luo Feng used his spirit energy to control the axe. The laser is too fast, what should I do? Luo Feng's gaze swept, making up his mind. Mountain shield. The soaring shuttle split into 365 blades, swiftly forming the mountain shield. The mountain shield covered the axe, sticking close to the ground. Go. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. Xiao, the mountain shield and the axe below it flew like lightning, sticking close to the ground. At the same time, the laser shot over. Pung. The laser hit the mountain shield. Disperse. The mountain shield actually broke apart, becoming 365 blades. With so many blades, immediately a large amount of laser shot towards the blades, and the axe that stuck close to the ground, like lightning, stuck close to the ground and pierced through. There was definitely a very small gap between the black yttrium sluice gate and the ground. Chi. The ultra-thin blade of the axe was forcefully inserted into it. Hoo-hoo-hoo, the axe let out a strange sound. The black yttrium sluice gate was actually slowly being pushed up. Under the sluice gate was the axe. The originally extremely thin blade actually split into 2 layers, the top layer continuously pushing upwards. The entire sluice gate was constantly being pushed open. This scene made Luo Feng dumbstruck. Babata, you said this sluice gate can only be opened by a star level 3 or 4. Luo Feng was shocked. Why don't you take a look at what I'm using? This is the monumental power push. Oh, in the universe language, it's called XXX. Babata said, it's similar to what you humans call a jack. You have to know, repairing a universe ship requires many tools. When I built the ship before, I naturally got many tools. The monumental power push is one of them. For example, if the ship breaks down, it's stuck somewhere. If the fighters can't move it, what do? We just have to rely on the monumental power push. Babata said proudly, this monumental power push's technical requirements are extremely high. Luo Feng realized. Luo Feng, why aren't you rushing in? Babata said. Luo Feng looked at the end of the laser tunnel. The sluice gate had already been pushed up a full meter. The universe ship repair tool, the monumental power push, was still pushing the sluice gate up. P.S. 3 chapters completed. Tomorrow, November 20th, Saturday. The black metal passageway was covered in dust, and the laser shots from before only left some marks on the floor. The huge force was slowly but firmly pushing against the door. On the other side of the passageway, Luo Feng's cloud contact armor swiftly covered his entire body, even his head was completely covered. At first glance, Luo Feng looked like a blood-red statue. Charge! Luo Feng fiercely pounced forward, sticking close to the ground and charging in. The soaring shuttle on top of his body immediately transformed into the mountain shield. Xiao! 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 Beams of eye-piercing lasers immediately shot towards the mountain shield and Luo Feng. The moment the mountain shield was shot, under Luo Feng's control, it immediately broke into 365 blades. Large amounts of blades flew about, causing the laser sensors to immediately determine their targets. More lasers lit up, shooting towards the blades. Luo Feng himself was taken care of by 2 of the lasers. Peng! Luo Feng's entire body was hit by the lasers, smashing into the ground. After which he was hit by the lasers from the side and moved to the left. In an instant, Luo Feng was like a ping-pong ball, being hit by the lasers and moving irregularly. However, he was desperately controlling his spirit energy, making himself move forward. Forward! Forward! So, Luo Feng moved from below the gate, brushing against the ground and entering the ship. I'm finally in. Luo Feng felt his entire body aching. Simultaneously he felt the cloud contact vine's grievances, almost as though it was constantly being hit by the lasers. It felt wronged. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. Stop acting, at most, I'll give you more food when we get back. The cloud contact armor's blood red glowed, almost as though it was excited. Shwa! The huge force suddenly disappeared, the gate once again fell, rumbling and smashing into the metal floor. Huge force, I put it away. Babata said. Luo Feng looked around. He was currently in a wide straight path. Babata, where to now? This pitch-black path. Luo Feng didn't know what dangers awaited him. Haha, Luo Feng, we've already entered the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship. Relax, there's no danger now. Babata said, let's go, hurry to the command room and insert the signal device into the ship's AI interface. Only by connecting with the ship's AI, can I think of a way to break through its AI defenses and control it. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. At the same time, something that looked like a memory card suddenly appeared in front of him. Luo Feng extended his hand and grabbed it. Just insert the golden end into the socket. Let's go to the command room, Babata said. Lead the way. Luo Feng ordered. Left. Under Babata's guidance, Luo Feng swiftly advanced in the Black Dragon ship. Black Dragon Mountain X-81 model ship's command room. It was pitch black. When Luo Feng brushed against the ground and passed through the door, the moment he entered the ship, ding! The spacious command room was instantly lit up. A man in a military uniform was sitting calmly in the middle of the room. Behind him stood 3 men in black uniforms. The man in military uniform and his 3 subordinates in black uniforms were all motionless. Then, the control screen in front of the command room lit up. XXXX. A large amount of universe language words appeared on the screen. The translation was, Human Star Traveler Spirit Reader has intruded. Threat level, weak. Kill him. And in the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship, at the bottom level of the ship, a sealed room suddenly lit up. In this sealed room, 3 metal robots stood motionless. These 3 robots were all 2 m tall. Their bodies were completely black and their eyes were red crystals. Ding! The moment the ship's AI system transmitted the numbers, the 3 robots' red crystal eyes all lit up. Ka, 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 the energy within their bodies swiftly revolved. Simultaneously, the sealed room's door automatically opened. After which, the 3 robots followed the order and became 3 beams of light shooting out of the room. Following the bottom-level passageway, they quickly reached the middle-level passageway. Luo Feng was currently on the stairs between the middle-level passageway and the upper-level passageway. Luo Feng swiftly followed the stairs and arrived at the upper-level passageway. Luo Feng, there are 3 metal robots swiftly rushing over. Babada said. Luo Feng was shocked. He immediately retreated, leaving a buffer distance. Staring at the stairs before him, Luo Feng's legs felt a slight tremor from below. That was the tremor from running at high speed. Babada, didn't you say, there's no danger in this ship? This ship has been submerged for over 800,000 years. It's actually able to maintain the robot all this time, allowing it to still be used. It's really awesome. Babada couldn't help but say, the owner of this ship must have left a large amount of energy in the storage room back then. That's why this ship can last until today. Luo Feng didn't have time to argue with Babada. Because, the metal robot was about to arrive. Rumble. A black beam of light followed the stairs and fiercely rushed up the passageway. Luo Feng could clearly see the metal robot. Its entire body was made of black metal and its eyes glowed red. And its fists were very uncoordinated compared to its body size. Because its fists were too big, almost like 2 heavy hammers. Break! The soaring shuttle in front of Luo Feng had long transformed into a mountain drill. The moment the robot rushed up, the mountain drill lit up with 18 golden beams of light. They swiftly revolved and gathered at the tip of the mountain drill. The mountain drill brought with it an ear-piercing sound. It immediately smashed into the metal robot's chest. As of now, Luo Feng was a Star Traveler Level 3 Spirit Reader. The soaring shuttle had reached the 2nd level of the 9 levels of the 3 Great Realms. At the same time, 18 spirit energies were activated. Even Hong and Thunder God would be injured if they took such a blow. Pung! The metal robot flew backwards and smashed into the wall beside the staircase. So, the other 2 robots rushed up too. Rumble! A heavy punch arrived in front of Luo Feng like lightning. The mountain drill had just smashed 1 robot away. It didn't have the time to attack a second time. So fast. Luo Feng was shocked. It's much faster than my flying speed. At the same time, a long whip strangely appeared in Luo Feng's right hand. It became a curved line and fiercely smashed into the metal robot's head. Pa! While the metal robot was being smashed, its fist still smashed into Luo Feng's body. Large amounts of vines and leaves appeared on Luo Feng's body, layer after layer. So, Luo Feng flew backwards from the punch. As he flew backwards, Luo Feng's gaze was cold. A blood-red shard appeared in front of him. The edges of this shard were extremely sharp. Hybrid copper essence shard, decapitate. Immediately, 19 extremely tenacious spirit energy wrapped around the blood-red shard like 19 tentacles. In an instant, the 19 spirit energies exploded with the strongest driving force. This caused the shard's speed to explode. And its extremely sharp and thin edges made its air resistance shockingly low. This driving force exceeded the air resistance. Naturally, it continued to accelerate. Xiao! The blood-red shard's speed was shocking. It immediately sliced towards the neck of the 3rd metal robot. It was about to slice off its head. Ka! An ear-piercing sound resounded. The metal robot's neck actually produced sparks. The shockingly fast hybrid copper essence shard was immediately repelled. That metal robot was hit by this powerful force. It couldn't help but fly backwards. However, Luo Feng opened his eyes wide. He could clearly see that metal robot's neck only had a mark on it. It didn't even have a single wound. So, the 3 robots became 3 beams of light and rushed forward again. 3 pairs of red crystal eyes were emotionless. Babada, what the hell are these robots playing at? Luo Feng shouted within. He had no more tricks up his sleeves. Even his trump card, the hybrid copper essence shard, didn't have any effect. One had to know that in Luo Feng's estimation, relying on the mountain drill, he might be able to fight against a Star Traveler level 7 or 8. However, the moment he relied on the hybrid copper essence shard that even an Undying would find hard to destroy, he might have a chance to harm a Star level 1 warrior. Of course, the prerequisite was that the opponent stood there without moving and let him hit him. Babada, what do we do now? Luo Feng asked. Don't rush, don't rush. I'm working hard. Babada said. You're working hard? Luo Feng couldn't care less. He turned and ran. However, his speed wasn't as fast as the 3 metal robots. Hence, Luo Feng extended 2 long vines from both his hands. Seeing the metal robot chase after him, he gave it a whip. Relying on this method, he made the opponent slow down. Not good, I've reached the end. Luo Feng's spirit energy clearly discovered that there was nowhere left to run. Luo Feng was shocked. His spirit energy clearly discovered that the 3 metal robots behind him had all landed and were standing there motionlessly. Luo Feng turned his head to look, only to see the 3 black metal robots not moving at all. Luo Feng, these 3 robots are already under my control. Babada said. Control? Luo Feng was shocked. These metal robots are controlled by the ship's AI system through wireless signals. Since it's a wireless signal, as long as the security level isn't high enough, I can break it. When you were fighting with them earlier, I was swiftly working hard to break it. Just now, I've already completely controlled these 3 robots. Babada was extremely proud. The robots aren't actually that big of a threat. It's just that their entire bodies are made of metal. These 3 are made of black yttrium. If you want to break them, it'll be very hard. Black yttrium, even a universe-level warrior would have to spend quite a bit of energy to break it. The advantage of the metal robots is that they can be made from extremely hard metals. However, they have too many weaknesses. For example, these 3, they don't have their own AI. Hence the method to attack you is very simple. Otherwise, as long as their AI is higher, with the 3 of them working together, even though it'll be hard to kill you with the cloud contact vine, it won't be hard to capture you. Babada said. Alright, enter the control room. Luo Feng took a deep breath. He walked forward. Behind him, the 3 metal robots obediently followed. Luo Feng suddenly looked ahead. There was an exquisitely carved silver door. We've reached the control room. Babada said. P.S. Chapter 1 is here. Acquiring the 3 metal robots, Luo Feng didn't seem too happy, because right now he only had one thought, to find a powerful weapon to kill the golden horned beast. This concerned the survival of the entire human race on Earth. Creak, Luo Feng used a bit of strength and pushed open the silver door. Ever since the spaceship sank, the door had never been opened again. The moment Luo Feng opened it, the command room and the outside world formed a weak flow of air. That luxurious command room naturally had a light breeze blowing past. The command room was bright and spacious. A soldier sat in the middle of the chair, and behind him stood 3 black uniformed guards. Seeing that there were people in the command room, Luo Feng was slightly shocked. Who? A light breeze blew past. The soldier sitting on the chair was like dust, immediately turning into powder. Even his uniform was turned into powder. Just like that, his entire body turned into a pile of dust, which flowed down from the chair onto the ground. The 3 uniformed guards behind him were blown by the wind. Their black uniforms slightly shook, breaking into pieces and falling to the ground. Some pieces of clothing still hung on their bodies. At the same time, it revealed the skin of these 3 people. One of them was a woman. Luo Feng could even see her naked appearance. This, Babada, didn't you say this ship sank for over 800,000 years? What happened to these 3 people? Luo Feng's spirit energy sensed that these 3 people had no signs of life. They were obviously dead. However, they didn't decay. Could they be undying beings? How could that be? Hee, that dead soldier sitting on the chair was indeed a big figure. These 3 guards aren't actually humans, they're a special product called liquid silver guards. Babada exclaimed, these liquid silver guards, their main material is liquid silver, which is even more valuable than black yttrium, it has an AI system. Normally, they're just like real people. They can speak and do things, etc. Also, because their bodies are made of liquid silver, their bodies are like water, even if a strong warrior punches them, they can easily deflect the impact. That's why, they're extremely good bodyguards. For example, if they encounter an assassination, they can completely use their bodies to block it. Even though their killing power isn't that strong, if they're caught by them, even a universe-level warrior would have to spend some time to escape. They're the best bodyguards. Babata said, however, these liquid silver guards are different from robots. The liquid silver guards only obeyed the orders of their master. Second, they need energy to maintain their daily lives. To them, energy is like a human's life force. More than 800,000 years, their energy has long been depleted. Babata said, even if it wasn't depleted, the ship's AI would not be able to command the liquid silver protectors. Luo Feng nodded. Looking at the control panel beside him, a jade-haired girl's head appeared on the screen, staring at Luo Feng. XXX. The universe language resounded in the command room. You want me to leave? Luo Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Over this year, under Babata's guidance, even though speaking the universe common language was a little strenuous, often having to translate the universe common language in Chinese in his mind, then thinking about how to reply, at least it didn't sound like much of a problem. Luo Feng, insert the signal device into the control board's left side, into the green slot. Babata said, ignore the ship's AI bullshit. AIs, no matter how smart they were still just AIs. If he couldn't control his weapon, it wouldn't be lethal at all. Now, it's a woman who's been stripped naked and tied up. Within the wrist AI virtual space, Babata sighed and shook his head. Next, I'm going to ravage her. Gaga saying that, he revealed his pair of sharp teeth. Luo Feng shook his head helplessly. Immediately inserting the signal device into the green slot. Do. The entire command room immediately resounded with an ear-piercing alarm. The control panel screen swiftly displayed a large amount of words. Haha, watch me, Luo Feng, this AI system is not bad, however, if we take her down within 30 minutes, this black dragon ship will be ours. Babata immediately began to use all his strength to invade, and the ship's AI system naturally resisted. Proceed with defense. Warning, system is under attack. The universe language resounded. Please enter your password within 30 seconds, otherwise self-destruct will be initiated. 30, 29. 28, the moment the sound resounded. Luo Feng's expression changed. Damn, self-destruct? Luo Feng, this is trouble. This ship's master is too much of a bastard, he actually set the AI system to self-destruct if it's attacked. Babata was obviously panicking. What do we do now? Do we have any ideas? Luo Feng asked. 30 seconds, even the universe's strongest AI can't take down this AI system in 30 seconds. Babata was panicking too, I don't know any bullshit password either. It's over, she wanted to destroy this AI system. I didn't expect her to be unable to resist and actually kill herself. It's over. Babata was helpless. Luo Feng couldn't help but rage. Babata, don't use such a tone at this time, quickly think of a way, what should we do? Within the wrist AI space, Babata's blood-red eyes stared wide open, blinking a few times, he realized. Luo Feng was furious. Indeed, Luo Feng was extremely anxious, where would he find the time to joke around with Babata? 20, 19. 18, the sound resounded, the control panel screen displayed a countdown. 10, 9. 8, 7, Luo Feng was extremely anxious. There's no other way. Babata's helpless voice resounded in his mind. Chi-chi, the entire control panel emitted an ear-piercing sound, large amounts of words madly floated up on the screen, even the large amounts of buttons on the control panel actually had sparks. 5, 4, the control panel's voice became dry, stuttering. Do. The entire ship resounded with an ear-piercing alarm. Not only was the control panel emitting sparks, even the ceiling and some of the passageways, many places in the ship were emitting a chi-chi sound, emitting sparks and such. as though it was about to explode. Babata, what are you doing? Luo Feng asked. Pung. A sound like a light bulb exploding resounded. The control panel screen turned pitch black, even the lights in the control room immediately went out, enveloped in darkness. Luo Feng, I can only do this. Babata's voice resounded in his mind once again. What did you do? Luo Feng asked. This Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship was set by its original owner. If there's an external signal attempting to attack the AI system, it will activate its self-destruct sequence, unless the password is entered within 30 seconds. And attacking within 30 seconds is impossible, hence, there's only one way, to use an overwhelming amount of energy to instantly destroy the ship's AI system. Barbaric destruction, the result would be the entire ship's control system being damaged, many of the transmission systems could be burnt. Babata said helplessly. However, if we don't barbaric destruction, the result would be, the ship activating its self-destruct system, with a pung, it would explode. And Luo Feng, you need the ship's weapons, I can only do this. Babata explained. Luo Feng immediately understood. At the start, Babata wanted to use a gentle method to attack and control the ship's AI system. It was a pity the conditions didn't allow it. And to prevent the ship from exploding, this was the only way. Babata, thank you. Luo Feng said. Within the wrist virtual space. Dressed in a black robe, the dispirited Babata was obviously a little sad from this failure. He had patted his chest loudly before, but the result was a result that couldn't even be considered as a win. Babata, thank you. Luo Feng's voice resounded. Babata was stunned. Thank you, the dispirited Babata raised his eyebrows, smiling, revealing his cute fangs, laughing, no need to thank me, Luo Feng, hee, I'm powerful right? This barbaric destruction also depends on strength, my AI level far exceeds it, in an instant I can control a large amount of energy, making it unable to react and then collapse. Luo Feng turned to look at the 3 liquid silver guards and the powder left behind by the soldier, along with his belongings. Luo Feng, back then the master, because of the close to 1,000 light-years around Earth, there were many races with good potential, hence he made this part of his territory. Back then, this place belonged to the Silver Blue Empire. Hence, the master slightly displayed his might, with a spirit energy attack, he destroyed the souls of a huge interstellar fleet's soldiers, causing the fleet to crash into many planets. Babata said, the master of this Black Dragon ship should be a big figure in this fleet. To be able to afford the Black Dragon Mountain X-81, and the liquid silver guards, he must have some status in the Milky Way galaxy. Babata evaluated, his belongings must be good, take them. Luo Feng nodded. Also, the liquid silver guards have used up all their energy, I'm not sure if the crystals in my storage are enough. I'll take these 3 liquid silver guards, repair them, and see if they can be used again. Babata said, at the same time, the 3 liquid silver guards disappeared from their original positions. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. The dead officer's ring, weapon, and other belongings were immediately kept. Once again using the Herculean push to push the door open, after which he easily walked through the laser tunnel and walked out. Babata, when will the weapons on this ship be ready? Luo Feng asked. This Black Dragon ship's AI and control systems are damaged, but the weapons etc. are unaffected. However, after tens of thousands of years, even with the 3 robots maintaining the ship, I think the weapons still have some small problems. Don't worry. I've roughly checked, creating a weapon that can kill a star level 6 or 7 is still possible. As for the time, I can't be sure, probably 1 or 2 days. The black disc-shaped ship before him immediately disappeared. I'll keep the ship, I'll begin repairing the weapons now. Babata said. I'll have to trouble you. Babata. Luo Feng couldn't help but say. It's a small matter, a small matter. Babata said, oh, right, when we go out, I'll store the remains of the mother ship. The mother ship's size was much, much bigger than a ship. Babata's storage tool was indeed much bigger than Luo Feng's storage ring. So, Luo Feng swiftly followed the mother ship's tunnel outwards. He was worried about his family, and he didn't know how the situation with the swallowing monster and the countries had developed. When it was attacked by the hydrogen bomb, what did the enraged golden-horned beast do? Luo Feng was filled with unease and anxiety. Using his fastest speed, he swiftly left the seabed and rushed out of the sea, stepping on the soaring shuttle, becoming a beam of light and swiftly flying towards the Asian continent's Xianxia country. P.S. 2 chapters completed. The first was a little late, hence, 3 chapters tomorrow. 3 chapters tomorrow, HM. At the same time, Tomato also asked for monthly monthly votes. Does anyone have them? It's the end of the month, there should be some. Yangzhou City, one of the 8 guard cities of the Jiangnan headquarter city. The entire Yangzhou City was in a state of madness. Screams of pain and agony echoed in the night sky. Some skyscrapers were broken in half, while others were set ablaze. It was as if the entire city was on the verge of destruction. Mingyue District. A disc-shaped fighter jet had already landed on the grass patch. 3 special forces soldiers jumped down from it, like a gust of wind, swiftly rushing into Luo Feng's house. Dang dang dang, the 3 swiftly rushed up to the 2nd floor of Luo Feng's house. 2nd floor, within the gravity room, there were beds, sofas, computers etc. Luo Feng's parents, Luo Honghua, Gong Xian Lan, his brother Luo Hua, his girlfriend Jin Nan and her parents, and Su Xian. They all stayed within the gravity room. Luckily the room was 6m long and 6m wide. Such a large space was enough for a group of people to stay in. Jin Nan's parents had been called by Luo Hua to invite them over after Jin Nan had been anxious about it. Mr. Luo Honghua, please leave the gravity room and follow us quickly. It's not safe for you here. The 3 soldiers stood outside the gravity room. The leader said anxiously, the buildings on the ground can become the swallowing monster's target at any time. The leader has already ordered us to come and fetch Mr. Luo Feng and his family. Time is tight, hurry up. I've already told you on the phone, I won't leave. We won't leave. The few of you, it's best if you leave. I'll wait for my brother to return. Luo Honghua, Gong Xian Lan and Luo Hua all said. The 3 soldiers outside were helpless. Suddenly, the leader's tactical communications watch vibrated. He looked down and his expression changed. Leader's call. He immediately answered. Leader, Representative Luo's family refuses to leave. The leader reported. Yes. Yes. The soldier stood straight and replied, ending the call. Mr. Luo Honghua, we've just contacted Representative Luo, he'll be here soon. The leader said towards the gravity room. Luo Feng's family were all shocked and overjoyed. Luo Feng was coming back. Tonight was indeed a nightmare. They had been worried about Luo Feng in the gravity room. Retreat. The leader waved his hand. Immediately the 3 soldiers swiftly left. Above the Asian continent. In the dark night, a beam of light swiftly tore through the skies. Luo Feng was dressed in the cloud contact armor and standing on the soaring shuttle. In his right hand was a curved shield. This was the weapon his dead teacher had prepared for him back on the Yunmo planet ship, the arc cutter blade. The arc cutter disc and the soaring shuttle were on the same level. One was better at escaping. One was stronger in terms of attack. Actually, regarding the use of the spirit weapon, Luo Feng had already understood it by now. Back then, when he had just been able to control 18 strands of mind power, he tried to activate the 2nd level of the soaring shuttle's mountain drill, but he failed countless times. It was because his control of telekinesis was too rough and weak. And after going through the training of the 9 secrets of control, Luo Feng's foundation was very solid. He only needed to try 2 or 3 times before he could use these 2 weapons. Luo Feng, how come I couldn't get through to you before? I went to the archaeological ruins before, maybe the signal was cut off. While flying, Luo Feng was talking to Jia Yi. How's it going now? What do you think? After the swallowing monster was heavily injured, it was enraged to the point of madness. After destroying Asia's China, India, and many other headquarter cities' war bases, it's now even crazily attacking the human cities to vent its anger. Jia Yi said anxiously, right, your Yangzhou city has been affected too. What? Luo Feng panicked. Your Mingyue district hasn't been affected, the entire Yangzhou city has been hit by a total of 12 golden lights, it's considered quite serious. Jia Yi said. Luo Feng was even more anxious. Luckily Yangzhou City was already very close to the east coast. Luo Feng quickly flew to the skies above Yangzhou City. My God! Looking down from above, Luo Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The entire Yangzhou City was filled with screams and cries. It was a city with close to 10 million people. At this moment, there were 12 places with deep craters, and the surrounding skyscrapers and districts were all in flames. The buildings were collapsing. It was as though they had been hit by over 1,000 tons of TNT. In these 12 places, large numbers of soldiers and police were gathered. Many lucky survivors were crying. Bastard! Luo Feng cursed within. Luckily it's just venting. It's venting on all of the human cities. Babata's voice resounded in his mind. If it were to specifically attack Yangzhou City, destroying the entire city would be a piece of cake. Luo Feng naturally understood this. Throwing out 12 golden lights, to the golden horned beast, was indeed a very normal attack. Maybe from the golden horned beast's point of view, these citadels were just small cities. The main city was the big one. It wasn't worth spending too much energy on a small city. Luo Feng swiftly rushed towards the Mingyue district, entering the second floor through his own window. The gravity room's metal door automatically opened. There were a total of 7 people in the room. Brother! Luo Hua was the first to stand up from his chair in front of the computer. Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan carefully looked at Luo Feng, seeing that he didn't have any external injuries. Only then did they relax. Beside them, Jin Nan's parents nodded and smiled, but it was obvious their faces were pale. When we entered the gravity room earlier, after the metal door closed, we couldn't open it no matter what. Luo Hua said. It was programmed by me. Luo Feng said directly. Compared to the government's defenses, Luo Feng trusted the gravity room's sturdiness more. Within the gravity room, even Hong could barely leave a small mark. That golden horned beast, even if a golden light struck the gravity room, it wouldn't be able to damage it. Su Xian. Luo Feng naturally held Su Xian's hand. Her hand was cold, her face pale too. Luo Feng, look. Su Xian turned the computer screen over. Luo Feng looked down. On the screen were large amounts of videos and photos. One of the photos at the top was the scene of the skyscraper burning. The swallowing beast is wreaking havoc all over the world. It was wreaking havoc in Asia before, now it's gone to Africa. Looking at its speed, I reckon it'll be heading to Europe soon. Su Xian said. How many casualties have we suffered in China? Luo Feng asked. Not sure. Su Xian shook her head. Beside, Luo Hua said, brother, according to the satellite images and videos, the number of casualties in the 6 headquarter cities of China is estimated to be no less than 5 million. The moment he said that, the expressions of the other people in the gravity room all changed. Obviously they were filled with grief and sorrow. A conservative estimate of 5 million? Luo Feng's heart sank. Millions of his fellow countrymen. The swallowing beast's main attacks are in the main city areas. The main city areas have more people than the citadels, and the density is higher too. Its frenzied attacks, hitting a few commercial skyscrapers is still alright, those skyscrapers are usually empty at night. However, hitting a few residential buildings, small districts. Luo Hua looked at the densely packed corpses on the screen, unable to continue. Beside, his mother Gong Xianlan, Su Xian and Jin Nan were all crying. It was too tragic. Luo Feng's expression was ashen. Golden horned beast. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. However, immediately after, he felt a wave of helplessness. The pinnacle bloodline of the universe, the space beast known for its savagery, the golden horned beast, even though it had only reached the star level, to the humans of Earth, it was the end of the world. From birth till now, this was the first time the golden horned beast had been injured. It was furious, hence, it wanted to vent its anger. Hence, Asia, Africa, Europe, North America, South America. Normal citadels, it would casually scatter a few or 10 beams of golden light as it flew past. However, in some of the larger cities, it would crazily vent its anger on a large area. Humans were as weak as ants. And the golden horned beast was like a giant, running to ant nest after ant nest, continuously stepping on groups of ants. The entire human race of Earth was trembling under the golden horned beast's rage. Its revenge lasted for over 4 hours. In a South American city filled with screams and explosions, the golden horned beast opened its huge scaled wings. The scales on its abdomen had already fully grown, without a single wound. It lowered its head and gazed at the city below, its cold eyes filled with madness after venting its anger, after which it suddenly raised its head. Woo! A loud and terrifying roar resounded. The roar caused the air to tremble, forming a visible shockwave. As though it was declaring its dignity and inviolability, Xiao, after which, the golden horned beast swiftly flew away into the ocean, resting at the bottom of the sea. This night, it had destroyed all of humanity's bases, suffered heavy losses, and finally crazily vented its anger. It had indeed used up a large amount of energy, it was tired and needed to rest. Xiangzhou City's Mingyu District, Luo Feng's house. The television in the living room was broadcasting. China's #1 leader was giving a speech to the entire nation. My fellow countrymen. Tonight, I am filled with unparalleled pain and sorrow. This is a calamity for humanity, we are fighting for our survival. In an instant, almost all of China's citizens were watching the live broadcast. Also, during the broadcast, there were large amounts of video feeds from the vice president. This scene wasn't just happening in China, it was happening in other countries around the world. All of the citizens of the world knew what had happened. A calamity even more terrifying than the Grand Nirvana period had arrived. Immediately, the citizens who were initially against the military saw the large amounts of people dying on the television, the large amounts of soldiers dying. Many of the youths volunteered to join the army. A large number of trained reserve soldiers went to sign up. Large amounts of fighters joined the army. Also, the television was broadcasting live, from the countless rivers of the country, countless sea monsters slaughtering their way over. It was also broadcasting the battle between the army and the monsters. It was also broadcasting the situation in other countries around the world. Tragic, humanity and monsters, this was a race war. For survival. Luo Feng watched the television, his heart heavy. Suddenly, Luo Feng's tactical communications watch vibrated. Luo Feng answered. Luo Feng. East of your Yangzhou city, there are 12 Emperor-level monsters that have just flown out of the ocean. 6 of them are heading towards the southeast military district. Please immediately send reinforcements. Jia Yi's voice was extremely anxious. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived from today onwards. Explode. Please support me with your votes, everyone has them. Got it. Luo Feng replied. Luo Feng, at this time I won't say much. I beg of you. Jia Yi pleaded earnestly. In terms of power, the only ones capable of killing a group of Emperor-level monsters were Honggua, Thunder God, Luo Feng, M.O. Henderson and a few others. Ka. After ending the call, Luo Feng turned to look at the others in the room, Luo Honggua and the others all looked at him. Be careful. Luo Honggua only said these 3 words. Luo Feng nodded. With a thought, who? 3 pure black metal robots suddenly appeared in the room. This scene shocked everyone in the room. XXXX. Luo Feng immediately gave the order, speaking in universe language. He ordered one of the robots to protect his family, the other 2 to prepare. The moment Yangzhou City was attacked, they would be responsible for defending. XX, the 3 metal robots responded. Even though their AI was very low, requiring humans to give precise instructions, however, they were still much stronger than the autojets from before. Little Feng. Brother. The group of people in the room looked shocked at Luo Feng. 3 robots? There were indeed robots on Earth now, but they were all very dumb. Dad, you guys immediately head upstairs. The moment you discover any danger, enter the gravity room. Luo Feng said. After giving the order, Luo Feng didn't hesitate, immediately flying out of the Mingyue district. The sky was already bright, the entire Yangzhou city was bustling with activity, large numbers of youths wanting to join the army were blocking the streets, the army could be seen everywhere. High up in the sky. Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle, swiftly flying towards the east. It's a pity, those 3 robots are repair robots from the ship. Babata's voice resounded in his mind. In terms of killing power, I'm afraid they can't match up to you. Have the liquid silver guards been repaired? Luo Feng asked, what about the weapons? The liquid silver guards use C-grade energy crystals, however they've been used up long ago. After tens of thousands of years, they need to be repaired. I estimate they'll be done within 3 days. As for the weapons, I've already dismantled the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship's most powerful single-target weapon, the laser cannon. It's currently being repaired. Babata said, the required energy crystals, I prepared them. Luo Feng relaxed. The laser cannon, according to Babata, was a weapon with great potential. In theory, its power could be close to limitless. Some of the rarest laser weapons in the legends of the universe could even threaten sector lords. How's the power? Luo Feng asked. It can kill a star level 6 human fighter. Babata said, star level 6, compared to a star level 1, it's tens of times stronger. Even if it was a giant star beast, you won't be able to block that laser cannon. Luo Feng relaxed a bit when he heard the words absolutely unstoppable. Although Babata's temper was like a child's, he would not speak carelessly. But I need time, Babata said. The faster the better, Luo Feng said. If we rush, we'll probably need 28 to 30 hours, Babata said. Luo Feng pondered, 28 to 30 hours? It was only a little more than a day. In such a long time, China might have suffered great losses, but it shouldn't have reached the point where the city was destroyed. Unless that devourer beast appeared, pray. He could only pray in his heart. Whoosh, Luo Feng's thoughts conversed with Babata. His flying speed didn't decrease at all, rushing towards the southeast military district. China's Kyoto headquarters. Many of the leaders were there, and the screen in the command center was playing 2 images of the satellite tracking. One was of 6 large and ferocious king-class monsters flying toward the southeast military region, and the other was of a youth in blood-red armor riding the soaring shuttle toward the southeast region. Luo Feng is already flying towards the southeast military district, Jia said. Immediately, broadcast this battle to the entire country. Beside him, China's #1 leader, a white-haired skinny old man ordered. Old Zhou? Jia looked shocked at the old man. The old man named Zhou said solemnly, Jia, you said before, there are strong and weak emperor-level monsters too. Even councilman powerhouses could die in a battle against a king-class monster. Right now is a matter of life and death. We need the representatives to shed their blood. At a time like this, do we want them to silently sacrifice themselves? The leaders of headquarters were all absolute elites. They were well versed in human psychology. With just a little bit, they all understood. To make the representatives risk their lives, they had to be willing. The country had no way to force them. They have to be willing. To make them willing, we have to ignite their blood. Only with passion. Only with faith. Only then will they risk their lives. The old man named Zhou said. Immediately, the entire China's television channel switched. Southeast Military District is in danger. Southeast Military District is in danger. Right now, there are 6 Emperor-level sea monsters flying towards the Southeast Military District. Under the commentator's voice, the images appeared on every television in China, be it homes, the big screens on the streets, or the screens in the underground base. All of them were showing the same images. 6 Emperor-level monsters, extremely malevolent, a snake with a green body and a purple abdomen. Its length was close to 200 m. In other words, it was as tall as a 70-story building. The mountain-shaking Whale King was like a giant nuclear submarine in the air. A green-scaled dragon with eyes glowing a strange red, it was the famous East Sea Azure Dragon. An almost transparent jellyfish, its umbrella-like body was over 30 m in diameter, its countless tentacles were at least a few hundred meters long. 6 Emperor-level monsters, every one of them was incomparably strong, especially the East Sea Azure Dragon and the venomous Jellyfish King. Even Jia didn't dare to provoke them. When China's 1.2 billion citizens saw this scene, they all held their breaths. When had they ever seen such terrifying monsters? The commentator on the side was still swiftly explaining the information of each Emperor-level monster, causing the citizens to worry even more for the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the Southeast Military District. No. The little girl covered her eyes, not daring to watch. It can't be. The elderly were all in front of the television, silently praying to Buddha and Guanyin. Emperor-level monsters. 6. The hot-blooded youths stared with their eyes wide open. They trained hard in the dojo, and the monsters they knew were terrifying enough. However, compared to these 6 emperor-level monsters, they were nothing. Before, the swallowing monster ravaged the entire Earth, destroying all the laser cannons in the military districts and bases. Against these 6 emperor-level monsters, the Southeast Military District is currently retreating. However, the speed of the army can't match the monster's flying speed, which reaches 820 meters per second. The citizens in front of the television all held their breaths. The screen immediately changed to another scene. A youth dressed in blood-red armor stood on a soaring shuttle, breaking through the skies and flying. Immediately, countless citizens in front of their televisions all became excited. Flying? This was humanity's pinnacle warrior, an existence surpassing the war god level. It's Representative Luo Feng. Representative Luo Feng is currently flying with his fastest speed towards the Southeast Military District. The data shows that Representative Luo Feng's current flying speed has reached 5,610 meters per second. Oh, I didn't see wrongly, my god. It's really 5,610 meters per second, 16. 5 times the speed of sound. The commentator's voice was filled with shock. Not just him, even the Star Traveler warriors watching the broadcast were shocked. In terms of flying speed, even Hong and Thunder God couldn't compare to Luo Feng. He's caught up. Representative Luo Feng has caught up. On the screen, Luo Feng and the 6 emperor-level monsters finally appeared at the same time. When they appeared on the same screen, compared to the incomparably huge 6 emperor-level monsters, Luo Feng was like an ant. One ant challenging 6 giants? Such a scene made all the people watching the live broadcast nervous. Suddenly, the huge jellyfish king suddenly sprayed out a green mist that covered a few thousand meters. It was poison. In an instant, the screen turned green. The commentator on the side immediately explained that this was the jellyfish king's poison. He also explained some information about the jellyfish king, making everyone tremble. This jellyfish king could be said to be one of the most poisonous monsters on Earth. What's wrong? What's going on? How's Representative Luo Feng doing under the poison gas? Everyone's hearts tightened. Luo Feng. Su Xian's body was trembling. Luo Feng. Wei Wen also raised his head to look at the big screen on the street, extremely nervous. And within the poison gas, Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle, his spirit energy forming a barrier around him. With Luo Feng's spirit energy barrier's toughness and density, it didn't give any chance for the poison gas to penetrate. Killing one emperor-level monster means saving hundreds of thousands, millions of lives. Luo Feng looked at the 6 emperor-level monsters swiftly rushing over, his gaze cold, filled with killing intent. That's why, all of you can go and die. Rumble, Luo Feng fiercely swung the arc cutter blade in his right hand. Chi. As though space itself had been sliced apart, the arc cutter blade actually became a huge golden arc blade, madly dancing about. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the jellyfish king, famous for its poison. That extremely flexible body, under Luo Feng's control of the arc cutter blade, was immediately sliced into 2. That 3-headed monster with a huge carapace on its back, was sliced apart along with its carapace. Slice. 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 The arc cutter blade, compared to the soaring shuttle, was even stronger in terms of attack power. 6 emperor-level monsters, even though the East Sea Azure Dragon was harder to slice, it still succeeded. The 6 monsters, under the madly dancing arc cutter blade, were immediately sliced into 7 or 8 pieces. All sorts of smelly or fragrant fresh blood sprayed everywhere. China, countless people were staring at the screen, their hearts hanging in suspense. The video of the swallowing monster from before made humanity despair. Right now, all the Chinese were hoping for a victory, to give them a little bit of hope for survival, on the screen. The poison quickly dispersed. Luo Feng, who was in mid-air on the soaring shuttle, waved his hand. The 10 m-long golden arc cutter blade flew into Luo Feng's hand. And in mid-air, large amounts of corpses that had been sliced into pieces fell from mid-air, be it a huge claw, or a tentacle, or some scales and flesh. We won. We won. The monsters have all been killed. At this time, many people were crying tears of joy. Finally. Finally. There was some good news. Representative Luo Feng is too powerful. His flying speed has reached 16.5 times the speed of sound. With Representative Luo Feng here, we will definitely win. Countless people at this time remembered Luo Feng's name. The South Central military sector is in danger. Representative Yao Wu is currently rushing over to help. The screen changed again. Luo Feng was very strong, but he was after all only one person. He had no way of fighting in two different places at the same time. Battle after battle occurred across the motherland. The flames of war were everywhere. At the moment when humanity's survival was at stake, representative after representative stood up. One by one, mysterious names that no one knew of were now known by countless people: Luo Feng, Zhu, Yao Wu. At this time, they were humanity's strongest, most dazzling existences. January 14th was destined to be a crazy day. In the 5 continents where humans lived on Earth, countless sea monsters were advancing along the rivers. Because of the distance, most of them didn't reach the headquarter cities. However, the Emperor-level monsters and the Star Travelers of humanity had already begun their battle of the pinnacle. And in every country, every headquarter city was broadcasting the battle to the entire country. Every battle was a cause for concern for countless people. The worry of everyone on Earth created a formless aura. That kind of hot-blooded aura made some of the hesitant powerhouses feel their blood boiling. One by one, they stood up. Battle. It was always bloody. There were strong and weak Emperor-level monsters. The weak ones were comparable to a Star Traveler level 1, the strong ones were comparable to a Star Traveler level 3 or 4. And the only advantage of a Star Traveler level fighter was the Black God set. This made the death rate of a Star Traveler level fighter lower than an Emperor-level monster. But no matter how low it was, there were still representatives that fell, after all. The biggest advantage of the monsters was their numbers. The Emperor-level monsters on land were much more numerous than the human representatives. And the amount of Emperor-level monsters in the ocean was even more shocking. Even though there were close to 90 Star Traveler-level humans, on January 14th alone, 903 Emperor-level monsters flew out from the ocean. 10 times the number of humans. And this was only part of it. The battle of the pinnacle between humanity and the monsters made many mysterious warriors of humanity known to countless people on Earth. Luo Feng, M.O. Henderson, Eastbourne. Each name was extremely dazzling, and the most dazzling was Luo Feng. Ever since Luo Feng went out for the first time and killed 6 Emperor-level monsters by himself. Since then, he had swiftly traveled to all parts of China. If other Star Traveler-level fighters went out and fought against an Emperor-level monster, it would be extremely dangerous and sometimes they would even have to run for their lives. But Luo Feng was different. When he went out, there was only one result: victory. From dawn till 3 in the afternoon, the number of Emperor-level monsters that died at Luo Feng's hands reached a terrifying 37. My God, all the Star Traveler-level fighters in China added together couldn't even kill half of the number Luo Feng killed. His reputation shook. In a moment, countless people in China and the countries that broadcast the battle began to worship Luo Feng. However, killing 37 Emperor-level monsters was a huge boost to humanity's morale. But to the sea monsters, they were incomparably furious. Powerful monsters were also intelligent. After 37 Emperor-level monsters were killed, he quickly provoked one of the 2 emperors of the sea monsters. 8-Clawed Beast Emperor. This 8-Clawed Beast Emperor was different from the one on the Misty Island. The Beast Emperor on the Misty Island was born purely from eating Muya crystals. As for the 8-Clawed Beast Emperor and the Thunder Dragon Emperor, these 2 Beast Emperors had gradually matured through countless battles and massacres in the boundless sea. They were much stronger. In mid-air, more than 120 kilometers away from the Kyoto base city. The battle that could be said to be the pinnacle of January 14th was going on. One of the parties was the 8-Clawed Beast Emperor that covered the sky and covered the earth like a floating island. This 8-Clawed Beast Emperor was the largest one on Earth, much larger than the Beast Emperor on Misty Island. Its gigantic head alone was like a small mountain. The 8 tentacles were thicker than the tentacles of the Misty Island's Beast King, and the length was about the same. And on the other side was the powerful human Luo Feng. Representative Luo Feng's speed is extremely fast. Danger. The various countries were broadcasting. As the battle was simply too fast, there was no time to explain in detail. You actually underestimate me. You are afraid of Thunder God and Hong, but not me? Luo Feng waved his hand. A 10 long golden arc blade landed in his hand, turning back into an arc blade. Luo Feng had also received the news. When the golden horned beast was ravaging Earth, it had specially passed by the Hongning base city and attacked the dojo headquarters, wanting to kill the two pinnacle warriors of humanity, Hong and Thunder God. The two beast emperors had probably told the golden horned beast that the hardest to deal with amongst humans were Hong and Thunder God. However, the golden horned beast didn't succeed. Hong and Thunder God hid within the training rooms of the ship headquarters and escaped. That interstellar transport ship was originally very sturdy. The star level 1 golden horned beast couldn't destroy it, much less penetrating the outer shell of the transport ship and attacking the sturdiest training room within. As for the weight, an interstellar transport ship over 10,000 m long, its weight was measured in hundreds of millions of tons. One had to know that on Earth, compared to an interstellar transport ship, it could only be considered a small aircraft carrier, weighing tens of thousands of tons. An interstellar transport ship's material density was even higher, its volume exceeding 10,000x. The weight was obvious. A Star Traveler Level 1 fighter could at most lift up to 1000t heavy objects. Star Level 1? To move an interstellar transport ship that measured in hundreds of millions of tons was impossible. It couldn't be destroyed. It couldn't be moved. It wanted to swallow, but such a huge plaything, it couldn't be swallowed. Decompose. And absorb? Such a huge transport ship, it would take a very, very long time to absorb. After all, the current golden horned beast, with just a few of the metal bases on Earth, would be able to absorb enough. One could imagine how much he could eat. Hence, Hong and Thunder God had escaped. I originally wanted to quickly get rid of you. I didn't expect your defense to be so strong. Then I'll slow down a bit. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. Die. The arc-shaped blade in his hand swung out again. The arc-shaped blades on the arc-shaped blade quickly gathered together, and finally turned into an arc-shaped golden blade that was only 1 meter long and as thin as a cicada's wing. It was different from the 10 blade from before. This one was extremely condensed. Xiao, the golden arc blade flashed, as though it was cutting into an apple, piercing straight into the 8-clawed beast emperor's head that was like an island. Ong, the 8-clawed beast emperor let out an ear-piercing cry. Walala, ink like venom fiercely shot out. A battle that made the entire world hold their breaths. When Luo Feng was completely enveloped by the black venom, countless people were extremely worried. One had to know that other than the swallowing beast, the strongest of the sea monsters were the two great emperors. One was the 8-clawed beast emperor, the other was the Thunder Dragon Emperor. The Thunder Dragon Emperor was known for its speed, thunder, and power. The 8-clawed beast emperor was known for its defense, regeneration, venom, and killing power. In terms of venom, the 8-clawed beast emperor was number 1. Ong, ong, ong. The 8-clawed beast emperor suddenly let out a painful cry, its 8 thick limbs madly swinging about, its huge head that was like a small mountain constantly moving and sinking in. And its eyes that were even bigger than houses were filled with madness and pain. Pung, a wound with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters appeared on its head. Immediately white and red blood spurted out like a fountain. The 8-clawed beast emperor's 8 thick limbs drooped down powerlessly, its huge body swiftly falling. Rumble. The huge body that was like a floating island smashed into the wilderness below, causing the entire ground to tremble, almost like an earthquake. It caused a few houses that had been exposed to the elements for tens of years to immediately crumble, causing dust to fill the air. The 8-clawed beast emperor of the two great emperors, dead, and within the black venom, Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle and flew out, glancing at the 8-clawed beast emperor's body on the ground. Immediately, the entire world, regardless of country, color, gender, or age, everyone was extremely excited. Luo Feng, however, was very calm. This 8-clawed beast emperor is really looking for death. Within the Rist's AI space, Babata held an apple, cursing disdainfully. It's not even a match for Thunder God and Hong when it's out in the ocean. Now that Hong and Thunder God are in hiding, it thinks it's invincible? Luo Feng, your strength is even stronger than Thunder God, dealing with it would be a piece of cake. What an idiot. Saying that, Babata fiercely bit into the apple, to the current Luo Feng. To kill a Star Traveler level 6 Beast Emperor, he only needed to use the Arc Cutter Blade. The moment he used the hybrid Copper Essence Shard, he would be able to match the world's strongest warrior, Hong. The entire world was in an uproar because of Luo Feng killing the Beast Emperor. And the group of Star Traveler level warriors standing at the pinnacle were even more shocked. Beast Emperor. All these years, even Hong and Thunder God couldn't do anything to the two great emperors of the ocean. Even though Luo Feng and the Beast Emperor's battle was in the air and not in the water. However, other than Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God, was there a fourth person on Earth who could battle the Beast Emperor, the third chairman, Ice Emperor Mo Henderson? The fourth chairman, Eastbourne, no one. At this time, the entire world's warriors finally understood. Luo Feng, who had just stepped into the Star Traveler level, a genius on par with Mo Henderson and Eastbourne, after a year, actually had the strength to match Hong and Thunder God. In terms of strength, Luo Feng was the third chairman, and possibly even the second chairman. However, Luo Feng had never challenged them, staying low profile in Yangzhou City. Hongming Headquarters City, Dojo of Limits Headquarters. The exterior of the interstellar transport ship had some scars, but the interior was undamaged. Within the interstellar transport ship's training room, a barefoot man dressed in black sat cross-legged. In front of him was a barefooted bald man in white. One black, one white. These two were the two who had been hiding in the interstellar transport ship's training room because of the golden-horned beast, Hong and Thunder God. This Luo Feng is indeed a spirit reader genius on Earth, his strength has actually grown so quickly. Hong opened his eyes, his gaze calm. Right now, his strength is indisputably the #1 spirit reader on Earth. Compared to second brother, he's probably not much weaker. That's good too. With such a genius on Earth, if I were to die, I'd be able to rest easy. Hong's eyes were as calm as the ocean. Suddenly, the entire training room began to glow with electricity, causing Hong to reveal a look of shock. The white-robed bald Thunder God who was originally sitting cross-legged had a calm expression. However, the surroundings of his body began to glow with electricity. In an instant, the entire training room had become a thunder domain, with electricity snaking about. The white-robed bald man opened his eyes flashing with electricity, his mouth revealing a smile. This smile was like that of the Buddha from Chinese legends. Brother Hong. Thunder God said slowly, India's ancient yoga legend's ultimate state of being one with the heavens, and the Chinese martial arts state of being one with the body perfect, surpassing them would allow one to step into the domain realm. Congratulations. Hong smiled and said. Hong was proficient in the Chinese martial arts, while Thunder God trained in both. Some of the manuals on Earth were created from ancient martial arts combined with the strength of modern humans. Maybe they were much stronger in terms of strength, however in terms of the realm, Hong and Thunder God had always benefited from Earth's ancient culture. Being one with the heavens, being one with the body, being one with the sword, Tai Chi perfect, etc., these were all descriptions of the highest level. However, above that, was the domain realm. Brother Hong, you and I have been brothers for tens of years. How can I back off this time? Thunder God looked at Hong. Hong looked at Thunder God, almost as though he was looking back at the Grand Nirvana period, the two of them fighting on the edge of life and death. Alright, let's go together. Hong nodded. Let's go together. Thunder God revealed a smile. 3 chapters complete. Tomorrow will still be 3 chapters, brothers. Please cast some monthly votes and recommendation votes to support Tomato. Brother Hong. Thunder God smiled, no wonder I couldn't beat you in the past. Domain, so that's how it is. Hong smiled too. Domain, even in the vast universe, it was considered a very high level. Even a universe-level warrior born in a galaxy might not have his own domain. Second brother. Hong looked at the white-robed bald youth. That swallowing beast has been crazy for a night, it's long gone to rest in the ocean. If we want to fight it to the death, we'll have to wait until it comes out of the ocean. Hence, I'll now tell you some of my insights and usage of domains. Thunder God nodded. Stepping into the domain realm, he finally understood how unfathomable it was. He could only be considered a beginner. Hong, however, had been in the domain realm for tens of years. He was much stronger than him. As Hong imparted some of his experiences and usage to Thunder God, the battle between the humans and the sea monsters on Earth had entered a new phase. China, Jiangnan headquarters city, 100 kilometers in the air. Destination arrived. A disc-shaped battleship was in the air above a wide river. This wide river was China's famous Yangtze River. Hua in the Yangtze River, the densely packed sea monsters were uncountable. Randomly throwing a bomb could kill over 100 monsters. Countless sea monsters madly followed the Yangtze River and advanced. Release number 12 liquid. Yes. The disc-shaped battleship suddenly had a hole in its belly. Green liquid with a tinge of red flowed from the battleship into the river below. The battleship swiftly flew along the river. The liquid continuously flowed into the river below. Within a few seconds, HOGACSI. All sorts of sounds rang out. The originally densely packed Yangtze River suddenly flared up. Some of the monsters even leapt out of the water in pain, some even crazily attacked in all directions. However, within a few moments, the river calmed down. The number of swimming monsters seemed to have lessened by quite a bit. A command center in Yangzhou City. China had a total of 6 headquarters cities. The reason why they were called headquarters cities was because these 6 cities had the strongest defenses, humanity's last bases. Over the years, humans had come up with all sorts of ways to defend the base cities. In the command center, Luo Feng was together with the retreating commander Li Dewei. Bastard! Li Dewei's expression was ugly. What's wrong? Luo Feng asked. The sea monsters have entered the land through the rivers. According to our plan. Li Dewei's face was ashen when a large number of sea monsters fled the rivers. We will sprinkle poison into the river and poison as many sea monsters as possible to death. First, it will poison a large number of monsters to death. Second, the corpses will block the river, but it's not as effective as we thought. Li Dewei frowned. The newly developed venom number 12 is only effective against reptilian sea monsters. Li Dewei shook his head. It's not very effective against coelenterates and echinoderms. Luo Feng too felt heavy. Although he had killed a beast king, how much of an impact would it have on the overall situation? Amongst the beasts, the one that humans felt the most helpless against was the golden-horned beast. We're not afraid of the sea monsters, we're not afraid of the emperor-level monsters either. Li Dewei said seriously, headquarters cities, we humans have been continuously strengthening and changing them for tens of years. No matter how much we fight against the sea monsters, we won't perish. What we're truly afraid of is the swallowing beast. Not a single person. No headquarters city can stop it. These 2 days, Li Dewei's hair had turned white from worry. January 15, 5:15 a.m. Luo Feng sat in front of his computer, looking at the news on the screen. Because of the pinnacle battle between humans and monsters, the monsters suffered heavy losses, especially the 8-clawed beast emperor's death. It scared the emperor-level monsters. They no longer dared to be so arrogant. This made Luo Feng idle. His body was idle, but his heart was nervous. Yesterday morning, the golden-horned beast entered the ocean to rest. I don't know when it'll come out. Luo Feng was anxious. Babada, is the laser cannon ready? Luo Feng, don't worry, soon. Babada said. Luo Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the anxiety within. Turning his head to look outside, through the glass, outside, the sky was still dark. When will dawn appear? Luo Feng muttered. Wang. Luo Feng fiercely lowered his head to look at his wrist. The tactical communications watch on his wrist vibrated. It was Head Hong. Hello. Luo Feng answered. Luo Feng, immediately enter the virtual space war god palace. Hong said, I have something important to announce. All right. Luo Feng replied. Luo Feng, your strength has improved quite a bit. Hong praised, work hard. After saying that, he ended the call. Within the virtual space war god palace, Shua, a golden-robed Luo Feng suddenly appeared in that spacious room. I wonder why the head is in such a rush, gathering people from every country in the war god palace. Luo Feng was curious. After leaving the room, he swiftly headed towards the top-floor meeting room. Along the way, he met a few friends. Luo Feng, how are you? A white man shouted. Terrence. Luo Feng walked alongside this man. How's the European Union? Very bad. There are already 3 headquarters cities that have begun a true battle with the sea monsters. The white man called Terrence shook his head. I estimate that within half a day, the 6 headquarters cities of the European Union will all begin a true battle with the sea monsters. Luo Feng nodded. The entire world situation was bad. The worst would be America. After all, America was the first country to be destroyed by the golden horned beast. And the Asian countries were still fine. However, according to Luo Feng's information, the Jiangnan headquarters city would probably begin a true battle with the monsters within 2 hours. Within the meeting room, many people quickly gathered. Attention all. Sitting at the very top were 2 people, black-clothed Hong and white-clothed Thunder God. At this crucial time, I've gathered everyone here because I have something to announce. Hong's gaze was as sharp as a knife. I believe everyone knows, the sudden appearance of the swallowing monster has caused humanity on Earth to fall into an unprecedented predicament. If we don't kill it, humanity on Earth will perish. Everyone below was silent. Luo Feng looked around. Everyone's expressions were ugly. The swallowing monster is a space beast of the universe. Its growth rate is extremely fast. We can't deal with it today. Even if we hide in a ship or some other place, we'll be able to escape. However, when it grows even stronger, we'll have nowhere to run. Hong's face had a pained expression. Luo Feng nodded. He agreed with this point. This golden horned beast was one of the pinnacle bloodlines of the space beasts. Once it matures, it could even become a sector lord. That's why, we have to kill it. We have to. Hong's entire aura suddenly became berserk and fierce. It has to die. Beside, Thunder God said coldly. First representative, we know we have to kill it. However, even a 150 million ton hydrogen bomb can't kill it. What else can we do? Beside, a white-haired old man from America said anxiously. Another representative shook his head. The strongest laser cannon didn't even leave a mark on its body. It's too strong. There's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. I have a son and a daughter. Hong stood up, looking at everyone. I'm not a good father. My energy is all on the martial path. I don't care much about them. However, they are my children. I don't want my children to have no hope. Our dojo of limits has a huge ship. Even the swallowing beast can't do anything to it. I can definitely send my children in and let them hide inside. However, I'm very clear, the moment that swallowing beast grows to the universe level, there won't be a single place on Earth that's safe. There won't be a single place. Hong's voice shocked everyone present, including Luo Feng. Thunder God and I have decided to join hands and fight to the death, to kill the swallowing beast. Hong's voice resounded in everyone's ears. Fight to the death. Kill the swallowing beast. Thunder God stood up too. Shocked, the meeting room was silent. Everyone was shocked. They all knew how powerful the swallowing beast was. Head. Luha couldn't help but stand up. Dojo Master. The personal guard, Allure, who was wearing a golden mask, stood up. A total of 8 people stood up at the same time. The decision has been made, there's no need to dissuade me. Hong said calmly, however it made everyone feel that his determination was as heavy as MT Tai, no one could shake it. First representative, second representative, don't tell me you have confidence? First representative, throwing your lives away isn't worth it. If humanity can't hold on, we'll still have to rely on the first representative to lead and protect the survivors. Many people from the various countries stood up. Hong shook his head. If the swallowing beast doesn't die, humanity won't have any survivors. This sentence made many people tear up. Despair. What kind of despair was that? Luo Feng closed his eyes. Hong was right. If it wasn't for Babata who knew how to repair, assemble, pilot etc., even if they had a black dragon ship, they wouldn't be able to repair it and fly away. Babata. Luo Feng shouted with his thoughts. What's up? Babata replied. Is the laser cannon ready? Luo Feng asked. I still need an hour. Babata said. Can it kill the golden horned beast in one shot? Luo Feng asked. Relax, this is the Black Dragon Mountain X-81's strongest weapon. It can definitely destroy the golden horned beast's head in one shot, shattering its soul. That's a definite death. Babata was extremely confident. Very good. Luo Feng opened his eyes, looking at the group of Earth's elites struggling in pain, as well as Hong and Thunder God who were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Attention all. A loud voice resounded within the meeting room. Everyone quietened down, including Hong and Thunder God. They all looked over. Facing the gazes of Earth's elites, Luo Feng said seriously, I have confidence in killing the swallowing beast. P.S. The first chapter is up, there are still 3 chapters today. Everyone in the meeting room was stunned. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. On Earth, till now, no one dared to say they had the confidence to kill the swallowing monster. Even Hong and God of Thunder, who possessed domains, said that they would risk their lives to kill the devourer beast. They were fighting with their lives on the line, they had no confidence. Luo Feng. Hong stared hard at Luo Feng. What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. Thunder God stared hard at Luo Feng too. Say it again. Luo Feng, what did you just say? Beside, Jia Yi grabbed Luo Feng, his voice trembling with excitement and nervousness. Luo Feng. The various countries' leaders, representatives, and warriors all stared at Luo Feng, almost like a group of drowning people looking at a boat heading towards them. Many of them rubbed their ears, worried they might have misheard. Some even asked the people beside them if Luo Feng had really said it. Nervousness, excitement, apprehension, all sorts of emotions permeated the meeting room. I'll speak. Luo Feng took a deep breath, looking at everyone around him. I have confidence. I'll kill the swallowing monster. You really have confidence? Luo Feng, what will you use to kill the swallowing monster? Luo, you're not lying to us? Different skin colors, different countries people couldn't help but shout out, all of them, some had snow-white hair, but their faces were flushed with excitement. Silence. Hong shouted loudly. The meeting room gradually quietened down. Hong said loudly, I'll ask Luo Feng. Everyone calm down. Everyone present was after all the elites of Earth, as it involved the entire country, race, and even the survival of Earth's humans, hence they all lost their composure. Hearing Hong's words, they could barely calm down. Luo Feng. Hong looked at Luo Feng. Everyone in the meeting room looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at Hong, asked. What will you use to kill the swallowing monster? Don't tell me, you'll risk your life in battle. Hong looked at Luo Feng. The meeting room was filled with the world's top experts. Hearing Luo Feng's words, they would know if Luo Feng was really confident or just lying. Attention all. Luo Feng looked around at the crowd. Last time in the meeting room, I asked the head for a document that recorded all the major archaeological ruins on Earth. I can prove it. Hong nodded. That information was indeed given to Luo Feng by him. I was also very anxious when that devourer beast appeared. I've been thinking about it, and I believe that there might be hope in the archaeological ruins to save Earth, said Luo Feng seriously. There are many archaeological ruins on Earth, and almost every country has explored them. There are only 3 perilous realms left. 3 great despairs? Many people exclaimed. They all knew how dangerous the 3 great perilous realms were. Ruins number 1, number 12, and number 31, which ones did you go to? Hong couldn't help but ask. Everyone on Earth knew how dangerous the 3 great despairs were. First, Bermuda's underwater silver pyramid, and 31st Xianxia's poison source. I have no way of entering. Luo Feng shook his head. I've entered archaeological ruin 12, it's a black ship. Many people in the conference hall nodded. There were quite a number of people who knew about ancient ruin number 12, but all the countries had suffered because of it. That ship was able to maintain the energy supply of the laser pathway. I had already determined that the ship's damage wouldn't be too severe. Indeed. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. After I entered, there were indeed some weapons that were damaged. However, one of the most powerful single-target weapons, the laser cannon, was almost in perfect condition. I've acquired a repair robot from the ship. It's currently being repaired. I believe it should be ready to be used soon. Laser cannon? How powerful can that be? Someone seemed doubtful. Don't spout nonsense if you don't understand. A white old man with messy hair stared at Luo Feng. The laser cannon you've acquired, what grade is it? Luo Feng was slightly stunned. Babada's voice resounded in his mind, tell him, it's AB 6th grade. It's AB 6th grade. Luo Feng said. My God, B6th grade, humanity has hope. Humanity has hope. That messy hair old man was so excited that he was crying and laughing at the same time. Beside him, a representative warrior asked, Mr. Breckenridge, this B6th grade laser cannon, just how powerful is it? Attention all. This Breckenridge old man surveyed his surroundings, speaking loudly, many of you here know. The laser cannon that we developed on Earth that can kill an Emperor-level monster, was based on the damaged laser cannon found in the archaeological ruins. After dismantling it and researching it, we created it. Back then, I obtained a set of information. I knew the classification of the laser cannon's power in the universe. Breckenridge said, translating it to Earth's language, it's separated into A, B and C grades. For example, the A1 grade laser cannon can kill a normal Star Traveler Level 1 fighter. The A2 grade laser cannon can kill a normal Star Traveler Level 2 fighter. So on and so forth. The A9 grade laser cannon can kill a Star Traveler Level 9 fighter. And the B grade laser cannon is also very precious in the universe. The B1 grade laser cannon can kill a normal Star Level 1 fighter. Breckenridge laughed loudly. So on and so forth. The B6th grade can kill a normal Star Level 6 fighter. According to the information, even an interstellar fleet back then didn't have such a weapon. Immediately, the meeting room erupted. Haha. There's hope, there's hope. No need to die, there's no need for so many people to die. Haha. Hell. Many of the Earth's pinnacle elites present were so excited they lost their composure. However, no one cared about this. Losing their composure was nothing. Luo Feng. Hong looked at Luo Feng, smiling, thank you. Head. Luo Feng was about to speak. No need to call me head, if you respect me, just be like thunder, call me brother Hong. Hong smiled. He was indeed very grateful to Luo Feng. Even if he fought to the death, he only had a 20 to 30% chance. If he could kill the swallowing monster without dying, who would be willing to die? Brother Hong. Luo Feng shouted. Haha, good, haha, I'm happy, I haven't been this happy in a long time. Hong completely lost his composure. Thunder God walked over too. Right, Luo Feng. Hong's expression became serious, emphasizing, I know, the laser cannon's speed reaches light speed, that swallowing monster has no way of escaping. However, if it doesn't die in one shot, then the swallowing monster can definitely escape underground and swiftly find a chance to retaliate and destroy the laser cannon, hence, there's only one chance to kill it. Luo Feng was shocked within. Right, the laser cannon, also known as the laser cannon, its speed was indeed fast. However, after firing the first shot, the second shot had to be prepared. With the swallowing beast's incredible speed, it would definitely be able to escape easily in such a short period of preparation. The moment it escaped, the swallowing monster wouldn't give Luo Feng a second chance. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. His consciousness left the virtual space and returned to reality. It was already 6 in the morning. Outside the window, the sky was already bright. The night has passed, the sky is bright. Luo Feng stood on the balcony, breathing out hot air on the glass, causing it to fog up. Luo Feng, it's done, waha. I, Babada, am too awesome. A laser cannon that hasn't been used for over 800,000 years, only I, Babada, can fix it so quickly. Babada's arrogant laughter resounded within Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng revealed a look of glee. He didn't have the mood to blame Babada for being arrogant, instead saying, where's the weapon? Take it out and let me see. Damn, don't rush. Within the rest AI space, Babada stretched his body. Even though this laser cannon is a single soldier weapon, however, it's still a single soldier weapon in the universe. It takes up a lot of space. It requires 6m long, 6m wide, 3m tall space. The balcony beside you can't fit it. This is called a single soldier weapon? Luo Feng was shocked. Just send out a robot or a fighter, and they can easily carry it. Of course it's a single soldier weapon. Babata said unhappily, why don't you take a look? That type of large-scale battleship weapon, just the size alone is comparable to your Earth's aircraft carriers. Luo Feng rubbed his head and laughed. Right. The weapons on a planet and in space, the difference was huge. And Luo Feng, you won't be able to handle this weapon. Don't you have 3 repair robots? Arrange one for me. I'll program it. This kind of operation is definitely the right thing to do. Even though they aren't creative, they definitely won't make any low-level mistakes. Babata said. Of course Luo Feng agreed. Of the 3 black metal robots, one of them was quickly kept into Babata's storage space and programmed. Why hasn't the swallowing monster come out of the sea yet? On the balcony of Luo Feng's house, Hong, Thunder God, Jia Yi, and the others, including Luo Feng, a total of 12 people were gathered. The sun was already high up in the sky, it was past noon. What's the rush? It's best if the swallowing monster never comes out. Hong laughed as he glanced at Thunder God, but Luo Feng was looking at the huge black metal robot in front of him. The gigantic instrument that was placed on the ground, 6 meters long, 6 meters wide, and 3 meters thick, its entire body seemed to be made out of crystal. The complicated structure within was dazzling. And the cannon's diameter was 5 m. Will this cannon be able to kill the swallowing monster? M.O. Henderson from America was worried. Relax. Luo Feng laughed confidently, don't be fooled by the swallowing monster's 180 m long body, its head is only 20 m long. A 5 m diameter light beam shot over, it'll be able to blow up its entire head, I guarantee its soul will scatter, it can't be more dead. Blow up its head. M.O. Henderson was excited. A group of people were waiting anxiously. Only the black metal robot stood there motionless, the sunlight shining on its body didn't reflect at all. Time passed minute by minute. 1 p.m., 3 p.m., 5 p.m., the sun had already reached the western mountains and was about to set. Hello. Hong pressed on his tactical communications watch. Head, the swallowing monster has just flown out from the waters around Sven's Island near Antarctica. A voice resounded from the tactical communications watch, causing the 12 people present to get excited. Almost at the same time, everyone else's tactical communications watch vibrated. It's here, the swallowing monster has finally appeared. P.S. Chapter 2. Continue writing the 3rd chapter, brothers, give us some monthly votes. Our passion is burning. The gazes of the 12 warriors on Luo Feng's balcony all landed on the black metal robot. Luo Feng, are you sure you want the robot to control the B6 grade laser cannon? Thunder God couldn't help but ask. If we don't use the robot, who? Which one of us will use the B6 grade laser cannon? Luo Feng laughed. The others all laughed, however their smiles were filled with nervousness. There was no choice, everyone was under a lot of pressure. After all, the moment they failed, that would be humanity's doomsday. Luo Feng looked at the metal robot. Move. Luo Feng said. The red crystal eyes of the metal robot suddenly lit up, after which it extended its steel arms and grabbed the huge crystal-like laser cannon, so. It immediately rose into the air. Under the setting sun, the black metal robot grabbed the crystal laser cannon and swiftly disappeared into the horizon. Luo Feng and the other 12 looked up. Stop looking, let's hurry inside. Look at the satellite tracking. Hong shouted. Immediately the others all entered Luo Feng's house's 2nd floor listening room. Hualala, the endless ocean waters of the Pacific Ocean slightly undulated. Right now it was about 5 p.m. in China's time, however here, it was deep into the night. Tonight, it was pitch black, there was no moon, in the air above the Pacific Ocean, a completely black as ink, golden engravings wrapped around its horn, a huge beast flew across the sky, that pair of black scaled wings waved, it was like a black shadow. It was an existence that caused the entire human race to fear, the swallowing space beast's pinnacle bloodline, the golden horned beast. As it flew, its dark golden eyes looked down from above. There was only coldness and brutality in its eyes. Over 10,000 kilometers away from the golden horned beast, the sun had just set, the sky wasn't completely dark yet. A 2m tall black metal robot was easily grabbing onto a huge laser cannon that looked like it was carved out of crystal. It was flying quickly, leaving the Huaxia continent and Entering the ocean, the direction it was flying in was getting closer to the golden-horned beast. Yangzhou City, Luo Feng's house's second-floor listening room. On the left side of the screen that took up almost an entire wall, was the scene of the swallowing beast flying in the night, and on the right side, was the scene of the metal robot grabbing the crystal and flying. The metal robot's flying speed, 2,109 meters per second. The electronic voice reverberated in the audiovisual room, Devourer's flying speed, 15,219 meters per second. There were 12 experts from Earth gathered in the audiovisual room. Luo Feng, this commentary electronic voice, it's an AI system. Hong said softly to Luo Feng. Everyone, I've already prepared the wine for the celebration. At the side, Thunder God took out wine cups from the wine cabinet and poured out a total of 12 cups. Everyone, let's see how the Devourer beast dies. Haha, we have to prepare more celebratory wine. Luo Feng and the others laughed. Everyone was laughing, however, everyone was in a state of anxiety. Everyone was just pretending to be relaxed. No one could completely relax at this time. Time ticked by. Although the distance between the black metal robot and the Devourer beast was more than 10,000 kilometers, the distance between the Devourer beast and the black metal robot was over 10,000 kilometers. However, the Devourer beast's speed was over 10 kilometers per second. Time ticked by. The atmosphere in the audiovisual room was getting tenser and tenser. It was as if everything had frozen, making it hard for people to breathe. The distance between them is 2,100 kilometers. The metal robot has stopped, the electronic voice said. On the screen, on the left side, the Devourer beast was still flying, almost as if it was heading directly towards the Chinese continent. On the right side, the metal robot had already stopped, floating in mid-air. The laser cannon is glowing. It's already activated. Luo Feng and the others held their breaths as they watched. The metal robot was holding the B6 grade laser cannon in one hand, while the other hand was nimbly controlling it. The entire laser cannon that was almost like a huge crystal carving began to glow, the light followed the lines and swiftly flowed towards the center. The laser cannon needs 50 seconds to charge up. Luo Feng explained softly. Beside, Jia was obviously nervous, nodding, the laser cannon's attack is in a straight line. Before, both sides passed through the ground. It has to be closer, a distance of 1,000 kilometers, it's just right. Luo Feng nodded. This laser cannon was a weapon of the universe. Even though the planet's internal air and dust had some resistance, it didn't affect the laser cannon at all. 50 seconds passed. On the right side of the screen, the metal robot was controlling the huge laser cannon's muzzle. A white light revolved around the muzzle, causing the entire muzzle to be extremely glaring. It's ready. Luo Feng said softly, we can attack at any time. It's almost ready. Thunder God couldn't help but say. No problem, there's enough time. Jia swallowed hard, staring at the screen. Quick, quick, quick. Mo Henderson muttered softly. Alright, we can attack now. Hong said softly. Everyone was in a state of unprecedented nervousness. The 12 present were the absolute elites of Earth, their mental fortitude was definitely top-notch. However, at this moment, no one had ever been so nervous before. Even when facing death, they weren't as nervous as they were right now, America's main command. God, please protect your children. The black-skinned president's forehead was beaded with sweat, drawing a cross on his chest, his gaze staring straight at the screen. Beside him, the generals and officials all held their breaths. China's capital's main command. The number 1 elder Zhou stood perfectly straight, staring at the screen in front of him. Beside him, none of the other leaders made a sound. The European Union, India, Russia, HR Alliance, 23 headquarter cities, all the leaders of Earth held their breaths as they watched this scene. An unprecedented pressure was pressing down on the humans of Earth. Was it survival? Was it death? Everything would be revealed. The metal robot and the swallowing beast. The distance was 1,200 kilometers, 1,150 kilometers, 1,100 kilometers. Everyone on Earth who was watching this scene was extremely nervous, but the black metal robot's face was always like steel, it didn't seem nervous at all. Its red crystal eyes suddenly lit up. A strand of signal was transmitted directly into the laser cannon, immediately. An incomparably dazzling, resplendent, mesmerizing white beam of light. It shot out from the laser cannon's 5 m diameter, across the Pacific Ocean. In an instant, this mesmerizing white beam of light had already reached its target 1,082 kilometers away, the swallowing space beast golden horned beast. In the night, above the Pacific Ocean, the golden horned beast's wings were slightly raised, its dark golden eyes gazing down at the ocean below. This was the moment. Time had stopped. Chi. Like hair being burnt by fire, an extremely short chi sound could be heard. That incomparably dazzling white beam of light directly pierced through the golden horned beast's head. The entire upper half of its head, including the edge of its slightly raised left wing, was passed by. Almost without a sound. Only that extremely short chi sound could be heard. Nothingness. The golden horned beast's head instantly only had its terrifying mouth and lower jaw left. Everything from its nose upwards had completely disappeared. As for its skull and other parts, they all turned into nothingness. The white beam of light was incomparably dazzling. After piercing through the golden horned beast, it continued forward in a straight line, flying into the atmosphere, actually piercing through the atmosphere, directly shooting into space filled with resplendent stars. Time had stopped at this moment. ********** in the listening room. On the left side of the screen was the flying swallowing beast. However, this swallowing beast's head only had a mouth left, and there was nothing else on it. On the right side of the screen was the blinding beam of light that had already shot into space. The 12 people in the listening room instantly stared wide-eyed, after which they all went crazy. Haha. We've succeeded, we've succeeded. Jia, the #1 person in China's military, excitedly jumped up, waving his fist. Ha ha ha, oh, oh, oh. M.O. Henderson shook his butt proudly. Haha, we've succeeded, we've succeeded. Luo Feng excitedly shouted. Come, hurry, let's drink, let's celebrate our success. Thunder God shouted loudly, immediately grabbing the wine glass beside him. That's great. Hong Tu had a look of excitement on his face. And within Luo Feng's mind, Babata's excited voice resounded. Luo Feng, I'm amazing, right? I've said it before, this laser cannon that can kill a star level 6, killing it was just a simple swipe, it's dead for sure, wahahaha. Babata was extremely proud too. The entire Earth's countries, in an instant, were in an uproar. Excitement, we've finally succeeded. This disaster is finally over. Luo Feng excitedly walked towards Thunder God. Luo Feng froze. The previously excited listening room immediately quietened down. Even the excited representative Zhu Shi stopped. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat, turning to look at the screen. On the screen. On the left screen, the swallowing monster's head was still only left with its mouth, but strangely, it was still floating, with 2 horns, one long and one short, floating beside it. The 2 horns' golden engravings suddenly let out a glaring golden light. The swallowing monster's huge body, especially on its neck and back, the golden engravings on its scales all lit up. This golden light swiftly followed the engravings and directly transferred to the swallowing monster's huge wings. In an instant, the wings seemed to grow a size larger, the shape slightly changing. Xiao, just like a golden light, the swallowing monster, with only its mouth left on its head, actually dove straight into the ocean. Rumble. The seawater exploded. It failed? Hong's face immediately went pale, his body trembling. Jia looked at the screen in shock, continuously shaking his head, tears flowing down his face silently. Thunder God, who was holding a few wine glasses in celebration, also stared wide-eyed at the screen, the wine glass in his hand unconsciously slipping down. Pa. The glass shattered, the shards flying. The sound was like a sharp sword piercing everyone's heart. Luo Feng stared blankly at the screen, no longer showing any expression. Despair? His heart was filled with grief. At this moment, the entire Earth's heart stopped beating. The entire Earth's humans were in despair. At this moment, it was as though they were witnessing humanity's demise. The swallowing monster is moving extremely quickly at the bottom of the sea. Its speed is 36,062 meters per second. It's 37 times its previous speed. In the listening room, the electronic voice emotionlessly reported the numbers, however there was no longer any reaction, everyone was as silent as statues, as though they were dead. P.S. 3 chapters completed. In the dark listening room, Luo Feng felt his mind go blank, he couldn't hear anything from the outside world. Failed? Failed? It actually failed? How could it fail? How could it fail? Luo Feng was overwhelmed by the torrential pain and regret, he had placed too much hope on this attack. Ever since the hydrogen bomb attack failed, the humans of Earth only had one last move, to let Hong and Thunder God, the two strongest warriors of Earth, risk their lives. But risking their lives, they didn't have any confidence. And the B6 grade laser cannon he had acquired was something he had confidence in, the elites of the world were all excited about this laser cannon. Everyone was anticipating that attack, indeed, the laser shot from the B6 grade laser cannon was extremely powerful. It easily pierced through the golden horned beast's brain and shot into space. However, no one would have thought that the golden horned beast, with its head destroyed and only its mouth left, would still be alive and not die. It can't not die, how could this be? Within the Rist AI space, Babata shook his head in shock, not right, not right. Whether it's a human or an animal, the soul is in the sea of consciousness, and the sea of consciousness is in the brain. Destroying the brain means death without a doubt. Unless the spirit imprint is infused into every cell, the cells can be reborn. However, a star level can't reach that stage. Babata shook his head, don't tell me this golden horned beast has some special talent? Unknown, in the universe, the understanding of the space beasts was too little. Just like the UNMO planet master who had never met a golden horned beast in his entire life. The understanding of the golden horned beast was too little, within the listening room. Quick, the laser cannon, hurry, and bring the laser cannon back. Jia Yi suddenly roared. The other 11 people in the room were shocked awake. Laser cannon. Luo Feng's eyes were round as he stared at the screen. On the screen, the black metal robot was grabbing the laser cannon and madly fleeing. On the other screen, there was a huge silhouette madly chasing in the sea. The metal robot's flying speed is 2,110 meters per second, the swallowing monster's underwater speed is 36,069 meters per second, the distance between the two is 520 kilometers, 460 kilometers, 398 kilometers. Within the listening room, the emotionless electronic voice continued to speak, causing everyone's expressions to change. Quick, quick, quick. Thunder God said urgently. It's too late. Hong's face was pale as he shook his head. Previously, the distance between the two parties was about 1,000 kilometers. This devourer's speed reached 36 kilometers per second. The robot's speed was too slow. He would be able to catch up in 30 seconds. The laser cannons won't be able to fire a second time. The group of planetary states on the side clenched their fists so hard that it made cracking sounds. Luo Feng stared at the screen. Because the swallowing beast was moving at an extreme speed under the sea, the satellites were unable to capture it. However, they could still sense the enormous life force of the golden horned beast. After all, its life aura was too great. Especially now that his speed had increased by more than 2 times, his life aura had become much stronger. At a depth of 3,200 m, the golden horned beast's wings were a size larger than before, the scales on its wings were even tighter. The golden engravings on the scales seemed to have some sort of magical power, causing the golden horned beast's speed to reach an unbelievable level. Anger. The golden horned beast was infuriated like never before. Even the hydrogen bomb attack last time was only a flesh wound to it. But this time, its injuries were 10 times, 100 times worse than the last time. The unprecedented heavy injuries instead ignited the berserk madness in the golden horned beast's bones. Suddenly, the golden horned beast's speed decreased. Ong. Of the 2 horns on its back, one long and one short, the longer one suddenly glowed with a golden light, becoming a golden beam and fiercely rushing upwards. Xiao, fast as lightning, the golden horn instantly broke through the 3,000 m deep water, rushing out of the water. Its speed was so fast that the black metal robot above couldn't dodge at all. The black metal robot's hands were holding the B6 laser cannon, still in preparation. Pung. The golden horn immediately pierced through the crystal like intricate laser cannon, causing the laser cannon's preparation to be interrupted. With a ping sound, it shattered like glass. Simultaneously the golden horn fiercely pierced into the black metal robot's body. Rumble, the black yttrium metal robot, was extremely sturdy. Wing, the robot, became a shooting star, flying tens of km in mid-air, after which it immediately fell into the sea below. With a splash it fell into the sea. Within the audio recording room, Hong, Thunder God, Luo Feng and the other 12 were all quietly staring at the screen. On the screen, the silhouette at the bottom of the sea continued to dive deeper and deeper. Luo Feng, the robot has received a strong impact, causing the control system within its body to be damaged. There's no way to recall it anymore. Babata's voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng closed his eyes. The loss of one repair robot was nothing. However, this attack that concerned the fate of humanity actually failed. Sorry Luo Feng, in my database, information on the space beasts was already very little. As for the golden horned beast, it's even rarer. I only know some general knowledge. Babata apologized. He was very clear what this failure meant to humanity on Earth. Silence. The audio recording room was silent. Jiayi stood by the window, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Lighting one up, he quietly smoked by himself. Give me one. Zhu took a cigarette, smoking there too. The others either sat quietly or painfully closed their eyes. In short, they were all unprecedentedly silent. Strong defense, fast speed, even able to explode with even more shocking speed. Not only that, even with its head destroyed, it's still able to attack. And it's like a spirit reader, controlling its horn from a distance to attack. Also, it's extremely powerful. Luo Feng's mind flashed with this information. With an internal world, it can directly swallow large amounts of metal into it. And its growth rate is extremely shocking. My God, how did such a space beast descend upon Earth? How could it resist? Wing. Suddenly, the sound of a communicator's watch rang. The 12 people in the audio recording room all looked at the same time. It was M.O. Henderson's communicator watch. M.O. Henderson pressed a button. Immediately the watch spoke in American English. Do you have any ideas on your side? Are there any other ideas? Ask Luo Feng, ask the 2 chairmen, are there any other ideas? Okay, I'll ask, M.O. Henderson replied in a low voice and hung up the call. M.O. Henderson looked at the others. Luo Feng shook his head. Hong and Thunder God looked at each other. Both of them had smiles on their faces. A strange smile that seemed as though they were facing death calmly, a smile that shook one's soul. This failure had dealt a huge blow to the various countries of the world. Originally filled with hope, they were extremely excited when they saw the golden horned beast's head being destroyed. Some even fainted on the spot. However, following that, they fell from heaven to hell, falling into a nightmare. The swallowing beast was even more terrifying and powerful than what humanity had imagined. Even without its head, it was still powerful, and its flying speed was even faster. My God. God, please save your children. My God. A few of the upper echelons and elites of Earth, who never prayed to the gods in the past, many of them began to silently pray. Only when humans were in despair and helplessness would they look forward to spiritual sustenance. And at this time even these elites were looking for their spiritual sustenance. Obviously, they were in despair and helplessness. The rock layer beneath the seabed, about 23,000 meters below the surface. The golden horned beast's humongous body lay in the darkness, its entire body glowed with a faint golden light. One could see that its head, which was originally only left with its mouth and neck, was now intertwined with flesh, skin extending, scales appearing. It was actually rapidly growing. Its ears grew out too, slowly. That pair of dark golden eyes also grew out. Finally, its entire head had completely grown out. One long and one short horn had also merged into its head, only the scales on its head were a little soft, not as tough as the scales on the other parts of its body. Its dark golden eyes were filled with rage, endless rage. Like a burning flame. Woo, woo woo, a low roar filled with rage emitted from its throat. Its injuries were too heavy, it could never forget that white light that instantly attacked. Under that white light, it couldn't dodge at all, it had no power to resist at all. And the essence of its entire body's strength, its horn. It was indeed extremely sturdy, extremely sharp, even though it was sent flying far away by the laser, even though it was injured, it wasn't destroyed. Woo! After its body's injuries had completely healed, the golden horned beast felt an unprecedented hunger. Its internal world was also extremely hungry. Every single cell in its body seemed to be crying out, it had used up too much energy, its strength had regressed by a lot. Right now it desperately needed to replenish itself. Woo! The golden horned beast let out a low roar, swiftly drilling upwards from the rock layer. It needed to eat. Eat metal, ************. Luo Feng's listening room, the sky outside was getting dark. Luo Feng and the others were looking at two people. Hong and Thunder God. If we go on like this, there's no way we'll survive, this swallowing beast is too powerful, too strange. Hong shook his head, if we let it grow stronger like this, even the humans hiding in the archaeological ruins will eventually be killed by it. And I'm sure, it was hit by the laser cannon, its injuries definitely aren't light, I suspect that its last burst of speed was a struggle from its heavy injuries, it could even be its final moments before death. After Hong said that last sentence, even he himself didn't quite believe it. Even if it wasn't its final moments, its strength would definitely be much weaker than before. Hong emphasized, while it's weak, we'll take its life. If we miss this chance, there won't be any more. Thunder God nodded. Luo Feng and the others were a little sad. To watch Hong and Thunder God risk their lives? Thunder God and we both have our own domains, if we really risk our lives, there's hope. Hong revealed a smile, beside him Thunder God also smiled and nodded. P.S. Chapter 1 here. Domain? Luo Feng was shocked. On Earth, only Hong had a domain. Because he had a domain, he was the undisputed #1 on Earth. However, from Hong's words, it seemed like even Thunder God had his own domain. Impossible. How can this be? Within the wrist space, Babata stared wide-eyed and couldn't help but shout, domain. How can one planet suddenly have two people with domains, and they're both Star Traveler level fighters? This is impossible, one of them is crazy, it's like winning the lottery. How can there be two? Babata, there's no need to make such a big fuss. Luo Feng communicated mentally, Thunder God has a domain, this way, fighting the golden horned beast to the death, there's a higher chance, it's a good thing. Luo Feng's mood was heavy. No, Luo Feng, you don't understand. Within the AI space, Babata said, let's put it this way, your soaring shuttle has a total of 3 forms, a total of 9 levels, of which the 3rd form's requirements, you should remember right. Remember, to reach the universe level, with an amplitude of 48, and have your own domain, only then can you use it. Luo Feng remembered very clearly. 3 requirements, reaching the universe level is just one of them, what does that mean? It means, even amongst the universe level fighters, there are some who don't have a domain. Universe level, normally a galaxy only has one universe level fighter. They might not even have a domain. Babata couldn't help but feel a little crazy, according to the 4 levels, basic, conception, domain, world. Luo Feng, you're still at the basic level. Even amongst the star-level fighters, only a very few have their own domains. A Star Traveler fighter wanting to have a domain? That's like getting lucky, like winning the lottery. It's fine that you have a Hong on Earth, but now this Thunder God also has a domain? From the probability calculation, it's simply 1 in a billion billion. Babata couldn't help but shout. Luo Feng thought about it, Babata's shock made sense. A galaxy only gives birth to one universe-level fighter, they might not even have a domain. The difficulty for a Star Traveler fighter to have a domain was obvious. But now Earth suddenly had 2. That's good too. Babata nodded. This Thunder God has a domain. If he joins forces with Hong, there is a chance of success if they use a fatal blow. There's hope? Luo Feng heard these 3 words from Babata's mouth, he couldn't help but be surprised. Luo Feng, you've never entered the universe before, you don't know how hard it is to have a domain. If Hong and Thunder God were to be discovered in the universe, they would either be killed out of jealousy or be quickly invited to join some large organizations. A planetary state warrior with a domain is definitely synonymous with prodigy. As for domain realm masters, once they go all out, it will be very scary. This was because they were able to combine genetic energy, physical strength, mental energy, and consciousness together, triggering the resonance of the universe. Babata said, and when fighting with their lives on the line, they will ignite their souls, causing the fusion of these many powers to reach an extremely terrifying level. If they don't put their lives on the line, a planet-level domain realm master will be invincible in their own level. Once they go all out, one of them is a level 7 planetary state, the other a level 8 planetary state. It seemed that Hong's attainments in the domain were even deeper. Perhaps he had already stepped into the second stage. If the two of them ignite their souls and fight with their lives on the line, it's really hard to say. Babata sighed, two absolute geniuses. If they were in the universe, they wouldn't even have the chance to fight with their lives on the line. Minghui District's grass patch, Luo Feng watched as the fighter jets flew away. Hong, Thunder God, you have to succeed, Luo Feng said quietly. Howl rumble from the east, the sounds of explosions, monsters' roars resounded, flames shot into the sky. Early in the morning, the sea monsters had already begun their true battle with Jiangnan City. However, with humanity's decades of preparation, they would definitely be able to defend against the sea monsters' attacks in a short period of time. Creak. Luo Feng pushed open the door and entered the living room. The whole family was there. Big brother, how is it? Luo Hua stood up and asked. Is that swallowing monster dead? Su Xian Zhan, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up, looking anxiously at Luo Feng. The 7 people in the living room were all looking at Luo Feng. Luo Feng had already revealed that there would be an attack on the swallowing monster today, and he had a high chance of killing it. No. Luo Feng shook his head. However, there's still hope. Luo Feng said seriously, there's definitely hope. Saying that, Luo Feng headed upstairs. The 7 people in the living room looked at each other. Gong Xian Lan said softly, Feng is under a lot of pressure. Su Xian, go up and accompany him. Okay. Su Xian Lian followed the stairs up. Within the second-floor bedroom, Luo Feng laid on the bed, looking at the ceiling. Babata, is there any other way to kill the swallowing monster? Luo Feng asked. No, even the B6 laser cannon failed and was destroyed, there's no other way. We can only rely on the 2-star traveler level geniuses to fight for their lives. Babata said, the 2 of them ignite their souls, there's still a chance. Babata. Luo Feng thought within, my hybrid copper essence shard is extremely sharp. If Hong and Thunder God use it, wouldn't it be even more powerful? They might even be able to kill the golden horned beast. No, one of them uses a gun, the other uses a knife. Babata denied, only by using a gun and a knife can they unleash the power of their domain to its maximum. This hybrid copper essence shard, 1 shard, how can 2 fighters use it? Only you, as a spirit reader, can use it. Luo Feng was anxious within. This feeling of waiting for humanity's destruction was very painful. He had no other way. Don't rush, I'm currently making a long spear and a knife. Babata said, Hong and Thunder God's weapons, spear and knife, even though they're considered godly weapons on Earth, in the universe, they're too weak. I'll use some metal materials from the ship to make 2 weapons for them. In terms of sharpness, toughness etc., they'll definitely surpass what they're using now. Alright. Luo Feng suddenly heard footsteps outside. Su Xian pushed open the door and entered. Very tired? Su Xian sat on the bed, gently massaging Luo Feng's shoulders. It's alright. Luo Feng smelled the scent from Su Xian's body. He couldn't help but extend his hand, pulling Su Xian into his embrace. Su Xian snuggled into Luo Feng's embrace, placing her head on his chest, saying softly, Luo Feng, there's something I wanted to tell you after this disaster is over. However, I'm afraid if I don't say it now, I won't have the chance to in the future. What is it? Luo Feng asked curiously. I'm pregnant, Su Xian said softly. Her voice was soft, yet it was like thunder exploding in Luo Feng's ears. Who? Luo Feng sat up, looking shocked at Su Xian. You said, Su Xian nodded. Haha, let me check. Oh, hee, I'm pregnant, and they're twins, both male. Haha. Babata's voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind. Pregnant? This. Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. He was filled with joy and anxiety. What was this? Indeed, he had been living with Xianxia during the winter break, and had even started discussing when to get married. A man and a woman living together, it was just a matter of time. If not for the golden-horned beast, knowing that Xianxia was pregnant, Luo Feng would have been extremely happy. But now, the entire human society was about to collapse. Xianxia was pregnant, and it was twins. You're not happy? Xianxia was shocked. No, I'm happy, I'm just confused. Luo Feng was inexplicably anxious. Without any preparation, the heavy burden had landed on his shoulders. Back when he was with Xianxia, he didn't think about prevention, thinking that getting pregnant was a good thing, they were going to get married anyway. But who would have thought now, if he couldn't kill the golden-horned beast, then the entire human society would be finished. Even if he had the ability to protect his wife and child, would he let them live a lonely life? And Luo Feng was very clear, without reaching the Star Traveler level, roaming the universe was suicide. Luo Feng, what are you thinking about? Xianxia extended her hand and grabbed Luo Feng's arm. Nothing. Luo Feng gently hugged Xianxia, lowering his head and resting it on her stomach. This made Xianxia laugh. It's still early, I can't hear anything. I can. Luo Feng thought to himself, that was a bloodline inheritance. Luo Feng didn't really resonate with Hong before when he said he wanted his children to have hope, but now, he did. That was a very special feeling. Children, I don't know if I'll have the time to see you born. However, I promise, you'll have a beautiful childhood, you can go to school, you can learn martial arts. I won't let you live in fear, forever without hope. I promise. I promise with my life. Times. January 16th, morning, the sky and land were still covered in mist. Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle and arrived at Hongming headquarters city. There were no pedestrians on the streets of Hongming headquarters city, only a large army swiftly advancing. Luo Feng landed at the entrance of the interstellar transport ship. Investigator Luo. The guards at the entrance bowed respectfully. Luo Feng immediately entered, swiftly heading towards Hong and Thunder God's training room. Following the pathway, Luo Feng saw two people, a man and a woman, two youths. The woman's face shape was more similar to Hong's. Luo Feng had seen information on Hong's children before. Investigator Luo. The pair of youths bowed. Are you the head's children? Luo Feng asked. Even though they looked young, these two were actually older than Luo Feng. It was only because of their strength that they looked young. The pair's eyes were red, obviously they had just been crying. I won't be meeting the head. Give these two weapons to the head and Thunder God. And, this armor, give it to Thunder God. As Luo Feng said that, he immediately handed over the bag he was carrying. Within it were two sharp weapons that Babata had rushed through the night to make. And the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship's owner, the dead officer's belongings, a armor. Hong had the cloud contact vine to completely protect him, he didn't need it. Naturally it was better to give it to Thunder God. This? The young man and woman were shocked. The head doesn't usually take care of you, however, your father is very great. Really? Luo Feng said, turning and leaving. P.S. Chapter 2, typing caused my finger joints to hurt, pitiful, writing one chapter for so long. Tomato, continue writing the third chapter. Everyone please support me with your monthly votes. Within the training room. Hong, who was dressed in black, held a pitch-black spear in his hand. And a white-clothed bald Thunder God too was caressing the purple-black battle blade in his hands. Good weapon. Hong's eyes gleamed. The blade's structure, center of gravity, it's very comfortable to hold. It suits my blade. Thunder God couldn't help but compliment, and, it's very sharp. Gently waving it, the blade felt like it was slicing through the air. Hong smiled and glanced at Thunder God, that armor is a treasure too. You've struck gold. Haha, looks like it's not just you and me brothers who've gotten treasures from the ancient ruins. This Luo Feng too has a few treasures. Thunder God couldn't help but compliment, did he find some ancient armory? Otherwise, how could he find weapons that suit the two of us so well, and such good weapons too? Hong and Thunder God already had their own domains. Their levels were extremely high. Even if they had just gotten a weapon, they only needed to wave it a little and they would be able to unleash 120% of its power. Master. A low voice resounded. The swallowing monster has just appeared on the west coast of America, swallowing a dilapidated shipyard in the wilderness, swallowing many corroded ships. It's only flown out for 2 minutes and 18 seconds before returning to the sea. Hong and Thunder God's expressions changed. Last night, the swallowing monster had gone out to sea twice. Including this morning, this was the third time. Every time it flew out for a short period of time, swallowing large amounts of steel before returning to the sea. It's become extremely careful now. Hong said coldly, obviously the laser cannon from before has made it cautious. However, from last night until now, it's come out to eat 3 times. It's definitely heavily injured and needs to absorb large amounts of energy to recover. Right, we can't wait any longer. Thunder God emphasized. Hong nodded. They originally wanted to wait for the swallowing monster to fly out of the sea and meet with an opportunity to kill it. However, they didn't expect the swallowing monster to go out for a short period of time before immediately hiding. Follow and lock onto the swallowing monster's energy, we'll fly out to the sea and follow it. The moment it appears. Thunder God's gaze was sharp. Let's go. Hong was even more direct. They were very clear, right now, the devourer beast was in a heavily injured state. If they wasted this opportunity, the devourer beast's strength would completely recover. Then their chances would be even slimmer, ******** on the outer wall of Yangzhou City. The Jiangnan Bay City was divided into the main city area and the 8 cities of David. The 8 cities of David surrounded the Bay City. So when the war started, the real fighting was in the 8 citadels. The main city was in the innermost area, so it was the safest. Unless they were attacked by the devourer beast, there was usually no problem. Xiao. 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 Blades danced in the air, sweeping past the wide river under the steel walls. This river was dug here by billions of monsters from a certain point in the Yangtze River. This river was 12 kilometers long and nearly 60 meters wide. Countless sea monsters were rushing towards Yangzhou City. They weren't afraid of death at all. They're retreating. They're retreating, the soldiers on the city wall shouted excitedly. Too many monsters died, and they blocked up the river. The monsters behind couldn't come over. Plus those horde leader monsters from before, Luo Feng killed so many of them in an instant. Of course they have to retreat to clear the river and replenish their forces. Li Dewei gazed below. We have about 2 hours to rest. Luo Feng gazed down at the countless monster corpses that blocked up the river. He couldn't help but shake his head. There were too many monsters. Every day, countless monsters were born in the ocean. Could humanity even kill them all? In a short period of time, humanity could hold them off. However, the longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for humanity. The worst would be the devourer beast destroying the steel walls of the base city. The moment there was no protection from the steel walls that had been built for tens of years, the sea monsters would directly enter the human residential areas. Then, it would be over. So right now, they had to get rid of the devourer beast. Luo Feng looked at his tactical communications watch. It was the dojo of Limits and Thunder Dojo's official announcement. 2 dojo heads, Hong and Thunder God, had already set off. They had arrived at the Pacific Ocean and were about to battle the devourer beast. Beside, Li Dewei lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. Has it begun? Li Dewei's face had a rare hint of nervousness. Commander Li, I'll return to my quarters first. If there's any trouble, inform me immediately. Luo Feng instructed before swiftly flying away. Luo Feng flew in the air above Yangzhou City. He could clearly see that many of the big screens in the city had already switched to the Pacific Ocean. On the screen, there was a black-clothed man and a white-robed bald youth flying side by side. This made Luo Feng's heart ache. Humanity's last hope? Luo Feng thought. Regarding the dojo of Limits and Thunder Dojo's decision to publicize this news and broadcast it to the entire world, Luo Feng understood. After all, the leaders and founders of the two dojos had to fight to the death. There was a high chance that they would fall. How could the two dojos let their leaders silently sacrifice themselves, and to the countries of the world, this was a chance to ignite humanity's fighting spirit. If Hong and Thunder God succeeded, it would be a joyous occasion. If they failed, they could use this opportunity to ignite humanity's fighting spirit. Mingyu District. As the dojo of Limit's fighter district, they had already begun gathering all the residents to head to the dojo. The dojo of Limit's largest training hall. Right now, close to 1,000 people were gathered. On the huge walls of the training hall hung a huge screen, projecting onto it. It was the Pacific Ocean. At this time, Hong and Thunder God, the two strongest fighters in human history, are flying side by side in the Pacific Ocean. Their target is the strongest existence of the sea monsters, the swallowing monster. Beside them, a voice explained the battle. This battle was broadcasted live by the countries of the world. Including the leaders of the various countries, they were all nervously watching. Humanity's two strongest fighters to date. Fighting to the death. Investigator Luo, how powerful is that swallowing monster? The two heads will definitely win. A youth standing behind Luo Feng said softly. Luo Feng glanced at this youth. This youth was a new fighter who had just moved into the Mingyu district. Looking at this youth, Luo Feng felt like he was looking at himself back when he first moved into the Mingyu district. Yes, they will definitely win. Luo Feng said firmly. Close to 1,000 people stood in the training hall, all looking up at the huge screen. As time was short, the dojo couldn't gather that many chairs. What's more, at this time, no one cared about that. Luo Feng's family was among them. Luo Feng held Su Xian's hand, quietly watching the screen. At this time, the entire world was watching the two strongest fighters in human history, one black-clothed, one white-clothed. The two of them were like legendary gods flying in the night sky. Indeed, even though it was currently noon in China, Hong and Thunder God's area of the ocean was already dark. Haha, brother Hong, how many people do you think are watching us right now? Thunder God smiled. Probably over 6 billion. Hong smiled as he glanced at him. At this time, you still have the time to think about this? What's wrong, can't you be happy before you die? Thunder God smiled. Cheeky, you've been cheeky for a few decades, even at this time, you're still cheeky. Hong smiled as he said, at this time, the two of them had an unprecedented state of mind. They had long disregarded life and death, throwing everything to the back of their minds. They only had one goal, to kill the swallowing monster. In this state, the two of them felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Every cell in their bodies seemed to be boiling, ready to battle. Master, the swallowing monster is swiftly flying towards the surface. It'll be out of the water soon. A voice resounded in Hong's mind. In terms of AI systems, actually, Hong had acquired quite a few AI systems, like the Palace of War God's virtual space, or the Dojo of Limit's internal phone call that always had a low voice. For Hong to be able to take out so many treasures to exchange for, one could only imagine his gains. After all, he was the world's strongest warrior. Many of the treasures from the ruins before were taken away by him alone. Like back then during Luo Feng's investigator ceremony, Hong flipped his hand and the Limit Investigator badge appeared. That was because he had a space to store items. In terms of quality, Luo Feng's was better than his. However, in terms of quantity, he had more than Luo Feng's. Fly out of the water? Hong's eyes gleamed. Go, over there. Hong ordered softly. So, one black and one white, two beams of light swiftly flew southwest. Under the night sky, the winds howled, the deep-sea water was crazily churning, each wave was at least 10 m tall. Rumble, a terrifying monster fiercely rushed out of the water. It had scaled wings, fur claws, a powerful tail, and a golden horn that pierced towards the sky. However, the golden engravings on the horn seemed to be a little dimmer than before. However, its dark golden eyes were even crazier than before. That was a craziness from suppressing its rage. It was currently constantly recovering its strength. Once its strength was sufficient, it would definitely take revenge, ruthlessly take revenge. Hell! The golden-horned beast immediately flew 10 kilometers out of the sea, suddenly stopping, slightly twisting its head. Its dark golden eyes seemed to be able to see 100 kilometers away. it had already detected the two energies. However, such a weak energy actually dared to provoke it. This made the golden-horned beast extremely furious. The nobility of its bloodline, it had an absolute arrogance. Looking at the vast universe, it was one of the pinnacle bloodlines. In this weak little planet, a weak human actually dared to provoke it? Rumble. The scaled wings slightly flapped, immediately becoming a beam of light and flying straight towards Hong and Thunder God. The entire world held its breath at this moment. Minghui District, within the Limit Hall's training hall, close to 1,000 people were nervously staring at the screen. On the screen, above the deep sea, the swallowing beast's huge body was already less than 1 kilometer away from Hong and Thunder God. Rumble. Rumble. Hong and Thunder God's bodies suddenly emitted a terrifying light. In an instant, they had already ignited their souls. The battle had begun in an instant. Hong, Thunder God, please. Luo Feng held Su Xian's hand, looking at her abdomen, and then looked up at the screen. P.S. 3 chapters completed. Actually, he had originally planned to write 4 chapters today, because Black and White was getting married. However, his finger joints were injured today, hence he could only maintain 3 chapters. Black and White, happy wedding. Night. The deep black ocean roared madly, the wind howled, the land and skies were dark. And in the air above the ocean, humanity's most terrifying enemy, the swallowing monster, and humanity's 2 pinnacle fighters, Hong and Thunder God, had already clashed. Rumble. Rumble. Hong and Thunder God immediately began to unleash the final moves of a domain fighter. If they didn't have a domain, they wouldn't even have the ability to unleash this move. Hong's body, including the long spear in his hand, was immediately enveloped in a black light. Thunder God's entire body was enveloped in a snake-like green lightning. Haha. Thunder God laughed loudly. Haha. Hong laughed too. Xiao. Xiao. The 2 of them immediately formed 2 arcs, directly rushing from different directions towards the huge swallowing monster. The swallowing monster floated in mid-air, its dark golden eyes coldly looking at the 2 rushing humans. From its point of view, these 2 humans were just slightly stronger ants amongst the countless ants. Yangzhou, Limit Hall training room. Luo Feng was beside his family, looking at the screen, extremely nervous. They're going all out, Luo Feng. This Hong and Thunder God are going all out, directly burning their souls. Their battle will last at most 1 minute. Within 1 minute, if the swallowing monster isn't killed, then the 2 of them won't have any ability to resist at all. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng's heart tightened. Burning their souls, is it the same as the Yun Mo planet spirit readers? In the Yun Mo planet's many secret manuals, there were many regarding the basics, but in the mixed records, there were also many secret techniques of the Yun Mo planet, such as Soul Seal, Tower of the Void, and many other secret techniques, all of them profound and powerful. Naturally, there were also techniques related to burning one's soul. Of course it's different. In terms of technique level, the Yun Mo planet's secret techniques are much higher. However, even though the technique level is high, its power still can't compare to those 2. Babata said, what they're unleashing now, is a final move only a domain fighter can unleash. Soul, genetic energy, strength, willpower completely combined, communicating with the universe, exploding with the strongest power. It's extremely terrifying. If the opponent is killed in an instant, the 2 of them can still live. However, if the swallowing monster doesn't die, then they'll die. Babata said. Have the liquid silver guards arrived? Luo Feng asked. When he went to archaeological ruin number 12, Luo Feng obtained the liquid silver guard that had no energy left. However, after Babata repaired it and replenished its energy crystals, it could be used again. Soon. However, Luo Feng, liquid silver guards are bodyguards. If the 2 of them go to their deaths, the liquid silver guards won't be able to help. Babata said helplessly. Do your best and leave it to fate. Luo Feng stared at the screen. The conversation with Babata seemed long, but it was actually an exchange of thoughts that ended in an instant. However, it was only for a short while. The battle on the screen had reached its climax. It was a battle that could be called a stellar-level battle. Ordinary people could not see it clearly with the naked eye. They could only watch the replay, slow motion, and commentary on the screen. And Luo Feng. He was the only person in the training hall who could see the fight clearly. Not good, the swallowing move. Luo Feng's expression changed. Above the Pacific Ocean, the golden horned beast's tail was like a shadow, instantly slicing through space, sweeping towards Hong and Thunder God. Pung! The golden horned beast felt a strange spinning force coming from the opponent's spear, causing the strength of its tail to be a little messed up. Hell! The golden horned beast raised its head, letting out an earth-shattering roar. It was enraged. It originally thought that these two slightly stronger ants could be easily crushed and killed by it with its normal strength. However, after exchanging blows, it realized that these two seemingly tiny humans had extremely shocking battle capabilities. They were even stronger than the Star Level 1 humans from its inherited bloodline memories. Also, their blade and spear techniques were even more shocking. Every blade, every spear seemed to be made by the heavens, and it was completely unable to predict. It could be said that this golden horned beast that had only been born for a year, with its long lifespan, was probably only comparable to a human baby that had just been born and drank milk. Even though its bloodline was noble and its inherited bloodline memories were extremely vast, other than its own natural abilities, there were many other memories and knowledge that needed to be learned. 1 year's time, how could it be enough to learn? In terms of level, even compared to Luo Feng, it was still a huge gap. If compared to Hong and Thunder God who had stepped into the domain level, the difference would be like the difference between heaven and earth, the two powerful human warriors that had their souls ignited. Compared to the heavily injured golden horned beast, the difference wasn't that huge. Hell! The golden horned beast opened its mouth. Not good. Careful. Hong and Thunder God's expressions changed. The entire world's powerful warriors watching this scene through the satellites all had a change in expression. Everyone had seen the golden horned beast's peculiar swallowing ability. Rumble. Hong and Thunder God followed the battle plan from before, immediately flying towards the same direction. The two were actually together. The golden horned beast's dark golden eyes gazed at these two tiny specks, even more enraged and crazed. These two tiny humans were simply looking for death. Originally it wanted to swallow one. Since they were together, then it would swallow the two together. Chi-Chi, a formless space energy, spread out a few hundred meters, completely covering Hong and Thunder God's area. Brother Hong. Thunder God's expression changed slightly. Hong waved his hand. Immediately in front of Hong, in the space between Hong and the swallowing beast, a black mass of large amounts of metal wreckage appeared. Stacked so tightly that there was almost no space left, the large amount of metal wreckage, in terms of size, was even larger than the swallowing beast, 180 m long, 120 m wide, 100 m tall. It was roughly this number. Large amounts of metal wreckage were densely stacked together. One must know that Luo Feng's Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship had a diameter of only 100 m or so. And even though there was a lot of metal in the ship, many of the halls, cabins, control rooms etc. were all empty. Meaning to say, the ships, transport battleships etc. were all just shells. It couldn't possibly be completely made of metal. However, in front of him was a thing made up of densely packed metal wreckages. I'll let you swallow, I'll let you swallow. Swallowing a few bases and you can't take it anymore. These are all ship wreckage from the archaeological ruins. In terms of quality, they are much higher than Earth's metal. And with this much metal, it's enough to build 10 adventure ships. Let's see if you can swallow it all. Hong's eyes were cold, thinking within. Using common sense, just like a human eating too much would make one bloat. I'll give you another point. Hong's gaze was cold, following which, he waved his hand again. Hua, a large bundle of long metal objects was tied together. Come, these are the ones I've collected from many countries, a total of 18 hydrogen bombs. And the ones used to ignite them. Hong took out the hydrogen bombs. Woo! The golden horned beast angrily stopped swallowing, letting out an angry roar. It still remembered the power of a hydrogen bomb with a yield of 150 megatons last time. 18 of them at once? Even though they were small, the golden horned beast didn't just randomly swallow them. And, that 180 m long, 120 m wide, 100 m tall, huge amount of metal wreckage, it didn't dare swallow it either. Why did it continuously go out to the sea to swallow metal, and not a lot at once? it was because its appetite was limited. If a human ate too much, they would die. The same logic, it also didn't dare swallow so much metal at once. After all, one piece of metal was equivalent to 100 pieces of Earth's normal metal. Swallowing so much, its internal world would also collapse, and when the internal world collapses, it would die. Woo! Letting out an angry roar, the golden engravings on the horn of the golden-horned beast's forehead suddenly lit up. Its eyes also became a blinding gold. The gold light swiftly followed its neck and back, swiftly reaching its front claws, the sharp claws swiping forward. Pung! The large amount of metal wreckage was smashed and sent flying. The sharp claws immediately swiped towards Hong and Thunder God, who were behind the large amount of metal. However, when its huge claws had just swiped away the large amount of metal, a black energy wave immediately enveloped it. Its speed was shocking. Chi! A very light sound, like the sound of hair being burnt by fire, just like when the swallowing beast was hit by a B6 grade laser cannon. Chi! The black energy wave whistled past the claws, and directly struck the golden-horned beast's abdomen. That incomparably sturdy scale actually had a hole drilled through it. Brother Hong! A shrill cry resounded through the sky. A bolt of lightning madly rushed towards that hole. Woo! Feeling the black-clothed youth actually enter its body, the incomparably angry golden-horned beast clawed towards the lightning-wrapped bald white-clothed youth. Chi-chi, the sharp energy swept past the white-clothed bald, Poochie, fresh blood and flesh flew everywhere. The white-clothed youth's waist and below were all turned into minced meat, only his upper body didn't shatter because of the armor Luo Feng gave him. Xiao, he didn't retreat. Even if the lower half of his body became minced meat, he still had to rush in. He was very clear on their plan. The price Hong had to pay for using his ultimate move to drill into the golden-horned beast was terrifying. Their original plan only had one line: the best way to kill the golden-horned beast was to enter its body. Even if I die, I have to kill it. Half a white silhouette. His eyes were bloodshot, incomparably mad. Lightning wrapped around the lower half of the white silhouette, directly entering that hole. Woo! The golden-horned beast roared angrily. However, those two despicable humans had already entered its body. The entire world was silent. Luo Feng stared at the screen. On the screen was the incomparably angry golden-horned beast. The right side of the screen was replaying in slow motion. In the replay, Hong's skin was dripping with blood, just like a demon, piercing through the golden-horned beast's scales, drilling into its body. Thunder God, only half a white-clothed body was left, madly rushing into the swallowing beast's body, risking his life to kill the swallowing beast. P.S. Chapter 1 has ended. Silence. When Hong and Thunder God entered the swallowing beast's body, almost everyone's hearts were in their throats. However, they couldn't see what was happening inside the swallowing beast's body. Babada, can Hong and Thunder God win? Luo Feng was anxious within. Don't worry, this Hong and Thunder God are Earth's two genius fighters, and they are both very smart and decisive. To deal with the swallowing attack, Hong brought out so many metal remains. He was probably worried that the golden-horned beast would swallow them, hence he brought along a huge bundle of hydrogen bombs. This meant, the golden-horned beast wouldn't dare swallow them. Hong took the chance to prepare his ultimate move. Obviously that move requires time to prepare. When the enraged golden-horned beast's claws flew away the metal remains, Hong's ultimate move would be released. One trick after another, it's really beautiful. Babada exclaimed. Luo Feng, don't worry. Looking at these two's performance from start to finish, they've obviously made ample preparations. Now that they've entered the golden-horned beast's body, it can't use its claws to attack, hence the success rate has risen to 50%, 60%. Babada's words, how could Luo Feng be at ease? He couldn't be at ease. Luo Feng stared at the screen. The golden-horned beast is after all one of the space beasts with one of the most elite bloodlines. It actually allowed Hong and Thunder God to pierce through its scales and enter its body. It's too childish. Its battle techniques are too weak. Babada couldn't help but say, the few times it fought, it always relied on brute force. Indeed, with the golden-horned beast's strength, talent etc., as long as its techniques were a little higher, or a little smarter, it wouldn't have fallen to such a state. If it was a little stronger, we would have even less hope. Luo Feng was dissatisfied within. That's not what I meant. I mean, this golden-horned beast is probably very young, just entering its growth stage, maybe it's too young, that's why it doesn't have any experience at all. Its attacks are so simple and crude. Babata explained. Body, talent etc., they were born with it. However, experience, techniques, mentality, cunning etc., these all require time to grow. Even the intelligent Einstein of Earth, or the wise Sun Wu of the Warring States period, were all childish when they were babies. This golden horned beast, if it was allowed to grow for 10,000, 100,000 years, it would be incomparably terrifying. But now, still very young. However, the young golden horned beast had already caused the humans of Earth to be on the brink of collapse. Above the Pacific Ocean. Woo, woo. The golden horned beast let out furious roars of pain. Chi-chi rays of golden light emanated from the surface of its scales, occasionally seeping into its body, trying to kill the two detestable humans. Obviously, because the battlefield was within the golden horned beast's body, the golden lights that the golden horned beast emitted didn't dare be too barbaric, otherwise it would be self-mutilation and suicide. Boom! The golden horned beast's entire body shook violently, its dark golden pupils contained a sliver of pain and rage, bright red blood flowed from its mouth. Boom! The strange vibrations caused the golden horned beast to raise its head and roar in pain. Beads of blood actually seeped out of the gaps between the layers of scales on its body. Boom! 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 Amidst the painful roars, large amounts of blood seeped out of the scales of the golden horned beast. Within 10 seconds, its entire body was covered in a layer of blood. At the start, it was still roaring in pain, but as time went on, the roars became weaker and weaker, until finally, there was no more sound. Suddenly, its dark golden pupils became dim, its huge scaled wings drooped, its enormous body actually powerlessly fell downwards. China, on the screens on the streets, at home, or in the barracks, its life force is weakening. The Devourer's massive life force is rapidly weakening. It's only at 80%, 70%, 60%, 50%, 40%, 30%. An extremely excited voice rang out in every corner of China. It wasn't just China, but the rest of the world was in an unprecedented state of excitement. We've won. We've won. We've won. Excited cries resounded. At the same time, everyone in the world was excited. At this moment, no matter man or woman, old or young, no matter what race, no matter what country, everyone in the world was excitedly cheering. Yangzhou City's Limit Hall's training hall, everyone was excited. Everyone was shouting excitedly. We've succeeded. Its life force has disappeared. Luo Feng looked at the screen, at the falling body of the golden horned beast covered in blood, extremely excited. It's actually dead. This terrifying monster that caused humanity to feel despair, was finally dead. My God! At this moment, Luo Feng couldn't believe that happiness had arrived just like that. What about Hong and Thunder God? Luo Feng carefully stared at the screen. The voice of the broadcast resounded, everyone on Earth, we have to tell everyone a painful piece of news. Right now, we can't detect any life force, which means, even though the swallowing monster is dead. However, Earth's two most powerful fighters, the two heads, Hong and Thunder God, have already been sacrificed. They are heroes, heroes that saved the world. Silence. The training hall quickly quietened down. Not necessarily. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind, Hong and Thunder God might not be dead. Not necessarily, I thought we couldn't detect any life force? Luo Feng's heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. He didn't want Hong and Thunder God to die just like that. No, your Earth's life force detector was obtained from the ruins of the interstellar fleet. This detector actually has a range of detection. When the life force drops below a certain threshold, the detector won't be able to detect it. And the quality of the detector itself isn't as good as before. I estimate that if the life force is lower than a low-level student fighter, it won't be able to detect it. Babata explained. No. A terrified voice resounded in the training hall. That swallowing monster stopped. Luo Feng froze, Su Xian. Beside him froze, everyone froze. Luo Feng looked over, the originally powerless golden horned beast's corpse on the screen indeed stopped falling, floating there, and the screen showed that the golden horned beast actually had life force again. The swallowing monster's life force is getting stronger. The voice of the broadcast was filled with shock. Everyone was stunned. How? Luo Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was it so hard to kill, after sacrificing so much? Why isn't this swallowing monster dead yet? The golden horned beast floated in midair, its life force continuously getting stronger. It returned to its original 10%, continued to rise, 20%, all the way to 30%. Its life force rose to around 30%, then stopped rising. Countless people on Earth were in despair. Countless people cried. Countless people painfully kneeled down, my God, ********** in the air above the Pacific Ocean. The golden horned beast slowly opened its eyes, its dark golden pupils were slightly dim and powerless. It had never been so close to death before. This time, it was even more terrifying than the B6 grade laser cannon from before. Hell. A low and powerless howl. The golden horned beast looked at its stomach. The black-clothed man and the white-clothed man covered in blood slid out from the bloody hole in their stomach, and directly fell into the ocean below. The golden horned beast looked at these two. It was these two seemingly tiny humans that brought it so close to death. This time's loss also made it understand one thing. Against those seemingly weak, it still had to use its full strength. Who? The golden horned beast waved its claws. Hua. On the surface of the Pacific Ocean, stood a silver-white human body. Suddenly its entire body began to expand. From 2 meters tall, it instantly expanded to 200 meters tall, a 200-meter-tall silver-white giant. About the same size as the golden horned beast. Hell. The golden horned beast was shocked, looking at the silver-white giant below. The surface of the silver-white giant's body seemed to have a silver-white liquid flowing. It suddenly appeared, immediately extending its huge palm, blocking Hong, Thunder God, and the swallowing beast. Poochie! The claw smashed into the palm actually caved in. However, when the golden horned beast retracted its claw, the caved-in automatically recovered. When the silver-white giant blocked the golden horned beast, another silver man grabbed Hong and Thunder God with both hands, swiftly fleeing into the distance. A total of 2 liquid silver guards, Luo Feng had Babata arrange for them earlier. If there was a chance, they would save Hong and Thunder God. Hell. The enraged golden horned beast, how could it watch as the 2 humans it hated the most were taken away? With a flap of its wings, it moved like lightning past the liquid silver guard that was blocking it. It chased the other one. In terms of speed, the golden horned beast was indeed very fast. The liquid silver guard's speed was a little over 10,000 m per second. The swallowing beast quickly caught up. Who? The liquid silver guard that was being chased fiercely expanded, becoming a huge silver giant, immediately enveloping the swallowing beast. And the other liquid silver guard swiftly grabbed Hong and Thunder God, continuing to run. After a while, the swallowing beast finally managed to escape. Hell. The swallowing beast looked angrily at the liquid silver guard that had already shrunk into a normal human. This weird thing, in terms of speed and attack power, couldn't compare to the black-clothed man and white-clothed man. However, its only advantage was, its entire body was like liquid, and it could rapidly expand, like a sticky candy that could wrap around a person. No matter how strong the attack, the liquid silver guard could deflect it. The swallowing beast understood. With 2 liquid silver guards working together, it really couldn't steal the 2 human bodies. Hell. Right now, the heavily injured and weakened swallowing beast only let out an angry roar, before flying straight into the ocean. Mingyue Sector, Limit Hall Training Hall. In the hallway, Luo Feng held his phone. Luo Feng's expression was ashen. Right, I sent them. It's useless, the liquid silver guards can only wrap around people and act as bodyguards. They can't kill the swallowing beast at all. Luo Feng hung up the phone with Jia Yi, his heart filled with pain. The others were shocked by the appearance of the 2 liquid silver guards, and even had a glimmer of hope. But Luo Feng was very clear. The liquid silver guards, as a high-tech product of the universe, had a very clear function. It was used for protection. What do I do? What do I do? Just what do I do? Babata, tell me, what do I do? Luo Feng was already on the brink of insanity. He painfully closed his eyes, the corners of his eyes were glistening. P.S. Chapter 2 has ended, continue writing Chapter 3. Huaxia, Northeast Bay City. Dad. A beautiful young woman looked at the live broadcast on the screen and murmured in pain. Then she suddenly stood up and rushed into her study room. The man and child in the living room who were also watching the live broadcast were somewhat surprised. Inside the study room, the young woman quickly turned on the computer and entered her mailbox. She opened the latest email. The email was accompanied by a video. The young woman bit her lips and lightly clicked the mouse with trembling hands. Beep. The video opened and an image appeared. On the image was a bald thunder god in white. Xiao Lei. Thunder god didn't have the mischievous smile of the past. Instead, his smile was gentle. You and I haven't seen each other for almost 16 years. Do you still remember the first time I brought you to the amusement park, the first time I taught you martial arts, the first time I scolded you, the first time I hit you? Thunder God shook his head and smiled. I know you hate me, but if I had to choose again, I would still choose to kill that bastard. I also know you won't forgive me. Back then when your mother left you to me, I promised that I would let you be happy for the rest of your life. I didn't let you suffer the slightest bit. I didn't think it would turn out like this. Let's not talk about it anymore. In a while, I will go out with your Uncle Hong. This time, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for me to come back alive. So after thinking about it, I still sent you this email. Thunder God rubbed his bald head. Xiao Lei, don't worry. Your father will definitely kill that swallowing monster. I told you before, I won't let you suffer. This is my promise to your mother and also to you. Forever love, Dad. In the video, Thunder God smiled. The video ended. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. The young woman immediately laid on the desk and cried. She couldn't stop crying. Only when you lose something, do you know pain? Dad, 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 come back, come back. I was wrong, I was wrong. The young woman kept crying until her voice was hoarse. Scenes of the past flashed through her mind. Her mother had died very early, and she had been brought up by Thunder God. Thunder God had doted on her very much, and he had spoiled her very much. However, when she was 16, Thunder God killed her boyfriend because of her first love. Lei Lei, who had been spoiled since she was a child, was incomparably furious. She ran away from home and even left behind some harsh words. At this moment, she suddenly realized how much her father loved her. On the outer walls of the capital citadel, Jia Yi was checking on the injured. Don't move, lie down and rest well. Jia Yi hurriedly said. Yes, Chief. The disabled and bandaged young soldier immediately shouted. Jia Yi straightened his body. Chief. A guard ran over. What is it? Jia Yi asked. The guard lowered his voice. Chief, Lu Ning sacrificed himself. Lu Ning was the youngest of Jia Yi's personal disciples, just 19 years old this year. Jia Yi was very fond of this little disciple. And when the war came, Jia Yi's disciples were all sent to the battlefield. Oh. Jia Yi did not say anything else, but his facial muscles twitched a little. Little Ning. Jia Yi murmured in his heart as he looked around the entire camp. Many of the injured soldiers were holding on to their phones, either looking at pictures or letters. They are all very young. Jia Yi's heart was filled with sorrow, but he was helpless. Hong and Thunder God's failure caused the upper echelons of Earth to be extremely pained, and they also knew from Luo Feng that relying on the liquid silver guards was impossible to kill the swallowing monster. It was even more painful. However, the upper echelons were in despair, but not in the live broadcast. Right now the entire world was still broadcasting, but they were replaying the battle from before, and they were saying that Hong and Thunder God were only heavily injured, not dead. They also said that the two silver giants were the newest technological giants of Earth. Humanity still had hope. This filled countless commoners with hope. Countless soldiers were fighting. Luo Feng had already returned home. In the living room, the television was turned on. These two silver giants are the newest technological giants developed by the various countries. Just like thousands of years ago, humanity will definitely win this war. The voice from the television made Luo Feng unable to hold it in any longer. He immediately left the living room and went up to the third-floor balcony. On the balcony, the cold wind blew. Luo Feng woke up a little. "It's no use, Luo Feng, give up," Babata advised. "Earth already has no hope. If the others die, then so be it, you won't be able to stop it. This isn't just the death of one or two people, it's countless people." Luo Feng couldn't help but raged. "Can I watch as countless youths, even children and babies, die just like that? Can I watch as Earth becomes a playground for the monsters? Humanity disappearing? There has to be a way, there has to be. The entire Earth becoming the monster's territory, just thinking about it was a nightmare. The soul is the foundation of life." Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. "That swallowing monster's life energy has suddenly become so much weaker than before. Does that mean its soul is much weaker than before? Babata, you tell me." "Oh." Babata was hesitant. "Speak." Luo Feng was a little angry. "Right, it's weak. However, it's not something a Star Traveler level 3 spirit reader like you can mess with," Babata said. "Babata, you said before, it's very young." "Indeed. Star Traveler and star levels are unable to wander the universe. It's only a star level 1 now, that means it was born on Earth. For it to be so strong, if it was born early, it would have been discovered by humans long ago. Discovered so late, it should have been born not long ago." Luo Feng said, "It's still very young, its soul should be relatively tender. And it's continuously been hit by the B6 grade laser cannon, Hong and Thunder God, these 2 consecutive heavy hits. Its strength is probably only 10 to 20% of what it used to be." Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. "If I use the Yunmo Planet Secret Technique Tower of the Void and risk my life, the technique is already very strong. The moment I risk my life, if it's not enough, I can use the 6 Lights Technique to get the other warriors of Earth to join me." Luo Feng's mind swiftly came up with a plan. The Yunmo Planet Secret Techniques were very strong, and Babata had always wanted Luo Feng to study those techniques. As of now, even though he hadn't studied them too deeply, the more profound ones, Luo Feng's current strength was still unable to unleash them. He was now able to display his strongest attack power. "Luo Feng, what nonsense are you thinking?" Babata raged. "I won't allow it, I definitely won't allow it. I've waited 50,000 years, waiting for a disciple like you. I definitely won't allow you to throw your life away." "I'm not throwing my life away. Didn't Hong and Thunder God burn their souls and not die?" Luo Feng asked. "But they're in deep sleep." Babata raged. "In the universe, even the undying warriors, once their souls are heavily damaged and fall into deep sleep, some sleep for millions of years before they recover. However, there were some who would remain in a deep slumber forever. Hong and Thunder God are not dead, but they've truly fallen into deep sleep. Their souls aren't strong. If they can wake up, they'll wake up in 1 or 2 years, otherwise, they'll never wake up, until they die in their sleep." "Luo Feng, don't you dare mess around." Babata raged. "I'm Luo Feng first, then the Yunmo Planet disciple." Luo Feng's thoughts said. "You want to throw your life away?" Babata raged. "Babata." Luo Feng looked around. "You think I want to die? I don't want to die. How I want to see my child be born, how I want to hear my child call me daddy. I want to live. Even in my dreams, I want to live. But you." Babata hesitated. "Babata, right now I have 2 choices. First, I was a turtle hiding in its shell. I watched as countless of my comrades were killed. I watched as countless innocent children cried for their parents to be killed. I watched as babies who were still drinking milk were killed. I watched as they were killed. I brought my family and children into the Yunmo planet ship and became a turtle hiding in its shell. After that, my children are born, they live without sunlight, without friends, they can only listen to my stories, know that there were many, many children like them on Earth, only, they've all died. And Babata, you said before, only the Star Traveler level has the ability to roam the universe and live comfortably. And before reaching the Star Traveler level, my children and wife, entering other planets in the universe, is extremely dangerous." Luo Feng said. Babata agreed. Indeed so. The universe wasn't peaceful. Battles existed on every planet. A star traveler bringing normal people in the universe, that would be a disaster. I have to reach the star level, only then can my family have a good life in the universe, a stable life. And for me to reach the star level, how long? Tens of years? My children have to live in the ship for tens of years? Luo Feng shook his head. That's simply a nightmare, separated from society and living in the ship for tens of years. I'd rather die than let my children live such a life. The second choice. I, Luo Feng, with the 6 lights technique, made 5-star traveler level warriors sacrifice their souls, form a formation, ignite their souls. After that, I'll unleash the Tower of the Void's final trump card. These 2 moves are both Yunmo planet's secret techniques, and they also ignite their souls, killing a space beast that only has 10 to 20% of its strength left. There's hope. There are a few results. 1. Success, I don't die, countless people have hope, that's the best. 2. Success, I'm dead. However, my children can live a good life, they can go to kindergarten, they can have playmates. And my parents, Xianxia and the others to take care of them etc., they just don't have me as their father. In the future, they'll learn about their father in the history books, I believe, they'll be proud of me. 3. Failure, of course I'll die too. That swallowing beast's injuries will definitely worsen, giving humanity hope of killing it. Luo Feng's expression was calm. Babada, which path do you think I should choose? Babada wanted to speak, but didn't know how to persuade him. Babada, really? Actually, ever since I became a fighter at 18, I've never been afraid of death. On the contrary, I'm more afraid my children will spend tens of years in the ship. I'm more afraid, Hong, Thunder God and countless others sacrifice, it won't be worth it. Death, there's nothing to be afraid of. Humans, life, death, illness, it's a cycle. I want to do it for my friends, Wei Wen and the others. I want to do it for my fellow people. I want to do it for the countless pregnant women, the unborn children just like me. For them, I'll risk it all. It's also for myself. Luo Feng laughed loudly. You have to know, Hong and Thunder God are risking it all. They're the 2 strongest fighters on Earth, but me, I'm also the strongest spirit reader on Earth, how can I retreat? Haha. Luo Feng's laughter made Babada silent. How long has it been? Babada didn't have such complicated emotions anymore. This was the first time Babada felt a sense of respect towards this person he had always believed to be average, a person he had no choice but to choose as his successor. Alright, I'll help you. Babada said solemnly. Haha, don't be like that, I've already said, if you risk it all, there's still a chance of survival. Luo Feng at this time, his soul was clear and bright. P.S. 3 chapters completed, **** pull down the monthly votes. I've suddenly realized, pulling down the monthly votes doesn't work at all, the monthly votes are growing very slowly, I don't know what's going on. Everyone support Tomato, give him a monthly vote, Tomato will be full of motivation. Right now it's China time 1412, from the time Hong and Thunder God battled the golden horned beast, an hour has passed. Babada's voice was serious, this time the golden horned beast's life energy is so weak, it's obviously heavily injured. It's definitely not something that can be healed in a day or 2. However, you can't waste time, the earlier you act the better. After deciding to help Luo Feng, Babada gave his all to come up with a plan for Luo Feng. First find 5-star travelers to sacrifice, you use the 6 blades technique, completely absorb the souls of the other 5, assimilate them into the Tower of the Void, and use the Tower of the Void technique. Choose 5 people, these 5 have to be star traveler level. The stronger the better, the stronger the life force, then, the stronger the soul combustion energy will be. Luo Feng stood on the balcony, looking at the surrounding skyscrapers, the distant streets with the army convoy. He said, Babada, send my thoughts to all star traveler level fighters. Those who are willing to join, willing to sacrifice themselves, get them to reply to me. Luo Feng's voice was low but firm. Alright. Under Babada's control, all the star traveler level fighters on Earth received the news at the same time. Luo Feng, how many do you think are willing to sacrifice themselves? Babada couldn't help but ask, they are all star traveler level fighters, spirit readers, even if the headquarters city is breached and humanity escapes, their chances of survival are still the highest. I don't know. Luo Feng shook his head. The Six Blades technique was a very special technique from the Yun-Mo planet. Within it was an ultimate technique that made others sacrifice their souls. This technique actually allowed one to control one's own slaves to sacrifice themselves. The so-called sacrifice had to be voluntary, without resistance. The moment they resisted, they would fail. Hence, Luo Feng couldn't force others to sacrifice themselves by burning their souls. D. Luo Feng's tactical communications watch emitted a sound. Got it. Luo Feng opened it, there were only a few words on it. Allure, am willing to go. After Luo Feng looked, he was shocked. The first to agree was actually one of Head Hong's 3 personal guards, Allure. D. The tactical communications watch rang twice. Another 2? Luo Feng was just about to flip through to see who it was. The sound was almost continuous. The voice was very soft, but the continuous sounds made Luo Feng's heart tremble. How crazy. Babata couldn't help but say in a low voice. 3 minutes and 16 seconds, the tactical communications watch had been beeping for a long time, but after 3 minutes and 16 seconds, there was no reply. Luo Feng, we've already received 81 letters, 62 of them are willing to go, and the others are all asking, are you confident? What are the chances of killing the devourer beast? Babata quickly calculated. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng, you decide which 5 to choose. Babata said. Whoever he chose would be the sacrifice. According to the strength of the soul, whoever helps you will be chosen. Babata, choose these 5. Luo Feng said seriously. Alright. Babata said, I've chosen them. The 5 are Mo Henderson, Eastbourne, Tirupati Singh, Jiai, and Sokolov. These 5 people were from the United States, the European Union, India, China, and Russia. However, your Palace of War God's 5th chairman actually didn't reply. I can't force anyone. Luo Feng muttered the names of these 5, Mo Henderson, Eastbourne, Tirupati Singh, Jiai, Sokolov, Mo Henderson, the one known as the Ice Emperor, extremely domineering man, America's superhero in reality. Eastbourne. Luo Feng's previous world's #1 spirit reader, now surpassed by Luo Feng. Tirupati Singh. India's #1 warrior, known as the Lion King. Sokolov. Russia's #1 warrior, known as the Lion King. Jiai. China has always been dedicated to the country, a warrior from the Grand Nirvana period. 5. Luo Feng understood. As long as the 6 flags technique was activated, these 5 would have to be sacrificed. Even knowing the sacrifice, they still replied. Notify the 5, give them 15 minutes to say goodbye to their families, after that, immediately rush to the Pacific Ocean with the fastest speed. Luo Feng said seriously. Alright. Babata immediately sent out the 5 notifications. Russia. A tall and sturdy man with red eyes, a very scary-looking man, stood in front of a house. The door was shut tight. Yelena. The tall and sturdy man's voice was deep, resounding within the house. This is the last time I'll come to see you. Him, Sokolov, the synonym for ferocious and powerful, Russia's #1 warrior, never married, loved wine, loved women. Nobody in Russia dared to mess with him. However, not many people knew, he actually had a daughter. This daughter was actually the product of one of his drunken encounters. I'm heading to the Pacific Ocean to deal with that swallowing monster. Yelena, take good care of yourself. Sokolov roared again. He stared at the door of the house, his heart-palpitating eyes filled with anticipation and desire. However, the door and window were still shut. Sokolov suddenly turned his head. He took large strides towards a disc-shaped auto-jet not too far away. Very quickly, the disc-shaped auto-jet's voice resounded. It began to take off. The door of the house finally opened. A lady wearing an apron looked carefully, only to see a small disc in the distant sky. Very quickly, the disc-shaped auto-jet disappeared into the horizon. Looking at the huge footprint on the ground, the lady couldn't help but cry. The ferocious polar bear Sokolov bid farewell to his daughter. The Ice Emperor Mo Henderson bid farewell to his wife and son, as well as his newborn grandson. The Lion King, Tirupati Singh, also bade farewell to his 3 wives and a group of children. Eastbourne locked himself in his room, alone for 5 minutes, before leaving in his fighter jet. Jia only gave a call to his family and left in a fighter jet. Luo Feng's living room. Get up, Feng, get up. Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan's eyes were filled with tears as they pulled the kneeling Luo Feng up. Luo Hua, take good care of mom and dad. Luo Feng looked at his brother. Okay. Luo Hua's eyes were red, nodding. Luo Feng nodded, turning to look at Su Xian, who was already full of tears. Luo Feng extended his hand to hold Su Xian's hand, softly saying, I'm sorry. Don't say it. Su Xian shook her head. I owe you a wedding. Luo Feng waved his left hand, and suddenly, one of the steel wires on the mosquito net on the balcony flew out. As it flew out, it was cut in half. These two short steel wires automatically circled around each other and formed a circle. Right now, I don't have time to buy a ring. Luo Feng held the two steel wire rings. Under the witness of your parents, Su Xian, are you willing to marry me? Luo Feng said softly. Okay, okay. Su Xian just nodded, her tears unstoppable. Luo Feng gently put the steel wire ring on Su Xian's ring finger. Su Xian also put the ring on Luo Feng. I'm sorry, I've let you down, and I've let down my 2 unborn children. Luo Feng looked at Su Xian, lowering his head to kiss her. Su Xian closed her eyes, their lips parted. When Su Xian opened her eyes, all she saw was Luo Feng's back leaving the living room. Little Feng. Luo Feng. A group of people ran out, looking up from the courtyard. The youth standing on the soaring shuttle became a beam of light, disappearing into the eastern sky. Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle, flying in midair. Looking down, the distant Yangzhou city was almost invisible, and right below was a ruined city, covered in dust, filled with monsters. This was a city from before the Grand Nirvana period, but now it was the home of the monsters. I'm Luo Feng, Mo Henderson, Eastbourne, Tirupati Singh, Jia Sokolov. Tell me your current location and the speed of the fighter jet. I'll confirm the gathering point. Luo Feng contacted the 5 at once. I am Mo Henderson, my fighter's speed is 3,800 meters per second. I am Jia. The 5 consecutively told Luo Feng their location and speed. And Babata swiftly calculated the best gathering point. Luo Feng, the gathering point has been calculated. You only need 1 hour and 8 minutes to reach the gathering point. The gathering point is only 351 kilometers away from the golden horned beast. Good. Luo Feng immediately informed the other 5 of the gathering point's location. It was still afternoon in China, but the closer they got to the gathering point, the darker the sky got. The gathering point. When Luo Feng reached the gathering point, a black disc-shaped fighter jet was already floating in midair, and a South Asian man with curly hair flew out. Luo Feng, how are you? The man extended his hand. Tirupati Singh, how are you? Luo Feng extended his hand too. The two shook hands. Not long after, Mo Henderson also arrived from the United States. The 4th to arrive was Jia. The 5th to arrive was Sokolov, the 6th was Eastbourne. I've already said the key points. Do you all understand? Luo Feng looked at the 5. Understood. Mo Henderson, Eastbourne, Tirupati Singh, Jia and Sokolov all nodded seriously. Good, then let's set off, enter the sea, to where the swallowing monster is. Luo Feng said. So. 6 people, 6 beams of light. At the same time, they flew more than 300 kilometers away. At this time, every place in the world was broadcasting this scene. Luo Honghua, Gong Xian Lan, Su Xian and the others couldn't help but cry in front of the television, and the elites of the countries were clear, this was probably humanity's last chance. America's #1 warrior Mo Henderson, Europe's #1 warrior Eastbourne, India's #1 warrior Tirupati Singh, Russia's #1 warrior Sokolov, China's eternal hero Jia and Earth's #1 spirit reader, the youngest absolute genius Luo Feng. Let us always remember their names. The voice on the screen was low. And on the screen, the 6 peerless experts flew in the air and quickly dove into the boundless sea at the same time. P.S. Chapter 1. In the deep ocean, Luo Feng and the other 5 swiftly dove downwards. Luo Feng had the cloud contact armor, and the other 5 had black god sets. With their own bodies, they could easily dive into the deep ocean. Luo Feng, that swallowing monster is 1200 m below the ocean floor. If we get too close, will we wake it up? Interrupt the process of your technique? India's Tripathi Singh couldn't help but ask. The other 4 looked at Luo Feng. This time, Luo Feng was the leader. After all, they didn't know what the technique was. Don't worry. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Beside him, a liquid silver guard dressed in a black battle uniform appeared. The other 5 looked at the sudden appearance of the liquid silver guard in shock. Looking at the liquid silver guard's face, they could tell that it wasn't a real person, but a special robot that had appeared when they rescued Hung and Thunder God. This is my reward from the archaeological ruins, Luo Feng said, landing on the ocean floor. The other 5 followed. Inform an autojet to come here, Luo Feng said seriously. Why? The other 5 were shocked. The autojet could indeed be used in the air, sea, and land. But why did it have to enter the ocean floor? After I use the technique, you will all die. I'll let the autojet take your bodies away. As for me, I'll immediately battle the swallowing monster, Luo Feng said. The other 5 nodded. They understood the process of the battle. Their purpose was to sacrifice, allowing Luo Feng to become incredibly strong in a short period of time. And Luo Feng could very well die without a complete corpse. Hua, the autojet in the air swiftly dove into the ocean floor, quickly arriving. Sit down and close your eyes. Remember, don't resist, Luo Feng said seriously. Understood. Mo Henderson, Eastbourne, Tripathi Singh, Jia, and Sokolov looked at each other. A peculiar smile appeared on their faces. The smile had a charm that could shake one's soul. The 5 of them sat cross-legged. The 5 of them, including Luo Feng, made a total of 6. They were exactly the 6 points needed to form the sacrificial secret technique of the hexagram. Let's begin. Luo Feng closed his eyes. There were a total of 3 miniature planets in his sea of consciousness. The one in the center was obtained when he reached the planetary state level 1. The other 2 were produced when he reached the planetary state level 2 and 3. The other 2 planets revolved around the central planet, just like the Earth revolves around the Sun. The one in the center was the largest. The 3 miniature planets were all blood red. The 3 planets all emitted traces of red mist, diffusing into the huge object that almost filled the entire sea of consciousness, the Void Tower, a blood-red pagoda. The space within was vast like the universe. Luo Feng's 3 miniature planets were within. Xiao. 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 5 blood-red threads flew out from the Void Tower and left Luo Feng's body. However, the strange thing was that in the material world outside, the spirit energy threads were completely transparent. 5 threads of psychic energy directly entered Mo Henderson, Eastbourne, Tripathi Singh, Jia, and Sokolov's consciousness. Hung. 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 The souls of the 5 people instantly ignited. At the bottom of the sea, 6 people sat cross-legged. Among the 5 of them, as their souls were ignited, formless vibrations appeared around their bodies. Large amounts of spiritual energy under Luo Feng's exquisite control began to flow along the 6 light array, all the way to the center of the array, Luo Feng, entering Luo Feng's consciousness and the Void Tower. The 5 people's life energy was constantly weakening. Luo Feng's life energy was constantly strengthening. And the 5 people who sacrificed themselves all had smiles on their faces. Paris, headquarters city of the European Union, on the huge screen hanging beside the streets. The 6 people at the bottom of the sea have stopped moving. The one with the strongest life energy in the center is Luo Feng. On the left, the one with the second strongest life energy is Eastbourne. The broadcast's voice resounded throughout the streets. There were many men and women from the European Union gathered on the streets, all quietly watching. Life energy is weakening. Mo Henderson, Eastbourne, Tripathi Singh, Jia, Sokolov's life energy is constantly weakening. Luo Feng's life energy is constantly strengthening. On the screen, the images representing the 6 people, 5 of them were becoming blurry. Luo Feng's image was becoming clearer and clearer. Suddenly, the 5 people's images had completely vanished. Obviously, the life energy detectors were no longer able to pick up any life energy. Oh God. Countless people on the streets couldn't help but cover their faces. They knew that the disappearance of life energy meant death. This is M.O. Henderson's battleship. It's already out to sea. According to what we know, there are 5 corpses in it. It's M.O. Henderson, Eastbourne, Tripathi Singh, Jiai, and Sokolov, these 5 heroes. They sacrificed themselves for us humans. Please remember them forever. Luo Feng. Luo Feng is swiftly approaching the swallowing monster. The voices immediately became tense. On the screen, the energy representing Luo Feng's life energy was swiftly descending, nearing another incomparably huge energy of the swallowing monster. Let us pray. Let us pray that Luo Feng can win. On the streets, everyone clasped their hands in front of their chests, watching the screen. At this time, countless people on Earth were praying, hoping for victory to come. Below the seabed, in the rock layer, Luo Feng was swiftly descending. 800 m, 600 m, 400 m, 300 m. Babata constantly informed Luo Feng of the distance to the swallowing monster, 200 m. Luo Feng fiercely stopped. The surrounding rocks were pushed apart. Golden horned beast, go and die. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed fiercely. Within his consciousness, within the huge void pagoda, 2 miniature planets were revolving around the center planet. Suddenly, rumble. 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 The 3 miniature planets immediately became fireballs. More accurately speaking, large amounts of blood-red mist violently rushed out from the miniature planets, entering the void pagoda. Having absorbed large amounts of spirit energy from the 5 warriors, the glaring void pagoda fiercely began to spin. Constantly spinning, this caused the entire void pagoda to become blurry. At the tip of the pagoda a glaring light appeared. All these years of hard work, it's all gone. Within the rest AI space, Babata sat on his chair, slightly shaking his head. Hope I can be like Hong and Thunder God, preserve a bit of my foundation and fall into a deep sleep. At least I won't die. Luo Feng felt his entire being weakening. Go. An invisible void pagoda, spinning like a sharp cone, immediately pierced through the 200 m distance, instantly entering the golden horned beast's body. Hell! An enraged roar resounded. Rumble. The surrounding rock layers violently exploded. Luo Feng immediately saw the enraged golden horned beast, its dark golden eyes staring angrily at him. However, with a shwa, 2 liquid silver guards blocked in front of Luo Feng. Its consciousness, it's actually not at its head. Luo Feng's expression changed. After the void pagoda entered the golden horned beast's head, it didn't find any soul at all. Luo Feng finally understood why destroying its head didn't kill it, because this golden horned beast was different from the human race, different from the beasts etc. Its consciousness, its soul was actually not at its head, after which, the void pagoda swiftly descended from its neck, entering the golden horned beast's torso. The void pagoda swept past. To the void pagoda formed from spirit energy, flesh and blood had no way of obstructing it. It's here. Within the golden horned beast's body, there was actually a transparent crystal ball emitting golden light, about 20 centimeters in diameter. The crystal ball had incomparably complex golden engravings on it. The golden engravings emitted rays of golden light. When Luo Feng's void pagoda swept past, he obviously felt a strong obstruction. The soul was within. Rumble. The revolving void pagoda fiercely smashed into the crystal ball. Hell. The golden horned beast roared angrily within the rock layers. Its scaled wings were incomparably sharp, like 2 huge blades. And its claws were even more swift and fierce. That tail was strangely swift and violent. At this time, they were all madly attacking Luo Feng's body. The 2 liquid silver guards desperately tried to block it. Not good. What a strong soul defense. Luo Feng's expression changed greatly. Luo Feng's expression suddenly turned savage, gritting his teeth. I'll risk it all. Rumble. 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 3 visible miniature planets immediately flew out of Luo Feng's consciousness. Rumble. Luo Feng's consciousness left its base, immediately beginning to collapse. No. Luo Feng, don't. Within the Rest AI space, Babata was shocked. Even though Hong and Thunder God were burning their souls, they didn't let their souls leave their bodies. Luo Feng was now basically abandoning his original body, completely merging his soul into the Void Pagoda. This way, it was equivalent to not leaving himself any way out. This way, his attacks were indeed at their strongest. However, even if Luo Feng succeeded, with his original body and consciousness collapsing, he had no way of turning back. Die, die, die. Luo Feng's consciousness emitted an incomparably firm conviction, incomparably crazy. His soul had completely merged into the Void Pagoda. The Void Pagoda was like a sharp awl, madly piercing the surface covered in large amounts of golden engravings, emitting a golden light and transparent crystal ball. And within the Void Pagoda, the 3 miniature planets were constantly burning and being consumed, their sizes getting smaller and smaller. Why isn't it breaking? Still not breaking. Luo Feng was extremely anxious. How the golden horned beast painfully shook its head, fiercely smashing the rock beside it. The essence of the soul attack caused it incomparable pain. The worst part was that a few hours ago, its soul had just received a heavy blow. And this human's attack was no weaker than the last. Break. 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 Luo Feng's consciousness was going crazy. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of failure. Within the Void Pagoda, the consumption of the 3 soul planets was getting smaller and smaller. Chi. 2 of the small planets had completely turned into nothing. All that was left was the soul planet in the center. And its size was only a third of its original size. This blood-red soul planet was constantly burning, large amounts of spirit energy replenishing the Void Pagoda. Burn, burn, getting smaller and smaller. Luo Feng felt his consciousness getting hazy. He understood, he was about to die. Kill it, kill it, kill it. Jiangnan Headquarters City, Yangzhou City, streets. Old people with heads full of white hair, babies crying piteously. At this time, everyone on the street stared nervously at the screen. Within the crowd was Wei Wen. He stared nervously at the screen. Luo Feng, my brother, you have to survive, survive. On the screen, the life energy that represented Luo Feng and the swallowing beast's life energy had already mixed together. Obviously they were in battle, suffocation. The entire world was suffocating at this time. Rumble. The 2 mixed energies exploded fiercely, almost as though they had become much stronger. Almost like the explosion of a star's destruction, after which, swiftly weakening. The energy is weakening, it's quickly weakening. A voice finally resounded from the screen. I can't tell whose energy it is, the 2 have completely mixed together. It's still weakening. Wei Wen stared wide-eyed. Su Xian, Luo Honghua, Gong Xian Lan, Luo Hua, and the others who were watching nervously were all incomparably nervous. The entire world was incomparably nervous. On the screen, the life energy that represented the life energy continued to weaken. Chi. It became nothingness. The life energy on the screen had completely vanished. Whether it was Luo Feng or the swallowing beast, they had completely vanished. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, dead? Luo Feng and the swallowing beast are both dead? The people of Earth had all seen the swallowing beast revive from the dead once. Hence they all watched nervously. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The swallowing beast no longer had any life energy, neither did Luo Feng's. The entire world was silent. China time 16:10 p.m. 3 human star traveler warriors dove deep into the ocean and discovered the swallowing beast's huge body. However, they had no way of destroying the scales of the swallowing beast. As the news spread, the entire world cheered. The swallowing beast is dead, it's really dead. Let's remember their names. Hong, Thunder God, Mo Henderson, Eastbourne, Tripathi Singh, Jia Yi, Sokolov and Luo Feng. It was them who saved the people of Earth. They gave us hope. Just like in the legends, Prometheus, who suffered for stealing fire, gave humanity fire. Nuwa, who was exhausted from mending the skies, gave humanity a place to live. and Hong, Thunder God, Mo Henderson, Eastbourne, Tripathi Singh, Jia Yi, Sokolov, Luo Feng. They, however, gave us hope of survival. Forever remember the names of these 8. The oldest is 89 years old, the youngest is only 22. 16:25 p.m. Large amounts of monsters gathered in the ocean, including many emperor-level monsters. This caused the humans to immediately retreat, unable to enter the ocean. That night, all over the world, the sea monsters that were madly attacking the human headquarters cities swiftly retreated. When the sun rose again on the second day, Earth regained its peace. Humanity's history opened a new chapter. P.S. The second chapter has ended, continue writing the third. Jiangnan headquarters city, Yangzhou City, Times Square, the plaza was filled with flowers and wreaths. The swallowing monster disaster, this disaster, to humanity, was even more pressuring than the Great Nirvana period. However, with the sacrifice of the 8 strongest warriors of Earth, humanity managed to survive this disaster. Among them, Hong and Thunder God were in deep slumber. Even though their heartbeats were still there, their brain waves had completely disappeared. They could be said to be living dead. The entire world's headquarters cities spontaneously organized activities to show their gratitude and respect to the 8 heroes. And Yangzhou City, as one of the 8 Luofeng's hometown. In Yangzhou City's largest plaza, countless people were paying their respects. In this battle, Luo Feng was the youngest of the 8, and also the most overflowing with talent. At just 22 years old, he could easily kill the Grand Emperor. Such a genius, many believed that if he continued to grow, he would have a high chance of surpassing Hong and Thunder God. Many even said Luo Feng could easily kill the Grand Emperor. He was already on par with Hong and Thunder God. However, there was no point in saying so much. Times Square, wreaths, fresh flowers were everywhere. Group after group of people came to bow. Luo Feng. In the crowd, an incomparably pained youth was accompanied by a young lady, looking at Luo Feng's statue. When? The young lady said softly. He and I have been playing together since we were young. I didn't expect him to die. Just like that. Wei Wen's expression was pained. Ever since he entered the dojo, he has always been the most outstanding. The earlier he became a high-level student, the earlier he became a fighter. And step by step, I watched him get stronger and stronger. I knew he would fly even higher. I didn't expect. Wei Wen shook his head. Wei Wen and his girlfriend bowed solemnly in the plaza before leaving with the crowd. Mingyu District, Luo Feng's house's second floor, bedroom. The warm winter sun shone in through the French windows. Xianxia laid on the bed, her face pale. Little sister. Su Gang sat beside the bed, consoling her. Don't be too sad. Luo Feng's death was heavy, it was worth it. And, you're so sad, and you're pregnant, it's not good for the child. Brother, Xianxia said softly, I know, you can leave. Take care of your body, even if it's for Luo Feng, you have to help him give birth to the child. Su Gang comforted and walked out. Emotionally speaking, Luo Feng was one of Earth's 8 heroes. The Su family naturally hoped that Xianxia would give birth to his child. From a practical point of view, Luo Feng was Earth's #1 spirit reader. One could only imagine how good his genes were. These 2 kids had to be kept. Below Luo Feng's home. Doctor. Gong Xian Lan asked, how is my Xianxia? Mr. Hua, who is known as the best in China's medical world, personally treated Xianxia out of respect for Luo Feng. He said in a low voice, Madam Luo, the patient's body doesn't actually have any problems, it's just that he's too worried. No matter how strong his body is, if he's constantly immersed in sorrow, his body's condition will continue to deteriorate this. Gong Xian Lan's expression changed slightly. Yesterday, when she saw Luo Feng's life force completely disappear, Xianxia actually fainted. Even though Luo Hongua and his wife were in extreme pain, they didn't want anything to happen to their son's bloodline, so they immediately called a doctor. Right now, the only thing they can do for their son is to protect his bloodline. No matter what, Dr. Hua, you have to protect the child in her body. Gong Xian Lan said seriously. I understand. I will definitely do my best for Mr. Luo Feng's bloodline. Mr. Hua said seriously, I will immediately apply for a spirit of nature and some medicine to help her. We have a spirit of nature at home. Gong Xianlan nodded. That's even better. Mr. Hua nodded happily and said, the spirit of nature and some medicine are just one aspect. This will help her recover physically. However, the root of the problem is still her heart. If she misses her too much and worries. I'm also worried that she might miscarry during her pregnancy. Gong Xianlan's expression changed. So, you have to care for her emotionally and make her feel better. Mr. Hua said. I know. Gong Xianlan nodded. On the bed. Su Xian silently laid on the bed and couldn't help but to gently stroke the steel wire ring on her ring finger. 2 streams of tears uncontrollably rolled down the corners of her eyes as she mumbled to herself, Luo Feng, you really went? Did you leave me? The Pacific Ocean, the area where Luo Feng fought the swallowing monster. Large amounts of monsters were gathered here. There were over 60 Emperor-level monsters, and amongst them was the only Emperor of the ocean, the Thunder Dragon Emperor. So many monsters were gathered at the bottom of the ocean, all for the swallowing monster's corpse. According to their evolution patterns, eating a powerful monster's corpse would normally cause them to evolve. The Thunder Dragon Emperor desired to eat the golden horned beast's corpse. How the Thunder Dragon Emperor stared angrily at the 2 people before it, liquid silver guards. It had already been here for over 3 days. However, it hadn't been able to get its way, all because of these 2 liquid silver guards. One had to know that the liquid silver guards were able to take on the golden horned beast head-on. It was simply too easy for them to tie down the Thunder Dragon Emperor. Even though the liquid silver guards' attacks were extremely weak, on the contrary, their ability to tie down enemies was extremely strong. Behind the liquid silver guards, the huge black as ink golden horned beast laid there, not showing any signs of life. Within the golden horned beast's body, that crystal ball that was covered in large amounts of unique golden engravings was emitting a very weak golden light. It looked the same as before, but in reality, it had undergone some changes. So, the possession is actually this hard. Babada, if this continues, just how long will it take for me to completely control this golden horned beast's body? Luo Feng's consciousness said. Don't rush, your current opportunity is something that only comes once in a trillion years, be patient. Take it slowly. Babada said. Luo Feng didn't expect that he would survive. 3 days ago, when he was attacking the golden horned beast with all his might, Luo Feng realized that the golden horned beast's soul defense was extremely strong. Just as his last soul planet was about to burn out, the rhombus blood-red crystal at the core of the planet finally broke apart and burned. Immediately, an incomparably huge amount of spirit energy entered Luo Feng's soul. Extremely huge. This was also the reason why he realized that his life energy had suddenly grown stronger during the global broadcast. Luo Feng was very grateful to his teacher, the master of the Yunmo planet. Because back then, he didn't know how strong his successor would be. Star Traveler level? Star level? Hence, to be safe, the soul imprint he created back then could transform a Universe Level 1 spirit reader's soul. The soul imprint seemed very small, just a crystal pillar. But in reality, it was created by an undying being. When the crystal pillar broke apart and burned, that huge amount of energy instantly broke through the golden horned beast's defense. They weren't even on the same level. Maybe the golden horned beast had more in terms of quantity. However, the power of the soul imprint was too strong in terms of quality. A needle, piercing a piece of tofu. Of course it was easy, the golden horned beast's soul was conquered, and Luo Feng's soul was replenished, becoming extremely strong in an instant. However, his body and consciousness were destroyed, unable to return. Hence, he immediately decided to use the possession technique, swallowing large amounts of the golden horned beast's soul. However, even though swallowing was fast, absorbing took more than a day. Also, like the space ring and cloud contact vine, they relied on the spirit imprint to recognize them. Babada's AI also relied on the spirit connection with Luo Feng. The soul was the foundation. A few treasures in the universe normally relied on the spirit imprint to recognize them. Hence, Luo Feng naturally connected with Babada during the possession. Luo Feng, right now you've occupied its consciousness. However, your soul's compatibility with its body is still very low, you'll have to take it slow. At the beginning of the possession, one can't even walk properly, that's normal. Come, try moving your eyelids, slowly. Relax, I've already isolated the surrounding signals. Right now, the human world won't be able to detect the swallowing beast's life energy. Babada was extremely excited. My God. Possession of a space beast? That was simply a dream. In the universe, in terms of bloodline, the pinnacle of the space beasts were undoubtedly the noblest. The golden horned beast was one of the pinnacle. Babada, how do I recover a human body? Luo Feng asked. Damn, is there a need to care about a human body? Babada said, with this body, even if you become a sector lord, that's just a matter of time. Also, I've always heard that the space beasts all have inherited memories. The higher the level of the space beast, the more powerful the inherited memories. Knowledge is power. Your teacher has only lived for about 60 million years, how much knowledge has he accumulated? Even though his techniques are powerful, in the vast universe, there are still others stronger than your teacher. And the space beasts, especially the pinnacle of space beasts, have generations of inherited memories, they can even trace back to the beginning of the universe. When you're 100% compatible with its body, the inherited memories will completely merge into your soul. Babada was extremely excited. Become a powerful golden horned beast, dominate the universe? As for you to recover your human body, that's not too hard. The stupidest method is to steal again. The best method is to obtain the legendary Spirit Reader technique Spirit Division. You can create large amounts of clones. Naturally, you can also create a clone of your human body. However, the secret technique Spirit Division, even your teacher has only heard of it. Babada said, don't think about it, at least you're still alive. Right. Luo Feng's spirit was roused. At least I'm still alive. Alive, there's hope to see his family. There's hope to see his child born. Luo Feng began to work even harder to control his body. Blink? Move a claw? Wagging his tail? Gently flapping those scaled wings, step by step, Luo Feng worked hard. After spending a total of 16 days. Success. At the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, a gigantic golden horned beast that had once brought nightmares to all humans on Earth was swimming slowly. A pair of cold, dark golden eyes scanned its surroundings. The surrounding Emperor-tier beasts and beast emperors were so frightened that they knelt down respectfully. Luo Feng, congratulations. Babada was very excited too. Just as it completely merged, just like his own body, suddenly, an incomparably huge amount of memories flowed into Luo Feng's soul. Incomparably vast, ancient, the memories passed down through generations of golden horned beasts were displayed before Luo Feng. The vastness of the memories caused Luo Feng's consciousness to stop thinking. It was too huge. The fourth chapter, Nirvana of Life, was over, and the even more vast and mysterious fifth chapter of Swallowing the Star was about to begin. At the same time, Tomato also pulled up his monthly votes. For 5 consecutive days, he had completed 3 chapters a day. At the end of the month, at the moment of fulfilling the promise, at the moment of the end of the 4th chapter, Tomato wanted to say, I want a monthly ticket. In fact, at the end of every chapter, Tomato would take a day off to sort out the plot. Yes. Tomato was very excited now. Finally, Swallowing the Star had finally entered a new era. From the first chapter One Night Awakening to the 4th chapter Nirvana of Life, these 4 chapters as a whole could be regarded as the beginning plot of Swallowing the Star. Many people used to ask why this book was called Swallowing the Star. I believe everyone understands now. The plot began to really unfold on a magnificent scale. The vast universe and countless mysterious races began to gradually arrive. The background was very big, whether it was the cultivation system, the background system, the world structure system, etc., they were all very big. So Tomato did have to spend a lot of energy. The 5th chapter, Cosmic Adventurer, would be officially updated tomorrow. Believe it, I won't let you down. Well, Tomato also has a small request. Brothers, please throw your recommendation votes to Tomato every day. 5 or 6 would not be too much, and 1 would not be too little. Compared with the monthly votes that needed to be bought, everyone should have recommendation votes. Haha, I won't say much. Brothers, throw votes. Tomato will write a good novel for everyone to read. Swallowing the star, haha, it will definitely make you feel good from head to toe. In the dark seabed, countless sea creatures were scattered around, they all looked respectfully at the distant swallowing beast. The swallowing beast's dark golden eyes slowly closed, almost as though it had fallen asleep. However, under the formless pressure, this region was incomparably silent. Closing his huge eyes, Luo Feng felt himself completely drowning in the memories, the mysterious special techniques that were completely suited for the golden horned beast to train in. It was extremely profound and vast, the pictures and texts of the memories flowed continuously, almost like a movie, shwa shwa shwa, large amounts of knowledge flowed into his brain. Endless and endless, Luo Feng felt a slight headache, obviously the speed at which the memories flowed had reached the limits of his soul. Just how much knowledge? Luo Feng couldn't believe it. This has been going on for over an hour. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, the memories flowed like an endless torrent of water, endlessly. All sorts of memories flashed past, completely merging into Luo Feng's soul. Luo Feng only had time to discern a few pictures of the golden horned beast training etc. before he was completely drowned by the other memories. Half a day, 1 day. 2 days. 3 days, the golden horned beast, this terrifying space beast, laid motionless on the seabed, almost as though it was in deep sleep. 16 days later, deep in the seabed, on the muddy seabed, the pitch-black golden horned beast laid there. Finally, its dark golden eyes opened, within them naturally filled with coldness, killing intent. That was deep within its bones. Phew, my God. Luo Feng finally felt a sense of relief. The inheritance memories flowed in for 16 days, completely reaching the limits of his soul. Under such pressure, Luo Feng didn't even have time to think. Just how much knowledge does this require? Luo Feng exclaimed. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. An excited voice resounded in his mind. Babata. Luo Feng shouted. You've completely received the inheritance memories? That's ridiculous, with your soul's current endurance, you can receive a lot of information every second. In these 16 days, just how much information did you receive? Babata was obviously very excited. Quickly take a look, what knowledge is there? What amazing techniques. Let me take a look first. Luo Feng was very curious too. Even though he had become the golden horned beast, he had no idea about its abilities at all. Babata, we're in big trouble. Luo Feng had just checked his inherited memories, feeling helpless. What is it? Babata asked. Although this knowledge is in my mind, I have to learn it myself. How long will it take to learn this? The so-called inherited memories was a method of passing down knowledge. Knowledge was passed down from one generation to the next, but to truly grasp the knowledge, one still had to seriously study and comprehend it. It's not strange. Babata continued, the reason why this inherited memory is so huge is mainly because of some secret techniques. A single secret technique might contain many, many words. It's just like Master Soul Seal. If it were to be printed into a book, it would be very normal for it to be recorded in tens of millions of Chinese characters. Luo Feng Babata said excitedly, now, you can completely organize your inherited memories. You don't need to carefully look at the details of some of the secret techniques. You just need to know the names and the general description. All of them were classified and summarized. It should be very fast. You are really something. In the universe, the experts of the various races are willing to spend countless wealth to buy some secret techniques and so on. You actually think that it's too much? It really makes me speechless. Luo Feng laughed, let me organize a bit. According to the whole. The golden horned beast's training knowledge, it could train in 18 special techniques and 3,199 normal techniques. There were introductions to the astral beasts and other astral beasts. There were introductions to the various human races, such as manipulators, illusionists, beast tamers, puppeteers, hunters, fighters. Among the flesh and blood creatures, other than humans and astral beasts, there were also the demon race, the insect race, and so on. There were extensive introductions to every race. Other than the flesh and blood races. There were also the metal races, like the automaton race, etc. There were also the rock races, the spirit body races, the plant races. At the same time, there were a few extremely rare races like the space beasts that had incomparably strong powers, yet were extremely rare. Just explaining the countless races and cultures of humanity, if one were to use Chinese characters, even 10 billion characters would not be enough. And the human race was only one of the pinnacle races in the vast universe. Another month and 3 days had passed. Luo Feng had finally organized his inherited memories. In the future, if he needed more knowledge, he could swiftly search through the vast inherited memories. As for learning? My God, no matter which golden-horned beast it was impossible to learn all of this knowledge in one go. Just the 18 techniques and 3,199 normal techniques alone, reading through all of them would take who knows how many years. Luo Feng, you've struck it rich, you've struck it rich. My God. You actually have so much memory and knowledge? From Luo Feng, Babada found out how many classifications were made. He was completely shocked. So the universe actually has so many races, there's even a rare race that can compare to the space beasts? It's indeed a space beast, powerful, powerful. Babada was extremely shocked. Even your teacher, with a lifespan of over 60 million years, the amount of knowledge he's collected is far from yours. There's no way to compare. Babada was still in shock. The space beast's inheritance from generation to generation, this kind of knowledge, even within the human race, I'm afraid only a country like the Ganwu Universe country's knowledge vault can compare to the space beast's inherited memories. It's too powerful. After Luo Feng had organized everything, he too was filled with respect. The nobility of the bloodline was many. The body's talent was one aspect, it was considered the hardware. This kind of knowledge was the software. Babada, within the space beasts, only the elite 12 bloodlines can carry so many memories. Luo Feng explained. 12 bloodlines? Babada was shocked. Within the space beasts, those that can grow up to the sector lord level, there's a total of 12 types of bloodlines. Back then you spoke of the flaming star beast, that was one of the 12. After Luo Feng organized everything, the basic knowledge was completely clear. The 12 bloodlines' inherited memories are the most abundant. And every generation can even add in their own memories. Luo Feng was very clear now, how the golden-horned beast passed down its inheritance. The golden-horned beast, if it wanted to leave behind descendants, one way, was to use up almost all of its life force to condense into an egg and spit it out. The original golden-horned beast would die within a few short years. After the egg hatches, a young golden-horned beast would appear, starting a new cycle. Luo Feng, hurry and take a look. How long do you need to reach sector lord level? Babada said. Let me take a look. Luo Feng flipped through it. Within a few seconds he had roughly read through it. He couldn't help but be shocked. After the golden-horned beast hatches, if it doesn't eat the eggshell, but normal metals, it would need 10 years to reach the star level 1. However, if it eats the eggshell, and large amounts of normal metals, 1 year would be enough. Luo Feng said. 1 year? This little punk that you've taken over is only 1 year old? Babada was speechless. Luo Feng was shocked too. The swallowing beast that caused the entire Earth to face its apocalypse was only a 1-year-old golden-horned beast? Normal evolution speed, star level 1 to universe level 1, requires 100 years. Universe level 1 to domain lord level 1, requires 1,000 years. Domain lord level 1 to sector lord level 1, requires 10,000 years. Luo Feng said directly, this is the slowest speed. If we use some special methods, we can even speed up the evolution speed. Using some special metals, it'll be beneficial to the internal world's growth, and its strength will increase even faster. Meat pies falling from the sky. Babada couldn't help but say, your teacher prepared so much, his training plans were all the best, you two would need at least 100,000 years to have a chance of becoming a sector lord. If not for your teacher's detailed plans, countless wealth and treasures to nurture. Reaching the universe level in your entire life would be good enough. However now, normal evolution speed, 10,000 years is enough? Babada didn't understand the golden-horned beast in the past, but now he finally had first-hand knowledge. Not that long. That's the slowest speed. Luo Feng said, if we have countless wealth to spend, speeding up the internal world's growth. The time can be sped up by a few times, or even more. However, the 18 special techniques, 3,199 normal techniques, I don't know which ones to learn. Luo Feng said, these techniques are all passed down from generation to generation of golden-horned beasts, only golden-horned beasts can learn them. According to the important reminders from the inherited memories, don't bite off more than you can chew, remind me, I can learn at most 2 special techniques, and not more than 6 normal techniques. Any more and I won't have enough energy to learn. The less the better. Oh? Babata said, first tell me about the 18 special techniques and 3,199 normal techniques, their effects and training requirements, etc. Tell me, I'll filter them for you, see if I can find the best combination. In terms of filtering ability, Luo Feng obviously couldn't compare to Babata. Alright. Luo Feng began to tell Babata about the various techniques' effects and training requirements. As for the techniques themselves? That was too much, Luo Feng relied on his thoughts to transmit them, even a few years wouldn't be enough. 8 hours later. 18 special secret techniques and 3,199 ordinary secret techniques were all transmitted to Babata. Babata began to use its AI to quickly filter and match the techniques. Luo Feng, this golden-horned beast should have its own special techniques, right? I've seen its speed explode before. Babata said, tell me about the special techniques too, I'll make the best combination. Natural techniques? Wait a moment. Luo Feng knew from his memories, the golden-horned beast had a total of 3 special techniques. As for the detailed information, as long as his soul entered the internal world, he would naturally understand. The so-called special techniques, there was no need to learn them, they could be used naturally. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. When Luo Feng was at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, receiving and organizing the huge inherited memories, human society on Earth was undergoing a series of changes. During the swallowing monster incident, even the golden-horned beast was killed, causing the Thunder Dragon Emperor and the other monsters to be extremely terrified, forcing them to retreat. After the golden-horned beast awakened, it didn't order them to attack human society, so the Thunder Dragon Emperor and the countless sea monsters naturally didn't attack. Their intelligence was extremely high, even the powerful swallowing monster almost died, who would dare to go. Fundamentally speaking, the various countries did not suffer much in this battle. It was just that 8 heroes had fallen. Hong, Thunder God, M.O. Henderson, Eastbourne, Tripathi Singh, Jia Yi, Sokolov and Luo Feng, these 8 people were considered the top 8 of human society. When the 6 died, Hong and Thunder God fell into a deep sleep, not even their brain waves could be detected. The Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo, these 2 huge powers, who wouldn't be envious, these 2 powers, were even stronger than the 5 great countries. Hong and Thunder God were there, of course they could control the situation. But now. Immediately, the undercurrents began to surge, ************ Hong Ning headquarters city. In the headquarters of the huge spaceship, 3 personal guards and 5 investigators gathered. Now that the virtual space has collapsed, all the Star Traveler fighters and war gods have formed their own groups. Without the 2 heads from before, the loose organization of the Palace of War Gods has already collapsed. What do we do next? The white-robed black man said anxiously. All the war gods have a consciousness sensor helmet. Allure wearing a mask said anxiously, they subconsciously still want to enter the Palace of War Gods. However, now that the head is unconscious, the AI will automatically close the virtual space. No one can enter the Palace of War Gods. The most important thing now is to immediately build the virtual space. Just like if Luo Feng died, Babata wouldn't be able to serve humanity with all his heart. The same logic, with Hong in a deep sleep, no one knew if he was dead or alive. The AI that only listened to Hong's orders wouldn't waste energy to maintain the existence of the Palace of War Gods. The Palace of War Gods, the connection between the Star Traveler fighters and war gods, was broken. The situation of the world became even more chaotic, in terms of strength. These 8 people from the Dojo of Limits, there were still a few people stronger than them. It would be very difficult for the 8 of them to completely control the Dojo of Limits and make it as powerful as it was before. What he was most afraid of was, if the 8 of them were not united, it would be even more troublesome. Yangzhou City, Mingyue Sector, Luo Feng's first-floor guest room. Luo Hua was sitting opposite a golden-haired man. Mr. Luo Hua. The golden-haired man sighed, "Your brother and I are good friends. It's really a pity, but to be honest, I respect him very much." He believed that there were countless people in every country who respected and remembered him. However, the threat of humanity has yet to disappear. We don't know when the sea monsters will come again. Luo Hua nodded slightly. Therefore, the effective use of resources is very important. The blonde man looked at Luo Hua. "I hope I can buy some items from Mr. Luo Hua." "Oh, what do you want to buy?" Luo Hua was still smiling. As the CEO of an investment company, Luo Hua was much more mature than before. Muya crystals, silver men, etc. The blonde man emphasized, "Our HR alliance will definitely pay a high price." Saying that, the blonde man took out an illustrated book from his pocket. "These are the many special items that our HR alliance has. There are also many company shares, real estate and land, etc. These are definitely the lowest prices. Mr. Luo Hua, you can easily become the economic leader of a region." The blonde man smiled. Luo Hua took the book and flipped through it. Indeed, the temptation was huge. Back then, when Luo Feng disregarded his life and death and headed to the Pacific Ocean with the other 5, he had already prepared an escape route for his family. Luo Hua only needed to take out a little and he could easily control the economic lifeline of a region. This HR alliance was basically giving Luo Hua a lot of their foundations. 5 days ago, our country's leader came to my house. His conditions were quite generous. Luo Hua looked at the blonde man. "Just before you came, I received a call from a mercenary organization." Luo Hua shook his head. "However, Representative Wei Nua, I'm telling you, we're not selling. Other than selling a little to our own country, we're not selling to any other organization." The blonde man's face changed. He was a star traveler level fighter. Personally talking to Luo Hua was already giving him enough face. The main thing was that Luo Feng's influence was too great. If he dared to act forcefully, the entire world would probably curse him to death. After surviving this disaster, the people of Earth have completely deified the 8 heroes and raised them up high. To countries, dead people don't pose any threat. So what if they're raised up high? As for Hong and Thunder God, they were already high up in the first place. "Mr. Luo Hua, you have to calm down," said Wei Nua in a low voice. "Your brother's light can protect you, but the heat will eventually die down. No matter how much you fear public opinion, you're still a baby carrying a gold brick on the road. Eventually, you'll get robbed. Thank you for your kindness." Luo Hua smiled. "Let me introduce you. Number 3. Whoosh, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the reception room, giving Senator Vino a fright. The thing that appeared in the reception room was a tall black metal robot. "This is a robot that my brother left at home to protect our family. We got it from archaeological ruin number 12. Luo Hua looked at Wei Nua. "Our Luo family doesn't need the so-called public opinion to protect us. We have our own power. I know that many people on Earth are ambitious, but our Luo family doesn't have the heart to get involved in that. Before my brother left, he told me," smiled Luo Hua, "if anyone dares to touch our Luo family, I'll destroy them." Representative Wei Nua's face slightly changed. "By the way, even my brother himself isn't its opponent," said Luo Hua. This was the truth. This metal robot was made of black yttrium metal. Luo Feng's hybrid copper essence shard couldn't harm it at all. There was once a robot that broke its internal control system after the golden-horned beast used its golden horn to ram into it. And on Earth, not a single human could do this. Which means, if Hong, Luo Feng, and Thunder God were alive, they wouldn't be able to do anything against this invincible metal lump. Sending off a representative silhouette with his eyes, Luo Hua stood at the window, squinting. My brother has left. They're all like hungry wolves, eyeing the things my brother left behind. Right, he left behind a total of 60 Muya crystals. But did you think they'd get it? The situation is chaotic now. If anyone goes overboard, they'll have to find a chance to show their might. In a space far away from Earth. Silent space, it had existed since time immemorial. Suddenly, space rippled like waves of water. At the same time, a flying, saucer-shaped silver-gray spaceship appeared out of thin air. The wave-like spatial ripples disappeared and the spaceship hovered in space. Captain, Captain, we've escaped, we've escaped. Haha, we've escaped. Haha. Within the ship, a few humans were shouting excitedly, speaking in the language of the countless human races in the universe. Within the ship's control room, the 8 crew members were extremely excited. Standing in front of the control panel was a middle-aged man dressed in a silver-gray uniform. He was about 1.9 tall and handsome. His ears were pointed, and his eyes glowed red. He was the captain of the ship. Who would have thought, there's actually a wormhole here? The captain revealed a sinister smile. Originally, the ship couldn't travel through the universe after running out of B-grade energy crystals. Trying to survive in the midst of death, we actually stumbled into a natural wormhole. Haha, who knows how many light years this wormhole would take? Unless those bastards also entered that region, they definitely won't be able to catch up to us. Atuka. The captain shouted. Captain. A child's head appeared on the control panel, calling out. Hurry up and mark that wormhole. Our star map doesn't have these coordinates. Obviously, the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire doesn't know of this wormhole. The captain said excitedly, then confirm our current position and immediately notify the family. Yes. The child's head on the screen shouted. Oh. Then he screamed, Captain, this is the Milky Way's void region. What? The captain was shocked. It's the void region. Through the universe, there's no way to confirm the coordinates. There's no way to enter the void region. AI system. The child shouted. Haha, haha, we're rich, we're rich. We're rich. The captain was extremely excited, let's go, let's go. A very very long time ago, this region was originally controlled by the Silver Blue Empire. However, ever since it was taken over by an unbelievable warrior, that warrior even entered the dark universe and hid the coordinates of this starfield. There was no way to reach this starfield. 30,000 years ago, it was said that the warrior had fallen. This void region was a power without a master. However, the Silver Blue Empire, even the high and mighty Black Dragon Mountain Empire, had no one who could find the coordinates to enter this starfield. Who would have thought, he actually found a new wormhole and entered this starfield. Earth, the depths of the Pacific Ocean. I didn't expect the 3 natural abilities to be like this. I can go back, I can see Xianxia, I can see my future child. Luo Feng was extremely excited. Hell, at the bottom of the sea, the pitch-black golden-horned beast raised its head and let out a low roar. The roar was like a shockwave that spread out, affecting the surrounding sea creatures, causing many of them to immediately explode, blood floating in the sea. Luo Feng, according to your natural abilities, I've already confirmed your training path. Babata also said, you should practice the special secret method A Deity of the World and the ordinary secret method Absolute Space. These 2 secret methods will be very powerful when combined with your innate secret method. P.S. 2 chapters completed, the 5th chapter, Universe Adventurer, begins. Also pull for votes. Today, have you voted? After Luo Feng found out about the 3 natural abilities and understood that he could return, he was in a good mood. Deities of the World and Absolute Space? Luo Feng immediately thought of what he saw before, the effects and training requirements of these 2 techniques. Absolute Space was an extremely sick technique, the kind that would make people go crazy in the universe. It was just that only the golden horned beast could directly learn it. The technique had a total of 3 levels. The first level was called Arc of Light. The second level was called Myriad Changes. The third level was called Teleportation. To learn this technique, the most important requirements were crazy training and comprehension. Only after training many times can one gradually understand it, and only after accumulating enough can one comprehend it. This technique's main point was to instantly increase one's speed, according to the theory of the technique. Even if you step into the universe level 1 stage, assuming you can fly at a maximum speed of 500 kilometers per second. However, that requires a long enough distance to continuously accelerate, only then can you reach that maximum speed. And that instantaneous burst of speed is far less than 500 kilometers per second during battle. The most important thing is instantaneous burst of speed. Instant forward, instant turn, instant stop, instant retreat. This theory, Luo Feng understood too. Just like a sports car on the highway, maybe it can reach a maximum speed of 300 kilometers per hour, but starting for 0.1 seconds, how fast can it go? Accelerating to its maximum speed requires time. Humans can start faster than sports cars. But instantaneous burst of speed is still far less than maximum flying speed. Teleportation, teleportation. Luo Feng, teleportation. Babata was very excited. Your teacher is an undying fighter, yet he can't teleport. That's why. Luo Feng said helplessly, this absolute space is very hard to train. Even a powerful fighter like the master of the Yunmo planet couldn't teleport. One could only imagine how hard it was. And the technique also said, the first level, with enough hard work, there's hope of training. The second level, passed down from generation to generation of golden horned beasts, even though the golden horned beast's lifespan is 10 times longer than a human sector lord's. However, those who train absolute space mostly hover around the second level. Those who can reach the second level myriad changes are few and far between. The third level, teleportation, that's practically a legend. Very, very difficult. Hard work, comprehension, opportunities, etc. all require it. Luo Feng. You don't understand how precious it is. Babata said anxiously. What kind of secret technique is this? Was it simply a matter of explosive speed? No. This was a secret technique that allowed you to comprehend and experience the laws of space in the universe. Your teacher doesn't have this secret art, so he has been working hard on it. If I have this secret skill, I'm afraid I'll be able to obtain the incredible ability of teleportation. Once you have the ability to teleport, it'll be hard for anyone to kill you. If your teacher knew this move, he wouldn't have died. Babata hastily said. Luo Feng laughed. I said it's hard to learn, but I didn't say it's impossible. Oh, haha. Babata laughed heartily. Luo Feng, this technique doesn't just make your movements incomparably sick. Moreover, the flying speed would also be increased. Besides, once it's combined with a deity of the world, a deity of the world is even more insane than absolute space. He was indeed a freak. Luo Feng was very clear on the training requirements and effects of deities of the world. This set of secret techniques was one of the 18 special secret techniques in the inherited memories. In terms of value, usefulness, and efficiency, it was indeed stronger than the previous absolute space. However, the 18 special techniques, although they were called special techniques, didn't mean that all of them were stronger than the normal techniques. It just meant that the training requirements for these 18 special techniques were very harsh. How were they harsh? 1. They required complex training requirements. If some of the requirements weren't met, no matter how much hard work one put in, it wouldn't work. 2. There were shortcuts. But the requirements for shortcuts were as hard as ascending to the heavens. 3. Only the golden horned beast could train them. If the 3,199 normal techniques were created by the golden horned beast through generations, or by borrowing from the human race, automaton race, and countless other races' techniques. The techniques themselves could only be trained by the golden horned beast, but these techniques were mostly borrowed from other races. The other races had similar techniques too, even though there were some differences. The differences weren't too big. However, these 18 special techniques were something that only the golden horned beast could train in. Even if they were to spread, the other races wouldn't be able to adapt or train them. Deities of the world was also split into 3 levels. The first level was considered a small success. The second level was considered a large success. As for the third level, that was the final level. To put it bluntly, deities of the world was a special technique that allowed the golden horned beast to grow or shrink. Shrinking and enlarging were both terrifying abilities. For example, the golden horned beast was 180 m long. When it shrank, its weight wouldn't change, causing its density to increase greatly. Bone density increased. Muscle density increased. Their claws and horns became even sharper and harder, a punch with 100 kilograms of strength. Compared to a needle with 100 kilograms of strength, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. Hence, the moment it shrank, the golden horned beast's claws would become even more terrifying, its horns penetrated power even more shocking. Was it shrinking, or growing? Growing wouldn't increase one's battle strength, but a 30 kilometers tall giant could casually take a step, and a normal human of the same strength wouldn't be able to outrun it. The advantage of growing was flying even faster. The 180 long golden horned beast, after shrinking to 1800 m, was like a floating island. Its scaled wings were 10 times larger than before. Each time it flapped, its speed would be much faster. The first level of deities of the world allowed one's body to grow and shrink by 3 times. The highest strength it could reach was 3 times. The second level allowed it to reach 9 times. The strength could increase by 9 times. The third level? It had already reached the stage where it could grow as it wished. Its strength could at most increase by 36 times. Shrinking by 36 times, 100 times, 1000 times, the strength wouldn't change, because to be able to increase its strength by 36 times was already the limit of this technique. If it shrank any further, its body's strength would also shrink, causing its battle strength to be unable to increase. Of course, even though it was said to be able to grow as it wished, it couldn't be infinitely bigger or smaller. The legendary limit was 10,000 times. Which meant that a 10 kilometers long golden horned beast could be as small as 1 m, as large as 100,000 km. Of course, the difficulty of the third level of deities of the world was even harder than the third level of absolute space. According to the inherited memories, only the creator of this technique, the golden horned beast, had reached the third level. As for the others, countless years and generations of golden horned beasts, none of them had been able to reach the third level. Throughout history, most of the golden horned beasts were at the first level. Even reaching the second level was very rare, because this technique was really sick, causing even the heavens to be jealous. For example, the Sector Lord level 9 warriors that dominated the universe, their battle strength reached a limit. Most of them didn't have much of a difference, only a few were stronger. However, deities of the world could cause the golden horned beast, from its original limit, to increase its strength by a few times. How could it not cause the heavens to be jealous? After all, the golden horned beast itself had a natural talent, the strengthening technique. Luo Feng, of your 3 natural talents, one is the training technique Devour, the second is the battle technique Strengthening, the third is the life-saving technique Clone. Babata said. Back then, when the golden horned beast was heavily injured by the B6 laser cannon, it activated the strengthening talent and its speed immediately exploded. The golden horn's attack power also exploded. Since it was a talent, the degree of strengthening wouldn't change. The strengthening talent, along with deities of the world shrinking, can cause your battle strength to double. The strengthening talent, along with deities of the world enlarging, can cause your flying speed to double. Babata exclaimed, and absolute space is your dodging and escaping technique. Also, absolute space starts out as a dodging technique, but later on it becomes a comprehension of the laws of space. As long as your comprehension deepens, your flying speed will increase even more. The trajectory and power of the golden horned shots will also increase greatly. That's why the strengthening talent and these 2 great techniques can complement each other. In order to maximize the effect, Babata said. Sick, sick. Babata couldn't help but to exclaim, too sick. Luo Feng laughed. It was indeed very sick. This also caused these 2 techniques to be very hard to train. Absolute space was still alright. Even though it was hard to train, most of the golden horned beasts in the past were able to enter the second level. But deities of the world was straightforward, so many golden horned beasts were stuck at the first level. However, Luo Feng was very clear. Too sick would cause the heavens to be jealous. That's why the golden horned beasts were extremely rare, even fewer than the undying beings, and in the universe, there were a total of 12 bloodlines of space beasts like the golden horned beast. And among the countless races, there were some special life forms with special techniques that wouldn't be any worse than the golden horned beast. Even humans, 1, had their numbers, and 2, they had many techniques. Just Luo Feng's teacher, the master of the Yunmo planet, had the soul imprint technique, which was very sick. It could control powerful warriors to become his slaves. Your talent is good, alright, I'll take advantage of your weakness and use the soul imprint to implant your soul, making you my loyal slave. No matter how high your talent is, you'll only be my fighter, my bodyguard. That's why, Luo Feng was very clear that he couldn't underestimate any warrior. And the golden horned beast had 3 talents. One of them was the training talent, swallow. It could swallow large amounts of metal into its internal world. It had a certain area of effect. Even life forms weaker than itself could be swallowed and killed. However, if there was a threat, the internal world would automatically stop swallowing. For example, the large amount of metal Hong released, or a bundle of nuclear bombs. The battle talent, enhance, caused one's speed and battle strength to instantly rise. Of course, the price wasn't small. The life-saving talent, clone, allowed the Star Traveler level to have 1 clone, the Universe level could have a second, and the Sector Lord level could have a third. Which also meant, the Golden Horned Beast could only have 3 clones in its lifetime. And each clone existed alone, training by itself. To these extremely rare, almost extinct races, the universe was very fair, giving them life-saving talents. Like the Ice Mountain Beast of the 12 Bloodlines, its life-saving talent was transformation. It could change into any form. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. The natural life-saving technique, the clone, could be considered a second body, and not just a simple puppet. The clone needed to be nurtured within the internal world, just like a woman giving birth to a child, just like the legendary universe egg that gave birth to Pangu. One theory, it needed to be nurtured within the internal world, gradually turning the clone into an embryo, step by step, until it was fully grown. The Golden Horned Beast could have 3 more bodies in its life. Star Traveler level had 1, Universe level had the second, Sector Lord had the third. As the clone could also slowly train, there was no doubt that the first body to be nurtured was the most important, hence, the chosen bloodline was of course important. For example, the first clone of the Golden Horned Beast would usually choose a very good bloodline. As the requirements to nurture the embryo were very low, a strand of hair or a drop of blood etc. would do, as long as it contained the genetic material. Luo Feng, are you sure you want to use the first clone to nurture a human from Earth? Babata couldn't help but ask. You only need a strand of hair to nurture. In the future, you can definitely find humans with powerful bloodlines, like the Manka people etc. It's very hard to possess, but finding a strand of their hair is very easy, changing their appearance to look like you, it's too easy. I'm sure. The first clone will be a human from Earth. Luo Feng said, and it will be nurtured using my own genetic material. Nurturing the clone was very demanding. Because, in the future when the body is nurtured, if the appearance of the Golden Horned Beast appeared, the other body would have to enter the internal world. And those not nurtured from the internal world would be killed the moment they entered. Unless they reached the Sector Lord level, the internal world would be completely like the outside world, only then would they be able to let living humans enter. Back then, the Golden Horned Beast probably decided that the humans of Earth or the monsters of Earth weren't worth its 3 clones, hence it didn't nurture them. And Luo Feng immediately began. Within the Golden Horned Beast's body, the transparent crystal ball, which had a diameter of more than 20 centimeters and was covered with countless mysterious golden patterns, emitted rays of golden light. This transparent crystal ball was known as the Origin Core, also known as the Starry Sky Origin Core, the World Origin Core, and the Soul Origin Core. This core was where the Golden Horned Beast's core was. Even if its head was blown off, its body exploded. As long as the core and soul were fine, it wouldn't die. Within the core, it was as vast as the starry sky, and in its center, there was a dazzling sphere that looked like a star, slowly rotating. This was formed when Luo Feng absorbed his teacher's soul imprint and swallowed the Golden Horned Beast's soul. This sphere that resembled a star was the soul core. This represented Luo Feng's spirit energy had reached the star level 1 stage. As for the Golden Horned Beast's genetic energy, it was gathered on the golden horn on its forehead. The golden horn was the hardest part of the Golden Horned Beast, and also the place where origin power was stored. Therefore, when it used its innate secret technique, its golden horn would be the first to light up. Internal world. When Luo Feng's soul was 100% in sync with his body, he too felt, there seemed to be an invisible connection between the vast space inside the original core and another world. Within the inner world. This was an independent continent that was about 10 kilometers long and wide. The area 10 kilometers above the continent was filled with golden fog, and the continent itself was also golden. There were some hills and mountains on the continent, but they were all made of metal. This was a world of metal, the world Luo Feng controlled. Babada, release my body from before. Luo Feng used a thread of spirit energy to connect with Babada from the outside world, and using his swallowing talent, he immediately swallowed his own body. On one of the hills of the metal continent, a body appeared out of thin air. That was Luo Feng's body. As a Star Traveler Level 3 fighter, 1 to 2 months of time, his body had only stiffened and turned green and cold. As for the various items on his body, they had all been removed long ago. Cloud contact vine? As he couldn't enter the storage space, he had been guarding it from the outside. Talent clone, nurture. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Rumble, the entire metal continent shook. Luo Feng's body seemed to be supported by a formless energy, floating in the air above the metal continent. This was one of only 3 chances the golden horned beast had in its entire life. The internal world could only be used a second time once it reached the universe level. Right now, Luo Feng had already unleashed the talent he could only use once, and began to nurture his clone. She almost like he was vaporized. The floating Luo Feng's body immediately vaporized. Who originally high above the metal continent, outside the continent, countless amounts of golden mist madly rushed towards the center, swiftly wrapping around Luo Feng's body after it vaporized. In an instant, it became an oval-shaped golden egg. It's begun. After Luo Feng found out about his talent clone, he naturally knew some information. The amount of time required to nurture a body depended on his own strength and the genes of the body. The stronger the internal world, the faster the nurturing. And the lower the genes, the easier it was to nurture. And Luo Feng's current star level 1 internal world, the nurturing speed wasn't that fast. Some of the more powerful races with higher bloodlines might require hundreds or even thousands of years to nurture. Why did it take so long? Because nurturing a clone wasn't like giving birth to a baby. For example, the Sector Lord Golden Horned Beast, using a Sector Lord human's hair to nurture a body, that would be the body of a Sector Lord warrior, genes completely duplicated. Body completely duplicated, to train to the Sector Lord level, who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Nurturing for a few hundred years was already impressive. The prerequisite for nurturing was not being able to nurture someone stronger than himself. At most, it would be equivalent to his own strength. 1 day later. Looking at the progress, I should be able to nurture within 1 to 2 years. Luo Feng understood, when that time comes, he would have the exact same strength as before, his genes would be 99,999% exactly the same. Only, a very minute difference, this body was nurtured by the internal world, hence the genes would have very minute changes. However, even with DNA testing, one wouldn't be able to detect that tiny difference between the two bodies. In the universe space, a huge star was like a ball of fire, constantly emitting light and heat. A silver-gray universe ship swiftly flew past a meteorite with a diameter of about 5 kilometers. Within the ship. Within a resting room, a handsome middle-aged man sat in a chair with his eyes closed. The quantum computer on his wrist was glowing faintly. Obviously, this captain's consciousness had already entered the virtual universe network. The virtual universe network was an extremely powerful existence. The universe was incomparably vast. And through the virtual universe network, even if they were separated by tens of millions of light years, they would still be able to meet and interact within the virtual universe. That was 100% virtual. Ding. The quantum computer's light dimmed. The handsome middle-aged man opened his eyes. Even though I've spent quite a bit of money, I've finally bought a map of the Milky Way galaxy from 1,000,000 years ago. The handsome man was extremely excited. Close to 1,000 light years, that's only 1/1,000,000th of the Silver Blue Empire's territory. Luckily, there were 2 planets with life in this area. 2 planets with life? This time, we've really struck it rich. The closest planet is very close. With the ship's sublight speed, it would take 2 years and 8 months. The second planet, however, would take 136 years. The handsome man was slightly dissatisfied, even though his lifespan was over 10,000 years, spending over 100 years was already long enough. However, to be able to earn 2 planets with life, he would still be rich, 2 years and 8 months. Hopefully there will be some good goods to sell to the slave merchants for a huge sum. If there aren't any good goods, when the time comes, I might as well sell the entire planet. The handsome man thought about it, his eyes gleaming. A planet with life, that was very expensive. Time passed. The internal world was nurturing a new body. Luo Feng began to study absolute space and deities of the world, using his claws to swallow large amounts of metal. Actually, swallowing relied on the core, hence whether it was his claws, mouth or tail, they could all be used to unleash the swallowing talent. The only thing was that the golden-horned beast liked to use its mouth. And Luo Feng felt that using his claws was enough. And that adventure ship, flying in the universe, continuously headed towards the star field where Earth was. On Earth. September 12, 2060. Ladies and gentlemen, the Jiangnan No. 1 hospital behind me is the hospital where Yangzhou's pride Luo Feng's wife, Xianxia, is in labor. Rumor has it that Xianxia's labor room is the hospital's most luxurious special room. Just the booking fee alone is 2 million Chinese dollars. Every month's rent is as high as 12 million Chinese dollars. If you add in the medical staff and maternity care fees etc., I estimate that Xianxia's monthly expenses at the hospital will reach tens of millions of Chinese dollars. Rumor has it, Jiangnan No. 1 hospital's director said that Luo Feng's wife will be given a 30% discount on her expenses at their hospital. Ladies and gentlemen in front of your televisions, our reporters have already arrived at Jiangnan No. 1 hospital. Rumor has it that Xianxia's labor is very likely to be in the next few days. And according to our internal information, after asking the relevant doctors, we finally got some secret information. Rumor has it that Xianxia's pregnant as twins, the triplets before, that was just a rumor. September 15, 2060, 8:15 a.m. Xianxia was pushed into the delivery room. The number of media members outside Jiangnan No. 1 hospital was even more shocking. Even reporters from other countries had rushed here. One has to know, back then, of the 8 heroes, only Luo Feng's wife Xianxia was pregnant, and Luo Feng had sacrificed himself. Now that his child was about to be born, it naturally caught the attention of the entire world. Countless netizens from all over the world, even regular old men and women were all guessing, Luo Feng was already a genius to such an extent, then what about his child? What would happen in the future? Even though it wasn't born yet, Luo Feng's child had already become the center of attention. The golden horned beast, whose body had already reached 230 meters long, became a golden blur, swiftly flashing in the ocean. It was training absolute space. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Babada hurriedly shouted. What is it? Luo Feng stopped. His huge dark golden pupils had a hint of suspicion. Joyous news, extremely joyous news. Xianxia just gave birth to 2 children, both mother and child are safe. Your eldest son weighs 7 kilograms 6 taels, your second son weighs 6 kilograms 1 taels. Babada said excitedly. P.S. 2 chapters completed, November ended, December began. A new month, Tomatoes monthly votes. Hehe, monthly votes, Tomatoes favorite. Oh, the recommendation votes are also his favorite, tied. After becoming a swallowing beast, his strength rose quickly. However, after his soul and body were 100% compatible, Luo Feng's soul couldn't help but be affected by the bloodline of the swallowing beast that had been passed down from generation to generation. The brutality, savagery, and coldness had affected him. Over half a year of living alone, the brutality within his bloodline had invaded. This made Luo Feng much colder and more brutal than before. However, the moment he heard the news, Luo Feng felt his blood boil from head to toe. I have a child, I have a child. That excitement filled his soul. Soon, there's still 8 more months. My body will be successfully nurtured. When that time comes, I can return to see them. Far away in the Pacific Ocean, Luo Feng, who had transformed into the golden horned beast, was extremely excited. And the various countries' media were all reporting on these 2 newly born children. Firstly, the Luo family had Luo Feng's inheritance, their wealth was comparable to a country's. Secondly, the genes of these 2 children were definitely good, their futures were limitless. Thirdly, the sacrifice of 8 heroes, the birth of these 2 children, the meaning behind it was even more special. Year 2060, November 22nd, morning. Ping Ping and Little Hai, be good. Xianxia, who was wearing a white sweater, lovingly kissed the 2 babies in her arms. The 2 babies looked at their mother with their small black eyes, giggling and stretching their little hands. Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan smiled as they received the 2 babies. Xianxia will bring Ping Ping and Little Hai to walk around the district. Gong Xian Lan smiled. All right, Mom. Xianxia nodded. Watching as her parents left with the 2 babies, Xianxia gently closed the door and walked to the balcony of the bedroom. Beside the balcony was a study table, on it was a laptop. Xianxia sat on the chair, the warm winter sun shone on her body, it was very comfortable. Xianxia smiled, moving the chair to sit in front of the study table. She took out a pen and paper from the drawer. Since young, under the education of my family, I've always held myself to the highest standards. And, finally, I've fallen in love with leading a group of employees, starting my own business, fighting for the world. However, fighting for my own business is very tiring. Luckily, I have Luo Feng. When I'm by Luo Feng's side, I don't feel any pressure. He'll shield me from the wind and rain, allowing me to wholeheartedly start my business. I really enjoy these days, and I also want to continue like this forever. It's just, I didn't expect. I don't blame anyone. But really, I don't have any meaning in this world anymore. What is the point of living? Love? Family? Career? I don't know. Luo Feng isn't here, love has already left me, career? The bitterness of my career, I have no one to tell, the success of my career, no one to share with me. Without him by your side, even if you succeed in your career, it will pale in comparison. There will be no cheers. Whenever I dream of it in the middle of the night, I often cry. Finally, I made my decision. I feel very relaxed and relaxed. My mind has never felt so empty before. Dad, Mom, big brother, father-in-law, mother-in-law, don't be sad, because I'm very happy right now. After she finished writing, she put down the pen and looked up. Through the window, she saw Luo Honghua and his wife holding their 2 babies. The children were smiling happily. Little Hai, Ping Ping. Xianxia said softly, you're only 2 months old, you still don't know much. I'm sure that when you grow up, you won't have any memories of the present. Xianxia opened the laptop beside her and played a song. It was an old song from before the Grand Nirvana period. The second and minute hands ticked in my heart. My eyes twinkled, twinkled, so empty. My heart thumped, thumped, thumped. I asked myself, how much do I love you? That mellow and empty voice, with a bit of shyness, echoed around the room. This was an old song from before the Grand Nirvana period, Fei Wang's I Want to Marry You Tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to marry you. Tomorrow I'm going to marry you. The music echoed around the room. Xianxia also softly hummed a tune as she walked to the wardrobe beside her and took out a wedding dress. Dress up for herself. Wear the wedding dress. Xianxia hummed a little as she smiled sweetly. She grew up in a competitive environment in a big family. Only when she met Luo Feng did she completely lose the pressure of competition. Luo Feng was like a tall mountain, a big tree, shielding her from the wind and rain. Xianxia didn't like her old home. That home was filled with worldly desires, money, and competition. She liked the life she had with Luo Feng, doing what she liked and sharing it with the people she loved. Sharing bitterness with her lover. Sharing happiness with her lover. Such blissful days. And now, Luo Feng's departure made her feel like the world had turned black and white. There were no other colors. What's the point of fighting? What's the point of working hard? No one cheers for victory. No one talks about the pain. Dressed like a bride, wearing a wedding dress, Xianxia smiled as she quietly laid on the bed. Haunting all my dreams. Tomorrow I'm going to marry you, tomorrow I'm finally going to marry you. The sweet music flowed into one's soul. Xianxia took out a small porcelain bottle from the side and poured out 2 pills. She smiled as she gently ate them. Then she drank some water and swallowed them. She closed her eyes. Xianxia, who was wearing a wedding dress, quietly laid on the bed. Her finger was still rubbing the ring on her ring finger, a steel wire ring. "Tomorrow I'm going to marry you, tomorrow I'm finally going to marry you." The music continued to reverberate. She wore the pendant that Luo Feng gave her on her neck. The engravings on the surface of the silver pendant faintly glowed. The glowing glowed and the silver pendant slowly floated up. At the same time, a dreamy white light shone down and enveloped Xianxia's body. Xianxia, who was wearing a white wedding dress, was enveloped in the white light like an angel. Suddenly, the silver pendant actually started to crack open. Immediately, the white light became even denser. Without a sound, the silver pendant completely turned into nothingness. The dense white light merged into Xianxia's body. Xianxia's skin became sparkling and translucent. It was even more lustrous than before. Beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. All of the white light that floated down was completely absorbed by Xianxia. And on the surface of Xianxia's body, there seemed to be a layer of light. This scene lasted for 26 minutes. The light on the surface of her body completely merged into her body. Everything returned to normal, the entire room, incomparably quiet. Xianxia was still calmly lying on the bed, as if nothing happened. Suddenly, her eyelashes moved and she opened her eyes. At the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, a pile of metal wreckage was piled at the bottom of the ocean. A golden horned beast with a body length of 280 m stood beside the wreckage. Its huge dark golden eyes were filled with coldness and savagery. It extended its claws and a formless space ripple enveloped the surrounding area. Immediately, the pile of metal wreckage disappeared. "Luo Feng! Luo Feng!" Babata's clear voice resounded. It seemed extremely anxious. "What's the matter?" Luo Feng asked. "It's Xianxia. Xianxia has committed suicide." Babata shouted. "What?" Luo Feng felt his mind go blank. His head was filled with blood. The golden horned beast's dark golden eyes suddenly became extremely bright. Anger and anxiety were hidden within. "You can't joke about this." "I'm not joking. It's true," Babata said. "You bastard. Didn't you say Xianxia would definitely be fine? I said before that I would use the internet to let you imitate my voice and communicate with Xianxia to calm her down. What did you say? You said Xianxia wouldn't believe me. She would only think that it was the AI I left behind before I died. Without seeing me in person, she wouldn't believe me. Alright, I admit that what you said made sense. However, you promised me that Xianxia would definitely be fine. Now." Luo Feng's mind was about to explode. "Don't be anxious." Babata saw Luo Feng so angry. He knew he went overboard with his joke. "I'm not done yet. She's not dead, she's not dead." Luo Feng was stunned. "What's going on?" Luo Feng was a little angry. "It's like this. Xianxia has indeed committed suicide. Her body's functions are completely destroyed. Her soul is about to dissipate. However, the couple's safety talisman I gave you back then saved her. I don't know if she was unlucky or lucky to have done so. This couple's safety talisman's true name is Eternal Love," Babata said. Eternal love? Even though Luo Feng had inherited the memories, he didn't know what eternal love was. "You don't know about eternal love. Do you know about eternal body?" Babata said. "Understood," Luo Feng said. "A human's lifespan. For example, a star traveler's lifespan is a little over 1,000 years. A star traveler's lifespan is 1 era. A universe traveler's lifespan is 10 eras. A domain lord's lifespan is 100 eras. A sector lord's lifespan is 1,000 eras. Only by becoming an undying warrior can one be immortal. Jumping from the student level 9 to the star traveler level is a leap in one's level of life. Jumping from the star traveler level 9 to the star traveler level is also a leap in one's level of life. Every level is a leap in one's life essence. And within the same level, for example a star traveler level 1 and a star traveler level 9, the difference in power is a few hundred times. However, their life essence is the same and their lifespan is the same. When one's life essence leaps, the entire body's genes will undergo a heaven and earth shattering change. This is the body's evolution. A human soul can live for a very, very long time. Normally, it can last for 1,000 eras. However, the body's nature has its limits. No matter how good the medical treatment is, one will eventually die of old age. A star traveler's body can last for a little over 1,000 years. A star traveler's body can last for an era. Until a sector lord. A sector lord has an internal world. With the internal world absorbing energy from the outside world and supplying it to the body won't age. At this point, lifespan depends on the soul. The soul's limit is 1,000 eras. Hence, a sector lord's lifespan is 1,000 eras. Only a transcendent sector lord, reaching the evolution of the soul essence. Only then can one be eternal, star traveler, star level, universe level, domain lord, sector lord. The evolution of life essence is the most important. And from sector lord to undying, it's the evolution of the soul. In the vast universe, there are some strange races that are born with an eternal body. Their bodies will never age. Only when their souls die of old age will they die. Their bodies are known as the eternal body. P.S. Chapter 1 here. The universe is fair. Bestowing them with natural eternal bodies, it also prevents them from ever being able to train and improve. If they want to train, they have to abandon their original bodies and undergo the possession. Babata said, even though they can't train, the temptation of the eternal body, Luo Feng, just think about it and you'll understand. For example, some undying's children are universe level, their lifespan may only be 10 eras. They would definitely be willing to give up their children's souls to obtain the eternal body. Luo Feng nodded. Without being able to raise their strength, being able to live up to 1,000 eras, which was 1,008 to 1,000 years, was also extremely tempting. The undyings in the universe, or a few powerful countries, use various methods to research the eternal bodies of the races. Finally, they extract a special genetic substance from the eternal body. After that, they seal it in cold silver, becoming that little silver card, which is also the universe's extremely expensive eternal love. After all, one eternal body can only be extracted once. Babata said. Luo Feng immediately understood, races with natural eternal bodies were probably very pitiful in the universe. In the universe, there are many with power and influence. Lifespan is something countless people chase after. The possession technique is one, however, it's very precious, and also very hard to train. Luo Feng, you relied on your teacher's inherited soul imprint to change your soul, and with your teacher's inheritance, you were able to use the possession technique. Babata said, to obtain the possession technique and learn it, it's no less difficult than buying an eternal love. And the body that is possessed is usually weaker than the original body. Babata said. The most important thing is, the possession has its risks, you may even end up dying. It's not as good as eternal love. One eternal love can directly change the original body into an eternal body. Of course, after becoming an eternal body, one can no longer train. Babata said, to train, one has to abandon the eternal body and enter another body. That special genetic substance can only be extracted from natural eternal bodies. Like Xianxia's modified eternal body, there's no way to extract it again. Babata said. Luo Feng nodded. Right. Otherwise, a modified eternal body that has lived for 10 million years would die soon. Getting someone to extract the genetic substance again? That's simply a dream. You're saying that Xianxia has 1,000 years of lifespan? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Yes, and her body is immortal. The only way to kill her is to destroy her soul. Babata said, although eternal love is precious, with your identity as a teacher, storing a few copies of eternal love is not difficult. It was actually your teacher who arranged for you to wear eternal love before he died. Even if your physical body is destroyed, you can rely on eternal love to reform your broken body, and it will still gather together. This is a life-saving trump card. However, I'm worried that with eternal love, you won't have a sense of danger and won't be able to train yourself. That's why I didn't tell you about eternal love's effect. But I didn't expect you to abandon your physical body and use a soul attack. Not even eternal love can save you. Luo Feng laughed and let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, it was a blessing in disguise. After all, Luo Feng was very clear. Su Xian couldn't even become a fighter. Even with the spirits of nature, Muya crystals and countless treasures, reaching the star traveler level was the limit. But now, even though he couldn't cultivate, he had an eternal body. Yangzhou City's Mingyue district, Luo Feng's house. Su Xian sat in front of her desk, stunned. What's going on? Su Xian's mind was in a mess. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the laptop screen that there was a new email. And the weird thing was, the message automatically opened. Su Xian, it's me, Luo Feng. The first line of words made Su Xian stunned, creasing her eyebrows. She was very clear that many of the top people on Earth had AIs, Luo Feng too. Some letters, phone calls, videos etc., it was hard for her to believe, because her brother Su Gang had done such things before. I know you're suspicious, however, you just committed suicide, the protective amulet I gave you should have worked, hence, you're alive again. And the protective amulet should have disappeared. Su Xian was stunned, immediately touching her chest and looking down. Indeed, the protective amulet was gone, only the buckle was left. This made Su Xian reveal a look of shock and joy. Knowing that she had just committed suicide, and that she was alive again, could it really be Luo Feng? Luo Feng didn't die? I know you're suspicious, however, 6 months, I should return home in 6 months, the latest is 7 months. Alright, remember, don't do anything stupid. Luo Feng. After reading the message, Su Xian felt as though her dried-up heart had been filled with a spirit spring, the black and white world suddenly became colorful, the future suddenly filled with hope. Maybe it's true, maybe it's true. The matter of dying and reviving, obviously made Su Xian believe it more. 6 months, the latest is 7 months. I want to tell father and mother, tell Luo Hua and the others this good news. Su Xian was extremely excited. That day, when Luo Feng's family saw the message, even though they were all shocked by Su Xian's suicide, they all said that Su Xian. However, the contents of the message filled the entire family with hope. Even though they suspected that the AI system was faking it, they still waited for 6 months. Year 2061, March 9th, night. Night fell, Luo Feng's family were all at home eating dinner, laughing. Dad, Mom, don't rush me, it's rare for me to return home for a meal and you're already rushing me. Alright, I'll tell you, this summer vacation, Zhennan and I will go get our marriage certificate. Luo Hua laughed. As of now, Luo Hua had gotten another house in the Mingyue district. After all, his wife-in-law was living here, it wouldn't be good for him to stay at home. And with his status, getting a house was simple, what's more, he was a fighter too. That's more like it. Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan laughed, the 2 babies in the stroller beside were crawling around, laughing foolishly. Why isn't Su Xian back yet? Gong Xian Lan couldn't help but look outside. Right now, little Xian is focused on her work, it's a good thing. Luo Honghua laughed, Gong Xian Lan nodded after hearing that, right, if she were to commit suicide again, it would be troublesome. Suddenly, Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan's eyes immediately dimmed. Putong. 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 The bodyguards in the yard all fell to the ground, the 2 nannies in the kitchen also fell to the ground. Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan lowered their heads on the table, not moving at all. Complete silence, only the sounds of the 2 babies could be heard in the villa. Who? Luo Hua looked outside coldly. Mr. Luo, how are you? 2 men dressed in black suits smiled as they walked in, as though they were walking in their own home. One of them was white, the other looked like a South Asian. The South Asian smiled, don't worry, they were only momentarily hypnotized by me, I didn't kill them. 2 representatives have graced us with your presence, what's the matter? Luo Hua said solemnly. Nothing much, I'm just taking a few things that belong to star travelers, things normal mortals don't have the right to use. The South Asian smiled, don't worry, I won't kill anyone, however. I hope you can stay calm, the moment you order the metal robot, I can only make these people, pung. The South Asian made an exaggerated expression, their souls will all explode. Seigo Neru, you're Earth's only star traveler level spirit reader, is there a need to do such a thing? Luo Hua said solemnly. He was very clear, no matter how fast the metal robot was, it couldn't compare to a spirit reader's thoughts. Seigo Neru. India's spirit reader genius. Ever since Luo Feng and Eastbourne fell, this Seigo Neru who had just broken through became the only star traveler level spirit reader. There's a need, of course there's a need. Seigo Neru smiled. Mr. Luo, the current global situation, I'm sure you know a little. You think, just because your Luo family has the treasures left behind by Luo Feng, you can stay out of this? What's more, leaving these treasures with your Luo family is a waste. Muya crystals? Seigo Neru revealed a smile. They were actually hidden in the basement? Oh, 18 Muya crystals? And quite a few spirits of nature. What a huge sum, no wonder it was left behind by Luo Feng. Seigo Neru exclaimed. Luo Hua's expression was ashen. He understood, the opponent used his spirit energy to find them. How do we control the metal robot? Seigo Neru looked at Luo Hua. No one can control the metal robot. Luo Hua shook his head. Even I can't. My brother's orders were to protect the Luo family. It will always obey my brother's orders. Oh. Seigo Neru nodded. He could understand. Suddenly, the basement door automatically opened, a locked chest floated out. Seigo Neru extended his hand to catch it. Thanks. Seigo Neru smiled. Let me give you a piece of advice. The more power you have, the more treasures you'll have. Otherwise, hee, as for that robot, it's powerful. But it's still just a robot. Oh, even if we're a few hundred meters apart, I can still destroy your families. Souls in an instant. Hence, don't do anything stupid. Wei Nua, let's go. Seigo Neru turned and left. Representative Wei Nua followed beside him. Luo Hua watched Representative Wei Nua and Seigo Neru leave. He didn't dare make any movements. The disc-shaped fighter jet was only 300 m away from his house. Even on the jet, Seigo Neru's spirit energy attacks could instantly kill everyone in the Luo family. Bastard! Standing in front of the window, watching the disc-shaped fighter jet leave, Luo Hua's expression was ugly. Luckily he had split the 60 Muya crystals into a few portions, hiding them in different places. And 18 Muya crystals, to the representatives, was already very shocking. After all, Hong, Thunder God and the rest only managed to get more than 10 Muya crystals. What happened? What happened just now? What happened to me? His bodyguards, Nanny, and Luo Honghua's parents had all awoken. Luo Hua comforted them, not telling them the truth. There was no other way. Luo Hua could only endure. Against fighters, the metal robots could intercept them faster. However, against Spirit Reader's soul attacks, the metal robots couldn't intercept them in time. And the conversations that happened, the metal robots automatically transmitted it to Babata. Naturally Luo Feng knew about it too. Wei Nua. Seigo Neru? The over 300 m long golden horned beast, in the raging sea, its dark golden eyes burning with rage. Babata, you said there with the fifth chairman Atkin, that coward, he's always kept a low profile. During the swallowing monster incident, he didn't even show his face. Now he's so ambitious. Back then I looked down on him, now. Atkin. Neru. Luo Feng was furious. He was already feeling guilty about not being able to see his family before. He didn't expect Atkin and his group to be so ambitious. They actually used his family's lives to threaten him. No matter how furious he was, Luo Feng had to endure. Even though the days he endured felt like years. Finally, the first body was successfully nurtured. Year 2061 June 2nd, was the day Luo Feng hatched from his shell. P.S. 2 chapters completed. On the first day of the new month, the monthly votes have fallen behind. Brothers, Tomato urgently needs monthly votes. Brothers, please support me with your monthly votes. Click below to recommend the author for monthly votes. Golden mist surrounded the continent. This was a continent completely made of metal. In the air above the continent, an oval-shaped egg floated. Ka. Cracks began to appear on the eggshell, as an arm extended out from the shell. Finally, the eggshell cracked open. A completely naked, well-built black short-haired man floated in the air. His eyes were as deep as the ocean. Being stared at by him, one would feel an indescribable sense of fear. His height was 1.78 m. Even though he was a bit skinny, he was like steel that had been tempered 100 times, giving off an endless sense of power. The black short-haired man looked around the golden continent. This is my inner world? The man's eyes flashed with a strange light. Shwa, he vanished. At the same time, Rumble, a 320 m long golden-horned beast covered in black scales appeared on the continent. Deep in the Pacific Ocean, within the turbulent undercurrents. The golden-horned beast immediately vanished. At the same time, a completely naked black short-haired man appeared. I've finally changed back. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. Core. Luo Feng's thoughts moved, his thoughts entering his body. He could clearly see that in the center of his chest, heart and lungs, which was also the Shanzhong point, there was a slowly revolving core, covered in strange golden engravings, emitting a faint golden light. The core was very, very small. Back when the golden-horned beast was 180 m, this core's diameter was only about 20 centimeters. And when Luo Feng became a human, the core's diameter was only a few millimeters. Genetic energy. Spiritual energy. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Rumble. Large amounts of golden mist were transferred from the internal world into Luo Feng's body, swiftly gathering at his abdomen. Dantian, swiftly revolving and gathering, with the internal world's large amounts of metallic universe energy. Luo Feng's Dantian swiftly formed a miniature planet, 2 planets, 3 planets, Star Traveler Level 3. The current Luo Feng's body could only handle so much. To improve further, he had to gradually strengthen his body, raising the capacity of his Dantian. Rumble. At the same time, within the core, Luo Feng's soul that had already reached the star level 3 was madly absorbing the universe energy from the outside world. The moment the universe energy was absorbed into the core, it was immediately refined. However, it was just a simple refinement, reaching the Star Traveler level 5 or 6 before swiftly leaving the core and entering Luo Feng's consciousness. The surging psychic power continued to gather, and soon, a qualitative change took place, forming a soul planet. After about half an hour, it finally stopped. Within the sea of consciousness, a blood-colored planet was in the middle, with 5 other planets revolving around it. Planetary state rank 6. Luo Feng, your body is at the Star Traveler level 3 stage. However, your special ability before was the diamond body, so your body's strength is comparable to a Star Traveler level 4 fighter's body. Accommodating a level 6 planetary state spirit force planet is already the limit, Babata said. Understood. Luo Feng smiled as he opened his eyes. Beside him a liquid silver guard flew over. From the guard's storage ring, he used his spirit energy to create a barrier from the ocean water and took out a set of clothes to wear. Mo Yun. Luo Feng looked into the distance. The blood vine that covered thousands of meters suddenly shrunk and flew straight towards Luo Feng. After the cloud contact vine recognized its master, it would only have one master for life. The moment Luo Feng's soul was destroyed, the cloud contact vine would die too. Shwa, after the cloud contact vine shrunk, it melted into Luo Feng's skin and disappeared. Waves of emotions came from the vine's consciousness. Happy, looks like I'm the same as before. Luo Feng exclaimed, however in essence, my soul's core is still the core and internal world. The body was nurtured from the internal world. Then, Luo Feng's current body was the same as the golden-horned beast's body. Their weak points were the core, soul and internal world. And Luo Feng's human body, even if his head was destroyed, he wouldn't die. As long as he had enough energy, he could still regrow it, just like the golden-horned beast. Luo Feng, I let you choose another race's body, you insisted on choosing an Earth human. The golden-horned beast's body's evolution speed will far exceed your Earth human body's evolution speed. Even though the internal world has the metal universe energy supply, your body's genes are too weak. No matter how much energy you have, what can you do if you can't eat it? Babata was obviously still unhappy. Luo Feng laughed. He understood this theory. The golden-horned beast relied on the internal world to grow. The internal world grew and expanded, then the golden-horned beast would immediately absorb large amounts of energy, swiftly growing another level. That way, the golden-horned beast and the internal world could maintain the same speed. However, Luo Feng's body's genes, compared to the golden-horned beast, were far too lacking. Evolution couldn't keep up. It's still alright, I can't be too greedy. Luo Feng smiled, at least, I'm a Star Traveler level 6 spirit reader now. The human body's state was that of a Star Traveler level 6 spirit reader. The moment he used the golden horned beast's body, that was a star level 3 golden horned beast, in a little over a year, he had stepped from the star level 1 to the star level 3. That was fast. The further he went, the slower it got, especially when he broke through to the universe level. The time he spent was the most. Rumble. Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle, swiftly breaking through the ocean. High up in the sky. Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle, heading towards the European continent, his expression cold. Luo Feng, ever since the swallowing beast incident, the world's strongest warriors have fallen, the war god palace has closed, without a leader, there's no one like Hong, Thunder God, and you, who have absolute power to control the situation. Hence, the situation has been chaotic. And the fifth chairman Atkin from back then, has become the current strongest warrior. Atkin, Yan Hai, were originally representatives of the HR Alliance, however ever since the European Union's strongest warrior, also the HR Alliance's strongest warrior, Eastbourne, fell. Atkin was the boss. He and Yan Hai teamed up, along with a group of representatives, whether through threats or forceful methods, they swiftly took control of the HR Alliance. Also, Atkin and Yan Hai have befriended Sego Nehru. And Sego Nehru, as a genius from India, was naturally invited to join the Thunder Dojo. He's now an investigator of the Thunder Dojo. According to the information I've gathered. This power, Atkin was originally the fifth chairman. Yan Hai was initially defeated in the competition for the chairman position, but his power was comparable to Jia Yi. These two are very strong. Sego Nehru is currently the only Star Traveler spirit reader on Earth. He's also the one whose talent I praised back then was only below yours. Luo Feng's expression was cold. This power is led by Atkin, Yan Hai, and Nehru. These three are the three Leviathans. Under them, there are still a few Star Traveler Level 1 and even Star Traveler Level 2 representative fighters. They are currently the strongest power on Earth. Below them is the Dojo of Limits. The Dojo of Limits has the most loyal 3 personal guards. They're very united. After that, there are the 5 great countries. Finally, there's the Thunder Dojo. Ever since Thunder God fell into a deep slumber, Nehru joined the Thunder Dojo. The internal strife within the Thunder Dojo has been very intense. Luo Feng was shocked within as he listened. Controlling the entire HR Alliance, and even infiltrating the Thunder Dojo, this power was indeed terrifying. Relying on blood and iron methods, all sorts of thunderous methods, whether it's killing or stealing, this power has already established a solid foundation. Every country doesn't dare offend them. Babata said. Atkin, the strongest fighter. Nehru, the strongest spirit reader. And Yan Hai, who was closer to Atkin. M.O. Henderson, Eastbourne, Tripathi Singh, Jia Yi, Sokolov, did their families meet with any mishaps? Luo Feng naturally wouldn't forget the 5 heroes that fought with him against the golden horned beast. More or less not as good as before, however, no one dares to openly bully the families of the 8 heroes. Only M.O. Henderson's family was slightly worse off. One of them died. The public said it was a car accident. Babata said. Luo Feng's expression became even colder. The power struggle was extremely cruel. On the surface it seemed peaceful, but in the dark, who knows how many people died, and new people took over. Life got a little better, there's no more danger, and then some trash began to appear. Luo Feng's killing intent became even thicker. Under the influence of the golden horned beast, the current Luo Feng was much more violent than before. Back then when I was risking my life, I didn't see them, but now they're jumping around more happily than anyone else. They even dare to threaten the families of the dead heroes, stealing their belongings. Damn. Damn. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. When there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes king. Atkin? Yan Hai? Nehru? All of you, die. When he was at the Star Traveler Level 3, Luo Feng was already proud of his peers, able to kill the Grand Emperor, on par with Hong and Thunder God. And now, the Star Traveler Level 6, killing those people was like stepping on ants. European Union, Paris headquarter city, the sky was bright. Dressed in a suit, his originally white hair trimmed tastefully, Yan Hai held a glass of wine, sitting on the balcony of his villa's third floor, his mood exceptionally good. Hee hee. Taking a sniff, Xianxia closed his eyes in enjoyment, raising his head and downing. Delightful. Xianxia exclaimed in enjoyment. He really liked his current life. Back during the Grand Nirvana, he thought the apocalypse was a dream world for warriors like him, where he could live like an emperor. Beside him gathered a group of helpers similar to Vulture Li Yao. However, that punk Jia Yi, his sense of justice was too strong. The two of them fought to the death. The two of them were the two strongest warriors of China, and their strength was very close. However, in the end, he was forced by Jia Yi to leave China, hiding in the distant European continent. For tens of years, he didn't even dare to take a step into China. And now, whenever he wanted to go to China, he could do whatever he wanted. Jia Yi was dead. Four chairmen had fallen. Luo Feng, that sick bastard, was dead. 2. Only the fifth chairman Atkin was left, and he was his good friend, on the same side as him. Good wine, good wine. Xianxia smiled from ear to ear, pouring and drinking by himself. The past days were so oppressive, but now, he was extremely happy. Xianxia's body trembled slightly, slowly turning to look behind him, his heart filled with fear. How can this be? How can this be? Relying on the Muya crystals, I've already stepped into the Star Traveler level 3. Even if Atkin was stronger than me, he wouldn't be able to get behind me without me noticing. On this earth, there can't be such a person, impossible. His heart roared. However, Xianxia still slowly turned, his eyes focused, staring at that position. He wanted to know, just who was it, dressed in military trousers, a simple vest, short black hair, his entire person looked extremely valiant, his eyes incomparably cold. You, Xianxia's eyes were wide open. No, no. Xianxia's face was flushed red, as though he had seen a ghost. Impossible. You. Don't look like you've seen a ghost. If you don't do anything wrong, you don't need to be afraid. I am Luo Feng, I'm here to take your life. The cold voice resounded. Rumble. Xianxia felt his soul rumble, immediately being smashed apart. After his soul was destroyed, his entire body went limp and fell to the ground. Luo Feng coldly glanced at him. You're the first. So, he had already reached the distant horizon. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. Master, it's time to leave. A respectful voice came from the stairs leading to the balcony. Master? Master? After shouting a few times, the puzzled housekeeper hastily ran up to the rooftop. Looking around, he immediately saw the peerless expert, Xianxia, lying motionless on the ground. This caused the housekeeper's expression to change drastically. Master, what happened to you? What's wrong with you? He ran over and squatted down to check for breath and pulse. Dead? The butler's eyes widened in fear. How could Master die? Didn't the doctor say that Master's body was extremely healthy, even healthier than a young person? How? The true lifespan of a Star Traveler warrior was over 1,000 years. This was known to the higher-ups of the Earth's ancient civilizations, but this butler didn't know. In just a moment, Xianxia's trusted aides and family doctor were already by the corpse. His body is perfectly fine, no injuries. The doctor examined the body and shook his head. It can't be, this body is extremely healthy, he shouldn't have died. From a medical point of view, if there was nothing wrong with his body, he shouldn't have died. But they didn't have any way to examine his soul. North America, Washington Bay City of the USA. A black limousine slowly drove on the streets. Sitting in the limousine was the number one person on Earth, Atkin. With his unparalleled power, he forced the entire HR alliance to re-elect him. He replaced Isadora and became the new chairman. He held the highest authority in the HR alliance. None of the 9 core families dared to oppose him, and before the swallowing monster incident, he was the 5th chairman of the Palace of War Gods. Atkin was extremely skinny. He had a small beard, and his eyes seemed lifeless, but they would occasionally emit a frightening light. This person, before the swallowing monster incident, was incomparably low-key. Even Hong, Thunder God, and the others didn't feel that this Atkin had any ambitions. But as the warriors above him fell one by one, Atkin's ambitions were finally revealed. Hello. Atkin took out his phone. Chairman, Mr. Xianxia was found dead 15 minutes ago, on the balcony of his house. As for the exact time of death, we can't be sure. A slightly nervous voice sounded. What? Atkins' face changed, his heart was in chaos. How could Xianxia die? Who on earth could kill Xianxia so easily? How did he die? Atkin hurriedly asked. I don't know. No one in Mr. Xianxia's family heard anything. No one knows how or when Mr. Xianxia died. Atkin frowned and said in a low voice, the cause of death cannot be determined? Yes, Mr. Xianxia has no injuries on his body. His body is very healthy, he shouldn't have died. As soon as the other side finished speaking, Atkin's expression changed. Hanging up the phone, Atkin squinted his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. It's a spirit attack. Only when one's soul was destroyed would this happen. However, there was only one Star Traveler spirit reader in this world. Seigo Neru. But Seigo Gu is only a planetary state level 1. He doesn't have the ability to kill Xianxia. Who is it? Who is it? Two silhouettes flashed across Atkin's mind. Easter, who had always been on top of him. Overflowing with talent, even stronger than Eastbourne, Luo Feng. But they're dead. I saw Eastbourne's body with my own eyes. When Luo Feng's life energy weakened and disappeared, it was broadcasted all over the world. Atkin's expression suddenly changed. Not right, Luo Feng. Luo Feng. He thought of the slumbering Hong and Thunder God. Back then, Hong and Thunder God's life energy had also disappeared. Even though they had no brain waves and were living dead, no matter what, they weren't completely dead. Moreover, the Devourer beast had even been resurrected from the dead before. No one saw Luo Feng's body. From start to finish, there was no sign of Luo Feng's body. Don't tell me, he's still alive? Atkin's expression grew even uglier. Back then, Luo Feng easily killed the 8-tentacle emperor. He wasn't someone Atkin could mess with. Against the 8-tentacle emperor, he would be easily killed. And back then Luo Feng easily killed the 8-tentacle emperor. Luo Feng, that young yet incomparably powerful abnormal being, was on par with Hong and Thunder God. Atkin, he had to look up to Luo Feng. If Luo Feng really came back and found out that he, Atkin, had sent Seigo Neru and Wei Nua to his house to steal the Muya crystals, then the consequences, no. Atkin shook his head continuously, extremely anxious and furious. It was Luo Feng, he was done for. Even if it wasn't Luo Feng, to be able to kill Xianxia without a sound, he could probably kill Atkin too. Hello. Atkin immediately made a call. Seigo Neru, it's me, Atkin. I suspect Luo Feng isn't dead, and he just killed Xianxia. You have to be extremely careful, it's best if you leave immediately. Asia, India, New Delhi headquarter city. Due to the time difference, while the skies in the European Union were brightening, New Delhi headquarter city was in the middle of the day. The scorching summer sun enveloped the entire city, and in the east of New Delhi headquarter city, there was a rather large castle. That was India's ancient and extremely powerful Nehru family. The Nehru family was originally the strongest in the political world. However, ever since one of the family's disciples, Seigo Neru, swiftly rose, following which he became Earth's only Star Traveler spirit reader, this caused the Nehru family's power to rise greatly. Ever since Mr. Seigo nodded his head, willing to accept spirit reader disciples, more and more people have come to visit. Spirit reader, that isn't that easy to improve. Mr. Seigo Neru is Earth's most powerful spirit reader, and he's so young. Even compared to China's Luo Feng, his age is similar. Mr. Seigo Neru is our India's pride, an absolute spirit reader genius. I believe he will be like Mr. Luo Feng, becoming incomparably strong. The outside world is saying that Mr. Seigo Neru is the second Luo Feng. On top of the castle, two guards looked at the luxurious car parked in the parking lot outside, discussing softly. Within the castle, in the guest room, there were already two groups of guests gathered. Please wait a moment, Mr. Seigo Neru is currently training. Once he's done, he'll receive you together. A man dressed in silk clothes smiled and said. All right, we're not in a rush. The two groups of guests had a total of 8 people, of which 2 were young spirit readers, Obviously they had just awakened not too long ago. In the air above the Neru family's castle, a silhouette appeared. Strangely, no one saw this silhouette. Babada, your stealth system is indeed not bad. Luo Feng complimented. This is nothing. A clear voice resounded, isn't it just controlling the distortion of light, causing the light to enter the eyes of the spectators below to not change at all? That's too simple. The universe's advanced technology ships, interstellar battleships, even if they were to stop in the air above your city, if they didn't want you to see them, you wouldn't even be able to see them. Luo Feng didn't doubt it at all. When he was in his golden-horned beast form, he relied on Babada's signal shielding, causing Earth's life detectors to be unable to detect the golden-horned beast's life energy. These are all child's play. To a fighter, getting close to him, even if he doesn't use his eyes, he'll still be able to sense it. Babada said. Luo Feng gazed below, his spirit energy was incomparably gentle, sweeping across the castle below without a sound or trace. It could definitely be said to be silent. No one noticed Luo Feng's scanning, including the newly advanced Star Traveler Spirit Reader Seiko Neru. He's a Star Traveler level 1, I'm level 6, just based on level alone, I'm 32 times stronger than him. Not to mention the fact that I've trained in the Control chapter and the Illusion chapter, my control and control abilities are much stronger than before. Luo Feng shook his head. After going through the UNMO planet system, he could clearly feel, in terms of spirit energy, he was much stronger than the opponent. So, Luo Feng rushed down, within the castle. A youth dressed in a luxurious black long robe laid on the sofa, his legs placed on the glass tea table, in his hand was a wine glass, within the glass was a beautiful red wine. Woo! Seiko Neru gently drank, competing with me? That old bastard, he's already so old. I'm very young, in terms of potential, how can he compare to me? Right now, the moment I say I want to take in a disciple, how many powerful families want to send their children to be my disciple? I am Earth's only Star Traveler Spirit Reader. The situation is on my side, with Big Brother Atkin and the others helping. Plus my Neru family, the power and influence within India. The position of the Thunder Dojo head will definitely be mine. Seiko Neru raised his head, revealing a disdainful smile. Woo, there's someone saying I'm the second Luo Feng, I've heard these words too many times. Ever since he broke through to the Star Traveler level, when others praised him, they actually said he would be like Luo Feng and so on. At first, Seiko Neru was proud and happy. However, the more he heard these words, the more annoyed he became. My age is similar to Luo Feng's, I'll also soar in the future, becoming stronger and stronger. Like a flood, like a thunder god. When that time comes, I'll let people say. Luo Feng is the second Seiko Neru. Haha. Seiko Neru, who had achieved success at a young age, was extremely proud. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello. Seiko Neru answered. Seiko Neru, it's me, Atkin. I suspect Luo Feng isn't dead, and he just killed Yan Hai. You have to be extremely careful, it's best if you leave immediately. Atkin's voice resounded from the phone. Seiko Neru was shocked as he stood up. However, when he stood up, his gaze immediately noticed a person standing at the door behind him. He was dressed in military long pants, a simple vest, yellow skin, black short-haired young man. His gaze was like a sharp knife piercing into his soul, causing his heart to palpitate. Seiko Neru's eyes stared wide. This appearance. 99% of the entire world recognized him. He. Seiko Neru's face was pale. Fear, he used to think he was very strong, however when this person stood in front of him, with just one gaze, he couldn't help but feel fear. And he had even gone to someone's house to steal a remnant. Seiko Neru, are you talking? Why aren't you talking? Atkin's anxious voice resounded. He's already here. And 2 chapters completed. Looking at the monthly votes, it was simply, speechless, the competition was simply too intense. Do you have a monthly vote? If you do, hurry up and go, Tomato urgently needs the support of his brothers. Seiko Neru's forehead was beaded with sweat, the person's eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent, that sharp and cold gaze, a gaze that made one's heart palpitate with fear. it was simply similar to the world's live broadcast, the golden-horned beast's gaze that made the entire world tremble in fear. Seigo Neru squeezed out a smile. Mr. Luo Feng, you're actually still alive. This is simply. There are many scum in this world, but for scum to reach your level. Luo Feng's gaze was cold, immediately a thread of spirit energy undetectable by the naked eye, like a sharp needle, pierced straight into Seigo Neru's consciousness. The miniature planet within was like tofu, immediately pierced through. Rumble. Seigo Neru's eyes stared wide, filled with fear, after which he slumped to the ground. Looking down at Seigo Neru's corpse, Luo Feng's body flashed and disappeared from the door. High up in the sky, Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle, becoming a beam of light, heading towards America. From birth till now, Luo Feng wasn't some good guy, nor was he some righteous hero. Only, he had his own bottom line. There were many scum in this world. Luo Feng wouldn't let his sense of justice explode and punish everyone. After all, where there's light, there's darkness. However, Atkin, Seigo Neru and Yan Hai, these three led the powers that made Luo Feng furious. They either threatened or robbed the loved ones of the heroes. M.O. Henderson, Eastbourne, Tripathi Singh, Jia Yi, Sokolov, you all died honorably. And these three bastards, they didn't let you rest in peace even in death. I definitely won't allow it. Luo Feng's gaze looked across the ocean towards America. According to Babada's infiltration of the world surveillance system, Atkin was currently in Washington Headquarters City. Due to the time difference, it was currently late at night. The luxurious car stopped by the side of the street. He's already here. Hearing the voice from the phone, Atkin's eyes stared wide. Not good. Luo Feng really isn't dead, he's really back. Atkin's forehead couldn't help but perspire cold sweat. Simultaneously thoughts flashed through his mind. Without a doubt, Luo Feng first killed Yan Hai, now he was definitely going to kill Seigo Neru, then the next would probably be Atkin. What to do? This Luo Feng is vicious and merciless, and he's so strong. Atkin got more anxious the more he thought. His forehead and back were sweating profusely. Hurry. No matter how he thought about it, it was a dead end. Rush to Luo Feng's house and take his family as hostages? No, his family has metal robots that can stop me. And from America to China, it's too far. My speed isn't as fast as Luo Feng's. I'll definitely be intercepted. Atkin thought of many methods, swiftly rejecting them one by one. There's no way out. The earth is only this big. With Luo Feng's power, I have nowhere to run. Atkin gritted his teeth. That's the only way. Atkin immediately picked up his phone and quickly made a call. Immediately, gather all the important media in Washington Headquarters City as fast as possible. Also, through our HR alliance, notify all the media in all the headquarters cities around the world. This night was destined to not be peaceful. The number one person on Earth, the chairman of the HR alliance Atkin began his struggle for life. Washington Headquarters City's largest plaza, Freedom Plaza. In the middle of the night, many media vehicles rushed over. With a high decibel broadcast sound, it caused a large number of American citizens to wake up from their sleep. Seeing the large screen in Freedom Plaza light up, the large number of vehicles around immediately attracted many citizens to come down. The HR Alliance's chairman is about to announce news that will shock the entire world. In the next moment, I believe the entire world will be shaken. Yes, don't doubt it, the HR Alliance's chairman, currently the strongest person on Earth. He's about to publicly announce a huge piece of news. All the media immediately began reporting. And on the large screen in Freedom Plaza, it also showed the scene of Hong, Thunder God, and the swallowing monster's death. It also showed the scene of the 6 heroes entering the ocean, along with a detailed introduction of each of the 8 heroes. Why is the screen showing the events of the 8 heroes? Don't tell me the announcement has something to do with the 8 heroes. Don't tell me, the vegetative Hong and Thunder God have awoken? First, the large number of residents in the surrounding skyscrapers of the plaza all came down to surround the screen. Asia, Europe, North America, South America, Africa, the HR Alliance had a certain amount of influence in every place, to the point where they directly controlled a portion of the media. And today, Atkin was throwing money at a few other media outlets, causing the entire world's media to simultaneously broadcast the news. Every single website on the internet had pop-up windows. Right now, it was night time in America, but, over at the European Union, it was morning. Over at China and India, it was the hottest time of the day. Covering television and the internet, countless people on Earth instantly knew about it. What's going on? What's the big news? The HR Alliance's chairman is personally announcing it? All over the world, whether it was on the internet or watching TV, they all immediately discovered it. Even those who were busy working or sleeping were notified by their friends. Clearly, something big was about to be announced. Washington Headquarters City, Freedom Plaza. Let us welcome the HR Alliance's chairman, Mr. Atkin. Under the spotlights, under the media's long and short guns, Atkin, dressed in a white shirt and black suit, walked up, looking very formal. His aura of being able to control the energy of the universe naturally made everyone around him quiet down. This was obviously an existence surpassing the war god level, someone that normal people had to look up to. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone watching the broadcast from all over the world. Atkin couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Today, I'll first introduce everyone to a person. He is an overflowing genius, the youngest spirit reader to surpass the war god level. He once killed tens of emperor-level monsters and a grand emperor by himself. He fought the swallowing monster's final battle, killed the swallowing monster, and saved humanity from disaster. Who is he? Atkin was extremely excited. At the same time, on the large screen behind him, the information regarding Luo Feng from the 8 heroes immediately appeared. Luo Feng's glorious history, large amounts of pictures, words, and videos continuously appeared on the large screen. Yes, he is Luo Feng. Earth's most overflowing genius, the greatest genius. Atkin's voice was filled with excitement. In front of the television and internet broadcast, countless people on Earth seemed to have returned to a time from a year ago, a time that caused countless people to be on tenterhooks, feeling like the end of the world had arrived. To the 8 heroes that had passed away, in their hearts, they were the 8 saviors of the world. And among them, the youngest who made the final killing blow, Luo Feng, was worshipped and respected by countless people. I respect him, I respect him. I'm sad for his passing, I'm sorry for his passing. Humanity has lost a peerless genius. Atkin suddenly said mysteriously. However, has everyone realized, from start to finish, no one has found Luo Feng's body. The warriors that entered the ocean back then only saw the swallowing monster's body, they never saw Luo Feng's body. Silence, the entire plaza suddenly went silent, following that was an uproar, an unsuppressible excited discussion. Yes. Your guesses are correct. Atkin's voice was incomparably resounding. The news I want to announce today is, our Earth's greatest genius, Luo Feng, is still alive. Yes, he's still alive. Rumble, the entire plaza went into an uproar. Rumble, around the world, countless people in front of their televisions went into an uproar. Countless people in front of their computers went into an uproar too. At this moment, the entire Earth went into an uproar. China, Luo Feng's family's first-level living room. Beside was a baby bed. Luo Honghua, Gong Xianlan and the nanny all stared at the television screen. Our Earth's greatest genius, Luo Feng, he's still alive. Yes, he's still alive. From the television, that excited voice and the uproar that seemed like it was about to shatter the television, made the excited Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan, who were holding their breaths, shout out excitedly. Quickly, get little Xian to come back. Inform little Hua. Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan excitedly dialed their phones. The 2 children in the crib next to him were leaning on the bars of the crib and staring at the TV with their big, black eyes. Baba, Baba. One of them even pointed at Luo Feng's picture on the screen and made a sound. Luo Hua was in front of his company's computer. And Su Xian too was in front of her office desk. They were all staring at their own computers. The weather was originally hot. Wei Wen, who was taking an afternoon nap, was pulled over to the computer by his girlfriend. What? Wei Wen was so excited his mouth was wide open. Extreme training camp. Back then Luo Feng's teacher Jiang Feng was also in front of the television. Back then, Janet, who had once chased after Luo Feng, and another young man who chased after her, stopped in a pedestrian walkway, looking up at the big screen. Countless people all over the world were watching this scene. The 8 heroes were already like saviors. What's more, with the media's propaganda etc., they had long become gods. And now, amongst them, the youngest and most talented one was still alive? This was announced by the HR Alliance's chairman to the entire world. When I heard this news, I was so excited I couldn't sleep. Hence, I couldn't help but tell this shocking news to everyone. He's a hero I respect. Incomparable respect. Atkins seemed to be incomparably excited that the hero he worshipped was still alive, and in front of the television, computers, street screens, the countless people all over the world were extremely excited. They didn't suspect that Atkin was in disguise. From their point of view, it was normal to respect the 8 heroes. Suddenly, above the plaza, a beam of light swiftly descended, before stopping and slowly descending. The entire plaza, including Atkin, went silent. The entire world, in front of their televisions and computers, went silent. The entire world went silent. Everyone looked at that silhouette. He wore military long pants, a simple vest, with a head of short black hair, a pair of eyes as deep as the sea. Slowly descending from mid-air, that formless aura could even be felt through the screen. P.S. Chapter 1 has ended. The media personnel in Freedom Square, as well as a large number of gathered citizens, couldn't help but rub their eyes and stare at the figure descending. Yes, I'm not mistaken, it was him. The person who had been shown on TV over and over again. It's Luo Feng, a stuttering voice rang. Luo Feng. This is Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. The entire Freedom Square was boiling. Oh my god, Luo Feng, one of the 8 heroes, the peerless genius worshipped by countless people, was actually still alive. At this moment, countless people were extremely excited. The higher-ups of various countries were shocked. Some ambitious people and people in power were even more confused. For a warrior like Luo Feng, he didn't even need an army. Just him alone was unstoppable. Back then, Hong and Thunder God were above all the countries. With the fall of the 8 heroes, the status of the 5 great countries had increased significantly. Although Atkin was more powerful, he was not as unshakable as Hong and Thunder God. Brother! Luo Hua was very excited. Little Feng, Little Feng. Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan looked at the figure that appeared on the screen, and tears of joy flowed down their cheeks. At the office desk, Su Xian looked at the live broadcast on the computer screen. The figure that she missed even in her dreams appeared. She couldn't help but cry tears of joy. She stroked the steel wire ring and was extremely happy. At this moment, Su Xian felt as if she had arrived in heaven. The entire world's citizens were in an uproar, and in Washington Headquarters City's Freedom Plaza, the HR Alliance's chairman Atkin was extremely excited. Mr. Luo Feng, when I found out you didn't die, I was extremely excited. I couldn't help but let the entire world know of this good news. However, to be able to see Mr. Luo Feng with my own eyes, I'm really, really excited. I, Atkin, hate myself for not being able to accomplish anything in the battle against the Devourer beast. And now, although the battle with the Devourer is over, the threat of the sea monsters is still there. Hong and Thunder God were not around. Without a leader, the world's experts were like a plate of loose sand. Now that Mr. Luo Feng has returned, it's great. I hope Mr. Luo Feng can lead us and continue to protect humanity from the sea monsters. I'm willing to follow Mr. Luo Feng and fight together, to contribute to humanity. Atkin looked sincerely at Luo Feng. His voice was transmitted through the microphone to every single person's ears in the plaza, to the entire world's televisions and the internet. Luo Feng looked at Atkin. He laughed coldly in his heart. If this Atkin wanted to flee, with Babada's satellite monitoring, and with his own speed, Atkin would have nowhere to run. And now, he actually created such a scene. It was obvious that he wanted to let the billions of people on Earth know how much he, Atkin, respected and worshipped Luo Feng. They wanted to follow Luo Feng and fight for humanity. Mr. Luo Feng Atkin controlled the energy of the universe, isolating the surrounding sounds. A look of shame and awkwardness appeared on his face. I admit, in the face of ambition and desire, I took the wrong path. However, please give me a chance, Mr. Luo Feng. I will return the Muya crystals and spirits of nature that Seiko Neru took from your house. I only hope, give me a chance. And with Mr. Luo Feng's return, even if I was given the guts, I wouldn't dare to mess around. Atkin's attitude was very humble. Atkin thought to himself, the only way is to fight to the death and find a way to survive. It was broadcasted live around the world, and billions of people were watching. Under the media's propaganda, Luo Feng's image was incomparably glorious and perfect. He was the hero of the people. And I respect him, how could he make a move against me? Making a move against me, that would destroy his perfect image. Making a move against me, would cause countless people to question him. Atkin. Luo Feng said. Mr. Luo Feng. Atkin bowed slightly, appearing very respectful, looking at Luo Feng with a gaze of respect and worship, who, a blade flew through the air like a beam of light. At such a close distance, it instantly pierced through Atkin's forehead, even the black skin covering his scalp, the black god set, was immediately sliced through. After piercing through his skull, his consciousness was destroyed and his soul dispersed, the blade followed the original wound and swiftly returned. It was so fast, no one present could even see it clearly. Atkin stared wide-eyed, almost as though he couldn't believe Luo Feng dared to kill him in such a situation. Rumble, his entire body fell to the ground, blood seeping out of his forehead. Murder! Someone's dead! The entire plaza was in chaos, the entire world's televisions and internet broadcasts were all shocked to the point where they replayed the scene before, even slowing it down. Normal televisions could slow it down to 100 times, only then could they barely see a silhouette piercing through Atkin's head from Luo Feng's body, before swiftly flying back. Mr. Luo Feng, why did you kill Chairman Atkin? The reporters replayed the scene in slow motion, quickly confirming the killer. Mr. Luo Feng. Is it Mr. Luo Feng? How is that possible? If it wasn't Mr. Luo Feng, who else could easily kill Chairman Atkin? The plaza was in chaos. Mr. Luo Feng, can you explain why you killed him? A golden-haired female reporter couldn't believe that her hero would do such a thing. Luo Feng's cold gaze swept across the surroundings. A formless mental pressure caused everyone to calm down. Him. Luo Feng looked down at Atkin's body, scum, he deserves to die. So, after which he rushed into the sky, swiftly disappearing from the broadcast. The group of reporters were dumbfounded, they quickly reacted. Dear viewers in front of your televisions, Mr. Luo Feng suddenly attacked and killed the HR Alliance chairman Atkin, after which he only said, scum, he deserves to die, he didn't explain in detail. As for the details of this matter, we will follow up and report it. A golden-haired beauty said to the camera. Oh my god. It's true, you didn't see wrongly, Mr. Luo Feng killed Chairman Atkin. He only said, scum, he deserves to die. Even though Mr. Luo Feng's actions were violent, I, Black Jack, am Mr. Luo Feng's loyal admirer, I believe that Atkin must have done something very despicable. As for the details and the big secrets, Black Jack will definitely bring everyone to investigate. Ever since Luo Feng disappeared from the screen, the various television stations and internet broadcasts all began to discuss and report this matter in detail. Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle, flying high in the sky. Looking down at the endless ocean, Luo Feng revealed a rare smile. You still have the mood to smile? Luo Feng, you just killed Atkin, that destroyed your perfect image. You have to know, as one of the 8 heroes, and also known as an absolute genius, among the humans of Earth, almost 100% of the internet revered you, your image was absolutely perfect. Now, your perfect image is gone. What a pity. Babata said. Perfect? I wasn't perfect in the first place. Luo Feng laughed indifferently, I've never thought of being a perfect person, this person deserves to die, so I'll kill him. Babata couldn't help but think as he heard, oh, this Luo Feng's possession was indeed influenced by the golden-horned beast's bloodline, his killing intent is much thicker than before. However, I like it. The scorching sun of June couldn't stop the people's passion at all. Yangzhou City, Mingyue District streets had many people gathered, they all raised their heads and waited for Luo Feng to appear. Even the residents of Mingyue District were excitedly waiting for Luo Feng's arrival. Maybe outside of China, there were people who questioned Luo Feng's killing of Atkin. However, in China, where Luo Feng was the pride, without a doubt, almost everyone stood on Luo Feng's side. Luo Feng. A youth holding a pair of binoculars shouted loudly. Immediately, the countless people on the streets, even the people standing on top of the cars cheered. A silhouette swiftly descended from the sky, landing on the grass patch of Mingyue district. Luo Feng looked towards the direction of the street outside the sector, slightly smiled, and then headed towards his home. This smile caused countless people who admired Luo Feng to cheer. They were extremely excited. At the entrance of his home, Father Luo Honghua, Mother Gong Xian Lan, wife Su Xian, brother Luo Hua were all there, along with the twins who were already able to stand. Luo Feng walked step by step. His family's eyes were all wet. Call daddy, call daddy. Su Xian held the hands of the two children. They looked almost exactly the same. They looked at Luo Feng, opening their mouths. Daddy, daddy, daddy. Luo Feng was so excited he was crying tears of joy. Ever since Luo Feng returned in June, the world's turbulent situation suddenly stopped. Those ambitious people no longer dared to make a move. The Thunder Dojo and Dojo of Limits once again returned to normal operations. The entire world seemed to have become incomparably united. No one dared to cause trouble. This was Luo Feng's power. After Luo Feng returned home, he first went to pay his respects to the 5 friends who died together with him. M.O. Henderson, Eastbourne, Tirupati Singh, Jia Yi, and Sokolov. After which he went to the Dojo of Limits headquarters. Hong and Thunder God were still in deep slumber. After that, Luo Feng and Su Xian held a wedding. Everything was peaceful. The entire world, under Luo Feng's power, was very peaceful too. Winter 2061. Good Ping Ping, come, have another bite. Good boy. Luo Feng carried the small bowl, feeding his other son, Little Hai. Come, be good, right, have another bite. Don't be naughty, brother ate 3 bites. You've only eaten 1. Come. Luo Feng looked at his son lovingly, coaxing and feeding him. On the sofa beside, Su Xian was knitting a sweater, smiling as she looked over. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Babada's voice resounded in his mind. Luo Feng's hand that was holding the bowl slightly paused. What's up? That black dragon ship, other than lacking an auxiliary energy system, everything else has been settled. Even though it's still unable to travel through space. However, at least it can reach sub-light speed. 100,000 kilometers per second. Babada said, I'm currently in my storage space, repairing the auxiliary energy system. The black dragon ship itself can be used. Didn't you say that the amount of metals collected on Earth was too little? There's no way to train the golden horned beast? Especially the deities of the world, there's no way to train at all. With the black dragon ship, even though it's only sub-light speed, within an hour, we can reach Mars. You can totally eat breakfast in the morning and head to Mars, return at night from Mars and return home for dinner. Babada said. With Babada's words, Luo Feng naturally wanted to go. That night, Luo Feng informed his family. Year 2061, December 3rd, morning. The family ate breakfast. Su Xian went to the garage to drive to the company. Luo Feng called. Out, Dad, Mom, I won't be back for lunch, I'll be back for dinner. Ping Ping, Little Hai, you have to listen to your grandparents at home doting on his 2 sons. Luo Feng walked out of the house, his body became a blur in the courtyard, instantly vanishing. High up in the sky. Luo Feng rushed into the sky, swiftly passing through the cloud layer, continuously flying higher. The sunlight above the cloud layer was even more glaring. In one breath, he flew to about 8,000 m above sea level, floating in mid-air. Babada, bring the black dragon ship out, right, activate the stealth mode, don't let the satellite discover us. Luo Feng's thoughts said. Relax, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's top-class ship, if it was discovered by Earth, that would be a huge joke. Babada said. At the same time, in mid-air beside Luo Feng, a huge black disc-shaped ship with a diameter of about 100 m appeared. On the body of the ship was a huge winged dragon. Luo Feng took a deep breath. A diameter of 100 m, it didn't sound big. However, it was still shocking. In terms of size, it was much bigger than a high school soccer field. The outer cabin door automatically opened. Luo Feng flew into the laser tunnel. The inner door opened too. Black Dragon Ship's control room. Luo Feng, Demon Babata is at your service. A clear proud voice resounded throughout the entire control room. On the screen of the control board, Babata's head appeared. Luo Feng smiled, let's go. Alright. Babata chuckled. Weng, a very soft sound, even a warrior like Luo Feng could barely feel a very weak vibration within the ship. This was much more comfortable than a normal car. Do we need to activate the exterior simulation? Babata asked. Simulation level of 10% to 100% is fine. Exterior simulation? Luo Feng was stunned. As the ship's metal body is thick, we can't see outside with our naked eyes, hence we have to go through the exterior simulation. It's similar to Earth's 3D projection, however, the effects are much stronger. Babata explained. Activate, 100%. Luo Feng said directly. Shua, the control panel, chairs, and floor of the control room had all disappeared. He was surrounded by a hazy layer of air. The Black Dragon spaceship is flying through the atmosphere and will soon leave Earth. They've already left. Babata's voice resounded around. Luo Feng could see the distant boundless space, vast and boundless space. Luo Feng turned to look behind him. A huge azure planet appeared in his field of vision. Earth. Luo Feng couldn't help but hold his breath. Too beautiful, although it was common to see such images on the internet and on television, when he actually boarded the spacecraft and saw it with his own eyes, the shock he felt was so deep that it touched his soul. The blue planet was constantly shrinking. The distance between the Black Dragon spaceship and the azure planet grew further and further. Earth. Sunday. Luo Feng's gaze looked behind Earth. In the distance, there was a planet that seemed to be burning in flames, the sun. The spacecraft has accelerated to 100,000 kilometers per second. It will now head to Mars at a constant speed, Babata said. Luo Feng turned his head and looked to the other side. What a dream. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Oh, Babata, over there. Luo Feng pointed to the left. In the distance, there was a huge piece of ice revolving around the gas, and the Black Dragon ship easily overtook it. That's what you call a comet on Earth, Babata said. Luo Feng looked around. In the mysterious but boundless starry sky, there would occasionally be a planet in the distance, or even some asteroids, some starry sky dust, and so on. Too beautiful. Luo Feng praised. It's beautiful, but I've seen too much of it. You'll feel bored and cold. Babata said. 10% simulation, said Luo Feng. Shua, the surrounding starry sky instantly became very faint, as if there was a layer of illusion. However, he could still see the Earth and the sun behind him, just that they had become very faint. The floor of the control room, the chairs, the control panel, and the lights all reappeared. This 100% simulation is like my entire body is in space. If I don't use my spiritual force to check, if I don't touch, if I don't sit on a chair and just float, then I won't even be able to feel the existence of the control room. Luo Feng couldn't help but to praise. 100% simulation was indeed amazing. Of course the effects are very good. 100% simulation, this is something only B-grade ships and above have. Babata said, if it's a basic A-grade ship, 50% simulation is already not bad. Unless you install an exceptional external simulation system, that's a very expensive and extravagant expense. Luo Feng couldn't help but ask, what's with the ship grades? Even though he had inherited memories, the golden horned beast's inherited memories didn't even mention the human ship grades. A grade corresponds to the star traveler level. B grade corresponds to the star level. C grade corresponds to the universe level. E grade corresponds to the sector lord. F grade corresponds to the undying level. Many items are divided into grades. Like the laser cannon from before, it's a B6 grade laser cannon. Like the mothership we found in archaeological ruin number 12, it's a B grade mothership. Like this Black Dragon Mountain X81, it's a C5 grade ship. As it's a C5 grade mothership, even a universe level warrior would have to spend a lot of effort to destroy it. Also, like energy crystals are the same. They're divided into A, B, C. The higher the grade, the rarer and more expensive they are. Luo Feng nodded as he listened. This was a very simple division. With one look, it was very clear which grade this laser cannon, energy crystal, and ship belonged to. Babada, then the list of metals I gave you before, can it be divided like this too? Luo Feng was shocked. Right. The list of metals you gave me for the golden horned beast can be clearly divided into 5 grades. A grade metal, suitable for the Star Traveler level golden horned beast. B grade metal, suitable for the Star level golden horned beast. E grade metal, suitable for the Sector Lord level golden horned beast. Babada confirmed. Luo Feng nodded. The golden horned beast's growth mainly depended on the internal world's growth, and for the internal world to grow, it needed to swallow metals. Swallowing metals was divided into 3 main types. The first, swallowing alloys, ship remains etc., or low-level pure metals, the lowest efficiency. This was also the slowest way for the golden horned beast to evolve. From the star level 1 to the universe level 1, it required 100 years. The second, swallowing pure metals of the same grade. For example, the current Luo Feng, as a star level 3 golden horned beast, could swallow close to 100% pure B-grade metals. If Luo Feng were to reach the universe level, he would need to swallow C-grade metals. This way, Luo Feng's evolution speed could be doubled. From the star level 1 to the universe level 1, 50 years was enough. The price was a large amount of pure metals of the same grade. The third, metal combinations, was like a person eating different types of food, replenishing different types of nutrients to be the healthiest. The same logic. The internal world's growth, if it swallowed multiple metal combinations at the same time, it might have miraculous effects. The evolution speed could be raised by 1 or 2 times, up to tens of times. For example, the star-level golden horned beast, the best metal combination to swallow, was 325 B-grade, 100% pure metals. Also, these 325 pure metals had precise ratios. This way, it could swallow them all at once. The evolution speed would increase to 89 times. Right now on Earth, it's mostly normal metals, only your so-called gold is an A3 grade metal. The blue gold metal you Earthlings found on the moon belongs to the A6 grade metal. Babada said, there's not a single B grade metal. Luo Feng nodded. This was also the reason why the golden horned beast swallowed the battle base. Back then, when the golden horned beast reached the star level 1, it couldn't find any B-grade metals on Earth, so it could only casually eat some. The alloy remains of spaceships had the lowest efficiency. It was no different from eating normal metals, the only difference was that the size was smaller. The golden horned beast's evolution relies on metal combinations, its evolution speed is the fastest. However, even normal metals can still be used for training. However, deities of the world. Luo Feng was extremely helpless, his golden horned beast's 2 secret techniques. Deities of the world and absolute space, of which absolute space relied on large amounts of practice and comprehension. However, deities of the world had extremely strict requirements. Deities of the world allowed the golden horned beast's body to grow or shrink. Hence, to train, one had to directly eat some metal combinations, eat it, and rely on the complex metal ratios to be absorbed by the body, changing some of the golden horned beast's genes, allowing the golden horned beast's body to shrink or grow. It could be said that deities of the world training was secondary, the main point was to eat the metal combinations, and it had to be eaten directly, into the stomach. It didn't have to be swallowed into the internal world. And the formulas for deities of the world were even harder and more complex than the highest formula for Luo Feng to evolve and swallow metals. Luo Feng, we're about to reach Mars, the ship is beginning to slow down. Babada's voice resounded. Luo Feng looked over. The exterior simulation of 10% allowed Luo Feng to see the red planet in the distance. The red color was almost orange, it obviously didn't look as good as Earth. The ship quickly entered Mars' atmosphere. Mars' atmosphere was obviously much thinner than Earth's. Babada, prepare to open the cabin door. Luo Feng immediately ran towards the middle cabin door of the ship. As he ran, the cloud contact armor on his body swiftly extended, quickly covering his entire body. His head too was covered in a helmet, only revealing his eyes. The black disc-shaped ship slowly descended. Halfway through, the cabin door opened. So, a human silhouette flew out, his entire body covered in blood-red armor, his cold eyes gazing downwards. "HM? Mars' gravity is so small. Luo Feng could clearly feel the difference in gravity between Mars and Earth, immediately adjusting the mini-planet within his body to adapt to Mars' gravity. Gazing downwards, Luo Feng could see in the vast sandy ground, in the distance towering huge structures that seemed to be decaying, pyramids. 1, 2, 3, P.S. Chapter 1 has ended. Luo Feng was shocked as he looked at the pyramids. Even though the surface was decaying, the entire structure was still intact. There were a total of 9 pyramids. There didn't seem to be any order to their placement, but these 9 pyramids seemed to be one. Formlessly, they seemed to have formed an incomparably huge pyramid. Pyramids, below the pyramids is. Luo Feng was shocked. City? Below the 9 pyramids was a city that only had a rough outline. One could vaguely see the roads and buildings of the city. Obviously, this place has been ruined for who knows how many years. Whoosh, Luo Feng immediately flew over and swiftly descended, landing on the sand-filled ground of Mars. It's been a long time since anyone has been here. Luo Feng looked at the broken walls in front of him, shocked and confused. Babata, what's going on here? Why are you so shocked? Babata said, it's very normal. Of course it's normal. Before Master ruled this starfield, it belonged to the Silver Blue Empire. Babata said, and Earth is one of the 2 planets with life within 1,000 light years. There's another one? Luo Feng was curious. The other planet with life is around 100 light years away from you. Even at light speed, it would take around 100 years, Babata said, unless one reaches light speed and directly travels through the universe. Only then can one arrive quickly. Luo Feng slightly nodded. Earth, as a planet with life. And it's also a low-level civilization planet of the Silver Blue Empire, so of course there are many humans living there. Babata said, its original purpose was a livestock planet, mainly to raise some powerful monsters, then tame them and sell them for money. The number of people living there is estimated to be in the millions, mainly to serve the livestock industry. Luo Feng knew. Planets with life are mainly split into planets with high human population density, tourist planets, livestock planets, forestry planets, agricultural planets, industrial planets, etc. For example, some powers in the universe can directly build a large factory on a planet, etc. Earth's livestock has many precious monsters, which is an important asset of the Silver Blue Empire. Hence, they specially arranged for an interstellar fleet to be stationed here. Babata said, of course, they also rely on the interstellar transport ships to transport large amounts of mining equipment and miners to the mineral planets around the planet with life to mine. Babata said, back then, there were many miners mining on Mars. And they built a mining base here. After that, the interstellar fleet was destroyed by Master with a single move. Without the interstellar transport ship, those miners won't have any supplies on the Fireball. Even if they create life meals, they won't be able to last long. So, it's all over, Babata said. Luo Feng was stunned. So that's how it is. This is a mining base? These pyramids are energy towers. Babata said, this energy tower is imitating the mechanical race's basic method of creating energy. It's very cost-effective. In terms of using the pyramid, the human race can't catch up to the machinery race. The mechanical race is very strong in terms of technology. Babata could not help but say, even the human race cannot compare to them. For example, humans can only rely on evolution to step into immortal, but the mech race is actually a type of artificial intelligence life. Although they do not have a soul, they still have the combat power of an immortal. Luo Feng was shocked within. Although artificial intelligence life forms had human emotions, they were still artificial intelligence and not souls. Babata was just like that. The soulless automaton race could give birth to undying experts. In terms of technology, it was indeed very strong. Hoo-hoo, the strong wind whistled past, swirling up a large amount of sand. Luo Feng stood on the ground. Babata, detect the mineral deposits. Luo Feng said. Activate the mineral deposit detection. The Black Dragon ship floating in mid-air immediately activated the mineral deposit detection ability. In just a moment. Luo Feng, Mars has an extremely rich black iron deposit. Babata said. Black iron? Right, after translating it into Chinese, it can be called black iron. Babata said, black iron is an A8 grade metal. It's extremely sturdy, it's very popular in the universe. No B-grade metal? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Right now, he was a star-level golden horned beast, his efficiency in swallowing B-grade metals was very high. No. Babata said excitedly, however, the amount of black iron is extremely large. So there must be quite a bit of black iron essence inside. Luo Feng's heart moved. Black iron was A8 grade, then black iron essence would be B8, and the extremely rare black iron essence would be C8 grade. For example, the UNMO planet ship, its entire body was made out of hybrid copper essence. This hybrid copper itself was a D9 grade metal, and the hybrid copper essence was an E9 grade. Hybrid copper essence was an F9 grade, a large black iron deposit. If there was even 1/10,000th of the black iron essence, that was already not bad. Black iron essence, if there was even 1/10,000th of the black iron essence, that was already not bad. One could see how exaggerated the ratio was. Hybrid copper itself was already very valuable. The UNMO planet ship, whose entire body was made out of the hybrid copper essence, its price was unimaginable. Just one piece of the hybrid copper essence would make a domain lord go crazy with greed. It was a pity that the UNMO planet ship needed repairs, and couldn't be found even in the vast Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Luo Feng, these 9 energy towers have the ability to isolate detection. They cover a certain area, making it impossible to detect. However, below the energy towers, there's a steel city. I can barely detect a small part of the steel city. Babata said. Steel city? Luo Feng was shocked. An underground steel city? However, I can detect no life within a few hundred meters. Let's go, follow the cave on the left 12 kilometers away, and we'll find the underground steel city. On the surface of Mars, there was a naturally collapsed huge cave. With a diameter of a few hundred meters. So, Luo Feng immediately rushed into the cave, heading deeper into the ground. Steel City? Luo Feng released his spirit energy. As a Star Traveler level 6 spirit reader, releasing his spirit energy could cover an area of over 6,000 m. Luo Feng landed on the ground. Before him was dirt and dust, only the huge cave was covered by the dirt, and he could vaguely see a black metal. And using his spirit energy, Luo Feng had long discovered, behind him was a huge city gate. Number 1, open. Luo Feng's thoughts moved, his body immediately floated up and dodged far away. A black metal robot appeared out of thin air. In terms of strength, Luo Feng couldn't compare to this black metal robot. Rumble, the metal robot's powerful palm fiercely pushed against the huge metal door. As it exerted force, the metal door slowly opened with a rumble. A large amount of soil also fell with a schwa-schwa sound, and a cloud of sand and dust filled the air. Xiao! 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 Blinding beams of white light fiercely shot out, almost enveloping the entire area of the metal door. 7 or 8 blinding lasers shot into the metal robot's body, causing the metal robot to crash into the cave wall beside, causing a large amount of dust to collapse. Luo Feng had already dodged far above. Damn, this steel city is still operating? Luo Feng was shocked. My spirit energy scan, there's no one inside, it's long been covered in dust. The 9 energy towers are operating normally, allowing the steel city to continue operating. The people are all dead, but the steel city's functions haven't disappeared. Babata said, Luo Feng, go in. This emergency steel city's defenses aren't that strong. And right now, the Cloud Contact Vine is a Star Traveler level 9, about to step into the star level. During Luo Feng's battle with the Golden Horned Beast back then, the Cloud Contact Vine was already a Star Traveler level 7. Luo Feng's body had been nurtured for over a year, the Cloud Contact Vine had been under the sea, Babata had often fed it Muya crystals. Within a year, it had grown to a Star Traveler level 9, just that it was stuck at the door, not yet stepping into the star level. This speed, to this specially nurtured Cloud Contact Vine, wasn't fast. Steel City. Luo Feng and the metal robot, one in front and one behind, flew into the underground steel city, forcefully withstanding the next laser beam, rushing in. The pitch-black city. Luo Feng used his spirit energy to scan, only then did he realize that the density of the buildings in the city was extremely high. Luo Feng, the entire city is built from black iron. Babata said, quickly, do as I say, first cut off the energy supply, prevent this underground steel city, some important areas from being attacked. Okay. Luo Feng was clear on the importance of cutting off the energy supply. Left. Turn, right, yes. Babata led the way, very quickly bringing Luo Feng to a place where the thick metal pipes were concentrated. Use the hybrid copper essence shard, cut it for me, cut it all off. Babata said. Luo Feng, dressed in a blood-red cloud contact armor, looked at the pipes 100 meters ahead, his thoughts moved. Xiao, a blood-red blur immediately passed through the pipes in the distance, with Luo Feng's Star Traveler Level 6 Spirit Reader, Star Level 3 Soul's Consciousness Strength, a total of 32 threads of spirit energy that were as tough as steel wires were attached to the hybrid copper essence shard. Cha! 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 An ear-piercing sound resounded. Large amounts of sparks were emitted, rumble causing the metal beside to explode. There are still 8 energy towers. Babata said. Babata, lead the way. Luo Feng swiftly flew. This was only a mining base. Back when the interstellar fleet was destroyed, there was no more supplies. Due to the environment, the miners were forced to move underground, relying on large amounts of machinery to quickly build a simple and crude steel city. The city's main material was the black iron. After so many years, with the support of the energy towers, the city was still in perfect condition. He couldn't help but praise. In just a few minutes, the steel city's energy supply had all been cut off by Luo Feng. Haha, it's all settled. Luo Feng, if my guess isn't wrong, the miners must have carefully stored the black iron essences they dug up. Let's begin a large search. If we see anything good, we'll take it all away. Babata said. Luo Feng immediately flew within this underground steel city, beginning a large search. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Woo, it's late. Mars, underground steel city. This underground steel city, it's built really big. Dressed in a blood-red armor, Luo Feng's spirit energy swept in all directions, searching this ancient underground city. Luo Feng, go to the warehouse. Babata said. Back then the miners dug out large amounts of black iron. It should be stored in an important warehouse. Luo Feng's spirit energy spread out to a 6,000 m area. This underground city's streets, buildings etc. all had words written on them. The words were in the universe language. Using the words, in a short while, Luo Feng easily found the important location of the entire steel city, the warehouse where the black iron materials were stored. Luo Feng landed in front of the huge warehouse base. He couldn't help but be stunned, cursing softly. Big trouble. The warehouse base before him was filled with large amounts of black iron, almost like a small mountain. Not only did the huge warehouse slow down, even the courtyards outside were slowed down. They were even piled up outside the warehouse. Haha, back then when the miners were trapped on Mars, even if they had large amounts of black iron, they wouldn't be able to transport it. Black iron is actually the most worthless. The entire steel city is made of black iron. Of course this warehouse can be stacked casually. Babata said. Luo Feng, seriously look around, see if you can find any black iron spirits. Luo Feng looked at the small mountain of black iron, helpless. Forcefully barge in, how? A 8-grade black iron, just based on its hardness, even a Star Traveler Level 8 fighter would find it hard to break it. Luo Feng's soaring shuttle, it was hard to pierce through. Luo Feng could easily drill through the soil, but for his body to drill through a small mountain of black iron? It was as difficult as a normal person drilling through the ground, as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Collect. 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 Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Who? A large amount of black iron disappeared, and another pile disappeared. Using his space ring, Luo Feng swiftly kept the large amount of black iron. Babata, my space ring isn't big enough, help me keep it. Luo Feng said. His own space ring was over 600 m long, 500 m wide and 100 m tall. In terms of space, it was over 30 million cubic meters. If he wanted to fill the space ring, it would definitely fit. However, Babata's space ring, it would be a waste not to use it. Sly Luo Feng. Alright, I'll settle it. Babata said. Shwa. 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 With the naked eye, Babada could clearly see the mountains of dark iron in front of him rapidly disappear, and in just a short while, the entire area outside the warehouse, including the huge courtyard that was piled up like a small mountain, was all stored into Babada's storage space. A total of 118 million tons, too little, barely enough to build a small interstellar warship, Babada said. Luo Feng laughed and strode towards the storehouse in front. The dark steel obstructions outside had all disappeared, revealing the exterior of the warehouse. The warehouse was a rectangular building that occupied a large area, and the door was tightly shut. Break! Luo Feng looked at the gigantic and thick black iron door. The hybrid copper essence shard turned into a flowing light and fiercely slashed into the door, forcefully cutting in. It's really thick. Luo Feng could clearly feel a large amount of spirit energy being expended. It was not difficult for the hybrid copper essence shard to cut the dark steel, but it was so thick that it consumed a lot of psyche power. It took him half a minute to cut a hole big enough for one person to enter. In the warehouse, the old way was to have Babada store a large amount of dark steel in his storage space. Dark red? Luo Feng glanced at the distant small pile of dark red metal, swiftly finding information on the dark steel from his large inherited memories, determining the identity of the metal before him. Dark steel essence. I've finally found it. Luo Feng was excited. The golden horned beast's internal world currently needed to swallow B-grade metals, only then could its growth speed increase. Babada, check, how much is there in this pile of dark steel essence? Luo Feng walked to the front of the dark steel essence. Shwa. A liquid silver guard appeared in mid-air. The liquid silver guard stared at the dark steel essence, its eyes gleaming. Obviously it was collecting information on the pile. Its volume is about 35 cubic meters, a total of about 1,200 tons. Babada said. Oh? Luo Feng was about to praise, 1,200 tons? Right now the swallowing monster can swallow close to 100 tons of B8 grade metals a day. That means, it's enough to eat for about 10 days? One had to know. The star level 3 golden horned beast, if it swallowed all the metals on Earth, it could swallow up to 100 million tons of metals in a day. Just like a base, a huge steel base that exceeded 500 m in length and width, one base would have over 10 million tons of metals. Back then when it was a star level 1, it had to swallow quite a few bases before it was full. Now that it was a star level 3, its appetite had increased, it had to swallow even more. At 8 grade metals, it had to swallow tens of thousands of tons a day. B8 grade, close to 100 tons was about right. Too little, too little. Luo Feng shook his head. After collecting all the dark steel in the warehouse, he didn't find any more dark steel essence. Babada, why is there so little of the dark steel essence here? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. It's not little, it's just that the golden horned beast can swallow too much. Is 1,200 tons little? Babada said, the pinnacle bloodlines of the space beasts, all of them are very sick. The flame star beast swallows stars. Even though your golden horned beast doesn't swallow stars, its requirements are very strict. When you become a sector lord, you'll be swallowing E-grade metals, swallowing so much every day, even your teacher, the master of the UNMO planet, would be eating until he went broke. Luo Feng laughed bitterly. Right, the more he ate, the higher the quality of the metals, unless Luo Feng was willing to grow at the slowest speed, that would save money. However, to grow quickly, just buying the pure metals would require a huge sum of money. Continue searching, see if there's any more dark steel essence in this steel city. Large-scale search, the entire city was made of dark steel, however the houses and residences etc., many of them weren't. It was just that too much time had passed, most of them had decayed. Large-scale search, Luo Feng would occasionally find a few small pieces of dark steel essence, within a few decaying residences, obviously treasured by the miners. Every time he collected a small amount, however the more he searched, the more he found, the more than 1,000 tons, 32 minutes later. Rumble. Luo Feng kicked a dirty and decaying mansion's underground door, the dust on the door fell, revealing the door's original color, dark red. Dark steel essence door? Even the door is made of dark steel essence, what's in this underground room? Luo Feng revealed a look of glee, keep. immediately keeping a few tons of dark steel essence store into his space ring, after which Luo Feng stepped into the underground room that no one had entered for hundreds of thousands of years. The underground room occupied a huge amount of space. My God! Luo Feng stared. The huge underground room was very organized with large amounts of decaying weapons. The thing that took up the most space was the large amounts of dark red metal. The size was huge, far more than what Luo Feng had collected in the warehouse. And in the center of the dark red metal, there was even a blood red metal. Dark steel essence, so many dark steel essences. The one in the center, is the dark steel essence? Luo Feng was stunned. There's actually more than the warehouse? Babada, hurry and calculate, how much is there? Luo Feng said. As he was affected by the pyramid, Babada could only release the liquid silver guards, using their eyes to look, gather information and make a judgment. There's about 12,300 tons of dark steel essence, the C8 grade dark steel essence, about 360 kilograms. Babada said. Much more than the warehouse. Luo Feng was extremely shocked. The warehouse only had a little over 1,000 tons of dark steel essence. There wasn't even a bit of the dark steel essence. Luo Feng, I suggest we go to the underground Steel City's main control center, connect to the surveillance AI system, and check on the underground Steel City's history. Babada said, I suspect, this Steel City, the miners have been trapped here for a long time, the internal system has changed, the dark steel essence and other things have been stored in a different place. Alright. Luo Feng agreed with Babada. 5 minutes later. The black metal robot made a move, directly connecting to the underground Steel City surveillance AI system. With the support of the energy tower, the surveillance AI system had been working perfectly until Luo Feng cut off the energy supply. Very quickly, the infiltration was successful. I've found the information. Back then, the Master destroyed the interstellar fleet with one move. There were a total of 2 million miners unable to leave Mars. They used the virtual universe network to request for help, even offering a reward for help. However, after retreating underground, due to not being able to receive help for a long time, there's been a change within the miners. Amongst the miners, the ratio of men to women is close to 20:1. Just like your Earth's feudal lords fighting for supremacy, these 3 million people have begun to fight amongst themselves. After all, resources are limited, women are limited, beautiful women are even more limited. A few precious dark steel essences, the even more precious dark steel essence, were all hidden by the large powers in their own bases. However, the resources on Mars are limited, gathering resources to create food is getting harder and harder. This Steel City, because they didn't have the information to build a universe ship, they've been thinking of ways to research on spaceships. After thousands of years, they finally painstakingly built 3 super small spaceships, sending a few elites out of the planet to fight for a sliver of hope for survival. The remaining thousands of other people went into sleep and died. This Steel City lasted for over 3,000 years, before it was destroyed. Babada said. Luo Feng sighed. Over 3 million lives, constantly struggling. However, Mars was lacking in resources. Without supplies, there was no hope at all. Luo Feng, let's go. I have the maps of the large powers, their bases, let's go search each one. Babada said. Alright. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. They searched a total of 12 places, of which 8 were empty. Obviously they were the bases of the powers that failed to conquer. The other 4 places, the rewards were much bigger than the warehouses. From then on, the entire underground Steel City, Luo Feng had looted almost all of the dark steel essences and dark steel essence. Of which, the dark steel essences reached about 33,600 tons, the dark steel essence was about 34 tons. Over 30,000 tons of dark steel essences, it's about enough to devour for a year. Luo Feng stood at the entrance of the Steel City, looking at the pitch-black city. He was troubled, wanting the golden horned beast to grow faster. The price was really huge. When it reaches the universe level golden horned beast, its devouring power will be even more ridiculous. These dark steel essences, when that time comes, it probably won't even be enough to devour for a day. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. There's a second chapter before 10:20. Everyone please throw a few recommendation votes to support me. After sweeping the underground steel city clean, Luo Feng flew out of the city gates. Luo Feng, wait a moment. Babata shouted. What's the matter, Babata? Luo Feng was suspicious. Don't tell me the steel city still has treasures? Stupid. The most valuable thing in this steel city isn't the black iron essence or the black iron essence. It's almost entirely made out of black iron. Babata couldn't help but say. Luo Feng was shocked. Luo Feng, don't you know you're very poor now? Babata laughed evilly. Very poor? Do you have money? I'm talking about currency that can be used in the universe, not Earth's money. Do you? Babata asked. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. On Earth, money had no meaning to him, however in the vast universe, he was indeed very poor. Firstly, he had 0 cash and 0 universe bank account. Your teacher did prepare 3 bank accounts for you, but they're only for you to reach the star level, universe level, and domain lord level. Babata said, before your teacher fell, he used the virtual universe network to set up these 3 accounts for you. And it requires that your personal strength meets the requirements, so you can collect it personally. Your golden horned beast body has reached the star level, however, don't tell me you're going to use your golden horned beast body to go to the bank? Babata asked. Only after reaching the star level could one acquire the wealth of the first bank account, however his golden horned beast body didn't dare show itself, and his human body's strength wasn't enough. Hence, Luo Feng, your current cash is 0, your bank account is as good as empty. You do have many treasures, the Yunmo planet ship is a priceless treasure. The Black Dragon ship is also very expensive. However, if you take it out, without a doubt, even sector lords and undying beings would come to steal it. That would be suicide. And the Black Dragon ship, you need to use it yourself. The Cloud Contact Vine has already recognized its owner. The Soaring Shuttle Arc Cutter Blade, you need to use it yourself. The only things that can really be sold for money are the liquid silver guards, along with my Muya crystals and energy crystals. Babata said, and the Muya crystals, the Cloud Contact Vine needs to grow. What about the energy crystals? The Black Dragon ship also requires energy. If I use it for a long period of time, I might not even have enough energy crystals, I'll still need to buy more. Luo Feng was stunned. He was the descendant of Yunmo planet, but now, he did not have a single cent of cash. Property? The Black Dragon ship, spirit weapons, Muya crystals and energy crystals were all necessities. That's why Luo Feng, before your human body reaches the star level, you're still very poor. Babata said helplessly. Isn't there a ship fragment? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. That's a wreckage, it's classified as trash. It's too troublesome to even refurbish it. Babata said. How much can it be sold for? 1 Muya crystal can be exchanged for countless fragments. Luo Feng frowned. Luo Feng was very clear that he would inevitably have to enter the universe in the future. For example, he could only buy some of the metal combinations he needed to practice his deity of the world. If he relied on himself to find them in the universe, how long would that take? In the vast universe, even Undying Realm experts valued money. Of course, it was the universal currency. It was not the currency issued by a single planet like Earth. How could he not have money? Without money, he couldn't even open an account in the virtual universe network. Luo Feng, I'll tell you everything. Babata said. The energy crystals in my storage space, if you use the Black Dragon ship frequently, would probably be used up in a few decades. The Muya crystals I have here are enough for you to reach the star level 1. Let the Cloud Contact Vine grow to the star level 5 or 6. Babata said. As for the others, that's all. As for the energy crystals and Muya crystals, it's up to you to decide. Luo Feng began to think carefully. His own wealth was split into 3 levels. The highest level, the Yunmo planet ship, the Undying Expert's corpse, they were all shocking treasures. It was a pity that the moment he took out such treasures, it was equivalent to suicide. The second level, the 3 bank accounts his teacher gave him, he needed to be strong enough to withdraw money. The third level, the Black Dragon ship he was using, the Soaring Shuttle, the Arc Cutter Blade, the Liquid Silver Guards, and the Muya crystals and energy crystals he left with Babata. I can't bear to part with them. Luo Feng shook his head. That's why, your biggest sum of money right now is this black iron. Babata shouted excitedly. These are all black iron raw materials. And not the alloy wreckage. The alloy wreckage of the ship is the most worthless. As for the raw materials, they can be used to make tools, weapons, etc. They are still worth a lot of money. Luo Feng nodded. Just like how iron ores and other raw materials were worth a lot of money, in the universe, while there were many places to excavate for metal raw materials, there were still costs involved. Black iron is an A8 grade metal, it's very cheap. However, there's a lot of it. Babata shouted. Back then, we used interstellar transport ships to transport millions of miners to excavate it. Looks like this is my first profit. Luo Feng looked at the steel city, his gaze heated. You're in charge of dismantling it, I'll be in charge of storing it in my storage space. Babata shouted. All right. Rumble. The steel city occasionally emitted rumbling sounds. With Luo Feng's dismantling and Babata's storage space, the efficiency was extremely high. The steel city was about 10 kilometers in length and width. Large chunks of black iron raw materials were all stored by Babata. Some of the black iron that had been poured into pillars were also stored. 8 hours later, the entire steel city was gone, leaving behind only a few decayed remains. Luo Feng, we've discarded some of the decayed ones. The total amount of black iron raw materials we've collected is a total of 9.28 billion tons. Babata said excitedly, haha, just with these raw materials, Luo Feng, you've finally got your first capital. Luo Feng flew out of the ground. From high up in the sky, he looked down at the surface of Mars. It's a pity, there's still a lot of black iron veins underground, but the difficulty of excavating them is very high. Babata said helplessly, even if you're strong, one person can't excavate the entire vein. Unless it's those pure metal veins. Don't be too greedy. Luo Feng was very clear. What he had here was the result of over 3 million miners working together with their equipment. Earth, China, Jiangnan headquarters city, Yangzhou city. Evening, the red sun hung in the west. A huge black disc-shaped ship was thousands of meters above Yangzhou city. However, not a single country on Earth had discovered this ship. The ship's cabin door opened, a youth dressed in a casual shirt flew out. The ship suddenly disappeared. The youth flew downwards. I'm back. How mysterious, going to Mars in the morning and returning to Earth in the evening. Luo Feng couldn't help but compliment, and I've even struck it rich. Over 3 million miners were working hard. This 9.28 billion tons of black iron was much more valuable than 2 tons of black iron essence. After all, there was a lot of it. Dad, Dad. In the courtyard, 2 children were jogging and playing. One of them shouted excitedly. The other child raised his head too. Indeed, their father Luo Feng flew down from the sky. Ping ping, little Hai, come, give me a kiss. Luo Feng squatted down and hugged his 2 sons, smiling. Do, a car horn sounded. Luo Feng turned to look, only to see Xianxia driving her car towards the garage, purposely honking, causing the 2 children to shout, Mom, Mom. Dinner is almost ready, little Feng. You and Xianxia just happened to return at this time, what a coincidence. Gong Xian Lan laughed. Luo Feng's days were very comfortable. The golden horned beast's internal world was immersed in its absolute space training. The internal world was absorbing close to 100 tons of black iron essence every day. Multitasking, to Luo Feng, was very simple. Like an undying being, his soul's calculation speed wasn't any lower than a living AI. Every second counted in trillions. Luo Feng's soul was already a star level 3 soul. If he split his attention to control objects, controlling hundreds to thousands of objects in different trajectories was a simple task. Even if he used all his strength to control each one. The consciousness of a star level 3, he could control 32 threads of spirit energy, meaning to say, Luo Feng could multitask 32 times at once. Every one of them was at its highest efficiency, yes, 32. Back when Luo Feng was a star traveler level 3, his consciousness level could control 19 threads of spirit energy. And now, with his star level 3 soul consciousness, he could control 32 threads of spirit energy. Luo Feng frequently sat in a ship to leave Earth, heading to other planets in the solar system. No one noticed, after all. Luo Feng returned too quickly. Even the furthest planet in the solar system, with the Black Dragon ship, 2 days was enough. Earth was silent. Hongning Headquarter City. Year 2062 Spring, in the headquarters of the Dojo of Limits, within the huge ship, in one of the spacious rooms, there were 2 beds, beside them were large amounts of equipment. Everything was to maintain the lives of the 2 warriors. On the left lay the white-robed Thunder God, on the right lay the black-clothed Hong Head. Outside the room, there were 2 people standing outside the glass, looking. Inside, their eyes filled with sadness. Ice Mountain, when will the head wake up? Allure couldn't help but ask softly. I don't know. However, I will wait, I will continue to wait. The ice-cold man beside said. Allure nodded. However, D. An ear-piercing alarm suddenly resounded outside. Rumble, a group of doctors immediately rushed in. Allure and Ice Mountain's 2 guards stared wide-eyed inside. The door immediately opened, the 2 old doctors entered, the others were locked outside. Brain waves have been discovered. A white-haired old doctor shouted excitedly. The 2 heads have brain waves, and they're getting stronger. Another doctor shouted excitedly. The equipment displayed the brain waves. The 2 heads' brain waves rose and fell, almost as though they were competing with each other, one stronger than the other. Stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the black-clothed Hong's eyelids trembled, after which, he slowly opened his eyes. P.S. Chapter 2 has arrived, Saturday late, today's payment. Hence there's still a 3rd chapter today. Night. Luo Feng and Xianxia were hugging their children and watching television. Luo Feng picked up his phone, looking at the caller ID on the screen, he was shocked. What's up? Xianxia asked curiously. It's the head Hong's call. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows curiously. Ever since the swallowing monster incident, Hong and Thunder God had been in deep slumber. Xianxia was shocked too. Who dares use Hong's phone? Hello. Luo Feng answered. Luo Feng. That powerful voice resounded. Head? Luo Feng was shocked. Beside him Xianxia too stared wide-eyed. Hong was awake. After 2 years of slumber, Hong was awake? This was definitely news that shocked the entire world. We've just woken up, Thunder God is awake too. We just found out what happened after we fell asleep. Thank you for saving our lives, and thank you for saving humanity. Hong's voice was filled with joy. If there's nothing, come to Hongning Headquarter City for a trip. Alright, I'll head over now. Luo Feng nodded. Alright, Thunder God and I will be here. Hong smiled. After hanging up, beside him Xianxia couldn't help but ask, Hong has revived? Thunder God too. Luo Feng smiled. I'll head over now, I'll probably be back late at night. Xianxia nodded. Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle, swiftly leaving Jiangnan Headquarter City, rushing towards the Dojo of Limits headquarters with his fastest speed. Outside the Dojo of Limits headquarters, there were many fighter jets parked. It was extremely lively. Investigator Luo. The headquarters guard bowed respectfully. Luo Feng swiftly entered the headquarters. Under the guidance of the staff, he arrived at a guest room. Within the guest room, there was only Hong and Thunder God. Luo Feng. One black and one white-clothed man, upon seeing Luo Feng, came forward. Haha, Luo Feng, I've let you get all the attention. Thunder God laughed loudly as he hammered Luo Feng's chest. Seeing that you've saved my life, I'll let this go, haha. Second brother's skin is really thick, don't lower yourself to his level. Hong said to Luo Feng. Thunder God couldn't help but stare. I'm a big shot, I won't lower myself to his level. Luo Feng said seriously. F***ck, you too. Thunder God was so angry he stared. Hong and Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sit. Sit down. Under Hong's invitation, the 3 of them sat down. These 3 people were the 3 most powerful experts on Earth. Luo Feng Thunder God stopped laughing and said solemnly, this time, after Big Brother and I found out what happened, we were really afraid. We were afraid that the human race would perish. Thank you. I won't say much about my gratitude. It's all in the wine. Hong personally poured 3 cups of wine. Come. The 3 of them picked up their glasses. F***CK. He drank it all in one gulp. Luo Feng. Hong smiled. Before, you dealt with Atkin and his group of trash, thank you too. Otherwise, if we let that group of people cause a ruckus, I don't know what would happen. Especially my Thunder Dojo. Humph, Seiko Neru also wants to sit in the dojo master's position? Humph, to be so shameless as to make a move on the family of a hero who sacrificed himself for humanity, these people deserve to die. Thunder God couldn't help but curse. After waking up and finding out what had happened, Thunder God was extremely angry. Luo Feng smiled, these are all small matters. After dealing with those 3 black sheep, the countries and powers immediately calmed down a lot. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Hong nodded, Earth's matters are small matters. After Thunder God and I woke up, we discussed and came to a decision. Decision? Luo Feng looked curiously at Hong and Thunder God. These 2 had been asleep for 2 years, what decision had they made after waking up? Luo Feng. Thunder God emphasized, Hong and I have received some knowledge from the archaeological ruins, we can even make translation software. You should be able to tell that we know a lot about the universe. In the vast universe, there are too many strong countries. Our Milky Way is a part of the Silver Blue Empire. Also, for a planet without a master like ours, the moment it's discovered, it'll be a nightmare. Thunder God's expression was serious. Hong nodded, right, a nightmare. If we're lucky, our Earth will become the territory of a strong warrior. However, the bigger possibility is, all the people on Earth will be sold as slaves. After that, the entire planet will be sold to a few strong warriors. Luo Feng nodded. Regarding these, Luo Feng was very clear. In the universe, the division of status, the existence of slavery etc., in short, the countless races of humanity in the universe, all these systems were for the sake of competition, to filter out the strong. The strong could obtain high positions and treatment. And the weak were pitiful. The swallowing monster is powerful, however, it's after all only one. We can resist. Hong's expression was serious, however, the huge powers in the universe, if they randomly send an interstellar fleet, we won't even have the power to resist. Thunder God nodded, there's only one thing we can do, make ourselves stronger. Only then can we protect our home. Luo Feng's heart was heavy. He knew more than Hong and Thunder God. In the universe, some aboriginal planets often had tragic fates. These things were already common. In the universe, those aboriginal planets would occasionally produce a few strong warriors, fighting for their own planet. Protecting their planet's race, their home. Luo Feng, you don't want to see Earth meet such a fate, right? Hong looked at Luo Feng. Of course. Luo Feng said. That's why, Luo Feng, follow us and train from now on. On Earth, in terms of fighter talent, I'm not bragging, only me and Brother Hong have it. And the spirit reader talent is naturally you, Luo Feng. Thunder God looked at Luo Feng, the 3 of us are the strongest on Earth, of course we have to be even more united. Hong looked at Luo Feng too. Luo Feng laughed, nodding. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The 3 of them laughed. Heroes appreciate each other, it's said that the strong are lonely. Because after becoming invincible, there's no one else who can match up to you, naturally you'll feel lonely. Just like before when Hong and Thunder God were asleep, Luo Feng was invincible on Earth, really, back then, Luo Feng really felt lonely. And with Hong and Thunder God's awakening, Luo Feng was happy from the bottom of his heart. He finally had companions along the way. Luo Feng, from today onwards, you're the 3rd brother. Hong smiled happily. Little 3rd brother, little 3rd brother. Thunder God laughed weirdly, I'm tired, I'm returning to the palace. Little waiter, aren't you going to pour some wine, I'll give you some money. Luo Feng teased Thunder God. This training path is very difficult, we have to help each other and spar frequently, only then can we improve faster. Hong said. Thunder God nodded too. The 2 of them have high comprehension, but the Earth's genes are really ordinary. Babata shouted, also, they don't have any teachers. It's like a blind man groping an elephant. No teachers, no good genes, all they have is comprehension. I dare to bet. The two of them may reach the Star Traveler level 9 in 10 to 20 years. However, breaking through from the Star Traveler level 9 to the Star level 1, difficult. At least 50 to 60 years. Luo Feng, your source world is already at the Star level 3, hence, your human body can constantly evolve, even though it's limited by the Earth's talent, it's a little slow. But you'll still be much faster than them. Babata said. Luo Feng's heart moved. Babata, doesn't our Yun-Mo planet have collected fighter training manuals too? Pass them on to Hong and Thunder God. Without a teacher, even with talent, it would be hard to go far, as fellow Earthlings, and as one of the 3 most outstanding people on Earth, Luo Feng hoped that Hong and Thunder God would be able to keep up with his footsteps. How can we do that? This is our Yun-Mo planet's training manuals. Babata denied. Passing them on to outsiders is a capital offense. Our Yun-Mo planet's training manuals are mainly spirit readers. Luo Feng laughed. Our teacher is also a spirit reader. The techniques he created, like the Soul Imprint 6 Lights Tower of the Void etc., are all spirit readers. Those fighter training manuals, I'm guessing they're techniques he collected outside. Oh, but they're still your teacher's hard work. Babata said, we can't pass them on to outsiders, not disciples of our Yun-Mo planet, we can't pass them on. Luo Feng's thoughts and Babata continued to communicate. However, Babata refused. Luo Feng finally understood, when a living AI is stubborn, there's no way to persuade it. How about this, we'll take Hong and Thunder God as Yun-Mo planet disciples, how about that? Luo Feng asked. Oh? Babata stared wide-eyed, nodding, that's fine. Oh, Luo Feng was shocked, that's too straightforward. Take them in as disciples. Luo Feng, hurry, and take them in. They're definitely the most exceptional disciples. Star travelers can have their own domains. Back then I was crying over their deaths, luckily they woke up. Such geniuses, 2 geniuses, they'll definitely be fought over in the universe. Babata said. Even though the master of the Yun-Mo planet was a spirit reader. But a power couldn't just be all spirit readers. Just the undying servants under the master of the Yun-Mo planet were mostly undying fighters, ******* within the living room. What's so serious? Thunder God stared at Luo Feng. Hong listened carefully. It's like this, I've once received a training manual, within it are spirit reader training manuals, and fighter training manuals. Luo Feng said seriously. Beside him Hong and Thunder God were overjoyed. Luo Feng continued, however, our training manual forbids outsiders from passing it on, I can't go against it. Hence, I want to ask, are you 2 willing to join my training manual? What power? Hong asked, what are the conditions? What sect? Thunder God asked, what are the rules? Right now, there's only me left in the sect. Luo Feng said. Damn. Thunder God stared, why didn't you say so earlier, you're the only one left, I thought joining the sect would make me an underling, a cannon fodder. A sect with only you. Join, of course I'll join. Right, join. Hong laughed, right, what sect? My sect belongs to the Yun-Mo planet. Luo Feng laughed too, next time when you go out, don't tell others that it's the Yun-Mo planet sect, after all, the entire Yun-Mo planet has been destroyed by the enemy. Hence, announcing your name would be courting death. Thunder God and Hong exchanged glances. The sect base was destroyed, good news. Good news. Thunder God laughed and praised, this means we're not bound anymore. Hong smiled too. Bastards, 2 bastards. Not respecting the sect, they deserve to be punished. Within the AI space, Babata was furious and helpless. P.S. 3 chapters completed. Hong and Thunder God had also entered the Yun-Mo planet fighter sect at the same time, very sincerely calling for the monthly votes, also calling for everyone's recommendation votes, monthly votes. Recommendation votes. I really want tomatoes. Late at night, in the guest room. Hong and Thunder God seemed to be in a trance, staring at the communicator watch on their wrists, carefully reading the Yun-Mo planet fighter training manual that Luo Feng had just sent over. My god, it's actually like this. Thunder God muttered, wrong, my Thunder Blade 9 stage, compared to it, is much weaker. So it can be like this. Hong's eyes were gleaming, immersed in reading the manual. Luo Feng said from the side, training the basics are the most important. If you want to raise as fast as possible right from the start, it will result in a weak foundation. In the future, from the Star Traveler level 9 to the Star level, from the Star level 9 to the Universe level, it will be extremely difficult. The basics must be solid. Hey, are you guys listening? This was what Babata wanted Luo Feng to say. Alright, third brother. Before the Grand Nirvana period, we've already started training. Of course we know the importance of the basics. Thunder God waved his hand, this manual is simply too amazing. Don't disturb me from reading it. You punk. Luo Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What an amazing manual. Hong looked up at Luo Feng, his face filled with excitement. Luo Feng, this is definitely the most from shallow to deep I've ever seen. The explanation is extremely clear, even some of the things that must be understood, the concepts that can't be taught, are clearly described. It's too amazing. Luo Feng laughed. Of course it's amazing, don't you know which power this manual came from? This was from the Yun-Mo planet. Firstly, the Yun-Mo planet master had 9 undying slaves. Just the manuals from those 9 undying warriors were already amazing. Not to mention the Yun-Mo planet master's many years of effort to collect them. Placed in the universe, those were top-notch manuals. To Hong and Thunder God, who had always been trying to figure out their own manuals, couldn't even compare to the Yun-Mo planet's manuals, for example, strength exertion. Thunderblade 9 stage's maximum strength exertion was 7 times, and the body's defense couldn't be raised at the same time. However, the body's theoretical limit was 100 times. At this time, the body's full potential could be unleashed. Meaning, the normal fighter on Earth only had 1% of his body's potential. Even the Thunderblade 9 stage's highest level could only unleash 7%. To unleash 100% of one's potential, that meant reaching the theoretical limit of 100 times. It was difficult, extremely difficult. Even a realm lord would find it hard to do so. Just like mind expanse, it was actually the degree of brain development. Luo Feng's previous brain expanse was 22, which meant that his brain was developed at 22%, and for normal people on Earth, reaching 1% was already not bad. And to develop the brain to 60%, mind expanse 60, or 70%, mind expanse 70, was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Haha, continue watching. However, remember, you must not spread it. Luo Feng emphasized. Didn't we make an oath during the ceremony to enter the Yun-Mo planet? Don't worry. Thunder God laughed. Hong also nodded. Private virtual space, Scarlet Castle, training room. Babata, who was wearing a black robe, sat on the desk, one hand holding an apple, and glanced at Luo Feng. Hey, Luo Feng. Na Hong and Thunder God's perception was very high. Even without secret manuals, they could still have their own domains. Now that I have the secret manual, my strength will definitely increase explosively in the near future. I understand. Luo Feng hugged the soul imprint book and didn't even raise his head. Damn, don't you feel any pressure? Babata's blood-red eyes stared wide open, revealing his fangs. Pa. Luo Feng closed the book and turned to look at Babata. What do you want to say? Say it. It's not interesting at all. Babata curled his lips. It's very simple. Do you still remember, when you first came here, what I told you? Let me remind you, about the basics. Of course I remember, you said back then. I'd need a whole 50 years to train to the star level 1. Luo Feng laughed. It's because I need to build up the basics. If I crazily raise my strength and ignore the basics, I'd be able to reach the star level 1 in 3 years. However, the price is that I'll never be able to reach the universe level. Right? Babata slightly raised his head. However, times have changed. Luo Feng frowned. From the Star Traveler level 9 to the Star level 1, from the Star level 9 to the Universe level 1, from the Universe level 9 to the Domain Lord level 1, and finally breaking through to the Sector Lord level. Every checkpoint, every bottleneck, is a leap in life. They're all extremely, extremely difficult. Babata smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. That's why the basics have to be incomparably solid. However, the situation has changed. Changed? Luo Feng suddenly understood. Right now your foundation is the internal world. Babata said, as the internal world grows, the growth of the physical body will have no bottlenecks. I know. Luo Feng nodded. The internal world needs to swallow large amounts of metal to grow. The internal world was at the star level 3, then. Luo Feng's body, the golden-horned beast body and human body, both bodies and soul, would at most reach the star level 3. On the other hand, if the internal world grew to the universe level 1, then Luo Feng's soul and 2 bodies wouldn't meet any bottlenecks, they could constantly grow. At this time, it all depended on one's talent. Like the golden-horned beast, the moment the internal world grew, the golden-horned beast's physical body grew too. However, Luo Feng's earth body, even though it didn't have any bottlenecks, it still slowly grew step by step. Even if it was a smooth road, the earth body's evolution speed was slow. Because your foundation is the internal world, as long as the internal world grows, the body and soul won't have any bottlenecks or barriers. That's why, right now you can completely use the force-feeding method to crazily improve. Babata said, with the fastest speed, the highest efficiency of improving your body. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. The thing that hindered his human body's strength was his body's limitations. From today onwards, your evolution, don't use the internal world's metal universe energy. Babata said, even though that universe energy is not bad, it can't compare to the Muya crystal. The Muya crystal has a strong life force. In terms of improving life, its efficiency is extremely high. Of course Luo Feng knew this. He had personally seen a horde leader monster eat a Muya crystal, immediately evolving into an emperor-level monster. Oh, of course, the mixed chapter, control chapter and illusion chapter still have to persevere in training. Babata said, this concerns your battle techniques and control abilities. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Even if he was strong, he had to be able to unleash it. From today onwards, your battle techniques and control abilities take up 60% of your daily training, the force-feeding method takes up 40%. This way, I can barely guarantee that your battle techniques will match up to your sudden increase in strength. Babata decided. Luo Feng was anticipating. Force-feeding method, **********. Since then, Luo Feng had been focusing on Yun Mo planet's secret techniques, battle techniques and control abilities, and of course the force-feeding method to evolve his body. The rest of the time, he would occasionally spar with Hong and Thunder God. These spars allowed Luo Feng's battle experience to constantly increase. Year 2062 Hot Summer. The vast Pacific Ocean, the waves glowed under the sun's rays, beautiful and colorful. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, 3 silhouettes broke through the sea and rushed into the sky, laughing loudly. Luo Feng, you really stole my thunder this time. Originally, I was prepared to kill that Thunder Dragon Emperor in one clean slash. What about you? Before I even flew over, you controlled your soaring shuttle from afar and killed that Thunder Dragon Emperor. You stole the 8-clawed Beast Emperor and the Thunder Dragon Emperor all by yourself. Who asked you to run so slowly? Luo Feng joked. Damn, you've gotten the advantage and you're still pretending. Come, receive my blade. Thunder God shouted. Rumble. The surrounding land and skies were filled with flowing lightning snakes, and Thunder God, who was in the middle of the domain, wielded a purple-black battle blade. The purple-black battle blade's body was wrapped with lightning snakes, almost like a god's weapon. And Thunder God's body moved, leaving a blur as he flew over, the purple-black battle blade in his hand slashing out a bolt of lightning. Why would I be afraid of you? Luo Feng laughed loudly. 32 blades immediately flew out, seemingly without any pattern as they enveloped the area. Clang! 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 Blade after blade clashed against the purple-black battle blade, almost like an expert commander controlling each blade, knocking, cutting, scraping, wrapping, all sorts of methods, swiftly causing the purple-black battle blade's aura to weaken. Luo Feng waved his hand. The 32 blades seemed to be threaded, circling around Luo Feng's body once, before speeding up and wrapping around Thunder God. Damn! Thunder God felt as though he was facing the attacks of 32 warriors, and their coordination was perfect. Thunder movement. Thunder God roared, his expression was malevolent, his veins popping out. Rumble, the purplish-black saber in his hand suddenly exploded, turning into a huge lightning saber light that was like a waterfall. In an instant, the 32 saber blades were messed up, and the 32 saber blades were knocked flying everywhere. Playing for real? Luo Feng stared, his body became a blur, simultaneously shouting, soaring shuttle swordfish formation. Xiao! 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 Of the 32 blades, 2 of them flew back to the soaring shuttle under Luo Feng's feet. The remaining 30 blades were a bit further away from each other. In midair, the 30 blades actually formed the rough shape of a swordfish. It had a fish mouth and a fish tail. It was extremely lifelike and strange. Chi-Chi, the 30 blades simultaneously flashed with golden threads. The golden threads intertwined, immediately forming a golden swordfish. Like a fish, slightly waving its tail, it moved strangely. And the swordfish's mouth was incomparably sharp. Stop! Thunder God shouted. Why aren't you fighting anymore? Luo Feng floated in midair, a golden swordfish floating beside him. I was trampled by you last time, don't tell me you're going to trample me again? Thunder God couldn't help but mutter, what a monster, I'm already a star traveler level 9 with a domain, yet I can't even beat you. Big brother is stronger than me, and now even third brother is stronger than me, it's infuriating, it's infuriating. Luo Feng laughed. Thunder God and Hong had relied on the instruction manuals to improve quite a bit. Thunder God was a Star Traveler level 9 fighter, first level domain. Hong was a Star Traveler level 8 fighter, second level domain. Luo Feng, in half a year's time, relied on the crazily force-feeding method to raise his body from the Star Traveler level 3 to 5. His spirit reading naturally rose by 2 levels too. Luo Feng, a Star Traveler level 8 spirit reader, his consciousness strength was 32, and he could already use his ultimate move, the soaring shuttle swordfish formation. It was because of this swordfish formation that Luo Feng was able to suppress Thunder God, not much different from Hong. The soaring shuttle had a total of 3 main forms. The first form, with an amplifier of 12, could be trained. The second form, with an amplifier of 30, could be trained. The third form was the final form, reaching the universe level, having one's own domain, with an amplifier of 48, could be trained. And Luo Feng's consciousness strength was 32, after painstakingly training, he finally made some progress in the soaring shuttle's second form's attack form, the swordfish formation. In terms of flexibility, power, mobility etc., the second form's swordfish formation was much stronger than the first form's mountain drills. Its power was huge, the training difficulty was much harder too. It wasn't like the first form where he could immediately succeed. Even though Luo Feng had long reached the requirements to train, he had only completed it a few days ago. P.S. Chapter 1. Second brother, do you know the difference? Hong joked, then hurry and work hard on your training. Either raise your domain by 1 level, or break through from the Star Traveler level 9 to the Star level 1, any one of them, as long as you break through. You'll be able to surpass me and Luo Feng. The realms were divided into 4 levels. Basics. Conception. Domain. World, and above that were the Undying Warriors. Every level was very thin. Domains, a total of 9 levels, many universe levels and domain lords struggled bitterly within the 9 levels, every increase in level was extremely difficult. The Star Traveler level 9 to step into the Star level, the difficulty isn't any lower than the Star Traveler level 1 to 9. Not to mention the more difficult domains. Thunder God rubbed his chin, Brother Hong, you've always been above me, third brother is even more sick, at such a young age he's already surpassed me, this old face of mine, it's almost gone. Luo Feng and Hong laughed. Hong's wrist communicator suddenly vibrated, slightly looking at it, the dojo has some matters, we'll leave here for today. The Thunder Dragon Emperor has been killed, time to go home. Thunder God waved his hand and flew away. Luo Feng and Hong parted ways, returning to their own homes. Flying in the air. Above China, Luo Feng looked down below, with a glance he could see the dilapidated and decaying cities, with the food and living beasts, and the warriors carefully training within the dilapidated cities. Looking at the warriors, Luo Feng felt like he was looking at himself back then. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Babata shouted excitedly. What's the matter, why are you so happy? Luo Feng asked through his thoughts. The auxiliary energy system has been completed. From now on, the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship is in perfect condition. Just one more day, after I've finished installing the auxiliary energy system, then, you'll be able to ride the Black Dragon ship and travel through the universe, roaming the vast universe, seeing the countless races in the universe. Babata was extremely excited. It had been too long. It had been trapped underground for too long. It had long wanted to explore the universe. I can travel through the universe? Luo Feng was shocked, stopping his flight, floating in midair. Right. Babata was extremely excited. Luo Feng couldn't help but feel his blood boil. If an ordinary person from Earth thought of going to the moon one day, they would probably be so excited that they would not be able to sleep. Not to mention, Luo Feng now had hopes of universe travel, roaming the universe and seeing the countless human races in the universe. This kind of excitement was indeed uncontrollable. Of course Luo Feng loved his home, Earth. But occasionally going to other planets in the universe to take a look is also very good. Luo Feng. Once your Earth is discovered by other adventurers or some countries in the universe, you will be in trouble. Therefore, you must integrate into the universe as soon as possible. That way, it'll be beneficial to Earth's survival in the future. Babata was thinking of ways to persuade Luo Feng to explore the universe. Merging into the universe, the most important thing is, you have to open an account in the virtual universe network. That way, you can enter the virtual universe and interact with the countless races. Babata said. To an intelligent life like Babata, the temptation of entering the virtual universe was not any weaker than roaming the real universe. Just go to a foreign planet once, open an account, and then come back to Earth. Babata anxiously persuaded. Rest assured. Luo Feng smiled, of course I have to go. I even want to go right now, but I've just thought about it, my internal world, I estimate it'll take about a month before it evolves. When that time comes, the golden horned beast's power will be even stronger. It's better to wait until it evolves before heading to the planet. A month? Oh, alright. Babata was helpless, but he still agreed. Universe? Luo Feng stood high up in the sky of the wilderness, looking at the 10,000 li of mountains and rivers. His heart had already floated to the vast and mysterious space. In the universe space, within the famous void region of the Milky Way. So, the silver saucer-shaped spaceship was flying steadily at an astonishing speed, constantly approaching the direction of Earth. Within the ship, a handsome middle-aged man dressed in a silver-gray uniform stood before the control board. Beside him, a strong and sturdy man with a face covered in black fur, his entire body like a chimpanzee, about 2 centimeters tall, said worriedly, Captain, right now the captain's family's fleet is already in the void region. When that time comes, will the family steal the captain's benefits? Only giving a small portion to the captain? Humph, the handsome middle-aged man said coldly, even though my relationship with my grandfather is a little strained, he's not that kind of person. However, this is after all a life planet. The black gorilla man said, without seeing the planet, its value is inestimable. However, this is after all an invincible warrior once took over a life planet, its value will definitely be higher than a normal life planet. In front of such huge benefits, even blood brothers will kill each other. Captain, you have to be careful. The handsome middle-aged man glanced at the gorilla, then looked around at the other crew members, and smiled. Everyone, no matter what, the benefits of our adventurer team will not be reduced. After all, you are my companions who have gone through life and death with me. The crew members all smiled. The moment we reach the life planet, we'll immediately take samples and gather data. Just taking samples and collecting data will take a few days. The handsome middle-aged man said, when that time comes, I can immediately enter the virtual universe network and find a buyer. The family won't be faster than us. Everything is in our hands. The handsome middle-aged man laughed, the more benefits the family gives me, the more I'll give them. Everyone, your share will definitely not be small. Immediately there was a round of laughter. Atuka, how much longer until we reach the first life planet? The handsome middle-aged man asked. A child's head appeared on the control panel, saying crisply, Captain, we'll arrive in 91 days. Very good. The handsome middle-aged man revealed a smile. The silver-gray Adventure Universe ship headed towards Earth, late September, Earth China, 8,000 meters above Jiangnan headquarters city, a huge black ship floated. The ship, within a large study room in the middle. Luo Feng stood calmly in the study room. With a wave of his hand, a small pile of dark red metal appeared on the floor. It was the 92 tons of black iron essence metal. 92 tons. Daily swallowing 92 tons of black iron essence. The black iron essence from last year's winter is about to be used up. Luo Feng felt the pressure. His life world was like a bottomless pit. Even though it didn't eat much daily, it couldn't withstand the daily swallowing of the black iron essence left behind by the millions of miners. It hadn't even been a year and it was about to be used up. Today is the day of transformation. Luo Feng extended his right hand. The surrounding space seemed to distort, enveloping the 92 tons of black iron essence. Shua, the black iron essence vanished. The metal continent, surrounded by large amounts of golden mist, the sky too was covered in golden mist. In mid-air, a silhouette suddenly stopped. It was a huge golden-horned beast covered in black scales. The golden-horned beast looked at the pile of black iron essence that suddenly appeared on the metal continent, its huge dark golden eyes filled with a sense of glee. The pile of black iron essence, almost like it had evaporated into a thick golden mist, its size slowly shrinking. The surrounding golden mist got thicker and thicker. About 5 minutes later, the 92 tons of black iron essence had completely disappeared. Rumble, the metal continent shook. The golden mist that covered the sky and land enveloped the entire continent. Enveloping the entire metal continent, large amounts of the golden mist swiftly solidified, becoming a part of the continent, causing the entire continent to grow larger and larger. After an unknown amount of time, everything stopped. The golden mist that enveloped the metal continent dispersed, flying out of the continent, flying into the skies above. Only a ball of golden mist was left within the golden-horned beast's body. The golden-horned beast's body size was constantly increasing, until it stopped growing. Its current body length had already reached 420 m. The entire metal continent had a circumference of 40 kilometers. Its altitude was also 40 kilometers. Only after 40 kilometers in the air would there be golden mist. Black Dragon Ship, Study Room. The golden-horned beast is already a star level 4. Luo Feng opened his eyes, filled with glee. Even though using the black iron essence costs money, the speed is fast. The growth of the internal world, the first 3 levels were the fastest. The middle 3 levels were slightly harder, the last 3 levels were extremely difficult. The last 9 levels, entering a new level, the time it took was the sum of all the previous levels combined. Star level 1 to 3, normal evolution, took 1.5 years to complete. Level 3 to 6, normal evolution, took 6 years, every level required around 2 years, level 6 to 9, 36 years, every level required around 12 years, and from star level 9 to universe level 1, over 50 years. One could only imagine how difficult the last step was. And this was the golden-horned beast. If it were any other race, the difficulty was unimaginable. Night time. Luo Feng sat in the living room, watching television, accompanying his wife and son. Luo Feng, why didn't you train today? You're accompanying us to watch television. Xianxia hugged her son on her lap, smiling. I'm just accompanying you, I'm preparing to head out tomorrow. This time I'll probably be gone for a while. Luo Feng said. Going out. To do something, how long? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. About a month. Luo Feng said. That long? Xianxia was shocked. On Earth today, what other things could make Luo Feng spend so much time? Luo Feng clearly remembered what Babada had told him before. The destination this time was a flourishing and powerful planet 320,000 light-years away from Earth. Dragon Star. That was a super planet that was hundreds and thousands of times more flourishing than the Silver Blue Empire's capital planet. Strong people gathered there. It was a place in the universe where normal people with status and power loved to go. That kind of place was much less barbaric and bloody, it was much safer. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had money and status. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the right to enter. Dragon Star. Luo Feng muttered within. Luo Feng, going out for a month, where are you going? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. P.S. 2 chapters completed, I've discovered, my monthly votes aren't going up, I'm not sure why. Everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes please support Tomato. Suddenly leaving home for a month indeed caused his wife and parents to question him. Luo Feng had a huge headache, afraid that his family would worry, he could only lie and say that he was going to a secret location to train. The next morning, Luo Feng was eating breakfast with his family. After finishing this breakfast, he would be leaving Earth, leaving the Milky Way galaxy, heading towards a planet far away from the Milky Way galaxy. Dragon Star. Brother. Luo Hua walked in from outside the door. I heard that you're going out for a month. He didn't even tell me. If my parents didn't tell me, I wouldn't even know. I was going to tell you before I left, said Luo Feng as he drank his porridge. How helpless, Luo Feng didn't plan on directly informing his brother and his 2 brothers Hong and Thunder God. Since it would be troublesome to explain. With Luo Feng's current speed, he wouldn't even need a day to circle the Earth. Going out for a month? What for? He said he was going to cultivate in seclusion. Meng Hong and Thunder God, however, were having a hard time. Little Hai, Ping Ping. Luo Feng hugged his 2 children. Daddy, kiss me. His eldest son Luo Ping stretched his little face over and kissed Luo Feng. Beside him, little Hai also stretched his little face out and pouted. However, his wife Xianxia, parents, and younger brother were all worried. Don't worry. There's no place in the world that can threaten me. However, this seclusion was very important. He could not be disturbed by anyone, and the requirements for the environment were very strict. So I have to go out for a bit. Luo Feng comforted his family, little Xian, when I'm not home, take care of mom and dad. If Hong and Thunder God call, tell them that I'm in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. Xianxia nodded. Then I'm leaving. Luo Feng put the 2 kids on the ground and smiled as he walked out. The whole family, including the 2 children, walked into the courtyard. Goodbye, Dad. The 2 children shouted in a clear voice. Goodbye. Luo Feng smiled and waved, slowly rising into the air. The family members looked up at Luo Feng rising into the sky, until he disappeared from their sight. High in the sky, a huge black disc-shaped ship appeared, the cabin door opened and Luo Feng swiftly flew in, the cabin door closed. After that, it quickly broke through the air and flew toward the outer space of Earth. Black Dragon flying ship, control room. Luo Feng, dressed in a blood-red battle uniform, stood in front of the control board screen. The demon Babada's little face appeared on the screen. Babada proudly revealed his fangs. Luo Feng, the ship has left Earth. Exterior, 100% simulation, said Luo Feng. Schwa, everything in the control room disappeared. Fortunately, he was standing on the ground, so he could feel the ground. It was invisible to the naked eye. He looked around him. In the boundless starry sky, he turned around and looked behind him. It was a huge blue planet, Earth. Babada, this is my first time leaving Earth and going to another planet with life, I can't help but feel. I can't calm down. Luo Feng couldn't help but say. It's just like when you were taking the college entrance exam. This is called being nervous. On the screen, Babada grabbed an apple and took a few bites. He chuckled. It's not strange. In Chinese, Granny Lu enters the Grand View Garden is the same as a country bumpkin entering the city for the first time. You're going from Earth to a powerful and prosperous planet like Horned Dragon Star, of course you're nervous. Luo Feng nodded. Actually, the main thing is, a place like Horned Dragon Star, according to Babada, is 100 times more prosperous than the capital of the elementary level civilization, the Silver Blue Empire, which controls 8 galaxies. Luo Feng has never even been to the Silver Blue Empire. Going to Horned Dragon Star all of a sudden, how could he not be nervous? Fortunately, as a spirit reader, his awareness is strong, so he quickly adjusted his emotions. Babada, the ship hasn't reached light speed yet? Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask. If it's the Yunmo planet ship, of course it would reach light speed very quickly. However, it's only a C5 grade ship. On the screen, Babata shook his head in disdain. After that, he laughed. Of course, this C5 grade ship is considered a relatively high-class ship in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Universe-level warriors, some can only pilot such ships. The Black Dragon ship's acceleration is not bad. If it were those common ships from the interstellar fleets, then the acceleration would be slow. And some low-class trash ships, when accelerating, cause too much acceleration. They even need the passengers to enter the safety cabin. Otherwise, the passengers might die, said Babata. Luo Feng suddenly realized. That's right, acceleration, accelerating to light speed, even if 1 second of acceleration increases by 500 kilometers per second. That's still 50,000 times Earth's gravity. However, within the ship, he didn't feel anything at all. This is the advantage of a high-class ship. This ship has an automatic gravity control system. It can automatically adjust itself, maintaining the ship's internal gravity at a fixed value. Right now, the gravity within the ship is 1 times Earth's gravity. Babata said. Right. Luo Feng was shocked. He had been walking in the ship the same as on Earth. There was no difference in gravity. If Babata didn't mention it, he wouldn't have realized it. Now that Babata said it, Luo Feng realized, in the universe, the ship maintaining Earth's gravity, this was something worth noting. Haha, I've been on Earth for too long, I've gotten used to this gravity, I didn't even realize it. Luo Feng laughed. Another 12 seconds, we'll reach light speed. Babata shouted. 10. 9. On the screen, Babata's little face was extremely serious, counting down. 8. 7. Luo Feng looked outside. His naked eye could no longer see the planets clearly, he could only see the surrounding space blur, gradually turning dark. How weird. Luo Feng held his breath. 3. 2. 1. Babata shouted. In the vast starry sky, there was a blurry black spaceship. Suddenly, the space rippled. The ship disappeared. It wasn't because it reached light speed, the naked eye couldn't see it disappear, but it truly disappeared from the universe. Rumble. Luo Feng felt the ship vibrate slightly, vibrating for about 10 seconds. The surroundings were completely dark, after which it calmed down. Universe travel successful, we've entered the dark universe. Babata shouted on the screen, deactivating the exterior simulation. Dark universe? Luo Feng was very curious. Babata, what's the dark universe like? Right now the ship is flying at light speed, there's no way to capture the exterior. Babata said, we need to decelerate to capture it, however, accelerating and decelerating consumes a lot of energy. Luo Feng, I'll directly simulate a few scenes of the dark universe for you to see. Before Luo Feng's eyes, a screen appeared in midair. A beautiful scene appeared on the screen. It was a vast space, and there were only specks of light shining like fireflies. This was an ocean of specks of light. Other than the beautiful specks of light, there was nothing else in this vast space. Oh, there's still the ship. The coordinates of the dark universe and the actual universe we live in correspond. However, in the dark universe, we'll fly a certain distance, for example 30 light seconds, and then travel back to the actual universe. You'll discover, the distance you'll travel is 30 light seconds, 10,081,000 times. Babata said, the dark universe and the actual universe, according to the ratio, is 1, 10,081,000 times. Luo Feng was secretly shocked. Flying at light speed in the dark universe for a year was only 1 light year. However, traveling through the universe and returning to the actual universe, that was 10,080,000 light years away. In the actual universe, matter is unable to break through light speed. The moment it reaches light speed, it'll directly travel through the universe, arriving in the dark universe. In the dark universe, however, it can break through light speed. Babata said, right now the ship is slowly accelerating. This Black Dragon ship's maximum speed is 1.5 times light speed, however to conserve energy, 1.2 times light speed is just right. Babata said. The estimated time to reach Dragon Star is close to 10 days. Luo Feng, during this period of time, you can rest or train well. The days of flying in the dark universe were very dry and boring. 9 days later. Luo Feng, there's still 20 minutes before we reach Dragon Star. Babata said. Right, Babata, from the actual universe to the dark universe, one needs to reach light speed. Then what about returning? From the dark universe to the actual universe, how do we travel? Luo Feng was curious. This vast universe was too mysterious. How could the people of Earth think of what would happen if they reached light speed? As for the theory of reaching light speed, one could go back in time. Luo Feng never agreed. A faraway planet that was 1 million light-years away from Earth, then what the people of Earth saw could be scenes from 1 million years ago. According to some people's deductions, if one exceeded the speed of light and flew towards this planet, they would be able to see the planet's time flow backwards, and see the planet's scenes from before. However, from Luo Feng's point of view, what a joke, that planet's time flow backwards was only visible to the naked eye. In fact, in essence, that planet was constantly aging. Very simple, slow down until it stops. Then it will automatically travel back to the actual universe. Babata said, in this dark universe, there's no such thing as static matter. Oh? Luo Feng was shocked. The ship gradually slowed down, from 1.2 times the speed of light, all the way until it stopped. Luo Feng felt the ship beneath his feet vibrate slightly. The vibration lasted for about 10 seconds, before everything calmed down. Universe travel successful, return to the actual universe. Babata said. External simulation, 100%. Luo Feng said. Shua, Luo Feng immediately saw the vast space around him. The most special thing was, with a glance, he saw a distant planet that seemed to be glowing with a rainbow light, and around this planet, there were 2 satellites. That planet is Dragon Star. Babata said, Luo Feng, enter Dragon Star and follow our plan. Babata, you said entering the planet requires money. However, I don't have any currency. Luo Feng said. No matter how much money he had on Earth, the Silver Blue Empire, Black Dragon Mountain Empire, how could they recognize his Earth's currency? Here, it was just a useless printed picture. You don't have it, I do. Babata shouted, however, Master's bank card is useless to you, it's bound to a spiritual imprint. However, Master left behind some coins, those are the coins he always carried with him. Sometimes, coins are also useful. Coins? Luo Feng was stunned. Right, I've carefully searched the entire storage space, and found 932 Ganwu dollars. Babata said. $932? Luo Feng blinked twice. So poor. These are Ganwu dollars, not Black Dragon dollars, and definitely not the cheap silver blue dollars. Babata shouted, for you to survive on Dragon Star for a period of time, it's still enough. P.S. Here's the first chapter. End of chapter 280. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.